Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to discuss economics and how a generation of... Mr. Green, is this going to be one of those boring ones with no wars or generals who had cool last words or anything? All right, me from the past. I will give you a smidge of great man history, but only a smidge. So today we're going to discuss American industrialization in the decades after the Civil War, during which time the U.S. went from having per capita about a third of Great Britain's industrial output to becoming the richest and most industrialized nation on Earth. You might want to hold off on that libertage stand, because this happened mostly thanks to the not particularly awesome Civil War, which improved the finance system by forcing the introduction of a national currency and spurred industrialization by giving massive contracts to arms and clothing manufacturers. The Civil War also boosted the telegraph, which improved communication, and gave birth to the Transcontinental Railway via the Pacific Railway Act of 1862, all of which increased efficiency and productivity. So thanks, Civil War! If you want to explain America's economic growth in a nutshell, chalk it up to G, D, and L. Gerard, Depardieu, and Lohan. No, geography, demography, and law. However, while we're on the topic, when will Gerard Depardieu and Lindsay Lohan have a baby? Stan, can I see it? Yes! Yes! Geographically, the U.S. was a huge country with all the resources necessary for an industrial boom. Like, we had coal and iron and later oil. Initially, we had water to power our factories, later replaced by coal. And we had amber waves of grain to feed our growing population, which leads to the demography. America's population grew from 40 million in 1870 to 76 million in 1900, and a third of that growth was due to immigration, which is good for economies. Many of these immigrants flooded the burgeoning cities as America shifted from being an agrarian rural nation to being an industrial urban one. Like, New York City became the center of commerce and finance, and by 1898 it had a population of 3.4 million people, and the industrial heartland was in the Great Lakes region. Chicago became the second largest city by 1900, Cleveland became a leader in oil refining, and Pittsburgh was a center of iron and steel production. And even today, the great city of Pittsburgh still employs 53 steelers. Last but not least was the law. The Constitution and its Commerce Clause made the U.S. a single area of commerce, like a giant customs union. And as we'll see in a bit, the Supreme Court interpreted the laws in a very business-friendly way. Also, the American Constitution protects patents, which encourages invention and innovation, or at least it used to. And despite what Ayn Rand would tell you, the American government played a role in American economic growth by putting up high tariffs, especially on steel, giving massive land grants to railroads, and by putting Native Americans on reservations. Also, foreigners played an important role. They invested their capital and involved Americans in their economic scandals, like the one that led to a depression in 1893. The U.S. was at the time seen by Europeans as a developing economy, and investments in America offered much higher returns than those available in Europe. And the changes we're talking about here were massive. In 1880, for the first time, a majority of the workforce worked in non-farming jobs. By 1890, two-thirds of Americans worked for wages rather than farming or owning their own businesses. And by 1913, the United States produced 1/3 of the world's total industrial output. Now bring out the libertage, Stan! Awesome, and even better, we now get to talk about perennially underrated railroads. Let's go to the thought bubble. Although we tend to forget about them here in the US because our passenger rail system sucks, railroads were one of the keys to America's 19th century industrial success. Railroads increased commerce and integrated the American market, which allowed national brands to emerge like Ivory Soap and A&P grocery stores. But railroads changed and improved our economy in less obvious ways too. For instance, they gave us time zones, which were created by the major railroad companies to make shipping and passenger transport more standard. Also, because he recognized the importance of telling time, a railroad agent named Richard Warren Sears turned a $50 investment in watches into an enormous mail-order empire, and railroads made it possible for him and his eventual partner Roebuck to ship watches and then jewelry and then pretty much everything, including unconstructed freaking houses throughout the country. Railroads were also the first modern corporations. These companies were large, they had many employees, they spanned the country, and that meant they needed to invent organizational methods, including the middle manager, supervisors to supervise supervisors. And for the first time, the owners of a company were not always day-to-day managers, because railroads were among the first publicly traded corporations. They needed a lot of capital to build tracks and stations, so they sold shares in the company in order to raise that money, which shares could then be bought and sold by the public. And that is how railroads created the first captains of industry, like Cornelius, they named a university after me, Vanderbilt, and Andrew, me too, Carnegie Mellon, and Leland, I named a university after my son, Stanford. The railroad business was also emblematic of the partnership between the national government and industry. The Transcontinental Railroad, after all, wouldn't have existed without congressional legislation, federal land grants, and government-sponsored bond issues. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Apparently it's time for the mystery document. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, and if I'm wrong, which I usually am, I get shocked. All right. The belief is common in America that the day is at hand when corporations far greater than the Erie, swaying such power as have never in world's history been trusted in the hands of mere private citizens, controlled by single men like Vanderbilt, will ultimately succeed in directing government itself. Under the American form of society, there is now no authority capable of effective resistance. Corporations directing government, that's ridiculous. So grateful for federal ethanol subsidies, brought to you by Delicious Diet Dr. Pepper. I can taste all 23 of the chemicals. Anyways, Dan, I'm pretty sure that is noted muckraker Ida Tarbell? No! Henry Adams? How are there still Adamses in American history? Oh, that makes me worry we'll never escape the Clintons. Anyway, it should have been Ida Tarbell. She has a great name. She was a great opponent of capitalism, whatever. Indeed, industrial capitalists are considered both the greatest heroes and the greatest villains of the era, which is why they are known both as captains of industry and as robber barons, depending on whether we are mad at them. While they often came from humble origins, took risks, and became very wealthy, their methods were frequently unscrupulous. I mean, they often drove competitors out of business and generally cared very little for their workers. The first of the great robber barons and/or captains of industry was the aforementioned Cornelius Vanderbilt, who rose from humble beginnings in Staten Island to make a fortune in transportation through ferries and shipping, and then eventually through railroads, although he once referred to trains as them things that go on land. But the poster boy of the era was John D. Rockefeller, who started out as a clerk for a Cleveland merchant and eventually became the richest man in the world. Ever. Yes, including Bill Gates. The key to Rockefeller's success was ruthlessly buying up so many rivals that by the late 1880s, Standard Oil controlled 90% of the U.S. oil industry, which lack of competition drove the price of gasoline up to like 12 cents a gallon. So if you had one of the 20 cars in the world, then you were mad. The period also saw innovation in terms of the way industries were organized. Many of the robber barons formed pools and trusts to control prices and limit the negative effects of competition. The problem with competition is that over time it reduces both prices and profit margins, which makes it difficult to become super rich. Vertical integration was another innovation. Firms bought up all aspects of the production process, from raw materials to production to transport and distribution. Like Philip Armour's meat company bought its own rail cars to ship meat, for instance. It also bought things like conveyor belts, and when he found out that animal parts could be used to make glue, he got into the glue-making business. It was Armour who once proclaimed to use everything but the squeal. Horizontal integration was when big firms bought up small ones. The best example of this was Rockefeller's Standard Oil, which eventually became so big, incidentally, that the Supreme Court forced Standard Oil to be broken up into more than a dozen smaller oil companies, which, by the way, over time have slowly reunited to become the company known as ExxonMobil, so that worked out. U.S. Steel was put together by the era's giant of finance, J.P. Morgan, who at his death left a fortune of only $68 million, not counting the art that became the backbone of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, leading Andrew Carnegie to remark in surprise, and to think he was not a rich man. Speaking of people who weren't rich, let us now praise the unsung heroes of industrialization, workers. Well, I guess you can't really call them unsung because Woody Guthrie. Oh, your guitar and my computer. I never made that connection before. Anyway, then as now, the benefits of economic growth were shared, shall we say, a smidge unevenly. Prices did drop due to industrial competition, which raised the standard of living for the average American worker. In fact, it was among the highest in the world. But due to a growing population, particularly of immigrant workers, there was job insecurity. And also, booms and busts meant depressions in the 1870s and 1890s, which hit the working poor the hardest. Also, laborers commonly worked 60 hours per week with no pensions or injury compensation, and the U.S. had the highest rate of industrial injuries in the world. An average of over 35,000 people per year died on the job. These conditions and the uncertainty of labor markets led to unions, which were mostly local but occasionally national. The first national union was the Knights of Labor, headed by Terence V. Powderly, which grew from 9 members in 1870 to 728,000 by 1884. The Knights of Labor admitted unskilled workers, black workers, and women, but it was irreparably damaged by the Haymarket riot in 1886. During a strike against McCormick Harvesting Company, a policeman killed one of the strikers, and in response, there was a rally in Chicago's Haymarket Square at which a bomb killed 7 police officers. Then, firing upon the crowd, the police killed 4 people. 7 anarchists were eventually convicted of the bombing, and although Powderly denounced anarchism, the public still associated the Knights of Labor with violence, and by 1902, its membership had shrunk considerably to 0. The banner of organized labor, however, was picked up by the American Federation of Labor under Samuel L. Gompers. Do all of these guys have great last names? They were more moderate. different than the anarchists and the socialist international workers of the world and focused on bread and butter issues like pay, hours, and safety. Founded in 1886, the same year as the Haymarket riot, the AFL had about 250,000 members by 1892, almost 10% of whom were iron and steel workers. And now we have to pause to briefly mention one of the most pernicious innovations of the era, social Darwinism, a perversion of Darwin's theory that would have made him throw up, although to be fair, almost everything made him throw up. Social Darwinists argued that the theory of survival of the fittest should be applied to people, and also that corporations were people. Ergo, big companies were big because they were fitter, and we had nothing to fear from monopolies. This pseudoscience was used to argue that government shouldn't regulate business or pass laws to help poor people. It assured the rich that the poor were poor because of some inherent evolutionary flaw, thus enabling tycoons to sleep at night. You know, on a big pile of money surrounded by beautiful women. But despite the apparent inborn unfitness of workers, unions continued to grow and fight for better conditions, sometimes violently. There was violence at the Homestead Steel Strike of 1892 and the Pullman Rail Strike of 1894, when strikers were killed and a great deal of property was destroyed. To quote the historian Michael Lind, in the late 1870s and early 1880s, the United States had 5 times as many unionized workers as Germany, at a time when the two nations had similar populations. Unions wanted the United States and its citizens to imagine freedom more broadly, arguing that without a more equal economic system, America was becoming less, not more free, even as it became more prosperous. If you're thinking that this freewheeling age of fast growth, uneven gains in prosperity, and corporate heroes/villains resembles the early 21st century, you aren't alone. And it's worth remembering that it was only 150 years ago that modern corporations began to form and that American industry became the leading driver in the global economy. That's a blink of an eye in world history terms, and the ideas and technologies of post-Civil War America gave us the ideas that still define how we, all of us, not just Americans, think about opposites like success and failure, or wealth and poverty. It's also when people began to discuss the ways in which inequality could be the opposite of freedom. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Halse-Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Each week there's a new caption for the Libertage. You can suggest captions and comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course. Make sure you're subscribed, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to continue our extensive look at American capitalism. Mr. Green, I'm sorry, are you saying that I grow up to be a tool of the bourgeoisie? Oh, not just a tool of the bourgeoisie, me from the past, but a card-carrying member of it. I mean, you have employees whose labor you can exploit because you own the means of production, which in your case includes a chalkboard, a video camera, a desk, and a xenophobic globe. Meanwhile, Stan, Danica, Raul, and Meredith toil in crushing poverty. Stan, did you write this part? These are all lies. Cue the intro. So last week we saw how commercial farming transformed the American West and gave us mythical cowboys and unfortunately not so mythical Indian reservations. Today we leave the sticks and head for the cities, as so many Americans and immigrants have done throughout this nation's history. I mean, we may like to imagine that the history of America is all go west, young man, but in fact, from Mark Twain to pretty much every hipster in Brooklyn, it's the opposite. So population was growing everywhere in America after 1850. Following a major economic downturn in the 1890s, farm prices made a comeback, and that drew more and more people out west to take part in what would eventually be called agriculture's golden age. Although, to be fair, agriculture's real golden age was in like 3000 BCE, when Mesopotamians were like, dude, if we planted these in rows, we could have more of it than we could eat. So it was really more of a second golden age. But anyway, more than 1 million land claims were filed under the Homestead Act in the 1890s, and between 1900 and 1910, the populations of Texas and Oklahoma together increased by almost 2 million people. And another 800,000 people moved into Kansas, the Dakotas, and Nebraska. That's right, people moved to Nebraska. Sorry, I just hadn't yet offended Nebraskans. I'm looking to get through the list before the end of the year. But one of the central reasons that so many people moved out west was that the demand for agricultural products was increasing due to the growth of cities. In 1880, 20% of the American population lived in cities, and there were 12 cities with a population over 100,000 people. This rose to 18 cities in 1900, with the percentage of urban dwellers rising to 38%. And by 1920, 68% of Americans lived in cities, and 26 cities had a population over 100,000. So So in the 40 years around the turn of the 20th century, America became the world's largest industrial power and went from being predominantly rural to largely urban. This is, to use a technical historian term, a really big deal. Because it didn't just make cities possible, but also their products. It's no coincidence that while all this was happening, we were getting cool stuff like electric lights and moving picture cameras, neither of which were invented by Thomas Edison. I don't know if you've noticed, but suddenly there are a lot more photographs in Crash Course U.S. History B-roll. So the city leading the way in this urban growth was New York, especially after Manhattan was consolidated with Brooklyn and the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island in 1898. At the turn of the century, the population of the 23 square miles of Manhattan Island was over 2 million, and the combined 5 boroughs had a population over 4 million. But while New York gets most of the attention in this time period, and all time periods since, it wasn't alone in experiencing massive growth. Like my old hometown of Chicago, after basically burning to the ground in 1871, became the second largest city in America by the 1890s. Also, they reversed the flow of the freaking Chicago River, probably the second most impressive feat in Chicago at the time, the first being that the Cubs won 2 World Series. Even though I'm sorely tempted to chalk up the growth of these metropolises to a combination of better nutrition and a rise in scootily pooping, I'm going to have to bow to stupid historical accuracy and tell you that much of the growth had to do with the phenomenon that this period is most known for: immigration. Of course, by the end of the 19th century, immigration was not a new phenomenon in the United States. After the first wave of colonization by English people and Spanish people and other Europeans, there was a new wave of Scandinavians, French people, and especially the Irish. Most of you probably know about the potato famine of the 1840s that led 1 million Irish men and women to flee. If you don't know about it, it was awful. And the second largest wave of immigrants was made up of German speakers, including a number of liberals who left after the abortive revolutions of 1848. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. The Irish had primarily been farmers in the motherland, but in America, they tended to stay in cities like New York and Boston. Most of the men began their working lives as low-wage, unskilled laborers, but over time, they came to have much more varied job opportunities. Irish immigrant women worked too, some in factories or as domestic servants in the homes of the growing upper class. Many women actually preferred the freedom that factory labor provided, and one Irish factory woman compared her life to that of a servant by saying, "Our day is 10 hours long, but when it's done, and we can do what we like with the evenings." That's what I've heard from every nice girl that's tried service. You're never sure that your soul is your own, except when you're out of the house. Most German speakers had been farmers in their home countries and would remain farmers in the U.S., but a number of skilled artisans also came. They tended to stay in cities and make a go of entrepreneurship. Bismarck himself saw emigration from Germany as a good thing, saying, "The better it goes for us, the higher the volume of emigration." And that's why we named a city in North Dakota after him. Although enough German immigrants came to New York that the Lower East Side of Manhattan came to be known for a time as Kleindeutschland, Little Germany, many moved to the growing cities of the Midwest, like Cincinnati and St. Louis. Some of the most famous German immigrants became brewers, and America is much richer for the arrival of men like Frederick Pabst, Joseph Schlitz, and Adolphus Busch. And by richer, I mean drunker. Hey, thanks for not ending on a downer, thought bubble. I mean, unless you count alcoholism. But by the 1890s, over half of the 3.5 million immigrants who came to our shores came from Southern and Eastern Europe, in particular Italy and the Russian and Austro-Hungarian empires. They were more likely than previous immigrants to be Jewish or Catholic, and while almost all of them were looking for work, many were also escaping political or religious persecution. And by the 1890s, they also had to face new scientific theories, which I'm putting in air quotes to be clear because there was nothing scientific about them, which consigned them to different races whose low level of civilization was fit only for certain kinds of work and predisposed them to criminality. The Immigration Restriction League was founded in Boston in 1894 and lobbied for national legislation that would limit the number of immigrants, and one such law even passed Congress in 1897, only to be vetoed by President Grover Cleveland. Good work, Grover. You know, his first name was Stephen, but he called himself Grover. I would have made a different choice. But before you get too excited about Grover Cleveland, Congress and the President were able to agree on one group of immigrants to discriminate against: the Chinese. Chinese immigrants, overwhelmingly male, had been coming to the United States, mostly to the West, since the 1850s to work in mines and on the railroads. They were viewed with suspicion because they looked different, spoke a different language, and they had strange habits, like regular bathing. By the time the Chinese Exclusion Act went into effect in 1882, there were 105,000 people of Chinese descent living in the United States, mainly in cities on the West Coast. San Francisco refused to educate Asians until the state Supreme Court ordered them to do so, and even then the city responded by setting up segregated schools. The immigrants fought back through the courts. In 1886, in the case of Yik Wo versus Hopkins, the United States Supreme Court ordered San Francisco to grant Chinese-operated laundries licenses to operate. Then in 1898, in United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the court ruled that American-born children of Chinese immigrants were entitled to citizenship under the 14th Amendment, which should have been a duh, but wasn't. We've been hard on the Supreme Court here at Crash Course, but those were two good decisions. You go, Supreme Court. But despite these victories, Asian immigrants continued to face discrimination in the form of vigilante-led riots like the one in Rock Springs, Wyoming that killed 26 people, and congressionally approved restrictions, many of which the Supreme Court did uphold. So, yeah. Also, it's important to remember that this large-scale immigration and the fear of it was part of a global phenomenon. At its peak between 1901 and the outbreak of World War I in 1914, 13 million immigrants came to the United States. In the entire period touched off by the industrialization from 1840 until 1914, a total of 40 million people came to the U.S. But at least 20 million people emigrated to other parts of the Western Hemisphere, including Brazil, the Caribbean, Canada, yes, Canada, and Argentina. As much as we have Italian immigrants to thank for things like pizza, and we do thank you, Argentina can be just as grateful for the immigrant ancestors of Leo Messi. Also the Pope, although he has never once won La Liga. And there was also extensive immigration from India to other parts of the British Empire, like South Africa, Chinese immigration to South America, and the Caribbean. I mean, the list goes on and on. In short, America is not as special as it fancies itself. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I get it wrong, and then I get shocked with the shock pen. Sorry, I don't mean to sound defeatist, but I don't have a good feeling about this. All right. The figure that challenged attention to the group was the tall, straight father with his earnest face and fine forehead, nervous hands, eloquent in gesture, and a voice full of feeling. This foreigner, who brought his children to school as if it were an act of consecration, who regarded the teacher of the primer class with reverence, who spoke of visions like a man inspired in a common classroom. I think Miss Nixon guessed what my father's best English could not convey. I think she divined that by the simple act of delivering our school certificates to her, he took possession of America. I don't know. At first I thought it might be someone who works with immigrants, like Jane Addams, but then at the end, suddenly it's her own father. Jane Addams' father was not an immigrant. Mary Anton, does she even have a Wikipedia page? She does? Did you write it? Stan wrote her Wikipedia page. Ah! So this document, while it was written by someone who should not have a Wikipedia page, points out that most immigrants to America were coming for the most obvious reason: opportunity. Industrialization, both in manufacturing and agriculture, meant that there were jobs in America. There was so much work, in fact, that companies used labor recruiters who went to Europe to advertise opportunities. Plus, the passage was relatively cheap, provided you were only going to make it once in your life, and it was fast, taking only 8 to 12 days on the new steam-powered ships. The Lower East Side of Manhattan became the magnet for waves of immigrants, first Germans, then Eastern European Jews and Italians who tended to recreate towns and neighborhoods within blocks and sometimes single buildings. Tenements, these 4-, 5-, and 6-story buildings that were designed to be apartments, sprang up in the second half of the 19th century, and the earliest ones were so unsanitary and crowded that the city passed laws requiring a minimum of light and ventilation. And often these tenement apartments doubled as workspaces because many immigrant women and children took in piecework, especially in the garment industry. Despite local laws mandating the occasional window and outlawing the presence of cows on public streets, conditions in these cities were pretty bad. Things got a little bit better with the construction of elevated railroads and later subways that helped relieve traffic congestion, but they created a new problem: pickpockets. Pickpockets take advantage of the confusion to ply their vocation. The foul, close, heated air is poisonous. A healthy person cannot ride a dozen blocks without a headache. So that's changed. This new transportation technology also enabled a greater degree of residential segregation in cities. Manhattan's downtown area had at one time housed the very rich as well as the very poor, but improved transportation meant that people no longer had to live and work in the same place. The wealthiest, like Cornelius Vanderbilt and J.P. Morgan, constructed lavish palaces for themselves, and uptown townhouses were common. But until then, one of the most notable features of Gilded Age cities like New York was that the rich and the poor lived in such close proximity to each other. And this meant that with America's growing urbanization, the growing distance between rich and poor was visible to both rich and poor. And much as we see in today's megacity, this inability to look away from poverty and economic inequality became a source of concern. Now, one way to alleviate such concern is to create suburbs so you don't have to look at poor people. But another response to urban problems was politics, which in cities like New York became something of a contact sport. Another response was the so-called progressive movement. And in all these responses and in the issues that prompted them, urbanization, mechanization, capitalism, the distribution of resources throughout the social order, we can see modern industrial America taking shape. And that is the America we live in today. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. The script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself. Our associate producer is Danica Johnson, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. If you'd like to suggest one, you can do so in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thank you for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to continue our look at the Gilded Age by focusing on political science. Mr. Green! So it's another history class where we don't actually talk about history? Oh, me from the past. Your insistence on trying to place academic exploration into little boxes creates a little box that you yourself will live in for the rest of your life if you don't put your interdisciplinary party hat on. So the Gilded Age takes its name from a book by Mark Twain and Charles Dudley Warner that was called The Gilded Age, A Tale of Today. It was published in 1873, and it was not that successful. But while the Gilded Age conjures up visions of fancy parties and ostentatious displays of wealth, the book itself was about politics, and it gives a very negative appraisal of the state of American democracy at the time. Which shouldn't come as a huge surprise coming from Twain, whose comments about Congress included, "Suppose you were an idiot, and suppose you were a member of Congress." But I repeat myself. And also, it could probably be shown by facts and figures that there is no distinctly Native American criminal class except Congress. So when faced with the significant changes taking place in the American economy after the Civil War, America's political system, both nationally and locally, dealt with these problems in the best way possible, by becoming incredibly corrupt. Oh, Stan says I have to take off my party hat. So former House Speaker Tip O'Neill once famously said that all politics is local, and although that's not actually true, I am going to start with local politics today, specifically with one of America's greatest inventions, the urban political machine. So a political machine is basically an organization that works to win elections so that it can exercise power. The most famous political machine was New York City's Tammany Hall, which dominated Democratic Party politics in the late 19th century, survived until the 20th, and is keenly associated with corruption. Oh, it's already time for the mystery document? This is highly unorthodox, Stan. Well, the rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm usually wrong, and I get shocked with the shock pen. All right, let's see what we got here. My party's in power in the city, and it's going to undertake a lot of public improvements. Well, I'm tipped off, say, that they're going to lay out a new park at a certain place, and I buy up all the land I can in the neighborhood. Then the board of this or that makes its plan public, and there's a rush to get my land, which nobody cared particular for before. Ain't it perfectly honest to charge a good price and make a profit on my investment and foresight? Of course it is. That's honest graft. Stan, I know this one. It's about machine politics. It's from New York. It doesn't say it's from New York, but it is because it is George Plunkett. Yes! How do you like them apples? Oh, you want to know the name of the book? It's Plunkett of Tammany Hall. Stan, transition me back to the desk with a libertage, please. Plunkett became famous for writing a book describing the way that New York City's government actually worked, but he was a small fish compared with the most famous shark-like machine politician of the day, William Boss Tweed, seen here with a head made of money. Boss Tweed basically ran New York in the late 1860s and early 1870s, and his greatest feat of swindling helps explain how the machine system worked. It revolved around the then-new county courthouse that now houses the New York City Department of Education. Building the courthouse was initially estimated to cost around $250,000, but ended up costing $13 million by the time it was finished in 1871. Included in that cost was a bill of $180,000 for 3 tables and 40 chairs, $1.5 million for lighting fixtures, and $41,000 for brooms and cleaning supplies. A plasterer received $500,000 for his initial job, and then $1 million to repair his shoddy work. The standard kickback in these situations was that Tammany Hall received $2 for every $1 received by the contractor. That may seem like a bad deal for contractors, but remember, that plasterer still got to keep $500,000, which is worth about $9 million in today's money. Now, of course, that makes it sound like political machines were pure evil, especially if you were a taxpayer footing the bill for that courthouse. But machines also provided valuable services to immigrants and other poor people in cities. As Plunkett explained, Tammany could help families in need. I don't ask whether they are Republicans or Democrats, and I don't refer them to the Charity Organization Society, which would investigate their case in a month or two and decide they were worthy of help about the time they are dead from starvation. I just get quarters for them, buy clothes for them if their clothes were burned up, and fix them up until they get things running again. In return for this help, Tammany expected votes so that they could stay in power. Staying in power meant control of city jobs as well as city contracts. Plunkett claimed to know every big employer in the district, and in the whole city for that matter, and they ain't in the habit of saying no to me when I ask them for a job. But with all the corruption, sometimes even that wasn't enough. Fortunately, Tammany politicians could always fall back on fraud. Tammany found bearded men to vote, then took them to the barber to shave off the beard, but left the mustache so that they could vote a second time, and then they would shave off the stash so they could vote for a third. And then, of course, there was always violence and intimidation. By the end of the century, a Tammany regular lamented the good old days when, quote, "It was wonderful to see my men slug the opposition to preserve the sanctity of the ballot." But corruption wasn't limited to big cities like New York and Chicago. Some of the biggest boondoggles involved the United States Congress and the executive branch under President Ulysses Grant. The first big scandal, dubbed the King of Frauds by the New York Sun, involved Credit Mobilier, the construction company that did most of the road building for the Union Pacific Railroad. This two-pronged accusation involved first overcharging the public for construction costs and siphoning off profits to Credit Mobilier, and second, bribery of congressmen. Now, this second charge was of course much juicier and also more partisan because only Republican congressmen, including the Speaker of the House, were implicated in it. Eventually, Massachusetts Congressman Oakes Ames was found guilty of giving bribes, but no one was ever found guilty of receiving those bribes. As you can imagine, that did wonders for the reputation of Congress. The second major scandal involved the so-called Whiskey Ring, which was a group of distillers in St. Louis who decided that they didn't like paying excise taxes on their product, perhaps a slightly more noble cause than that of the 2009 Bling Ring, who just wanted to dress like Paris Hilton. John McDonald, a Grant administration official, helped distillers reduce their taxes by intentionally undercounting the number of kegs of booze. But then in 1875, the tax evasion grew out of control, and McDonald eventually confessed and was convicted, thereby tainting the presidency with corruption, just as Credit Mobilier had tainted Congress. That leaves the Supreme Court untainted, but don't worry, the Dred Scott decision is worth at least like 80 years of tainting. So with all this distrust in government, after Grant served 2 terms, presidential elections featured a series of one-termers. Hayes, Garfield, whose term was filled out by Chester Arthur after Garfield was assassinated, Cleveland, Benjamin Harrison, and then Cleveland again, McKinley, who was elected twice, but then he was assassinated. As for their parties, Gilded Age Republicans favored high tariffs, low government spending, paying off national debt, and reducing the amount of paper money, or greenbacks, in circulation. Democrats opposed the tariffs and were often linked to New York bankers and financiers. In short, both parties were pro-business, but they were pro-different businesses. Despite that and the widespread corruption, some national reform legislation actually did get passed in the Gilded Age. The Civil Service Act of 1883, prompted by Garfield's assassination by a disgruntled office seeker, created a merit system for 10% of federal employees who were chosen by competitive examination rather than political favoritism. But this had an unintended effect. It made American politicians much more dependent on donations from big businesses rather than small donations from grateful political appointees. But, you know, nice idea. And then in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act forbade combinations and practices that restrained trade. But again, it was almost impossible to enforce this against the monopolies like U.S. Steel. More often, it was used against labor unions, which were seen to restrain trade in their radical lobbying for, like, health insurance and hard hats. But all in all, the National Congress was pretty dysfunctional at the end of the 19th century. Stop me if that sounds familiar. So state governments expanded their responsibility for public health and welfare. Cities invested in public works like transportation and gas and later electricity, and the movement to provide public education continued. Some northern states even passed laws limiting the workday to 8 hours. What is this, France? Is what courts would often say when striking those laws down. Reform legislation was less developed in the South, but they were busy rolling back Reconstruction and creating laws that limited the civil rights of African Americans, known as Jim Crow laws. In the West, farmers became politically motivated over the issue of freight rates. Wait, are we talking about railroads? Let's go to the thought bubble. In the 1870s, farmers formed the Grange movement to put pressure on state governments to establish fair railroad rates and warehouse charges. Railroads in particular tended to be pretty monopolistic. They owned the track going through town, after all, so it was hard for farmers to negotiate fair shipping prices. The Grange movement eventually became the Farmers' Alliance movement, which also pushed for economic cooperation to raise prices, but was split into northern and southern wings that could never really get it together. The biggest idea to come out of the Farmers' Alliance was the sub-treasury plan. Under this plan, farmers would store grain in government warehouses and get low-rate government loans to buy seed and equipment using the stored grain as collateral. This would allow farmers to bypass the banks, who increasingly came to be seen, along with the railroads, as the source of all the farmers' troubles. Eventually, these politically motivated farmers and their supporters grew into a political party, the People's Party, or Populists. In 1892, they held a convention in Omaha and put forth a remarkably reform-minded plan, particularly given that this was put forth in Omaha, which included the sub-treasury plan, which didn't exactly happen, although the deal farmers ended up with was probably better for them, government ownership of railroads, which sort of happened if you count Amtrak, graduated income tax, which did happen after the passage of the 16th Amendment, government control of the currency, which happened with the creation of the Federal Reserve System, recognition of the rights of laborers to form unions, which happened both at the state and federal level, and free coinage of silver to produce more money, which we'll get to in a second. The People's Party attempted to appeal to a broad coalition of producing classes, especially miners and industrial workers workers, and it was particularly successful with those groups in Colorado and Idaho. As the preamble to the party platform put it, corruption dominates the ballot box, the legislatures, the Congress, and touches even the ermine of the bench. From the same prolific womb of governmental injustice, we breed the two great classes, tramps and millionaires. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So some Western states were so populist they even granted women the right to vote in the 1890s, which added tremendously to the populist's electoral power. But most American voters stuck with the two main parties. Industrial workers never really joined in large numbers because the populist calls for free coinage of silver would lead to inflation, especially in food prices, and that would hurt urban laborers. But if it hadn't been for that threat of silver inflation, we might have three major political parties in the US today, or at least two different ones. Stupid inflation always ruining everything. Populist leaders also struggled to unify because racism. Some populist leaders, like Tom Watson, argued that black and white poor farmers were in the same boat, but Southern populists were not inclined to take up the fight against segregation, and even Watson himself later began spouting anti-Semitic rhetoric. But in the halcyon populist days of 1892, their presidential candidate, James Weaver, gained 1 million votes as a third-party candidate. He carried 5 Western states and got 22 electoral votes, which is better than Mondale did. But the best-known populist candidate was actually the Democratic nominee for president in 1896, William Jennings Bryan. Bryan, who once spoke of America as being crucified on a cross of gold, firmly supported free coinage of silver in the hopes that increasing the amount of money in circulation would raise prices for farmers and make it easier for people to pay off their debts. William Jennings Bryan is probably better known for the anti-evolution stance he took in the famous Scopes monkey trial, where he was up against none other than Clarence Darrow. But he did almost become president. So the populists were really wary of Bryan as a Democrat because they feared that their ideas would be reduced to simply free silver. But they voted for him anyway. But Bryan still lost the 1896 election to William McKinley in what has become known as the first modern political campaign because the business classes gave McKinley's campaign an unprecedented $10 million, which these days will buy you 9 ads in Iowa. But back then won you an entire presidential election. He won the Electoral College in a landslide, 271 to 176. Bryan's defeat in 1896 effectively put an end to the Populist Party. The corruption in government, both federal and local, continued, and new journalists called muckrakers began exposing it in the press. And even though they were defeated at the polls, populist ideas, especially direct election of senators and a progressive income tax, quickly became mainstream. Now these days we don't necessarily associate those ideas with populists, which suggests that maybe they were right to worry about hitching their wagon to Bryan's star. But in the end, would you rather have your name survive or see your ideas enacted? But of course, many of the problems the populists were concerned with persisted, as did the scourge of Jim Crow. We'll discuss those next week when we look at the progressive era. Thanks for watching. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself. And our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Okay, I'll make the transition, but I think you want to keep filming this. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. If you'd like to suggest one in comments, you can do so, or you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thank you for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're going to talk about World War I. We actually have 2 videos about World War I. Today we're going to talk about how World War I happened. Next week we're going to talk about why. World War I is a really big deal, especially to those of us who are really interested in like industrialization and nation states and modernity, so usually we don't talk that much about wars, but we're going to make an exception. Mr. Green, exception to the Mongoltage. Yeah, no, me from the past. We don't roll the Mongoltage every time we use the word exception. We roll it when we're talking about how the Mongols are an exception to a lot of our assumptions about civilizations. Stan, no, there are no Mongols today. We are talking about World War I. So I'm filming this in 2014, which means that the Great War started 100 years ago, and the World War I centenary is just so hot right now, I can't miss out on it. So most historians agree that the event that started World War I was the assassination of Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand on June 28, 1914. But beyond that, there's not a lot of agreement. Others say the war really started after Franz Ferdinand bid it, like when Germany declared war or when Russia mobilized. So looking at why a war or any historical event happened means looking for a cause and effect relationship relationship. That implicitly assumes that if one particular event in a chain of events had gone differently, the historical outcome would also be different. This is why we have alternate history novels, right? Like, what would have happened in the American Civil War if the South had won the battle at Gettysburg? What would have happened if the Nazis had repulsed the D-Day invasion? In both cases, probably eventually the same outcome. But that's neither here nor there. The question we're looking at today is how, and that's a much more modest question because we can simply discuss a series of events, but it's still a complicated one. Because when you're talking about how, you're always picking from an uncountable number of things that happened. You know, a butterfly flaps its wings, and that leads to a series of events, and then eventually across the world, an archduke gets killed. So even when it comes to a relatively straightforward question like how, you'll never get to the bottom of all of it. But today we're going to discuss some of the how. So one way or another, all wars start with a breakdown in peaceful relations between the eventual belligerents, and World War I is no exception. Oh, for the love of agriculture, please stop it. Right, but World War I is a bit unusual in that we have a concrete event and a date to start our discussion. Sometimes we get lucky, historically, and there's an invasion that starts a war, like in the Korean conflict, or the firing on Fort Sumter in the American Civil War. But other times it's much more butterfly effecty, with events that might or might not lead to a war building upon each other until one side mobilizes or declares war, or there's a fight over who shot first. But here we have a specific assassination of a specific archduke, Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. Now, it wasn't a great day for Franz to visit Bosnia, since it was the anniversary of the Serbs' defeat at Kosovo-Polja in 1389, and also St. Vitus's Day, which was a celebration for Slavic nationalists, and a Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip and his co-conspirators chose to celebrate Slavic nationalism by killing Franz Ferdinand. Now, they didn't choose Franz Ferdinand at random. He was the heir apparent of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Franz Ferdinand wasn't particularly well liked, not by his uncle, who was the head of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, certainly not by Bosnian Serb nationalists, also not really by everyone else in Europe, except for the German Kaiser. But Franz Ferdinand was, in his way, kind of a moderate. Oh, it's time for the open letter? Oh, look, it's a collection of my favorite assassinated moderates. It's hard out there for a moderate. An open letter to moderates. Dear moderates. So one of the reasons that Franz Ferdinand's uncle didn't like him that much is that the emperor was really hardcore, whereas Franz Ferdinand, you know, he was kind of a moderate. He was like, you know, I'm an Austro-Hungarian through and through, but I see the Serbian argument. Really, Franz Ferdinand was the one leader in the empire who might have come up with a solution to the problems of Serbian expansion and Bosnian independence. And murdering moderates has a way of making other moderates, you know, more extreme. In short, moderates, your work may not be romantic, it may not appeal to the youth, but it is heroic and very dangerous. Best wishes, John Green. So even though Franz Ferdinand's uncle didn't particularly like him, as the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, he felt a certain responsibility to, you know, do something. Otherwise, the Serbian nationalists would feel like they could expand their territory at the expense of the empire. So despite what you often hear about World War I being pointless, this makes sense as a point, sort of. Now, it's a bit of schoolyard bully kind of diplomacy, but it does make a certain sense. If Serbia can get bigger, then all of the other places will think that they can have nations too. Soon enough, you don't have an empire. Now, there's still some debate about whether Princip and his fellow assassins acted alone or as part of a larger conspiracy organized by the Serbian government. But the Austrians certainly thought there was broader involvement, which is why the whole thing ended up becoming a war. So Princip was a member of the scary-sounding Black Hand, a group dedicated to creating a greater Serbia that would include Bosnia. And there's some evidence that the Serbian chief of military intelligence was in on the assassination plot, or at least knew about it. In fact, it's likely that the bombs and pistols the assassins used were supplied by a Serbian army officer, but this is still pretty controversial. So much so that people are currently fighting about it in comments. So almost a month after the assassination, on July 23rd, Austria issued an ultimatum to Serbia. And Austria intentionally made the demands so harsh that the Serbs would inevitably have to reject them, and ergo war, but that doesn't explain the month-long delay. What happened in that month? Well, Austria's foreign minister, Berchtold, was afraid that if they attacked Serbia, Russia would then attack Austria-Hungary, so the Austrians spent that month talking to their ally Germany to make sure the Germans would have Austria's back. The Austro-Hungarians got assurance on July 5th or July 6th in the form of what has been called the blank check, a promise from Germany that they would help Austria if Russia mobilized. And it was clear that the Germans expected the Austrians to move quickly in response to the assassination, not like wait for another 20 days. So usually I don't care about dates, but at this point the timing becomes pretty important. Let's go to the thought bubble. So when the Serbs received the Austrian ultimatum, Russia declared itself to be in a period preparatory to war, which sounds a lot like mobilization, but technically it wasn't, which Russia's foreign minister emphasized to the Germans. 1950s. The Tsar approved the measure on July 25th, and it went into effect on July 26th. The Serbs rejected Austria's ultimatum on July 25th, but they made their rejection sound like a capitulation, so the Germans thought that war had been averted, and they were kind of surprised then on July 28th when Austria suddenly declared war on Serbia, even though the Austrian army wasn't actually ready to start fighting. Then, on July 30th, Russia exited its period preparatory to war and actually officially mobilized. Germany warned the Russians to stand down, but 2 days later, on August 1st, France mobilized its armed forces in support of Russia, and that same day, Germany mobilized and declared war on Russia. So if you're keeping score at home, and good historians always do, Austria and Germany were the first to declare war on July 28th and August 1st, respectively, but Russia, with its pre-mobilization mobilization, was actually ready to begin fighting before Serbia rejected Austria's ultimatum. Anyway, then Germany declared war on France on August 3rd, marched through Belgium to invade, hoping to quickly knock out the French and focus on Russia. Sorry, France, but, you know, Russia's a big deal, and you know. German troops crossed Belgium's border on August 4th, and the British issued an ultimatum to the Germans, telling them to get out of Belgium or else. Germany chose or else, and Britain declared war. So by August 4th, 1914, all the major powers involved in World War I were officially at war with each other. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Now, I know there were a lot of other powers that would get involved later, including the United States and Japan and the Ottoman Empire, even Italy. But for the nations who did most of the actual fighting, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Russia, Serbia, France, Great Britain, the war happened both very quickly and very slowly. Now, looking back, it all happened almost at once, but if you're in the middle of it, a month is a long time. And at any point, someone, like, say, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, could have come in and said, wait a second. Well, I guess not anyone, because he was dead. But that's how an act of terrorism in a Bosnian city turned into the first major European war of the 20th century, a war that still resonates today. Now, the Austrians and the Serbs probably both imagined that the war could stay localized to the Balkans, especially since there had been previous conflicts in the region that hadn't blown up into a world war. You know, like in 1908, and 1912, and 1913. We'll get into what made 1914 different next week. The whys, of course, will always be very complicated, but for now, please remember that we are always in the middle of a how. Those living in June and July of 1914 could never have imagined how significant that month would be for human history. And when thinking about them, it's worth remembering that we also can't imagine what our decisions today will mean in 100 years. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is filmed here in the Chad and Stacy Emighold studio in Indianapolis, and it's made possible by all of our Subbable subscribers, also by all of these nice people who actually make it. But Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to support Crash Course directly so that we can keep it free for everyone forever. Thank you to all of our Subbable subscribers and to everyone who watches the show. As we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we continue our discussion of how a regional conflict became World War I. We're also going to look at who started the war, and although no one nation is truly to blame, some nations are more to blame than others. Like America, for once, blameless. Well, not totally blameless. Largely blameless. Mr. Green, that's easy. The Germans started the war. Well, in the past, as it happens, many historians and British politicians would agree with you. I mean, you have an opinion that can be defended, and I can't wait for you to defend it. Maybe they just, like, really liked war. I'm not really in the defending positions business, Mr. Green. I'm more in the, like, bold proclamations business. Yes, me from the past noted. But it turns out there's more to life than that. So the topic of who started World War I remains one of the most controversial and interesting topics to discuss in world history, not least because, you know, we'd like to avoid having another one. But in general, when we talk about world wars, as when we talk about World Cups, we pretty quickly end up discussing Germany. The idea that the root cause of World War I was Germany, or more specifically German militarism, continues to be popular. This has been the case ever since the 1960s, when this historian, Fritz Fischer, identified Germany as the chief cause of the war. But Germany's guilt for the war was also written into the Versailles Peace Treaty in Article 231. And most of you will be familiar with the idea that anger over that clause and its incumbent debts helped lead to Hitler's rise. Also, pretty much however you slice it, Germany was definitely responsible for starting World War II. And looking back, that made it more plausible that they would also have started World War I because, you know, they had a history of starting wars. To be fair, the definition of a Western European nation is has a history starting wars. Unless you're the Swiss. Cue the Switzer reel, Stan. Yeah, okay, but the thing is, attributing characteristics like militarism or authoritarianism to entire national populations is a little problematic. Also, one nation's militarism is another nation's strong national defense, and when you live in the country, as I do, that spends more on defense than any other nation, it's probably not that good of an idea to call people militaristic. There's just something about that broad brush painting of an entire nation sharing a particular characteristic that feels a little bit propaganda-y. Also, it wasn't just Germans who were militaristic in 1914. The idea of the glory of war was a very popular concept all over Europe. And really, there's no evidence that the German people of 1914 were any more or less militaristic than the French or the Russians. They all had poetry that celebrated heroic sacrifice and dying for the mother and or fatherland. It's not usually and. Maybe, though. I'm going to stay open-minded. But there's another problem with the whole idea that the Germans were more eager for war than anyone else in Europe. That argument relies a lot on the behavior of Kaiser Wilhelm II, the German leader, and the Kaiser did make some pretty bellicose and stupid public statements, which in turn made people fear that Germans were eager for war. So Wilhelm became kind of a stand-in for German aggression, a literal cartoon villain upon whom the world, especially the English, could project their stereotypes. So I would argue that the German character isn't to blame for World War I, and in fact, no national character has ever been to blame for any war. But I am not going to let the Germans off the hook entirely. So you will remember that Germany offered the so-called blank check, that Germans would always support Austro-Hungarian's ultimatum to Serbia. And in some ways, this empowering by Germany's support encouraged Austria's Foreign Minister Bechtold to behave as recklessly as possible under the mistaken impression that this is what the Germans wanted him to do. So basically, Austria thought that Germany wanted a war, so they were like, oh, we'll just behave really recklessly, and we'll give the Germans the war they've been so excited about. But the Germans were offering the Austrians the assurance of support in the hopes that it wouldn't lead to war. So you could argue that, in fact, most of the blame for starting World War I should fall on the shoulders of the Austrians. After all, they were the ones who issued the ultimatum to Serbia, and they were the first to declare war, although only against Serbia. But the Germans were the first to declare war on a major power, Russia, on August 1st, and the German advance on France through Belgium is what brought Britain into the war. And those are pretty solid arguments that Germany turned the conflict from, you know, a regional thing in the Balkans, which isn't unprecedented, to like this big pan-European war. But I don't think we're done assigning blame, because we didn't just have a pan-European war, we had a world war. Russia. Now, you'll remember that of all the major powers, Russia was the first to mobilize its massive army, and it was Russia's mobilization that drew Germany, France, and Britain into the war. Putin is looking at me, isn't he, Stan? I am just trying to you're so scary. Stan, can you please make Mr. Putin go away? I'm just trying to talk about history. I'm not talking about any current conflicts. And it makes me nervous to say this, but there was really no good reason for Russia to mobilize in the first place. I mean, when Austria declared war on Serbia on July 28th, the Austrians could not mobilize their own troops for 2 weeks because they were on harvest break. I mean, if we've learned anything about agriculture, it's that it's hard to have a large-scale war without it, so we can't go to war until all the wheat has been farmed. But even if Austria had mobilized and attacked immediately, their initial plan was an attack on Belgrade, not Russia, which, by the way, was called somewhat confusingly Plan B. Now, Vienna did have a plan to mobilize against both Serbia and Russia, but they never used it. But even if Austria had launched an all-out attack on Russia, Russia had begun its pre-mobilization, the period preparatory to war, on July 25th. And while I usually don't care about dates, with the start of World War I, very important, because July 25th was before the Serbs had even responded to the Austrian ultimatum. And just as a general rule, it's hard to play the blameless victim when you're moving all of your troops to the border. Hey, why are you here again, Putin? So here we have Austrians and Germans receiving reports of Russian troops massing on their borders, and, you know, that seems kind of like war. A lot of it comes down to how you understand Russia's period preparatory to war. I mean, do you focus on the period preparatory, or do you focus on the to war? Regardless, on July 30th, Russia became the first power to actually put its war machine into motion. Let's go to the thought bubble. So talking about Russia leads us towards some of the more meta arguments about the causes of World War I, because it's difficult to understand what Russia was doing when it mobilized without trying to understand why they mobilized. After all, an Austrian attack on Serbia was hardly an existential threat to Russia. I mean, look at the map. Russia's huge, and at the time probably had the largest army in Europe, if not the world. So why would they care about what was likely to be a skirmish on the Bosnian border? Well, here's where geopolitics and history come in. So looking at the map, you can see that the Balkans are right next to the Dardanelles, the straits that give access to the Black Sea. Russia needed to maintain influence there in order to ensure traffic through those straits, especially if the Ottomans were going to form an alliance with the Germans, which they did. Also, at least in its own estimation, Russia was in danger of becoming a laughingstock in European politics. Their humiliating loss to Japan in the Russo-Japanese War was followed by Russia's inability to stop Austria from annexing Bosnia from the Ottomans in 1908, and that was the event that sparked Serbia's drive to expand its own territory. Its history of prior weakness meant that Russia's foreign policy makers feared that without some decisive action, Russia wouldn't be taken seriously anymore. In the wake of Austria's ultimatum, Russian Foreign Minister Sazonov concluded that Russia, quote, could not remain a passive spectator whilst the Slavonic people was being trampled down. If Russia failed to fulfill her historic mission, she would be considered a decadent state and would henceforth have to take second place among the powers. If, at this critical juncture, the Serbs were abandoned to their fate, Russian prestige in the Balkans would collapse utterly. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So, judging from what we just learned in the Thought Bubble, it was really the Ottomans. If they could have just stopped Austria from annexing Bosnia in the first place, none of this would have happened. And if I may go a little further back, there wouldn't have even been an Ottoman Empire without the stupid Romans. And of course, the Roman Empire was largely dependent upon constant expansion and looting, so if only the Gauls could have defeated Caesar, none of this would have happened. In short, no wonder Caesar was assassinated. He was about to start World War I in 1900 years. I bring that up because that's the tricky thing about the blame game. You can trace the causes of World War I back a bunch of ways. I mean, I can't think of anyone who you can't at least partially assign blame to. Well, I mean, except for the Mongols. Actually, you know what? If they just kept control of Russia, probably no World War I. Anyway, all of this only scratches the surface of the arguments about who's to blame for World War I. I mean, I haven't dealt with stuff like the alliance system or European imperialism, or you often hear about the naval rivalry between Britain and Germany. And then there are the ideological causes like nationalism and the social Darwinist thinking that led people to believe that war was a natural and inevitable state of human affairs. You can tell all those origin stories of the Great War, and they're important, but ours centers on diplomatic history. There are a few reasons for this. First, the decision to go to war was ultimately in the hands of a very small group of diplomats. I mean, even in the most democratic countries, Britain and France, popular opinion didn't force mobilization. Also, in most countries, that's still the case. It's still diplomats who decide whether to go to war. So understanding what makes governments and diplomats decide to go to war is very important. But looking at the diplomatic causes of the war also reveals something to us about the pitfalls of writing history. I mean, diplomats are famous for keeping pretty detailed records of their dealings, both at the time and in retrospect, and then historians have to sift through all these sources and make choices about which ones to emphasize, and sometimes even which ones to believe, because of course often these sources are in direct conflict. Now, I'm no historian, but in creating this episode, we had to make choices that many of you will disagree with, either because you don't think we gave enough evidence or because you don't like the things that we emphasized, and that's great. It's these constructive and critical conversations that lead us to dig deeper, to consult more primary sources, to read more broadly, and that in turn leads to a richer understanding of the world and a more engaged life. All that noted, the alliance system was certainly important, and I'm sure you'll be discussing it in your classes and in comments. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is filmed here in the Chad and Stacey Emick Holt studio in Indianapolis, and it's made possible because of these people's hard work and also because of your contributions on Subbable. Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to contribute directly to Crash Course at the monthly price of your choice, and it allows us to keep Crash Course free for everyone forever. So thank you to all of our Subbable subscribers, and thanks to everyone who watches in my hometown.
In other videos, we've discussed the causes and effects of westward expansion in the 19th century, focusing on the period that began with the discovery of gold in California in 1849 and ending shortly after the Civil War. But westward expansion was a long process. 8 new states entered the Union between 1876 and 1896. And not until nearly the turn of the 20th century did the superintendent of the U.S. Census declare that the frontier was now closed. U.S. territory stretched all the way to the Pacific Ocean. We've talked a bit about what caused people to move west and what effects the immigration of millions of non-native people west of the Mississippi had on that region and on the United States as a whole before and during the Civil War. In this video, I want to pick up the story after the Civil War and discuss how westward expansion affected the society and culture of the West at the end of the 19th century. Let's quickly review some of the causes of westward expansion that were already established by the end of the Civil War. Starting in the 1840s, Americans and European immigrants began moving west looking for farmland, and the California Gold Rush of 1849 brought people from all over the world into the region to either pan for gold or to make some money off the people who were panning for gold. The construction of the Transcontinental Railroad also provided many jobs for those who didn't strike it rich. The U.S. government facilitated this westward expansion by granting millions of acres to railroad companies, making it easier to get west and to get goods from the west back east. The government also encouraged settlement through grants of 160 acres of free land to anyone willing to improve it over the course of 5 years. Lastly, many American migrants were convinced through cultural messaging that American civilization was divinely ordained to occupy North America from Atlantic to Pacific, in an ideology known as manifest destiny. All of these things continued to motivate westward expansion in the years after the Civil War, but there were a few unique aspects in this era that intensified the changes wrought by westward expansion. First, the U.S. government began to take a new approach towards its interactions with Native Americans. Instead of treating Native American tribes as independent nations, the government began to cast them as wards of the state, relics of an earlier time that had to take up American ways or face extinction. They began to confine Native Americans to reservations and classify any individual or group that refused as hostile. Another related thing that changed was that after the Civil War, the U.S. Army could apply its full might to subduing the West through a series of conflicts with Native Americans called the Indian Wars. One thing I find fascinating about these conflicts was that many of the generals who led campaigns in the Indian Wars were former Union generals who had fought to end slavery in the South during the Civil War, including Oliver O. Howard, the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau. What do you think their approach to Native Americans versus African Americans says about how they conceived of American citizenship in this time period? The effects of westward expansion also intensified after the Civil War. As we've already mentioned, one effect of Americans' westward push was violence against Native Americans and other minorities. The U.S. Army forced Native Americans onto reservations, or hunted them down when Native Americans attempted to prevent white settlers from encroaching on those reservations, like when gold was discovered on the Sioux Reservation in the Black Hills of South Dakota. The U.S. Army also prevented Native Americans from engaging in rituals like the ghost dance, which they feared would kindle resistance among Native Americans. In 1890, an Army regiment disarmed a Lakota Sioux encampment near Wounded Knee Creek. And while the Lakotas were giving up their weapons, one rifle accidentally discharged. The U.S. Army then massacred somewhere between 200 and 300 men, women, and children. Other minorities in the West were also subject to racial violence, including Mexican Americans, who were driven off their lands by force, and Chinese immigrants, who were targeted in race riots throughout California. Minorities also faced the loss of their land and their cultures in the West. The most significant land loss came as a result of the Dawes Act of 1887. The Dawes Act sought to force Native Americans to stop living communally and take up American culture and farming by splitting up reservations and awarding 160 acres of land to each head of household, sort of like the Homestead Act. But unlike the Homestead Act, Native Americans had to improve the land and behave like whites for 25 years to get title and American citizenship, not just 5. And due to corruption in administering this policy, Native Americans were placed on the worst land for farming, or their land allotments were given to white settlers instead. All in all, the Dawes Act resulted in the loss of over 80 million acres of Native American land. Similarly, government agents turned a deaf ear towards the claims of Mexican Americans, whose land was claimed by white settlers, even though Mexican Americans had been U.S. citizens since the end of the Mexican War. The same impulse to force Native Americans to assimilate into American living patterns also drove the creation of Indian boarding schools in this era. Native children were removed from their homes and sent to boarding schools, like the Carlisle Indian Industrial School in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. There, they would be forced to cut off their long hair, change into American-style clothing, and take up new American-sounding names. These schools lasted until the 1970s. Chinese immigrants, by contrast, were judged incapable of assimilation. In 1882, Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, the first immigration restriction to prevent all members of an ethnic group from entering the United States. Restrictions on Chinese immigration would not be completely abolished until 1965. There were also some far-reaching environmental transformations resulting from westward expansion. One of these was the near extinction of the American bison, also known as the buffalo. Huge herds of buffalo roamed the American West for all of recorded history in the area. Plains Indians had overhunted them in the years before large-scale immigration to the West, but the coming of the railroad signed the buffalo's death warrant. There were about 15 million buffalo in the West at the end of the Civil War, but less than 20 years later, there were fewer than 1,000 buffalo remaining, due to whites hunting them for sport or clearing them from rail lines. This left Plains Indians, who depended on the buffalo for meat and clothing, in a state of near starvation, making it even more difficult for them to resist being forced onto reservations. Plains Indians were also affected by the development of barbed wire in this era, which white settlers used to fence off what had been communal grazing lands. This was also a hardship for cowboys, who once had driven herds of cattle to railroad depots over long stretches of open range. By the end of the 19th century, there was little to no open range left at all. Lastly, the spread of settlers into the arid western part of the Great Plains led to massive irrigation projects in order to supply lands that weren't really naturally suited to farming with water. This meant damming and diverting rivers, and the use of farming techniques that would later contribute to the ravages of the Dust Bowl in the 1930s. Who has access to water and for what purposes is still a major source of conflict in the American West. So as we look forward into the 20th century, from our vantage point here at the edge of the American frontier, let's take some time to think about what the story of westward expansion tells us about how Americans thought about citizenship and access to resources in this time period. How will those ideas influence the United States once it begins to step on the world stage and look for new frontiers outside of North America? In this video, I want to talk about the system of Jim Crow segregation, which was common in the United States from about 1877 to approximately 1954, although it goes a little bit farther than that. Now, you're probably familiar with some of the aspects of Jim Crow segregation from the Civil Rights Movement. Jim Crow segregation involved the loss of voting rights for African Americans, as well as separate public accommodations. And by public accommodations, I mean all sorts of public spaces in American life. So this might be transportation, separate areas in trains and buses, or hotels, bathrooms, swimming pools, water fountains. So these places in public life where African Americans were put in the place of a second-class citizenship, where they could not experience the full range of movement, job benefits, protection of the law, or really any of the aspects of citizenship that are the benefits that come with paying taxes and abiding by the law. And during this period of Jim Crow, this kind of segregation was legal. This was not just in practice, but encoded in the law. So where did this system of Jim Crow come from? Well, let's start with the name Jim Crow. Jim Crow was not the name of a specific person. Actually, Jim Crow was the name of a stock character. A stock character is kind of a basic, well-known character in usually a comedy. And we still have stock characters in comedy today in lots of forms of entertainment. Think of the absent-minded professor, or more recently, the manic pixie dream girl, the girl who's going to change her whole life by being so off the wall. Well, Jim Crow was one of these characters in a form of entertainment called the minstrel show. And the minstrel show was a very popular kind of vaudeville type live performance. And the minstrel show was actually very popular in the north of the United States, places like New York City, in the 1830s, 1840s, kind of this antebellum period before the Civil War. So this character of Jim Crow was supposed to be kind of the stupid slave who lived on the plantation. And this character of Jim Crow was almost always played by a white man wearing black makeup on his face. So it was not an actual African-American person, but rather a caricature of an African-American person by a white man who was part of a minstrel troupe. And so the name Jim Crow became kind of synonymous with African Americans and with enslaved people in the early 19th century, the way that, say, Paddy became synonymous with an Irish person. So the term Jim Crow law, or the Jim Crow system, means laws that were specifically aimed at African Americans. All right, so that's the origin of the name. But where did the system come from? And for that, we're going to have to do a fairly deep dive into American history. And I won't be able to go into everything here, but let's kind of look at this from the 1,000-foot view and get a sense of the overall pattern of slavery, the Civil War, and race relations after the Civil War to see where Jim Crow starts. Now, I've been daring here and done a vertical timeline. The first thing we have on here is the end of the Civil War. Now, before the Civil War, in the southern part of the United States, which I have outlined in red here, most of these states had legal slavery. And in these states, or the colonies that preceded them, starting about 1620, they imported African slaves to be unfree laborers on cash crop plantations. And these might include tobacco or cotton. And that system of slavery persisted until the balance of power between the North, where slavery was largely illegal, and the South, where slavery was the backbone of the economic and political system. Eventually, it tore the country apart into the Civil War. In 1863, Abraham Lincoln, the President of the United States, issued the Emancipation Proclamation, saying that all enslaved people in the states which were currently in rebellion were now free. But it wasn't until the end of the Civil War that slavery's end was official everywhere in the United States. And the end of slavery really posed a problem for the states of the South. Now, obviously, this was a wonderful thing for people who had been enslaved. Now they had full freedom to move and work and marry whomever they pleased, at least in theory. But it also meant that the system of slavery, which had dominated the politics, the economics, the social system of the South for more than 200 years, was now over, and something had to replace it. So in the immediate period after the Civil War, the question is, what are race relations going to look like in the South? How will whites and blacks relate to each other without the system of slavery, which has dominated the entire region for more than 200 years? And we'll get into that in our next video. So in the last video, we started talking about the system of Jim Crow segregation, which was a legal form of segregation and denial of voting rights or disenfranchisement, which characterized the American South from approximately 1877 to 1954. And we finished up by saying that with the end of the Civil War, the system of slavery, which had been the economic and political system, which characterized all of the South for the 200 plus years before the Civil War. And we finished up by saying, now that the Civil War has outlawed slavery in 1865, what is the South going to look like without slavery? So in this video, I want to really dial in this period after the Civil War, known as Reconstruction. Now, I don't have room here to go into a great deal of detail about the Civil War. We'll make many more videos about that in the future. But what I do think is important to note about the Civil War is that for the United States of America, often called the North in the Civil War, even though the Civil War really didn't start out as a war to end slavery, by the end of the Civil War, it had really become a war to end slavery, as Northern armies became, in effect, armies of liberation in the South. In 1863, Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which ended slavery in all states that were rebelling against the United States. And in 1865, the government ratified the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which outlawed slavery for good. But all the 13th Amendment said was that you couldn't have slavery. It really didn't say anything about what race relations between whites and blacks in the South would be after the Civil War, or whether not being a slave meant that an African American person in the South had the full rights of citizenship that a white person would have. So in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, states in the South began writing new constitutions to account for the end of slavery. But the white leaders in the South really have no conception of a world where African Americans are equal to whites. And so the new laws that they write regulating African Americans after the war are known as the Black Codes. And these Black Codes are in many ways slavery by a different name. So the Black Codes acknowledge the end of slavery, and they give some basic rights to African Americans, such as the right to marry, which enslaved people could not legally do under the system of slavery, and the right to own property. But that is pretty much it. The Black Codes did things like prevent African Americans from owning firearms, from being without a labor contract. Now remember, the South is based on these cash crops like tobacco and cotton, and landowners are terrified that if all of the former enslaved people leave the South, they're going to have nobody to work in their fields, nobody to harvest these crops, and their economic system is going to plummet. They're already in very bad shape after the Civil War. So they say all African Americans have to be in a labor contract, and these labor contracts were usually very small wages for quite a bit of labor. And if they were not in a labor contract, or if they left in the middle of a year, say, then they were considered vagrants. And the most outrageous thing that these Southern governments do is say that African Americans cannot vote. Now, to people in the North who had just fought a 4-year-long war where more than 500,000 people died to end slavery, seeing Southern states pass laws that are pretty much slavery with another name was galling. And so the more radical Republican elements in Congress, these are members of Abraham Lincoln's party who are strongly abolitionist, who are strongly in favor of civil rights for African Americans, and strongly in favor of a strong central government, say, okay, this system of Black Codes is not okay. When we said slavery was over, we didn't just mean that you couldn't enslave someone. We also meant that African Americans had full citizenship rights in the South. So to combat the Black Codes, Congress passes the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. And the 14th Amendment says that anyone who is born in the United States, regardless of whether or not they were a slave, is a full citizen of the United States, eligible for all of the benefits of citizenship and equal protection under the law. So laws must be equal for whites and for blacks. And we'll get into what that means in the next video. In the last video, we were talking about the era of Reconstruction and how after the Civil War, when the 13th Amendment to the Constitution outlawed slavery, many Southern states enacted laws known as Black Codes, which in many cases were really just slavery by another name. They prevented African Americans from voting, from owning firearms, from not being in some kind of labor contract, or they might be enslaved or jailed for vagrancy. And the North, controlled by a Republican Congress, was outraged by these codes, having just fought an incredibly destructive war to end slavery. In response to the Black Codes, Congress passed the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. And the 14th Amendment guaranteed that anyone born in the United States, regardless of previous condition of servitude, had full citizenship, meaning they're entitled to all the rights and privileges of being a citizen, and equal protection under the law. So a law could not target someone on the basis of their race. Now, to enforce the 14th Amendment, Congress sent federal troops to the states in the South, divided the southern region up into military zones, and said that the South would be occupied by federal troops until the states rewrote their constitutions to recognize the 14th Amendment, in effect, to give equal citizenship to African Americans. In fact, they also passed the 15th Amendment 2 years later in 1870, which said voting rights are included among these citizenship rights guaranteed in the 14th Amendment. I should mention that these voting rights were only for African American men, as women will not get the right to vote until 1920. So from the 14th Amendment until 1877, there's a military occupation in the South. And military troops are only taken away from the southern states when they rewrite their constitutions to grant equal citizenship to African Americans. Now, you can imagine in the South, where whites have had racial supremacy from the 1600s, getting them to recognize social equality with African Americans was an incredible struggle. And it was a struggle that the Republicans in Congress and the federal troops really didn't win. This is the era of the Ku Klux Klan, which ran terrorist raids at night trying to prevent African Americans from voting or to prevent their allies from helping them to vote. This era of Reconstruction was really a continuation of the Civil War, where troops from the North tried to enforce the 14th Amendment, tried to enforce the end of slavery and the citizenship of African Americans with really implacable resistance from white Southerners. So by 1877, only 2 states were left that still had troops, because the rest of the states had rewritten their constitutions to acknowledge the 14th Amendment. But that is not to say that racial equality had been achieved in the South whatsoever. So what happened in 1877, which is generally known as the end of Reconstruction and the beginning of this period of Jim Crow segregation? Well, we'll get to that in the next video. So we've been talking about the system of Jim Crow segregation, and in the last video, we left off in 1876. And in 1876, there was a contested presidential election between a Republican candidate named Rutherford B. Hayes and a Democratic candidate named Samuel J. Tilden. And in this election, there was one of the rare cases where Tilden actually won the popular vote, whereas Hayes won the electoral vote. So there's a standoff in Congress for months over how this presidential election is going to end. And eventually, they make kind of a backroom deal known as the Compromise of 1877. And in this compromise, the Democrats and the Republicans agree that Hayes, a Republican, will get to be president of the United States. In exchange, the military forces that have been occupying the South, especially the last 2 states of Louisiana and South Carolina, and have been enforcing the 14th Amendment, or the equal citizenship of African Americans in the South, they're going to leave. They're going to go back to their barracks and will no longer interfere in the political system of the South. So with the Compromise of 1877, the Republican Party, which has been standing behind the rights of African Americans, remember, the Republicans were the party of Abraham Lincoln, pretty much gives up as a party on trying to ensure the racial equality of African Americans. Now, why did they do this? Well, I think Mainly, this was a question of weariness and giving up on their part. Remember that the Civil War ended in 1865. Now it's 12 years later in 1877, and there are still federal troops in the South. So imagine if you were a parent in Massachusetts and you thought that your son, who was enlisted in the Union Army, was going to come home in 1865, and now it's 1877 and he's still in South Carolina. Seems like a long time to fight a war. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is that in 1873, there is an economic panic. This is an early depression. You know, we often think of the Great Depression as the only time the United States was stricken with an economic downturn. But before the Depression, there were about 20-year cycles of boom and bust. So in 1873, there was an economic bust that meant that people had less money to throw at the problem of Reconstruction in the South. And I would say the last part of this is a combination of racism and the new labor movement in the North. So as whites in the North got farther and farther away from the Civil War, the animating spirit of abolition started to fade among many Northerners. The late 19th century was an era of increasing racialization, especially as new ethnic classes came into the United States from Southern and Eastern Europe. And so there was a new interpretation of race that really came to the foreground in this time period, which we call social Darwinism. And we'll talk more about that in other videos, but the interpretation of racial difference and hierarchy among the races became more broadly accepted throughout the United States, not just in the South. So in 1877, the federal troops in the South that are remaining pack their bags and go home, meaning that African Americans in the South have no one to protect them from the Southern governments. And so within months, many of these governments passed the laws which we now call Jim Crow laws. And these are the laws which prevent African Americans from voting, prevent intermarriage between whites and blacks, and also enact all of these separations of public accommodations that we now associate with Jim Crow, sitting in the back of the bus, using a separate water fountain. Now, if it sounds like these sorts of laws are directly in contradiction with the 14th Amendment, which says that laws cannot target a specific race, that there's equal protection under the law for everyone born in the United States, you're right. That's exactly what these laws are. They are a contradiction of the 14th Amendment. And in 1896, a man named Homer Plessy was arrested for sitting in a white train compartment. He thought Rosa Parks was the first, but in fact it's Homer Plessy who tries to desegregate trains. In fact, he's trying to test the constitutionality of having segregated train compartments in 1896. And his case goes all the way to the Supreme Court, which rules that it is fine to separate the races as long as separate accommodations are equal. So this is the place where separate but equal comes in. Now, in theory, separate accommodations for whites and blacks were supposed to be equal. In reality, they almost never were. And in fact, it was the very separation itself that implied the inequality. And that is what the NAACP is going to argue in the Brown versus Board of Education case in 1954, which overturns this doctrine of separate but equal. But in between this period of 1877 and 1954, Jim Crow laws were on the books in all of the southern states. But I don't want you to come away thinking that things were terrible in the South and that the North was a racial utopia. Even though segregation laws and violence, such as lynching, to enforce segregation laws existed mainly in the South, de facto segregation and widespread racial prejudice also existed in the North, particularly in housing and job discrimination. And of course, 1954, the Brown versus Board of Education decision didn't end segregation or end racial prejudice in the United States. It's enforcing the end of segregation and enforcing the end of some of these de facto forms of segregation and racial prejudice in the North that will be the real focus of the civil rights movement. So I think the real tragedy of the Jim Crow era was that it didn't have to be this way. In fact, it was just in this presidential election of 1876 that the federal government more or less gave up on protecting the rights of African Americans. It's interesting to imagine what life in the South might have been like had the federal government not given up. Perhaps it would be very different. Perhaps it would not. But it's hard not to mourn the lost opportunity of Reconstruction. This 12-year period where African Americans had voting rights and often served in public office. Instead, the United States doomed African American citizens in the South to another almost 100 years of second-class status in our society. Long before Rosa Parks refused to move to the back of the bus, Homer Plessy boarded a train car in New Orleans to protest Jim Crow segregation laws. Plessy was arrested and convicted in Louisiana, but his test case for segregated public transportation reached the Supreme Court in 1896. This is Kim from Khan Academy, and today we're learning more about the landmark case Plessy versus Ferguson, which asked whether separate but equal accommodations for Black and white Americans violated the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. To learn more about this case, I spoke with two experts. Jamal Green is the Dwight Professor of Law at Columbia Law School. Earl Maltz is a distinguished professor of law at Rutgers Law School. So, Professor Green, could you kind of set the stage for us in this time period? After the Civil War, what was the legal and social status of former slaves?
Well, of course, the Civil War ended in 1865, and it was fought in large part over the institution of chattel slavery. So slavery of, generally speaking, Black or African American slaves. And right at the end of the Civil War, the 13th Amendment was passed. And the 13th Amendment basically said that there shouldn't be any slavery or involuntary servitude in the United States. So the institution of slavery itself had ended, but the passage of the 13th Amendment did not mean that former slaves had equal rights. A number of the former states of the Confederacy, the generally speaking southern states, passed a number of racially discriminatory laws immediately after the end of slavery that prevented Black Americans from participating in civil society on equal terms with whites. For example, laws restricting the ability of Blacks to enter into and enforce contracts, restricting the ability of Blacks to own property, to sit on juries, to vote, to testify in court, and so forth. So there were a number of openly discriminatory laws. There were also laws that required Blacks to be employed on pain of having their labor forced. So ways of essentially reinstituting the institution of slavery.
And these were known as the Black Codes.
Those were known as the Black Codes, exactly.
In the Reconstruction period between the late 1860s and the mid-1870s, there was a concerted effort by the federal government to improve the social status and political rights of African Americans. In 1876, as part of the settlement of the presidential election of 1876, the federal government drew back some, but most of the so-called Redeemer movement really took off in the 1890s. I think 1891 is when the last real effort is made by the federal government to have a serious Voting Rights Act. And after that, the South is pretty much under control of the people who sympathized with ex-Confederates.
In both northern and southern states, there was widespread racial segregation. So there were laws that were basically codifying long-existing social practices of segregated housing, segregated schools, and segregated public conveyances like steamships and rail cars. But much of that changed in the years immediately following the Civil War. Congress passed a number of federal laws that banned racial discrimination, particularly in contracting and in housing. Quite significantly, in addition to the actual federal laws that Congress passed, the country passed and ratified the 14th Amendment.
So I think one thing that is very hard for me to understand and that I've seen students struggle with is you have the passage of the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment in the 1868, 1870, and these are supposed to guarantee equal protection and citizenship and voting rights for African Americans, specifically men in the 15th Amendment. And then you have Jim Crow. So how did we get from this moment after the Civil War where things really seem like they're looking up in terms of African American citizenship to the system of Jim Crow that's going to persist into the 1960s and 70s?
The Civil War did not end racism. It simply ended slavery. And so we're still living in a racist society in which residential and school segregation remained both in southern states and in northern states, notwithstanding the civil rights amendments. And in southern states, Reconstruction, with the process of trying to bring former slaves fully into civil society, was enforced by the presence of federal troops in southern states. On the theory, the very well-founded theory, that states that had just gone to war in order to perpetuate the institution of slavery were not going to willingly adopt equal rights for the former slaves that they had just been holding in bondage. And so there was a federal military occupation of a number of former Confederate states for a good decade plus after the Civil War, really ending in 1877. Slavery was not just about labor. It was really a system of racial hierarchy. And many in the United States remained committed to that system even after bondage itself ended. And if you don't have the political will within the northern states to enforce the Reconstruction amendments, you had really a retrenchment of deep racial inequality within the southern states, but not just within the southern states, but also within a number of northern states as well.
So let's kind of dial into the case Plessy versus Ferguson. Who was Homer Plessy and why did he take issue with segregation?
Well, the law that was at issue required what was in theory separate but equal accommodation of African Americans and whites in on public transportation. Homer Plessy objected to it because the facilities weren't really equal, and he objected to it because he was, in part because he was classified as black, but also in general because he thought that was demeaning. Obviously, a majority of members of the Supreme Court believed that the southern states should have at least some leeway to establish their this system of racial segregation.
And so Plessy was in league with the railroad and with the civil rights organization that recruited him to set up a case. So he agreed with the railroad to board the white area of the railway car on a car going from New Orleans to a town called Covington. And it was agreed that the railway would ask him to leave. He would refuse, and then he would be arrested. And once he was arrested, that would enable him to challenge the law under which he was arrested under the Constitution. The railroads didn't like this law. They didn't like this law because they didn't want to be subject to fines or liability for not properly maintaining separate cars. It was really up to the conductors to make sure that separate cars were maintained, and the conductors themselves could be fined by the state for not doing so, and it could also be fined by passengers for mistakenly putting someone in the wrong car. So the railroads didn't really want to be bothered with this kind of law, and so this particular railroad, Eastern Railway, was willing to agree to set up a situation to challenge the law.
So Homer Plessy He gets on this train and he challenges the statute. I believe he sat in a whites-only car and announced that he was African American, and then he was arrested. So what happened next?
He's arrested, and then he is eventually charged with a crime, with a violation of the statute, and he is and there's a fine associated with violating the state law. And his lawyers bring a claim that the law violates the federal constitution. So initially it goes through the state courts of Louisiana, and then eventually they rule against Homer Plessy and in favor of the law, and then his lawyers appeal the case to the U.S. Supreme Court.
So how did the court rule? In
the years leading up to the case, the lawyers for Homer Plessy were quite concerned about the composition of the court because they weren't sure if they could count 5 votes in favor of black civil rights, because none of the justices on the court were considered to be particularly friends of black Americans.
In the civil rights cases in 1883, the court had already held that Congress lacked authority to prohibit segregation in public accommodations, which meant that they viewed public accommodations as something purely private, rather than a civil right, a quasi-governmental right, or a quasi-public right. And that's one of the big distinctions between the majority and the dissent in both the civil rights cases and in Plessy versus Ferguson. The court ruled that, in fact, that so long as the state of Louisiana maintained separate but equal facilities, they could do that, that was not prohibited by the 14th Amendment.
The Supreme Court in 1896 ruled 7-1 that the Separate Car Act is constitutional. So a state is allowed to segregate its public conveyances, including rail cars, by race. The court denies that the Separate Car Act violates the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. What the court basically says is, look, the law says the railway cars have to be equal, even if they're separate. And all the 14th Amendment requires is that basic equality in civil rights.
John Marshall Harlan, of course, dissented from that. I think that it's important to understand what was the actual nature of Harlan's dissent rather than the way that it is actually portrayed. Harlan is famous talking about the colorblind Constitution, but in fact, what he says is, with respect to civil rights common to all citizens, I don't have the exact language before me, that the Constitution was required to be colorblind. So one of the big distinctions between the majority and the dissent is that Harlan does, in fact, believe that the right to use public transportation counted as a civil right, which was, and therefore was protected against segregation by Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. So that, because I want to make that point, because it's pretty clear that Harlan believed, for example, that maintenance of segregated schools would be constitutional. And it's also true that Harlan voted to say that miscegenation laws were constitutional.
The dissenting judge, Justice Harlan, himself a former supporter of slavery, who changed his views and eventually became known as a champion of black civil rights. Right. So Justice Harlan, the lone dissenter, one of the only Southern judges on the court, but the others were basically Northern, both Republican and Democrat. They didn't have strong views about race. They didn't have unusually strong views about race for their time, and they maintained this distinction between social and civil rights. It's important to understand, in trying to understand the context of Plessy versus Ferguson, that the Supreme Court used to distinguish between what it called civil rights and what it called social rights. Civil rights were basically rights to participate in civil society and included rights like the right to enter into contracts, the right to buy property, the right to testify in court. The court understood social rights as something very different from that, which is really the right to do all of those things in the company of people of a different race.
That's fascinating. So what was the effect of this ruling in Plessy versus Ferguson?
There are two ways that you could look at it. That until 1954, the effect of the ruling was to say that the state governments were allowed to segregate their citizenry on the basis of race. That's one way you could look at it. Now, one of the interesting questions is how much difference it would have made, given the sort of culture of the southern states, even if the court held that it was unconstitutional for the state to formally require segregation among the races. That is, that there were a lot of informal pressures which would have pushed towards segregation, even if the court had said that it was the statute was unconstitutional. But we'll never know that. So, in other words, the question in Plessy is not whether the federal government was going to mandate segregation, but rather whether the federal government was simply going to leave the states and their citizenry to their own devices in determining whether to segregate their public transportation and some other things.
So this concept of separate but equal is, I think, the most important thing that comes out of Plessy versus Ferguson, and then later, will be at issue in the 20th century. So was separate ever equal in theory or in practice?
It was very clear at the time, and Justice Harlan says so in his dissenting opinion in Plessy, that the practice of separating railway cars or any number of other public accommodations by race was not designed for the comfort of Black Americans. It was designed in order to maintain their social inferiority through legal institutions. So once you no longer have the institution of slavery, there was a felt need among many in the South to maintain the system of social relations that slavery represented. And that's what Jim Crow was all about. And everyone knew that's what Jim Crow was all about. So Jim Crow was really kind of in its infancy when Plessy versus Ferguson was decided. Laws that prevented blacks from voting through a number of their literacy requirements and property requirements and good character requirements and so forth. Those kinds of laws were very much in their infancy at the time Plessy versus Ferguson was decided. And so the whole system of segregation is really revving up in the 1890s, and the court just gives it carte blanche to continue after that. And it's important to remember that as of the 1890s, the Supreme Court had not admitted to ever having reversed one of its own decisions. The lawyers who brought the Plessy case were quite clear about this. The assumption was that once the court ruled, it was going to be an awfully long time before you could get the court to reverse itself. And that's, in fact, what happened. So the court does not reverse Plessy versus Ferguson until Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. And so you had an almost 60-year period in which practices of institutionalized segregation had the blessing of the Supreme Court.
So we've learned that in Plessy versus Ferguson, the Supreme Court took a narrow view of the Equal Protection Clause, ruling that separate but equal accommodations for white and Black Americans did not violate the 14th Amendment. Earl Maltz suggests that it's difficult to tell if a different outcome in Plessy versus Ferguson would have made much difference in the actions of Southern states if there was no political will to enforce integration anyway. Jamal Green, by contrast, reminds us that segregation was just getting started at the time of the Plessy case, and this ruling by the court legitimized Jim Crow laws that would continue to spread for nearly 60 years. To learn more about Plessy versus Ferguson, check out the National Constitution Center's Interactive Constitution and Khan Academy's resources on U.S. government and history. Hello, David.
Hello, Kim.
So I've brought you here to talk about the Gilded Age, which is one of my favorite eras of American history.
Because everything was great and covered in gold?
No, because it is the only era of American history I can think of that has a sarcastic name.
So
okay.
what's to be sarcastic about? What's happening between... So I see it's from 1865 to 1898, which is the end of the Civil War. And then what happens in 1898?
It's basically everyone woke up one morning and they were like, oh, we're done with the Gilded Age. Now it's time for the Progressive Era.
Hooray!
No,
Spanish-American War times!
More for the Spanish-American War. So the Gilded Age is kind of this period of really intense industrialization, kind of focusing on America's development as an industrial and business power. Okay. It's very inward looking, whereas after the Spanish-American War, the United States takes a bigger role on the world stage. The sarcastic part of the Gilded Age is that this was a term coined by Mark Twain, of all people, in 1890, and he wrote a book called The Gilded Age. And what Twain was trying to say was that the United States in this period wasn't experiencing a golden age, right, an era of prosperity and happiness, but rather a gilded age.
Oh, so just like a thin layer of gold on top, disguising the cheap tin beneath?
Exactly.
Oh, snap, yeah. Mark Twain. So what's going on in this era that earns this nickname? Like, what is the appearance of, fancy, lovely gold that just turns out to be tacky and miserable?
Well, I think what people are talking about under the title of Gilded Age is that it's this time when immense wealth is accumulated by a number of individuals, many of whom still have their names on things today, like Andrew Carnegie, of Carnegie Mellon University or Carnegie Hall, J.P. Morgan, who was a banking magnate. We still have J.P. Morgan as a financial institution today. And I would say John D. Rockefeller is another. He was the founder of Standard Oil. So he was an oil baron. Rockefeller Center, right? So these are the individuals who got enormously wealthy in the Gilded Age, and they got wealthy by being the captains of these new expanding industries. So
Titans of industry.
The Titans of industry. So steel and banking and oil. But they got rich partly through political corruption. So one of the less than savory parts of the Gilded Age is that a lot of this was done through political kickbacks, bribing of officials, bribing of the vice president of the United States.
Wait, whoa, what? The bribe the vice president?
That was a scandal that dogged the presidency of Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, man.
Crédit Mobilier was a construction company that had less than savory ties to some people very high up in government. So these fortunes of people like Carnegie and Morgan were built partly on political corruption and partly on the backs of waves of immigrant laborers.
Like my ancestors.
And so, during this time period in the eastern part of Europe, in the southern part of Europe, there were political eruptions. There were just general poverty, especially in Italy. And in Russia, there were a number of pogroms, which sent Russian Jews out of Russia, and they came to the United States. And, they came from very bad situations. So what they came to was a little bit better, but it wasn't much better.
Which is how they all ended up living in this one apartment in Lower Manhattan, as you've detailed in this, a Jacob Riis photograph, right?
Okay, so Jacob Riis was a photographer in the 1890s, and he went around the Lower East Side of Manhattan, basically just photographing what he called how the other half lives. And by the other half, he meant immigrants, the poor, who were living in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, which at that time was the most dense section of humanity on Earth. And you can see here that this is a photograph from a tenement that he took a picture of.
And what is a tenement?
So tenements were these apartment dwellings which kind of sprang up often in the backyards of other normal buildings, but they were sort of hastily constructed. They had many rooms in them. They weren't up to fire code. I'm not even sure there was a fire code. Most of the rooms didn't have windows or electric lighting or ventilation.
Well, sounds like a great place to live. Does it have curb appeal, Kim?
There's some pictures that can show you no. Most of them were next to giant rotting heaps of garbage.
Oh, boy.
One of my favorite things about the story of Jacob Riis is that he was a pioneer in the field of photography because he used flash photography. Mm-hmm. So, you've seen in old movies those flash bulbs that go off, right? Because that was the only way he could get these apartments to be...
Because there was no lighting in there.
There's no lighting in them, so you couldn't take a picture of them without light. So he brought his flash camera, and he regularly set things on fire
Oh,
in
no.
these apartments as he was trying to document what
that's
life was
awful.
like. So this is a photograph by Reese called 5 cents a spot. And so you paid 5 cents a night to live in this apartment. And if you count here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think this is somebody else's legs. 7. Did I get everybody? There might be somebody else hiding over here. 7 men sharing this room. And they're just, doing the best they can.
Right.
And you compare that with this, which is John D. Rockefeller's mansion in New York. It's called, and I'm going to butcher this, Kikit. So the real question of the Gilded Age is, how is it that some people get so wealthy while some people are incredibly poor?
Sure.
And whose responsibility is that, right? At one point, so J.P. Morgan decides he's going to buy out Andrew Carnegie. He buys him out for more than $400 million. He loans money to the U.S. government. So he is like the single biggest creditor to the U.S. government. At that point, who has more power, the federal government or J.P. Morgan?
So we're really talking about the clash of like two great and terrible energies, right? Like this immense wealth and this immense deprivation.
Yeah.
And how do they play out?
We'll get to that in some more videos.
So we were talking about the wealth inequality that characterized the Gilded Age, but you were telling me that that's not the only thing, Kim, that characterizes this period.
Right. What really makes the Gilded Age happen is what we call the Second Industrial Revolution. Are you familiar with the First Industrial Revolution?
But of course.
So that was the revolution where they had steamships and canals and kind of this early creation of the market system in the United States, say like 1820s, 1830s. Mm-hmm. The Second Industrial Revolution is more of a revolution of mass production, I would say, and ways of making and shipping and communicating about business transactions and materials that didn't exist before.
So what are some of these disruptive technologies that are really poised to change the shipment paradigm? So off the top of my head, trains, probably a huge deal, right, in this period?
Yeah.
So we've got all this coal going, and that means that there's a lot of smelting happening, and that means that there's also a lot of steel happening too.
Steel. I think if I had to choose one most important technology of the Gilded Age, it would have to be steel. Now, it's not like steel didn't actually exist before this.
Steel had been around for like millennia.
Yeah, I think so.
Millennium.
But what happens in this time period is there's a new process for making steel. It's called the Bessemer process. Mm-hmm. And the Bessemer process basically makes steel faster and it makes it cheaper.
Okay.
And in this time period, Andrew Carnegie, we talked about being this major steel baron. Railroads throughout the United States, majorly supported by the U.S. government. And during this period, they lay 40,000 miles of new tracks of rail.
That is so many miles.
That is so many miles.
How long is the United States from like Los Angeles to New York? Like 3,000 miles? 3,100 miles?
Yes. So just imagine a nation where most railroad tracks had gone through sort of the eastern coastal cities up until 1865. Now the entire country is connected by rail. There's more rail in the United States in 1900 than all of Europe combined.
So steel is this so the Bessemer process of making steel is this foundational technology that enables a lot of the Gilded Age to happen.
Right. So it enables the United States to move out and also to connect markets, right? So you can now take raw materials from the West, which is really important, right? That's where the gold lives. Mm-hmm. And also cattle ranching, right? You take those things from the West, you take them to the cities to be processed. Then you take the finished goods and send them back out into the smaller towns. So rail facilitates all of that.
So this is how my hometown became notorious.
Yeah,
of Chicago. So there would be cattle drives, I guess, then that came
exactly
from the West, and then they would all be slaughtered and processed in Chicago.
Right. Yeah. I'm a native Pennsylvanian. You're a native Chicagoan, and we are born from steel places as the steel industry really grew up in Pittsburgh. And what I think is really interesting about steel, too, is that it's like a self-sustaining industry, right? Because you need the steel to make the railroads, right? And then the railroad industry pays for the creation of steel, which facilitates the creation of more railroads, which necessitates the creation of more steel. And it's just like this never-ending boom in steel in the Gilded Age. So steel facilitates the United States moving outward, but it also facilitates the United States moving upward.
Oh, I see what you did. That was good.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
So steel allows for the construction of buildings that are taller than ever before.
So what is this building here?
This building here is the Home Insurance Building in Chicago. I don't believe it is there anymore. And do you know what is special about the Home Insurance Building?
No, what's special about it?
The Home Insurance Building is considered to be the world's first skyscraper.
What?
Yeah, it looks
Awesome.
pretty short for a skyscraper by modern
I
standards.
mean, I couldn't build a building that tall.
It's 10 stories tall. And what you can do with steel is build these steel frame structures that allow you, without using stone, there's kind of like a steel cage underneath the facade of this. And so you can build buildings that are taller while having windows.
It's like a Faraday cage. I bet there was terrible cell phone reception in there.
I imagine so, yeah. There were no cell phones at this time. All right, so you know what else made these tall buildings possible except for the steel structures?
Was it elevators?
It was totally elevators. Yes. See, you're better at this than you thought.
Yeah.
This is the time of the invention of the Otis elevator. And this is my little elevator entrance that
Nice.
you could go to the top of a tall building without having to walk up 37 flights of stairs, which is pretty sweet for our efficiency, if not maybe our waistlines.
Okay, so but we've got this steel process which enables the construction of tons and tons of rail and tons of buildings, of new buildings where you can put more industry and more people. And that enables cities to grow and wealth to grow.
Yeah, exactly. So there are more and more people flooding into cities. By 1870, there are more people working for other people for wages living in cities than people who work for themselves, which is a new era in the American economic system. There's some other really important business technologies that grow up in this time period as well. So there's the telephone, which makes it possible to do business transactions on the spot, right? Revolutionized the speed of business very much the same way that the internet is going to revolutionize the speed of business in the 1990s. You also have refrigeration, which you would not think would be that big of a deal. But think about how it allows you to move foodstuffs all over the country to new markets. You were just talking about Chicago, right? So the only way that cattle could be driven into Chicago, slaughtered, and then have meat sent to all the other markets in the United States was through refrigerated train cars. And they have similar things for steamships that allow people to, for example, bring oranges from Florida to New York. So it's this web of markets that are connecting the United States, and this is my terrible drawing of the United States, but rail and then ships make it possible for all of these markets to connect together over time and over space.
That's super cool.
The railroad was even so important in this time period that in a way it invented the modern system of time, right? Because before the railroad, localities was just decide when noon was based on when the sun was highest in the sky.
Sure.
Which meant
it
that
didn't matter whether or not it was the same time in Kansas City as in St. Louis, but once you have a train connecting them, the St. Louis train gets in at 12:05. If you're off, you'll miss your train.
Or that might lead to a collision of trains if they don't know when the other train is going to be coming through.
Yeah. Okay. So, inventions of the Gilded Age. Intranational train travel.
Yes.
The telephone, refrigeration for meat, the Bessemer process for steel, and the standardization of time.
All of those things. And I would say the last thing that might be really important here is also electrification.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I like steel, electricity was not invented in the Gilded Age, but what happened was the spread of the light bulb in both homes and businesses, which meant that you could work longer hours. You didn't sleep as long. Actually, the amount of sleep that people got per night switched from about 9 hours before electrification to about 7 hours after. So Thomas Edison is literally responsible for robbing us of sleep. But it also made it possible for workers to work longer hours, and it significantly reduced the risk of fire in businesses, which meant you could invest in them with more confidence.
Oh, because they didn't have gas lamps that could burst into flame.
Right.
Awesome. Well, that's super cool. So hooray Gilded Age, right?
Right. And I think one thing that's important to understand about these technologies is that one of the goals of these technologies was to make it possible to produce things faster, but also to produce them with less skilled workers, right? Because a skilled worker, someone who knows a craft and can produce a finished item from start to finish, that takes a long time and it costs a lot of money, right? This is the difference between buying a suit off the rack and having a bespoke suit. If you want to pay someone for that time and talent, you're going to pay a lot. But if you can make something on a machine, then you can make a lot of them very quickly, and you don't need someone who is, an expert tailor. You just need someone who can operate a sewing machine to do a couple of seams. So what they're trying to do here with this innovation is spread consumer goods, spread a higher standard of living, but they're also doing that at the price of having less skilled workers making much smaller wages. Here's a graph showing the population growth in 4 U.S. cities from 1860 to 1900. In 1860, before the Civil War, New York City was the biggest city in the United States, but even it didn't have more than 1 million people. There wasn't a single city of more than 1 million in the whole country at that point. Compare that to just 40 years later, when not one, but 3 cities had passed the million mark, and New York had nearly 3.5 million residents. Proportionally, Chicago's population growth was even more drastic. From only about 100,000 residents in 1860, it got 17 times bigger by 1900, with about 1.7 million residents. Traditionally, Americans had been a pretty rural, farming people. But starting in the late 19th century, there was a rapid shift towards urbanization. By 1920, urban residents would outnumber country dwellers in the United States for the first time. And today, more than 80% of Americans live in cities. So what led to this explosion in the population of cities in the decades after the Civil War? The major factors behind this shift were industrialization, immigration, and migration. Now, we've been talking about those 3 things in various forms in American history up until this point, from the cool inventions of the First Industrial Revolution, to the influx of Irish and German immigrants in the 1840s, to the movement of Americans ever westward. So industrialization, immigration, and migration weren't new forces in American society, but there were unique aspects of all 3 of these processes during the Gilded Age that contributed to the development of cities in this era. One thing that changed was the nature of work that people did. During the Gilded Age, there was a tipping point in the American labor market. In 1880, for the first time ever, the number of people who worked for someone else for wages, people who had a boss and needed to do what they said to get paid, outnumbered Americans who worked for themselves, like farmers, who could decide for themselves when to sow or harvest their crops. The Second Industrial Revolution, which began after the Civil War, was a booming era of expansion and industrial production. So there were a lot of factory jobs available, and most of those jobs were for unskilled laborers. That is, workers who don't require any kind of special training before they start a job. So there was an overall transition from farm work that was self-directed to unskilled factory work done for a boss. Another change during the Gilded Age was in who was doing the immigrating and migrating. Until the 1840s, most immigrants to the United States had been Protestant Christians from Northern and Western Europe, and they were relatively well off financially. After the Civil War, a variety of factors abroad, combined with the wide availability of jobs in the United States, brought different types of immigrants to American cities. These new immigrants, as they were called, tended to be from Southern and Eastern Europe, Mexico, and Asia, and they differed from old immigrants in that they tended to be poorer, have darker complexions, and practice Catholicism or Judaism instead of Protestantism. In addition, in this era, African Americans from the South began to migrate to northern and Midwestern cities. All of these immigrants and migrants created a large industrial workforce. But why did they all move to the city? Let's take a look at some of the push and pull factors that prompted people to uproot themselves and head to American cities during the Gilded Age. First, there were push factors, or things that were pushing people out of their previous living situations. A big one was poverty and just a lack of financial mobility at home. Farmers in many countries were hit hard by the mechanization of agriculture, which happened in this time period. About a third of the people moving to cities were Americans leaving farms and heading to the city for industrial jobs. Another push factor was persecution and discrimination at home. The Russian government took an increasingly intolerant position towards Jews in this time period, who were subject to mob violence and campaigns of ethnic cleansing in Europe. In the American South, the emergence of Jim Crow laws and an increase in lynchings were among the reasons that African Americans elected to leave after the Civil War. But what were the pull factors that landed them in cities? For one thing, many struggling immigrants from abroad didn't have the money to go anywhere else, so after they arrived, they just stayed put. But the main reason that people moved to cities is because that's where the jobs were. With the development of steam power and electrification, factories no longer had to be located next to waterways, so cities developed as industrial hubs. Often cities would develop as the center for one specific industry, like steel in Pittsburgh, meatpacking in Chicago, or clothing in New York. People also found communities of support in cities. Earlier immigrants might send money and information to their families and friends back home, helping them to move and get established. This facilitated the development of urban neighborhoods where people from similar backgrounds spoke the same language, ate the same food, and provided each other with assistance. In these ethnic enclaves, people could get newspapers and even go to see theater performances in their native languages. So let's finish by taking a look at two narratives of immigrants arriving in American cities in this time period. The first one is from Li Chu, who immigrated to San Francisco from China at age 16 in the year 1880. He wrote, "When I got to San Francisco, which was before the passage of the Exclusion Act, I was half-starved because I was afraid to eat the provisions of the barbarians, but a few days living in the Chinese Quarter made me happy again. A man got me work as a house servant in an American family. When I went to work for that American family, I could not speak a word of English, and I didn't know anything about housework. I did not understand what the lady said to me, but she showed me how to cook, wash, iron, sweep, dust, make beds, wash dishes, clean windows, paint and brass, polish the knives and forks, etc. In 6 months, I had learned how to do the work of our house quite well, and I was getting $5 a week in board, and putting away about $4.25 a week. I'd also learned some English. I sent money home to comfort my parents, but though I dressed well and lived well and had pleasure, going quite often to the Chinese theater and to dinner parties in Chinatown, I saved $50 in the first 6 months." The second one is from Mary Antin, who immigrated to Boston from what is now Belarus at the age of 13 in the year 1894. She wrote, "The first meal was an object lesson of much variety. My father produced several kinds of food ready to eat without any cooking, from little tin cans that had printing all over them. He attempted to introduce us to a queer, slippery kind of fruit, which he called banana, but had to give it up for the time being. On our second day, a little girl from across the alley came and offered to conduct us to school. My father was out, but we 5 between us had a few words of English by this time. We knew the word school. We understood. This child who had never seen us till yesterday, who could not pronounce our names, who was not much better dressed than we, was able to offer us the freedom of the schools of Boston. We had to visit the stores and be dressed from head to foot in American clothing. We had to learn the mysteries of the iron stove, the washboard, and the speaking tube, and above all, we had to learn English. With our despised immigrant clothing, we shed also our impossible Hebrew names. A committee of our friends, several years ahead of us in American experience, put their heads together and concocted American names for us all." So what similarities and differences do you see between the experiences of Li Chu and Mary Antin? Why do you think they immigrated to American cities? And what do you think their lives would be like going forward in the Gilded Age? Hey, this is Kim from Khan Academy. I am the History Fellow here, and I am here with Emily.
Hi, I'm the Biology Fellow.
So Emily and I are here talking about Darwinism. And I'm interested in Darwinism because in the late 19th century, what we usually call the Gilded Age, there is a very prominent interpretation of Darwinism that is called social Darwinism. And social Darwinism wasn't so much an actual form of biology as it was kind of a misinterpretation of how natural selection and the theory of evolution worked that was used to justify or explain a lot of the social inequalities of this time period. And the way people often thought about it was that white Anglo-Saxon people, so Europeans, Northern Europeans, were kind of the most evolved. And this is our timeline of evolution from least evolved to most evolved. And people like African Americans or Asians or Native Americans or even Eastern Europeans were less evolved, that they were on a scale of evolution where they hadn't come as far as Anglo-Saxons. So, Emily, you're a biologist, and I would love to get your take on how it is that natural selection actually works and how this doesn't quite describe what was really going on.
Yeah, definitely. So maybe I can speak first to that specific graph that you've drawn. And I think that this is actually a common point of confusion when it comes to evolution, that there's not really such a thing as more or less evolved in evolution.
Okay, so this gradient really doesn't exist.
No, I mean, there's sort of I think that people sometimes see the pictures of like the ape standing up and turning into a person, and they think, oh, this is sort of a linear path from one thing to another. But what you really get is different types of organisms evolving from a shared ancestor and branching off. So, nobody who's alive on Earth today has been evolving for more or less time since their last common ancestor than anybody else.
So I'm going to draw what I think is how you're explaining this, and please correct me as I go along, but say this is my common ancestor, and then would there possibly be branches like this?
Yeah, that's a great way to draw it. And I mean, certainly humans are all extremely closely related to each other, but like we could even say this for us versus a dog, a bacterium, like pretty much anything. All life on Earth shares a common ancestor, and so that bacteria is just as evolved as you are, actually, in the sense of absolute time since those two split apart.
Right, so like from the moment that life first appeared on Earth, there has been so much time, and all of us have been evolving from that point. So even whether you're a piece of bacteria, piece a good word, a bacterium.
There you go. Beautiful.
Excellent. A bacterium. I took biology once. Or you are Albert Einstein. You have been evolving for precisely the same amount of time.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Wow, I'm really relieved to find that I could describe that as well as I could.
You did a great job. Beautiful.
So you've done this this distinction between evolving from a common ancestor. So how is it that the actual theory of natural selection works?
Yeah, that's a great question. So natural selection, often people talk about it as sort of having three key ingredients. And to see how it works, let's imagine that we're just looking at a population of beetles. So picture your beetles to start with. And what would we need to have in order for these beetles as a group to evolve by natural selection? So one thing that we would need is some variation among the beetles.
Okay.
So if you have identical beetles, you're not going to have any that are better at surviving or reproducing than any others, which is kind of a key ingredient for what we're going to talk about.
Okay. So I've got two different beetles here. They're slightly different from each other.
Awesome. And you've made them different colors, which is perfect. So we have variation, and the next ingredient that we're going to need is we're going to need that variation to be heritable. So we're going to say that those beetles, one of them is green and one of them is blue, and that's because of something in their DNA. So they have differences in their DNA that create the variation in colors.
Okay. So, oh, right. So when you say heritable, you mean that this is something that their descendants could inherit?
Exactly. That is exactly it. So the final ingredient is that the differences, these heritable differences, need to affect how good the beetles are at leaving offspring in the next generation.
Okay.
So, for example, let's say we would probably have more than 2 beetles in our actual population, but let's say this population has just moved into a new area that is very blue colored.
Okay.
So blue rocks, blue flowers, whatever. And there's also a bunch of birds in that environment that really like to eat beetles. And I'm guessing that if they have blue beetles and green beetles, that one of those is going to show up a lot better against the blue environment than the other. So probably a lot of our green beetles are going to get picked off by birds, and they're not going to be able to leave offspring because, gosh, they kind of got at. So when you look at the next generation of beetles, if we know that the colors get passed on, we're going to probably see a bigger group of that, a bigger proportion of that group being made up of blue beetles and less being made up of green. And that is an example of natural selection in action, where you can see that organisms that survive and specifically reproduce better in a certain environment are going to increase in frequency in a population. So you're going to get more and more of these blue guys, less and less of the green guys.
Is there a word you would use to describe this this adaptation? Is that the natural selection part, as from variation and heritable? Like the natural selection is just like a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, natural selection is really the differential survival and reproduction.
Okay.
And as you mentioned a great word there, which is adaptation. So adaptation is the word that biologists often give to the process of a population getting better and better suited to its environment. So you would say that the population was adapting to being in a blue space as it gradually started to have more and more blue beetles across generations.
So what I find really interesting about this is that it's entirely by chance, right? More or less, you've got a genetic mutation, and then that mutation happens to suit the environment that you're in, which allows you to thrive and your genes and your adaptations to be passed on over time.
Yes, and I mean, the variation would have occurred randomly to start with. Like you say, it would have been a mutation. It didn't happen because the beetles went to a blue place and said, gosh, I should be blue. That would be awesome. That was not what happened. That it was already there, and it just happened to be successful in that environment. And if they'd gone to a green place, well, guess what? You would have gotten exactly the opposite effect. Suddenly the green guys would have been more successful, more able to leave offspring, and you would have seen green be increasing or, quote unquote, favored by natural selection.
So Emily and I have been talking about how natural selection, Darwin's theory of evolution, has differed from some of the ways that people have interpreted evolution over time. And specifically was interested in this group known as the social Darwinists, who were mostly a group of sociologists and other sort of public policy makers who were trying to apply Darwin's theories to how the world should be ordered and how races should relate to each other, classes should relate to each other, basically how this idea of evolution could be used to explain the world around them in a social way. So, Emily, you were explaining to me how natural selection actually works.
So just as like a quick recap on the way that natural selection works in biological populations is that there's some variation in the population that's heritable, meaning that it's in the organism's genes and it can be passed on to offspring. And if that variation affects how well the organism can survive and reproduce, so if it affects how many offspring it's able to leave behind in the next generation, then it's possible for certain traits that are well suited to the organism's immediate environment to become more and more common in the population over generations. So that's kind of the idea of natural selection in a nutshell.
Right. And we also talked about the fact that there's no such thing as one race or one organism being more evolved than another organism, because we've all been evolving this whole time. So what I'd like to do now is just to talk about some of the ways that the sociologists of this time kind of misapplied Darwin's theories, and just get your opinions on how what they were saying actually relates with how biology really works. So Herbert Spencer was a sociologist from England he's actually the person who coined the term survival of the fittest, which I think is interesting. So it wasn't Darwin who coined this term, but rather Spencer. And I think what was animating people like Spencer and other social Darwinists in this time was just to say, why are some people in a better social position than others? So why are some people poor versus rich? Why do African Americans or people from colonized nations have a worse situation in the world than people in civilized nations, or civilized kind of in air quotes from that time period? And what Spencer said was, oh, this must be Darwinism, right? It must be that people who are wealthy are better adapted to their environment. They're more evolved than people who are poor. So I think this idea of difference between the classes was one of the first animations behind the idea of social Darwinism. So is there any way that that actually relates to how biology explains Darwinism?
I mean, I think that that's really a case of an idea from biology being not very accurately applied to society. I think that there was probably a strong motivation for someone in Spencer's position to want to explain things in that way, because that would justify inaction on his part and sort of say that this is acceptable because it's quote unquote natural. I think that it's really not a very scientific or even an investigated perspective. I think that it was sort of an effort to fit something, sort of a round peg in a square hole, so to speak.
Yeah, it's interesting. As I've been learning more about this, I've noticed that people in general seem to take up one of these explanations for like how the universe works and then try to apply it to everything, even if it might not necessarily apply. So yeah, I think your word inaction here is really accurate, because one of the things that Spencer is just wondering about is, like, should the government do something for people who are poor, for people who are in a bad position? And he basically says no, because his idea is that if the government helps them, then you're interfering with this survival of the fittest, and that those sorts of people should naturally be bred out of the populace to make the race more evolved. So is there any truth into this idea that you could make the human race more evolved by breeding out certain parts of it?
My tendency would be to say that any program designed to reduce variation in a biological population is probably not going to be beneficial for that population.
Okay.
So that's kind of a broad statement, but if you look at factors that make endangered species endangered, one of the big ones is that they have very low genetic variation in their gene pool. And that means that harmful gene versions are more likely to come together in the same individual, so it's more likely for there to be genetic defects, genetic disorders. In general, a high level of variation is an indicator of a healthy population, and a low level of variation, or any population where you have intensive inbreeding of similar individuals, that's going to be a population that's probably less healthy.
Interesting, because there's this very popular movement in the United States, and then moving on to places like Germany, where we see this very
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about Wonder Women. Mr. Green, finally we get to the history of the United States as seen through the lens of Marvel comic superheroes. Oh, me from the past, you sniveling little idiot. Wonder Woman is from the DC universe. Also, this is the study of history, which means a constant re-examination and redefinition of what it means to be a hero, and in the case of this episode, it's about taking the first steps toward acknowledging that not all heroes worthy of historical recognition competition are men. So we're going to talk about how women transformed pre-Civil War America as they fought to improve prisons, schools, decrease public drunkenness, and end slavery. And while fighting for change and justice for others, American women discovered that the prisoners, children, and slaves they were fighting for weren't the only people being oppressed and marginalized in the American democracy. So in the colonial era, most American women of European descent lived lives much like those of their European counterparts. They were legally and socially subservient to men and trapped within a patriarchal structure. Lower and working class women were actually more equal to men of their own classes, but only because they were like equally poor. As usual, it all comes back to economics. In general, throughout world history, the higher the social class, the greater the restrictions on women. Although high-class women have traditionally had the lowest mortality rates, which is one of the benefits of, doors and extra lifeboats and whatnot. So at least you get to enjoy that oppression for many years. As previously noted, American women did participate in the American Revolution, but they were still expected to marry and have kids rather than, pursue a career. Under the legal principle of coverture, actually, husbands held authority over the person, property, and choices of their wives. Also, since women weren't permitted to own property, and property ownership was a precondition for voting, they were totally shut out of the political process. Citizens of the new republic were therefore definitionally male, but women did still improve their status via the ideology of Republican motherhood. Women were important to the new republic because they were raising children, especially male children, who would become the future voters, legislators, and honorary doctors of America. So women couldn't themselves participate in the political process, but they needed to be educated some because they were going to potty train those who would later participate in the political process. What's that? There were no potties? Really? Apparently, instead of potties, they had typhoid. Actually, it was a result of not having potties. So even living without rights in a pottyless nation, the Republican mother idea allowed women access to education so that they could teach their children. Also, women, provided they weren't slaves, were counted in determining the population of a state for representation purposes, so that was at least an acknowledgement that they were at 5/5 human. And then the market revolution had profound effects on American women too, because as production shifted from homes to factories, it shifted away from women doing the producing. This led to the so-called cult of domesticity, which, like most cults, I am opposed to. That's right, Stan, I'm opposed to the Blue Oyster Cult, the cult of personality by In Living Color, and the 3 remaining Shakers. Sorry, Shakers. But who are we kidding? You're not watching. You're too busy dancing. The cult of domesticity decreed that a woman's place was in the home. So rather than making stuff, the job of women was to enable their husbands to make stuff by providing food and a clean living space, but also by providing what our favorite historian Eric Foner called non-market values like love, friendship, and mutual obligation, which is the way we talk about puppies these days. And indeed, that's in line with actual story titles from early 19th century American women's magazines like Woman, A Being to Come Home To, and Woman, Man's Best Friend. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? I hope it's from Woman, Man's Best Friend. The rules here are simple. I either get the author of the mystery document right, oh hey there, Eagle, or I get shocked. Let's see what we got. Woman is to win everything by peace and love, by making herself so much respected, esteemed, and loved that to yield to her opinions and to gratify her wishes will be the free will offering of the heart. But the moment woman begins to feel the promptings of ambition or the thirst for power, her aegis of defense is gone. All the sacred protection of religion, all the generous promptings of chivalry, all the poetry of romantic gallantry depend upon woman's retaining her place as dependent and defenseless, and making no claims and maintaining no right but what are the gifts of honor, rectitude, and love. Well, it was definitely a dude, and I have no idea which dude, so I'm just going to guess John C. Calhoun because he's a bad person. No? Well, what can you do? It wasn't a dude! It was apparently Harriet Beecher Stowe's sister Catherine, who was an education reformer and yet held all of those opinions, so So I assume Stan brought up Harriet Beecher Stowe's sister to point out that it wasn't just men who bought into the cult of domesticity. The idea of true equality between men and women was so radical that almost no one embraced it. Despite the economic growth associated with the market economy, women's opportunities for work were very limited. Only very low-paying work was available to them, and in most states they couldn't control their own wages if they were married. But still, poor women did find work in factories or as domestic servants or seamstresses. Some middle-class women found found work in that most disreputable of fields, teaching, but the cult of domesticity held that a respectable middle-class woman should stay at home. The truth is, most American women had no chance to work for profit outside their houses, so many women found work outside traditional spheres in reform movements. Okay, let's go to the thought bubble. Reform movements were open to women partly because if women were supposed to be the moral center of the home, they could also claim to be the moral conscience of the nation. Thus, it didn't seem out of the ordinary for women to become active in the movement to build asylums for the mentally ill, for instance, as Dorothea Dix was, or to take the lead in sobering the men of America. Many of the most famous advocates for legally prohibiting the sale of alcohol in the U.S. were women, like Carrie Nation attacked bars with a hatchet, and not because she'd had a few too many. The somewhat less radical Frances Willard founded the Women's Christian Temperance Union in 1874, which would be one of the most powerful lobbying groups in the United States by the end of the 19th century. And women gave many temperance lectures featuring horror stories of men who, rather than seeking refuge from the harsh competition of the market economy and the loving embrace of their homes, found solace at the bottom of a glass or at the end of a beer hose. And by the way, yes, there were bars that allowed you to drink as much beer as you could from a hose for a nickel. Today, these establishments are known as frat houses. These temperance lectures would tell of men spending all their hard-earned money on drink, leaving wives and children, there were always children, starving and freezing because in the world of the temperance lecture, it was always winter. Now, don't get me wrong, prohibition was a disaster because 1, freedom, and 2, it's the only time we had to amend the Constitution to be like, just kidding about that other amendment. But it's worth remembering that back then people drank way more than we do now, and also that alcohol is probably a greater public health issue than some recreational drugs that remain illegal. But regardless, the temperance movement made a huge difference in American life because eventually male and female supporters of temperance realized that women would be a more powerful ally against alcohol if they could vote. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So in 1928, critic Gilbert Seldes wrote that if prohibition had existed in 1800, the suffragists might have remained for another century a scattered group of intellectual cranks. And to quote another historian, the most urgent reasons for women to want to vote in the mid-1800s were alcohol-related. They wanted the saloons closed down, or at least regulated. They wanted the right to own property and to shield their family's financial security from the profligacy of drunken husbands. They wanted the right to divorce those men and to have them arrested for wife-beating and to protect children from being terrorized by them. To do all these things, they needed to change the laws that consigned married women to the status of chattel, and to change those laws, they needed the vote. Many women were also important contributors to the anti-slavery movement, although they tended to have more subordinate roles, like abolitionist Maria Stewart was the first African-American woman to lecture to mixed male and female audiences. Harriet Beecher Stowe wrote the terrible but very important Uncle Tom's Cabin. Sarah and Angela Grimke, daughters of a South Carolina slaveholder, converted to Quakerism and became outspoken critics of slavery. Sarah Grimke even published the Letters on the Equality of the Sexes in 1838, which is pretty much what the title suggests. By the way, Stan, you could have made Sarah Grimke's letters the mystery document. I would have gotten that. But I want to say one more thing about Harriet Beecher Stowe. There's a reason we read Uncle Tom's Cabin in history classes and not in literature ones, but Uncle Tom's Cabin introduced millions of Americans to the idea that African American people were people. At least to 19th century readers, Uncle Tom's Cabin humanized slaves to such a degree that it was banned throughout most of the South. So many women involved in the abolitionist movement, when studying slavery, noticed that there was something a little bit familiar. Now, some male abolitionists, notably Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison, became supporters of women's rights, but ultimately, the male leaders of the anti-slavery movement denied women's demands for equality, believing that any calls for women's rights would undermine the cause of abolition. And they may have had a point, because slavery only existed in parts of the country, whereas women existed in all of it. In fact, one of the arguments used by pro-slavery forces was that equality under the law for male slaves might lead to a slippery slope ending with, like, equality for women. And out of this emerging consciousness of their own subordinate position, the movement for women's rights was born. The most visible manifestation of it was the issue of women's suffrage, raised most eloquently at the Seneca Falls Convention of 1848, where Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, and many others wrote and published the Declaration of Sentiments, modeled very closely on the Declaration of Independence. Except in some ways, this declaration was much more radical than the Declaration of Independence because it took on the entire patriarchal structure. Okay, so there are three things I want to quickly point out about the 19th century movement for women's rights. First, like abolitionism, it was an international movement. Often, American feminists traveled abroad to find allies, prefiguring the later transatlantic movement of other advocates for social justice, like Florence Kelley and W.E.B. Du Bois. Secondly, for the most part, like other reform movements, the women's movement movement was primarily a middle-class or even upper-class effort. Most of the delegates at Seneca Falls, for instance, were from the middle class. There were no representatives of, like, cotton mills, but this didn't mean that 19th century feminists didn't acknowledge the needs of working women. Like Sojourner Truth, probably the most famous black woman abolitionist, spoke eloquently of the plight of working class women, especially slaves, since she'd been one until 1827. And other women recognized that women needed to be able to participate in the market economy to gain some economic freedom. Now, of course, all the women who wrote about the moral evils of 19th century America, or spoke out, or took hatchets to saloons, were doing what we would now recognize as work. But they were not being paid. Amelia Bloomer got paid, though, because she recognized that it was impossible for women to easily participate in economic activities because of their crazy clothes. So she popularized a new kind of clothing featuring a loose-fitting tunic, trousers, and eponymous undergarments. But then Bloomer and her pants were ridiculed in the press and in the streets, and this brings up the third important thing to remember about the 19th century women's movement. It faced strong resistance. Patriarchy, like the Force, is strong, which is why Luke and Yoda and Darth Vader and Obi-Wan and whoever Samuel Jackson played, all dudes. By the way, why did they train Luke up and not Princess Leia, who was cooler and had more to fight for and was less screwed up? Patriarchy. Many women's rights advocates were fighting to overturn not just laws, but also attitudes. Some of those goals, such as claiming greater control over the right to regulate their own sexual activity and whether or not to have children, were twisted by critics to claim that women advocated free love. It's interesting to note that the United States ended slavery more than 50 years before it granted women the right to vote, and that although much of the march toward equality between the sexes has been slow and steady, the Equal Rights Amendment, despite being passed by Congress, was never ratified. But by taking leading roles in the reform movements of the 19th century, not just when it came to temperance and slavery, but also prisons and asylums, women were able to enter the public sphere for the first time. And these great women changed the world, for better and for worse, just as great men do. And along the way, they made the women question part of the movement for social reform in the United States. And in doing so, American women chipped away at the idea that a woman's place must be in the home. That might not have been a presidential election or a war, but it is still bringing real change to our real lives on a daily basis. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raoul Meyer, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. If you want to suggest captions for the Libertage, please do so in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about progressives. No, Stan, progressives, yes. You know, like these guys who used to want to bomb the means of production, but also less radical progressives. Mr. Green, are we talking about like Tumblr progressives, where it's half discussions of misogyny and half high contrast images of pizza? Because if so, I can get behind that. Me from the past, your anachronism is showing your internet was green letters on a black screen. But no, the progressive era was not like Tumblr. However, I will argue that it did indirectly make Tumblr and therefore JLog gift sets possible, so that's something. So some of the solutions that progressives came up with to deal with issues of inequality and injustice don't seem terribly progressive today, and also it kind of overlapped with the Gilded Age, and progressive implies like progress, presumably progress toward freedom and justice, which is hard to argue about an era that involved one of the great restrictions of freedom in American history, prohibition. So maybe we shouldn't call it the progressive era at all. Stan, whatever, roll the intro. So if the Gilded Age was the period when American industrial capitalism came into its own and people like Mark Twain began to criticize its associated problems, then the progressive era was the age in which people actually tried to solve those problems through individual and group action. As the economy changed, progressives also had to respond to a rapidly changing political system. The population of the US was growing and its economic power was becoming ever more concentrated, and sometimes progressives responded to this by opening up political participation, and sometimes by trying to restrict the vote. The thing is, broad participatory democracy doesn't always result in effective government, he said, sounding like the Chinese National Communist Party. And that tension between wanting to have government for, of, and by the people and wanting to have government that's like good at governing kind of defined the progressive era, and also our era. But progressives were most concerned with the social problems that revolved around industrial capitalist society, and most of these problems weren't new by 1900, but some of the responses were. Companies, and later corporations, had a problem that had been around at least since the 1880s. They needed to keep costs down and profits high in a competitive market. And one of the best ways to do this was to keep wages low, hours long, and conditions appalling. Your basic house elf situation. Just kidding, house elves didn't get wages. Also, by the end of the 19th century, people started to feel like these large monopolistic industrial combinations, the so-called trusts, were exerting too much power over people's lives. The 1890s saw federal attempts to deal with these trusts, such as the Sherman Antitrust Act, but overall, the federal government wasn't where most progressive changes were made. For instance, there was muckraking, a form of journalism in which reporters would find some muck and rake it. Mass circulation magazines realized they could make money by publishing exposés of industrial and political abuse, so they did. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? I bet it involves muck. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either correct or I get shocked. Let a man so much as scrape his finger pushing a truck in the pickle rooms, and all the joints in his fingers might be eaten by the acid one by one. Of the butchers and floormen, the beef boners and trimmers, and all those who used knives, you could scarcely find a person who had the use of his thumb. Time and time again, the base of it had been slashed, till it was a mere lump of flesh against which the man pressed the knife to hold it. They would have no nails. They had worn them off, pulling hides. Wow. Well, now I am hyper aware of and grateful for my thumbs. They are just in excellent shape. I am so glad, Stan, that I am not a beef boner at one of the meat packing factories written about in the jungle by Upton Sinclair. No shock for me! Oh, Stan, I can only imagine how long and hard you've worked to get the phrase beef boner into this show, and you finally did it. Congratulations. By the way, just a little bit of trivia. The Jungle was the first book I ever read that made me vomit. So that's a review. I don't know if it's positive, but there you go. Anyway, at the time, readers of The Jungle were more outraged by descriptions of rotten meat than by the treatment of meatpacking workers. The Jungle led to the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act of 1906. That's pretty cool for Upton Sinclair, although my books have also led to some federal legislation, such as the which officially declared Hazel and Augustus the nation's OTP. So to be fair, writers have been describing the harshness of industrial capitalism for decades, so muckraking wasn't really that new, but the use of photography for documentation was. Lewis Hine, for instance, photographed child laborers in factories and mines, bringing Americans face to face with the more than 2 million children under the age of 15 working for wages, and Hine's photos helped bring about laws that limited child labor. But even more important than the writing and photographs and magazines when it came to improving conditions for workers was Twitter. What's that? There was no Twitter? Still? What is this, 1812? All right, so apparently still without Twitter, workers had to organize into unions to get corporations to reduce hours and raise their pay. Also, some employers started to realize on their own that one way to mitigate some of the problems of industrialization was to pay workers better. Like in 1914, Henry Ford paid his workers an average of $5 per day, unheard of at the time. Whereas today, I pay Stan and Danica 3 times that, and still they whine. Ford's reasoning was that better paid workers would be better able to afford the Model Ts that they were making, and indeed, Ford's annual output rose from 34,000 cars to 730,000 cars between 1910 and 1916, and the price of a Model T dropped from $700 to $316. Still, Henry Ford definitely forgot to be awesome sometimes. He was anti-Semitic, he used spies in his factory, and he named his child Edsel. Also, like most employers at the turn of the century, he was virulently anti-union. So while the AFL was organizing the most privileged industrial workers, another union grew up to advocate for rights for a larger swath of the workforce, especially the immigrants who dominated unskilled labor, the industrial workers of the world. They were also known as the Wobblies, and they were founded in 1905 to advocate for, quote, every wage worker, no matter what his religion, fatherland, or trade, and not, as the name Wobblies suggests, just those fans of wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey. The Wobblies were radical socialists. Ultimately, they wanted to see capitalism and the state disappear in revolution. Now, most progressives didn't go that far, but some, following the ideas of Henry George, worried that economic progress could produce a dangerous, unequal distribution of wealth that could only be cured by taxes. But more progressives were influenced by Simon W. Patton, who prophesied that industrialization would bring about a new civilization where everyone would benefit from the abundance and all the leisure time that all these new labor-saving devices could bring. This optimism was partly spurred by the birth of a mass consumption society. I mean, Americans by 1915 could purchase all kinds of newfangled devices like washing machines or vacuum cleaners, automobiles, record players. consumers. It's worth underscoring that all this happened in a couple generations. I mean, in 1850, almost everyone listened to music and washed their clothes in nearly the same way that people did 10,000 years ago. And then, boom! And for many progressives, this consumer culture, to quote our old friend Eric Foner, became the foundation for a new understanding of freedom, as access to the cornucopia of goods made available by modern capitalism. And this idea was encouraged by new advertising that connected goods with freedom, using liberty as a brand name or affixing the Statue of Liberty to a product. By the way, crash courses made exclusively in the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth, ever. That's a lie, of course, but you're allowed to lie in advertising. But in spite of this optimism, many progressives were concerned that industrial capitalism, with its exploitation of labor and concentration of wealth, was limiting rather than increasing freedom, depending on how you defined freedom, of course. Industrialization created what they referred to as the labor problem, as mechanization diminished opportunities for skilled workers and the supervised routine of the factory floor destroyed autonomy. The scientific workplace management advocated by efficiency expert Frederick W. Taylor required rigid rules and supervision in order to heighten worker productivity. So if you've ever had a job with a defined number of bathroom breaks, that's why. Also, Taylorism found its way into classrooms, and anyone who's ever had to sit in rows for 45-minute periods punctuated by factory-style bells knows that this atmosphere is not particularly conducive to a sense of freedom. Now, this is a little bit confusing because while responding to worker exploitation was part of the progressive movement, so was Taylorism itself, because it was an application of research, observation, and expertise to the vexing problem of how to increase productivity. And this use of scientific experts is another hallmark of the progressive era, one that usually found its expression in politics. American progressives, like their counterparts in the green sections of not America, sought government solutions to social problems. Germany, which is somewhere over here, pioneered social legislation with its minimum wage, unemployment insurance, and old age pension laws. But the idea that government action could address the problems and insecurities that characterize the modern industrial world also became prominent in the United States. And the notion that an activist government could enhance rather than threaten people's freedom was something new in America. Now, progressives pushing for social legislation tended to have more success at the state and local level, especially in cities, which established public control over gas and water and raised taxes to pay for transportation and public schools, whereas federally the biggest success was like prohibition, which, you know, not that successful. But anyway, if all that local collectivist investment sounds like socialism, it kind of is. I mean, by 1912, the Socialist Party had 150,000 members and had elected scores of local officials, like Milwaukee Mayor Emil Seidel. Some urban progressives even pushed to get rid of traditional democratic forms altogether. A number of cities were run by commissions of experts or city managers who would be chosen on the basis of some demonstrated expertise or credential rather than their ability to hand out turkeys at Christmas or find jobs for your nephew's sister's cousin. Progressive editor Walter Lippmann argued for applying modern scientific expertise to solve social problems in his 1914 book Drift and Mastery, writing that scientifically trained experts, quote, could be trusted more fully than ordinary citizens to solve America's deep social problems. This tension between government by experts and increased popular democratic participation is one of the major contradictions of the progressive era. The 17th Amendment allowed for senators to be elected directly by the people rather than by state legislatures, and many states adopted primaries to nominate candidates, again taking power away from political parties and putting it in the hands of voters. And some states, particularly Western ones like California, adopted aspects of even more direct democracy, the initiative, which allowed voters to put issues on the ballot, and the referendum, which allows them to vote on laws directly. And lest you think that more democracy is always good, I present you with California. But many progressives wanted actual policy made by experts who knew what was best for the people, not the people themselves. And despite primaries and direct elections of senators, it's hard to argue that the progressive era was a good moment for democratic participation, since many progressives were only in favor of voting insofar as it was done by white, middle-class Protestant voters. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. Progressives limited immigrants' participation in the political process through literacy tests and laws requiring people to register to vote. Voter registration was supposedly intended to limit fraud and the power of political machines. Stop me if any of this sounds familiar, but it actually just suppressed voting generally. Voting gradually declined from 80% of male Americans voting in the 1890s to the point where today only about 50% of eligible Americans vote in presidential elections. But an even bigger blow to democracy during the Progressive Era came with the Jim Crow laws passed by legislatures in southern states, which legally segregated the South. First, there was the deliberate disenfranchisement of African Americans. The 15th Amendment made it illegal to deny the right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude, but said nothing about the ability to read, so many southern states instituted literacy requirements. Other states added poll taxes, requiring people to pay to vote, which effectively disenfranchised a large number of African American people who were disproportionately poor. The Supreme Court didn't help. In 1896, it made one of its most famous bad decisions, Plessy versus Ferguson, ruling that segregation in public accommodations, in Homer Plessy's case, a railroad car, did not violate the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. As long as black railroad cars were equal to white ones, it was a-okay to have duplicate sets of everything. Now, creating two sets of equal quality of everything would get really expensive, so southern states didn't actually do it. Black schools, public restrooms, public transportation opportunities, the list goes on, would definitely be separate and definitely not equal. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Now, of course, as we've seen, progressive ideas inspired a variety of responses, both for Taylorism and against it, both for government by experts and for direct democracy. Similarly, in the Progressive Era, just as the Jim Crow laws were being passed, there were many attempts to improve the lives of African Americans. The towering figure in this movement to uplift black Southerners was Booker T. Washington, a former slave who became the head of the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, a center for vocational education, and Washington urged Southern black people to emphasize skills that could make them successful in the contemporary economy. The idea was that they would earn the respect of white people by demonstrating their usefulness, and everyone would come to respect each other through the recognition of mutual dependence while continuing to live in separate social spheres. But Washington's accommodationist stance was not shared by all African Americans. W.E.B. Du Bois advocated for full civil and political rights for black people and helped to found the NAACP, which urged African Americans to fight for their rights through, quote, persistent, manly agitation. So I wanted to talk about the Progressive Era today, not only because it shows up on a lot of tests, but because progressives tried to tackle many of the issues that we face today, particularly concerning immigration and economic justice, and they used some of the same methods that we use today: organization, journalistic exposure, and political activism. Now, we may use Tumblr or Tea Party forums, but the same concerns motivate us to work together. And just as today, many of their efforts were not successful because of the inherent difficulty in trying to mobilize very different interests in a pluralistic nation. In some ways, their platforms would have been better suited to an America that was less diverse and complex, but it was that very diversity and complexity that gave rise and still gives rise to the urge toward progress in the first place. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. You can suggest captions in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course. If you like it, and if you're watching the credits, you probably do, make sure you're subscribed. And as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. That was more dramatic than it sounded. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about a subject near and dear to my white male heart: imperialism. So here at Crash Course, we occasionally try to point out that the U.S., much as we hate to admit it, is actually part of a larger world. Mr. Green, you mean like Alaska? No, me from the past. For reasons that you will understand after your trip there before your senior year of college, I do not acknowledge the existence of Canada's tail. No, I'm referring to all of the green parts of not America, and the period in the 19th century when we thought maybe we could make all those green parts like America, but, you know, without rights and stuff. So the late 19th and early 20th centuries were a period of expansion and colonization in Asia and Africa, mostly by European powers. As you'll know if you watch Crash Course World History, imperialism has a long history pretty much everywhere. So this round of empire building is sometimes called, rather confusingly, New Imperialism. Because the US acquired territory beyond its continental boundaries in this period, it's relatively easy to fit American history into this world history paradigm. But there's also an argument that the United States has always been an empire. From very early on, the European settlers who became Americans were intent on pushing westward and conquering territory. The obvious victims of this expansion/imperialism were the Native Americans, but we can also include the Mexicans who lost their sovereignty after 1848. And if that doesn't sound like an empire to you, allow me to draw your attention to the Russian Empire. Russians were taking control of territory in Central Asia and Siberia and either absorbing or displacing the native people who lived there, which was the exact same thing that we were doing. The empires of the late 19th and early 20th centuries were different because they were colonial in their own special way. Like, Europeans and Americans would rule other places, but they wouldn't settle them and more or less completely displace the native people there. Well, except for you, Australia and New Zealand. American historians used to try to excuse America's acquisitions of a territorial empire as something of an embarrassing mistake, but that's misleading because one of the primary causes of the phenomenon of American imperialism was economics. We needed places to sell our amazing new products. And at the time, China actually had all of the customers because apparently it was opposite day. It's also not an accident that the US began pursuing imperialism in earnest during the 1890s, as this was in many ways a decade of crisis in America. The influx of immigrants and the crowded cities added to anxiety and concern over America's future, and then, to cap it all off, in 1893, a panic caused by the failure of a British bank led the US into a horrible economic depression. A Great Depression, but not the Great Depression. It did, however, feature 15,000 business failures and 17% unemployment, so take that, 2008. According to American diplomatic historian George Herring, imperialism was just what the doctor ordered to help America get out of its depression. Other historians, notably Kristen Hoganson, imply that America embarked on imperial adventures partly so that American men could prove to themselves how manly they were, you know, by joining the Navy and setting sail for distant waters. In 1890, Captain Alfred Thayer Mahan published The Influence of Sea Power Upon History and argued that to be a great power, like Great Britain, the US needed to control the seas and dominate international commerce. Tied into this push to become a maritime power was the obsession with building a canal through Central America, and eventually the US decided that it should be built in Panama because, you know, how else are we going to get malaria? In order to protect this canal, we would need a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Sorry, I just wanted to get the palindrome in there somewhere. No, we would actually need much more than a man and a plan. We would need ships, and in order to have a functioning two-ocean navy, we would need colonies. Why? Because the steamships at the time were powered by coal, and in order to refuel, they needed coal depots. I mean, I suppose we could have, like, rented harbor space, but why rent when you can conquer? Also, nationalism and the accompanying pride in one's country was a worldwide phenomenon to which the US was not immune. I mean, it's no accident that the 1890s saw Americans begin to recite the Pledge of Allegiance and celebrate Flag Day. And what better way to instill national pride than by flying the stars and stripes over Guam. So pre-Civil War attempts to expand beyond what we now know as the continental United States included our efforts to annex Canada, which were sadly unsuccessful, and also filibustering, which before it meant a senator talking until he or she had to stop to pee, was a thing where we tried to take over Central America to spread slavery. But the idea of taking Cuba persisted into the late 19th century because it is close and also beautiful. The Grant administration wanted to annex it and the Dominican Republic, but Congress demurred. But we did succeed in purchasing Canada's tail. You can see how I feel about that. To be fair, discovery of gold in the Yukon made Seward's icebox seem like less of a Seward's folly, and it did provide coaling stations in the Pacific. But we could have had rum and Caribbean beaches. Oh, Stan, all this talk about how much I hate Alaska has me overheated. I gotta take off my shirt. Oh, my life. So hard to take off a shirt dramatically. I'm angry! Anyway, coal stations in the Pacific were important because in 1854 we opened Japan to American trade by sending a flotilla of threatening black ships under Matthew Perry. No, Stan, not that Matthew Perry. You know better. By far America's best piece of imperial business before 1898 was Hawaii. Like, I like oil and gold as much as the next guy, but Hawaii has pineapples and also sugar, which were grown on American-owned plantations by Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, and native workers. Treaties between the US and Hawaiian governments exempted this sugar from tariffs, and America also had established a naval base at Pearl Harbor, which seemed like a really good idea. Then. We eventually annexed Hawaii in 1898, and this meant that it could eventually become a state, which it did in 1959, 2 years before Barack Obama was born in Kenya. And this leads us nicely to the high tide of American imperialism, the Spanish-American Cuban-Filipino War. The war started out because native Cubans were revolting against Spain, which was holding on to Cuba for dear life as the remnant of a once great empire. The Cubans' fight for independence was brutal. 95,000 Cubans died from disease and malnutrition after Spanish General Valeriano Wild Weiler herded Cubans into concentration camps. For this, Weiler was called Butcher in the American Yellow Press, which sold a lot of newspapers on the backs of stories about his atrocities. And at last we come to President William McKinley, who responded cautiously with a demand that Spain get out of Cuba or face war. Now, Spain knew that it couldn't win a war with the U.S., but as George Herring put it, they preferred the honor of war to the ignominy of surrender. Let that be a lesson to you. Always choose ignominy. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either right or I get shocked. All right, let's see what we got today. With such a conflict waged for years in an island so near us, and with which our people have such trade and business relations, when the lives and liberty of our own citizens are in constant danger and their property destroyed and themselves ruined, where our trading vessels are liable to seizure and are seized at our very doorstep by warships of a foreign nation, the expeditions of filibustering that we are powerless to prevent altogether, all these and others that I need not mention, with the resulting strained relations, are a constant menace to our peace, and compel us to keep on a semi-war footing with a nation with which we are at peace. Thank you, Stan. This is obviously President William McKinley's war message to Congress. You can tell it's a war message because it includes the word peace more than the word war. By the way, it's commonly thought that President McKinley asked Congress for a declaration of war. He didn't. He let Congress take the lead. That's the only time that's ever happened in all of American history, which would be more impressive if we had declared war more than 5 times. So the document shows us that, at least according to McKinley, we officially went to war for American peace of mind and to end economic uncertainty. It was not to gain territory, at least not in Cuba. How do we know? Because Congress also passed the Teller Amendment, which forswore any U.S. annexation of Cuba, perhaps because representatives of the U.S. sugar industry, like Colorado Senator Henry Teller, feared competition from sugar produced in an American Cuba. Or maybe not, but probably so. Also not the cause of the war was the sinking of the USS Maine. The battleship, which had been in Havana's harbor to protect American interests, sank after an explosion on February 15, 1898, killing 266 sailors. Now, most historians chalk up the sinking to an internal explosion and not to Spanish sabotage, but that didn't stop Americans from blaming the Spanish with their memorable meme, "Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain." Let's go to the thought bubble. The actual war was one of the most successful in U.S. history, especially if you measure success by brevity and relative paucity of deaths. Secretary of State John Hay called it a splendid little war, and in many ways it was. Fighting lasted about 4 months, and fewer than 400 Americans were killed in combat, although 5,000 died of, wait for it, disease. Stupid disease, always ruining everything. There weren't a ton of battles, but those that happened got an inordinate amount of press coverage, like the July attack on San Juan Hill at the Cuban city of Santiago, led by future President Theodore Roosevelt. While it was a successful battle, the real significance is that it furthered Roosevelt's career. He returned a hero, promptly became governor of New York, and by 1900 was McKinley's vice president, which was a good job to have because McKinley would eventually be assassinated. A more important battle was that of Manila Bay, in which Commodore George Dewey destroyed a tiny Spanish fleet and took the Philippines. This battle took place in May of 1898, well before the attack on Cuba, which strongly suggests that a war that was supposedly about supporting Cuban independence was really about something else. And what was that something else? Oh, right, a territorial empire. As a result of the war, the U.S. got a bunch of new territories, notably the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam. We also used the war as an opportunity to annex Hawaii to protect our ships that would be steaming toward the Philippines. We didn't annex Cuba, but we didn't let it become completely independent either. The Platt Amendment in the Cuban Constitution authorized American military intervention whenever it saw fit and gave us a permanent lease for a naval base at Guantanamo Bay. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So Cuba and Puerto Rico were gateways to Latin American markets. Puerto Rico was particularly useful as a naval station. Hawaii, Guam, and especially the Philippines opened up access to China. American presence in China was bolstered by our contribution of about 3,000 troops to the multinational force that helped put down the Boxer Rebellion in 1900. But in the Philippines, where Americans had initially been welcome, opinions soon changed after it became clear that Americans were there to stay and exercise control. Emiliano Aguinaldo, leader of the Filipino rebellion against Spain, quickly turned against the U.S. because his real goal was independence, and it appeared the U.S. would not provide it. The resulting Philippine War lasted 4 years, from 1899 to 1903, and 4,200 Americans were killed, as well as over 100,000 Filipinos. The Americans committed atrocities, including putting Filipinos in concentration camps, torturing prisoners, rape, and executing civilians. And much of this was racially motivated, and news of these atrocities helped to spur anti-imperialist sentiment at home, with Mark Twain being one of the most outspoken critics. Now, there was some investment in modernization in the Philippines, in railroads railroads, schools, and public health, but the interests of the local people were usually subordinated to those of the wealthy. So American imperialism, in short, looked like most other imperialisms. So Constitution nerds will remember that the U.S. Constitution has no provision for colonies, only territory that will eventually be incorporated as states. Congress attempted to deal with this issue by passing the Foraker Act in 1900. This law declared that Puerto Rico would be an insular territory. Its inhabitants would be citizens of Puerto Rico, not the United States, and there would be no path to statehood. But this wasn't terribly constitutional. Congress did extend U.S. citizenship to Puerto Ricans in 1917. Now it's a commonwealth with its own government that has no voice in the U.S. Congress or presidential elections and no control over its own defense or environmental policy. The Philippines were treated similarly to Puerto Rico in a series of cases between 1901 and 1904, collectively called the insular cases. But Hawaii was treated differently because it had a sizable population of American settlers who happened to be white. Ergo, it became a traditional territory with a path to statehood because white people, and also pineapples. Now let's briefly talk about anti-imperialism. There were lots of people who objected to imperialism on racial grounds, arguing that it might lead to, like, diversity. But there were also non-racist anti-imperialists who argued that empire itself, with its political domination of conquered people, was incompatible with democracy, which, to be fair, it is. The Democratic Party, which had supported intervention in Cuba in 1900, opposed the Philippine War in its platform. Some progressives opposed imperialism too, because they believed that America should focus on its domestic problems. Yet those who supported imperialism were just as forceful. Among the most vocal was Indiana Senator Albert Beveridge, who argued that imperialism was benevolent and would bring a new day of freedom. But make no mistake, underneath it all, imperialism was all about trade. According to Beveridge, America's commerce must be with Asia. The Pacific is our ocean. Where shall we turn for consumers of our surplus? Geography answers the question. China is our natural customer. In the end, imperialism was really driven by economic necessity. In 1902, Brooks Adams predicted in his book, The New Empire, that the U.S. would soon, quote, outweigh any single empire, if not all empires combined. Within 20 years, America would be the world's leading economic power. We didn't have the most overseas territory, but ultimately, that didn't matter. Now, the reasons for imperialism, above all the quest for markets for American goods, would persist long after imperialism became recognized as antithetical to freedom and democracy. And we would continue to struggle to reconcile our imperialistic urges with our ideals about democracy until now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. You can suggest captions in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. This is the part where Stan gets nervous, like, is he gonna go this way, or this way, or this way? I'm going this way! Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're finally going to make military history buffs happy. That's right, today we're going to talk about how the United States, with its superior technology, innovative tactics, and remarkable generalship, turned the tide of World War I. Mr. Green, finally, I've been waiting for months to learn about tanks and airplanes and Ernest Hemingway. Well, that's a shame, me from the past, because I was kidding about this being an episode full of military details, but I do promise that we will mention Ernest Hemingway, and in a few weeks I will tell you about how he liberated the martinis of Paris. Americans were only involved in the Great War for 19 months, and compared with the other belligerents, we didn't do much fighting. Still, the war had profound effects on America at home, on its place in the world, and it also resulted in an amazing number of war memorials right here in Indianapolis. So the Great War, which lasted from 1914 until 1918 and featured a lot of men with hats and rifles, cost the lives of an estimated 10 million soldiers. Also, the whole thing was kind of horrible and pointless, unless you love art and literature about how horrible and pointless World War I was, in which case it was a real bonanza. So when the war broke out, America remained neutral because we were a little bit isolationist, owing to the fact that we were led, of course, by President Wilson. But many Americans sided with the British because by 1914 we'd pretty much forgotten about all the bad parts of British rule, like all that tea and monarchy. Plus, they're so easy to talk to with their English. But there were a significant number of progressives who worried that involvement in the war would get in the way of social reforms at home. In fact, Wilson courted these groups in the 1916 presidential presidential campaign, running on the slogan, "He kept us out of war, and will continue to keep us out of war until we re-elect him and then he gets us into war." But for that slogan to make sense, there had to have been some way in which war was avoided, which brings me to one of the classic errors made by American history students. What? I haven't even said anything yet. But you were about to, me from the past, because if I had asked you what event led the U.S. to enter World War I, you would have surely told me that it was the sinking of the cruise ship Lusitania by German submarines. 124 American passengers died when the ship, which had been carrying arms and also guns, was torpedoed off the coast of Ireland. Even though Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan had warned Americans not to travel on British, French, or German ships, Wilson refused to ban such travel because, you know, freedom. Bryan promptly resigned. So how do I know it wasn't the immediate cause of our involvement in the war? Because the United States declared war on Germany and the Central Powers on April 2nd, 1917, almost 2 years after the sinking of the Lusitania. So why did the United States declare war for only the 4th time in its history? Was it the Germans' decision to resume unrestricted submarine warfare in early 1917? Was it the interception and publication of the Zimmermann telegram in which the German Foreign Secretary promised to help Mexico get back California if they joined Germany in a war against the U.S.? Or was it the fall of the Tsarist regime in Russia, which made Wilson's claims that he wanted to fight to make the world safe for democracy a bit more plausible? Yes, yes, and yes. Also, there was our inclination to help Britain, to whom we had loaned $2 billion. That's the thing about wars. They never start for easy, simple reasons like Lusitania sinking. Stupid truth, always resisting simplicity. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either right or I get shocked. I, or possibly 1, open covenants of peace openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. I'm starting to think these are Roman numerals. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. 3, the removal, so far as possible, of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions among all nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. And 14, I'm going to guess we skipped some, a general association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity of great and small states alike. Stan, thank you for throwing me a softball. That's my favorite kind of ball. Other than you, Wilson. With its mention of self-determination, freedom of the seas, open diplomacy, and liberal use of Roman numerals, I know it is Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, our 2nd consecutive Woodrow Wilson week, and my 2nd consecutive non-shock. Given all of his quasi-imperialism, there's something a little bit ideologically inconsistent about Wilson, but his 14 points are pretty admirable as a statement of purpose. Most of them deal specifically with colonial possessions and were pretty much ignored, but I suppose if we've learned anything, it's that in American history, it's the thought that counts. America's primary contribution to the Entente powers winning the war was economic, as we sent all sorts of arms and money over there. Troops didn't arrive until the spring of 1918, and eventually over 1 million American doughboys served under General John J. Pershing. Not all of these people saw combat. They were much more likely to die of flu than bullet wounds, but their sheer numbers were enough to force the defeat of the exhausted Germans. And now, as promised, I will mention Ernest Hemingway. He served as an ambulance driver, which gave him a close-up view of death and misery and led to his membership in the so-called lost generation of writers who lived in Paris in the 1920s and tried to make sense of everything. Turns out it's pretty hard to make sense of, and you're just going to end up with a lot of six-toed cats and then eventually suicide. Okay, so I said earlier that a lot of American progressives were anti-war, but certainly not all of them. Like, according to Randolph Bourne, war is the health of the state, and for progressives like him, the war offered the possibility of reforming American society along scientific lines, instilling a sense of national unity and self-sacrifice, and expanding social justice. Let's go to the thought bubble. World War I made the national government much more powerful than it had ever been. Like in May of 1917, Congress passed the Selective Service Act, which required 24 million men to register for the draft and eventually increased the size of the army from 120,000 to 5 million. The government also commandeered control of much of the economy to get the country ready to fight, creating new agencies to regulate industry, transportation, labor relations, and agriculture. The War Industries Board took charge of all elements of wartime production, setting quotas and prices and establishing standardized specification for almost everything, even down to the color of shoes. The Railroad Administration administered transportation, and the Fuel Agency rationed coal and oil. This regulation sometimes brought about some of the progressives' goals, like the War Labor Board, for instance, pushed for a minimum wage, 8-hour workdays, and the rights of workers to form unions. Wages rose substantially in the era, working conditions improved, and union membership skyrocketed, but then so did taxes, and the wealthiest Americans ended up on the hook for 60% of their income. Also, in World War I, as never before, the government used its power to shape public opinion. In 1917, the Wilson administration created the Committee on Public Information, which only sounds like it's from an Orwell novel. Headed by George Creel, the CPI's team created a wave of propaganda to get Americans to support the war, printing pamphlets, making posters, and advertising in swanky motion pictures. The best-known strategies were the speeches of 75,000 four-minute men who, in that amount of time, delivered messages of support for the war in theaters, schools, and other public venues. The key concepts in the CPI propaganda effort were democracy and freedom. Creel believed that the war would accelerate movement towards solving the age-old problems of poverty, inequality, oppression, and unhappiness, because obviously, war is the most effective antidepressant. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So the aforementioned Randolph Bourne might have had good things to say about war, but he was also correct when he suggested that the war would encourage and empower the, quote, least democratic forces in American life. World War I may have been a war to make the world safe for democracy, but according to one historian, the war inaugurated the most intense repression of civil liberties the nation has ever known. War suppressing civil liberties, eh? I'm glad those days have passed. Speaking of the repression of civil liberties, the NSA is about to start watching this video because I'm about to use the word espionage. The Espionage Act of 1917 prohibited spying, interfering with the draft, and, quote, false statements that might impede military success. Even more troubling was the Sedition Act, passed in 1918, which criminalized statements that were intended to cast contempt, scorn, or disrepute on our form of government, or that advocated interference with the war effort. So basically, these laws made it a crime to criticize either the war or the government. In fact, Eugene Debs, the socialist who ran for president in 1912, was one of those convicted for giving an anti-war speech. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and he served 3 of them, but he ran for president from prison and got 900,000 votes. Fortunately, thanks to checks and balances, you can turn to the courts. Unfortunately, they weren't very helpful. Like in Schenck versus the U.S., the Supreme Court upheld the conviction of a guy named Schenck for encouraging people to avoid the draft and ruled that the government can punish critical speech when it presents a clear and present danger to the state and its citizens. This was when Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes introduced the famous exception to free speech that it is not okay to shout fire in a crowded theater. Nor apparently is it okay to shout, "We shouldn't be in this war," I don't think. Just my opinion. But some went even further. The 250,000-strong American Protective League helped the Justice Department identify radicals by harassing people in what were called slacker raids. Good thing those stopped before you got to high school, right? Me from the past? Slacker. In Bisbee, Arizona, vigilantes went so far to put striking copper miners in boxcars, shipped them out to the middle of the desert, and left them there. The war also raised the question of what it meant to be a real American, like public schools Americanized immigrants and sought to implant in their children, so far as can be done, the Anglo-Saxon conceptions of righteousness, law and order, and popular government. Many cities sponsored Americanization pageants, especially around the 4th of July, which the CPI in 1918 rechristened Loyalty Day. Hamburgers, a German word, became Liberty sandwiches. World War I certainly didn't create anti-immigrant feeling in the United States, but it was used to justify it. Like IQ tests introduced to screen army applicants were soon used to argue that certain immigrant groups were inferior to white Protestants and could never be fully assimilated into the United States. Now, of course, those tests were tremendously biased, but no matter. But to return to the questions of dissent and free speech, the suppression continued after the war, with the 1919 Palmer raids, for instance, named after Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, and headed up by a young J. Edgar Hoover. To be fair, someone did try to blow up Palmer, so there was some dissent related to the suppression of dissent. Also, more than 4 million workers engaged in strikes in the United States in 1919, but that didn't legally justify the arrest of more than 5,000 suspected radicals and labor organizers. Most of them were arrested without warrants and held without charge, sometimes for months. And it's difficult to imagine that all of this would have happened without the heightened sense of patriotism that always accompanies war. However, there were a handful of good things things to come out of the Great War, and not just the stylings of Irving Berlin. Like, students are often taught that the war led directly to the passage of the 19th Amendment, although a number of states had actually granted the franchise to women before the war. In Montana, for instance, women didn't just vote, they held office. Congresswoman Jeanette Rankin voted against the declaration of war in 1917 and was the only member of the House to vote against the declaration of war against Japan in 1941. New opportunities in wartime industry also provided incentives for African Americans to move north, thus beginning the so-called Great Migration and the growth of black populations in northern cities like Chicago and New York. The biggest gain was in Detroit, where between 1910 and 1920, the black population rose from 5,741 to 40,838, a 611% increase. So it's true that World War I provided some new opportunities for African Americans and women, but if World War I was supposed to be an opportunity for America to impose its progressive ideas on the rest of the world, it failed. The Versailles Peace Conference, where Wilson tried to implement his 14 points, raised hope for a new diplomatic order, but the results of the treaty made the 14 points look hypocritical. I mean, especially when Britain and France took control of Germany's former colonies and carved up the Arabian provinces of the Ottoman Empire into new spheres of influence. Wilson's dream of a League of Nations was realized, but the U.S. never joined it, largely because Congress was nervous about giving up its sovereign power to declare war, and disappointment over the outcome of World War I led the U.S. to, for the most part, retreat into isolationism until World War II. And therein lies the ultimate failure of World War I. It's not called the World War, it's called World War I, because then we had to go and have a frickin' other one. We'll talk about that in a few weeks, but next week we get to talk about suffrage. Yes, we finally did something right. I'll see you then. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. If you'd like to suggest one, you can do so in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Stan, can you do some movie magic to get me out of here? Perfect. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about women in the Progressive Era. My God, that is a fantastic hat. Wait, votes for women? So between Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and all those doughboys headed off to war, women in this period have sort of been footnoted, shockingly. Mr. Green, I'd never make a woman a footnote. She'd be the center of my world, my raison d'etre, my joie de vivre. Oh, me from the past. I'm reminded of why you got a C+ in French 3. Let me submit to you, me from the past, that your weird worship of women is a kind of misogyny, because you're imagining women as these beautiful, fragile things that you can possess. It turns out that women are not things. They are people, in precisely the same way that you are a person, and in the Progressive Era, they demanded to be seen as full citizens of the United States. In short, women don't exist to be your joie de vivre. They get to have their own joie de vivre. So it's tempting to limit ourselves to discussion of women getting the right to vote with the passage of the 19th Amendment, but if we focus too much on the constitutional history, we're going to miss a lot. Some historians refer to the 30 years between 1890 and 1920 as the women's era, because it was in that time that women started to have greater economic and political opportunities. Women were also aided by legal changes, like getting the right to own property, control their wages, and make contracts and wills. By 1900, almost 5 million women worked for wages, mainly in domestic service or light manufacturing, like the garment industry. Women in America were always vital contributors to the economy as producers and consumers, and they always worked, whether for wages or taking care of children and the home. And as someone who has recently returned from paternity leave, let me tell you, that ain't no joke. And American women were also active as reformers, since, like, America became a thing. And those reform movements brought women into state and national politics before the dawn of the Progressive Era. Unfortunately, their greatest achievement, prohibition, was also our greatest national shame. Oh. Yeah, all right, okay. It's actually not in our top 5 national shames. But probably women's greatest influence indeed came through their membership and leadership in the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The WCTU was founded in 1874, and by 1890 it had 150,000 members, making it the largest female organization in the United States. Under the leadership of Frances Willard, the WCTU embraced a broad reform agenda, like it included pushing for the right for women to vote. The feeling was that the best way to stop people from drinking was to pass local laws that made it harder to drink, and to do that, it would be very helpful if women could vote, because American men were a bunch of alcoholic scoundrels who darn well weren't going to vote to get rid of beer hoses. In 1895, Willard boldly declared, "A wider freedom is coming to the women of America. Too long has it been held that woman has no right to enter these movements. Politics is the place for women." But the role of women in politics did greatly expand during the Progressive Era. As in prior decades, many reformers were middle and upper class women, but the growing economy and the expansion of what might be called the upper middle class meant that there were more educational opportunities, and this growing group of college-educated women leaned in and became the leaders of new movements. Sorry, there was no way I was going to get through this without one lean in. I love that book. So as we've talked about before, the 1890s saw the dawning of the American mass consumer society, and many of the new products made in the second wave of industrialization were aimed at women, especially labor-saving devices like washing machines. If you've ever had an infant, you might notice that they poop and barf on everything all the time. Like, I recently called a pediatrician and I was like, my 14-day-old daughter poops 15 times a day, and he was like, if anything, that seems low. So the washing machine is a real game changer. And many women realized that being the primary consumers who did the shopping for the home gave them powerful leverage to bring about change. Chief among these was Florence Kelley, a college-educated woman who, after participating in a number of progressive reform causes, came to head the National Consumers League. The league sponsored boycotts and shaped consumption patterns, encouraging consumers to buy products that were made without child, or what we would now call sweatshop labor, which at the time was often just known as labor. And there was also a subtle shift in gender roles as more and more women worked outside the home. African-American women continued to work primarily as domestic servants or in agriculture, and immigrant women mostly did low-paying factory labor. But for native-born white women, there were new opportunities, especially in office work. And this points to how technology created opportunities for women. Like, almost all the telephone operators in the US were women. By 1920, office workers and telephone operators made up 25% of the female workforce, while domestic servants were only 15%. A union leader named Abraham Bisno remarked that working gave immigrant women a sense of independence. They acquired the right to personality, something alien to the highly patriarchal family structures of the old country. Of course, this also meant that young women were often in conflict with their parents, as a job brought more freedom, money, and perhaps, if they were lucky, a room of one's own. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? Please let it be Virginia Woolf. Please let it be Virginia Woolf. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either right or I get shocked. All right, let's see what we got. The spirit of personal independence in the women of today is sure proof that a change has come. The radical change in the economic position of women is advancing upon us. The growing individualization of democratic life brings inevitable changes to our daughters as well as to our sons. One of its most noticeable features is the demand in women not only for their own money, but for their own work for the sake of personal expression. Few girls today fail to manifest some signs of the desire for individual expression. That's not Virginia Woolf. Say, I'm going to be honest, I do not know the answer to this one. However, it has been Woodrow Wilson for the last 2 weeks. You wouldn't do that again to me, or would you? I'm going to guess Woodrow Wilson. Final answer. Dang it! Charlotte Perkins Gilman in the book Women in Economics? What? The idea that having a job is valuable just for the independence that it brings and as a form of individual expression was pretty radical, as most women, and especially most men, were not comfortable with the idea that being a housewife was similar to being a servant to one's husband and children. But of course that changes when staying at home becomes one of many choices rather than your only available option. And then came birth control. Huzzah! Women who needed to work wanted a way to limit the number of pregnancies. Being pregnant and having a baby can make it difficult to hold down a job, and also babies are diaper-using, stuff-breaking consumption machines. They basically eat money, and we love them. But birth control advocates like Margaret Sanger and Emma Goldman also argued that women should be able to enjoy sex without having children. To which men said, women can enjoy sex? Believe it or not, that was seen as a pretty radical idea, and it led to changes in sexual behavior, including more overall scootily pooping. Goldman was arrested more than 40 times for sharing these dangerous ideas about female sexuality and birth control, and she was eventually deported. Sanger, who worked to educate working-class women about birth control, was sentenced to prison in 1916 for opening a clinic in Brooklyn that distributed contraceptive devices to poor immigrant women. The fight over birth control is important for at least 3 reasons. First, First, it put women into the forefront of debates about free speech in America. I mean, some of the most ardent advocates of birth control were also associated with the IWW and the Socialist Party. Secondly, birth control is also a public health issue, and many women during the Progressive era entered public life to bring about changes related to public health, leading the crusade against tuberculosis, the so-called white plague, and other diseases. Thirdly, it cut across class lines. Having or not having children is an issue for all women, regardless of whether they went to college, and the birth control movement brought upper, middle, and lower class women together in ways that other social movements never did. Another group of progressive women took up the role of addressing the problems of the poor and spearheaded the settlement house movement. The key figure here was Jane Addams. My God, there are still Adamses in American history? Oh, she spells it Addams Family Adams, not like Founding Fathers Adams. Anyway, she started the Hull House in Chicago in 1889. Settlement houses became the incubators of the new field of social work, a field in which women played a huge part, and Addams became one of America's most important spokespeople for progressive ideas. And yet, in many places, while all of this was happening, women could not technically vote. But their increasing involvement in social movements at the turn of the 20th century led them to electoral politics. It's true that women were voting before the passage of the 19th Amendment in 1920. Voting is a state issue, and in many Western states, women were granted the right to vote in the late 19th century. States could also grant women the right to run for office, which explains how the first Congresswoman, Jeanette Rankin, could vote against America's entry into World War I in 1917. That said, the passage and ratification of the 19th Amendment is a big deal in American history. It's also a recent deal. Like, when my grandmothers were born, women could not vote in much of the United States. The amendment says that states cannot deny people the right to vote because they are women, which isn't as interesting as the political organization and activity that led to its passage. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. The suffrage movement was extremely fragmented. There was a first wave of suffrage, exemplified by the women at Seneca Falls, and this metamorphosed into the National American Women's Suffrage Association, or NAWSA. Most of the leadership of NAWSA was made up of middle to upper class women, often involved in other progressive causes, who unfortunately sometimes represented the darker side of the suffrage movement, because these upper class progressives frequently used nativist arguments to make their claims for the right to vote. They argued that if the vote could be granted to ignorant immigrants, some of whom could barely speak English, then it should also be granted to native-born women. This isn't to say that the elitist arguments won the day, but they should be acknowledged. By the early 20th century, a new generation of college-educated activists had arrived on the scene, and many of these women were more radical than early suffrage supporters. They organized the National Women's Party, and under the leadership of Alice Paul, pushed for the vote using aggressive tactics that many of the early generation of women's rights advocates found unseemly. Paul had been studying in Britain between 1907 and 1910, where she saw the more militant women's rights activists at work. She adopted their tactics that included protests leading to imprisonment and loud denunciations of the patriarchy that would make Tumblr proud, and during World War I she compared Wilson to the Kaiser, and Paul and her followers chained themselves to the White House fence. The activists then started a hunger strike during their 7-month prison sentence and had to be force-fed. Woodrow Wilson had half-heartedly endorsed women's suffrage in 1916, but the war split the movement further. Most suffrage organizations believed that wartime service would help women earn respect and equal rights, but other activists, like many progressives, opposed the war and regarded it as a potential threat to social reform. But in the end, the war did sort of end up helping the cause. Patriotic support of the war by women, especially their service working in wartime industries, convinced many that it was just wrong to deny them the right to vote. And the mistreatment of Alice Paul and other women in prison for their cause created outrage that further pushed the Wilson administration to support enfranchising women. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So women's long fight to gain the right to vote ended with the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920. But in some ways, the final granting of the franchise was a bit anticlimactic. For one thing, it was overshadowed by the 18th Amendment, prohibition, which affected both women and men in large numbers, also Gatsby's. You can say a lot of bad things about prohibition, and I have, but the crusade against alcohol did galvanize and politicize many women, and organizations such as the WCTU and the Anti-Saloon League introduced yet more to political activism. But while the passage of the 19th Amendment was a huge victory, Alice Paul and the National Women's Party were unable to muster the same support for an equal rights amendment. Paul believed that women needed equal access to education and employment opportunities, and here they came into contact with other women's groups, especially the League of Women Voters and the Women's Trade Union League, which opposed the ERA, fearing that equal rights would mean an unraveling of hard-won benefits like mothers' pensions and laws limiting women's hours of labor. So the ERA failed, and then another proposed amendment that would have given Congress the power to limit child labor won ratification in only 6 states. You go, America! So in many ways, the period between 1890 and 1920, which roughly corresponds to the Progressive Era, was the high tide of women's rights and political activism. It culminated in the ratification of the 19th Amendment, but the right to vote didn't lead to significant legislation that actually improved the lives of women, at least not for a while. Nor were there immediate changes in the roles that women were expected to play in the social order as wives and mothers. Still, women were able to increase their autonomy and freedom in the burgeoning consumer marketplace. But it's important to note that, like other oppressed populations in American history, women weren't given these rights. They had to fight for the rights that were said to be inalienable. And we are all better off for their fight and for their victory. Women's liberation is, to be sure, a complicated phrase, and it will take a new turn in the Roaring '20s, which we'll talk about next week. I'll see you then. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Meller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. Every week there's a new caption to the Libertage. You can suggest captions in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. I'm gonna go this way, Stan. Just kidding! Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to learn about one of the best eras ever, the 1920s. The 20s gave us jazz, movies, radio, making out in cars, illegal liquor, and the 20s also gave us prosperity, although not for everybody, and gangsters, and a consumer culture based on credit, and lots of prejudice against immigrants, and eventually the worst economic crisis the U.S. has ever seen. Mr. Green, but what about Gatsby? Yeah, me from the past. It's true that Gatsby turned out all right in the end, but what preyed on Gatsby, what foul dust trailed in the wake of his dreams, did temporarily close out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elations of men. So there's a stereotypical view of the 1920s as the Roaring '20s, a decade of exciting change and new cultural touchstones, as well as increased personal freedom and dancing. And it really was a time of increased wealth for some people. The quote of the decade has to go to our famously taciturn president from Massachusetts, Calvin Coolidge, who said, "The chief business of the American people is business." Jay-Z would later update this for the 21st century, noting, "I'm not a businessman, I'm a business, man." But anyway, during the 1920s, the government helped business grow like gangbusters, largely by not regulating it much at all. This is known as laissez-faire capitalism, or laissez-faire capitalism if you're good at speaking French. The Republican Party dominated politics in the 1920s, with all the presidents elected in the decade being staunch conservative Republicans. The federal government hewed to the policies favored by business lobbyists, including lower taxes on personal income and business profits, and efforts to weaken the power of unions. Presidents Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover stocked the boards of the Federal Reserve and the Federal Trade Commission with men who shared their pro-business views, shifting the country away from the economic regulation that had been favored by progressives. And that was very good for the American economy, at least in the short run. The 1920s were also marked by quite a bit of government corruption, most of which can be pinned to the administration of Warren G. Harding. Now, Harding himself wasn't terribly corrupt, but he picked terrible friends. They included Attorney General Harry Doherty, who accepted money to not prosecute criminals, and Interior Secretary Albert Fall, who took $500,000 from private business in exchange for leases to government oil reserves at Teapot Dome. Fall later became the first cabinet member ever to be convicted of a felony. But on the other hand, business, man! Productivity rose dramatically, largely because older industries adopted Henry Ford's assembly line techniques, and newer industries like aviation, chemicals, and electronics grew up to provide Americans with new products and new jobs. During the 1920s, annual production of cars tripled to 4.8 million, and automobile companies were gradually consolidated into the big three that we know today: Ford, Chrysler, and Harley-Davidson. What? General Motors. By 1929, half of all American families owned a car, and thus began the American love affair with the automobile, which is also where love affairs were often consummated. Which is why, in the 1920s, cars came to be known as scootily-pooping chariots. What's that? They were called brothels on wheels. And the economy also grew because American corporations were extending their reach overseas, and American foreign investment was greater than that of any other country. The dollar replaced the pound as the most important currency for trade, and by the end of the decade, America was producing 85% of the world's cars and 40% of its overall manufactured goods. Stan, can I get a libertage? And companies churned out all kinds of labor-saving devices like vacuum cleaners, toasters, refrigerators, and not having to spend all day washing your clothes or turning over your own toast like some kind of commoner meant that Americans had more time for leisure. And this was provided by radios and baseball games, boxing matches, vacations, dance crazes. I mean, before Gangnam Style, there was the Lindy and the Charleston. But probably the most significant leisure product was movies, and I'm not just saying that because I'm staring into a camera. The American film industry moved out to Hollywood before World War I because land was cheap and plentiful. All that sunshine meant that you could shoot outside all year round, and it was close to everything. Desert, mountains, ocean, plastic surgeons. And by 1925, the American film industry had eclipsed all of its competitors and become the greatest in the world, especially if you count by volume and not quality. And more people had money to go see those movies thanks to consumer debt. The widespread use of credit and layaway buying plans meant that it was acceptable to go into debt to maintain what came to be seen as the American standard of living, and this was a huge change in attitude. These days, we don't even think of credit cards as debt, really, but they are. And that was a relatively new idea, as was another feature of American life in the 20s that is still with us: celebrity. Opera singer Enrico Caruso has often been called the first modern celebrity, but now he's a lot less famous than Charlie Chaplin or Rudolph Valentino or Babe Ruth. But probably the biggest celebrity of the decade was Charles Lindbergh, whose claim to fame was flying across the Atlantic Ocean by himself without stopping, although he did use an airplane, which makes it slightly less impressive. Now, Lindbergh wasn't a truly contemporary celebrity in the sense of being famous for being famous, but he was a business more than a businessman. High culture also flourished. This was the age of the lost generation of American writers, many of whom lived and worked in Europe, but America had its own version of Paris in New York. The decade of the 1920s saw continued migration of African American people from the South to cities in the North, and Harlem became the capital of Black America. And speaking of migration, let us now migrate to the chair for the mystery document. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either right or I get shocked with the shock pen. All right, let's see what we got here. If we must die, let it not be like hogs hunted and penned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock at our accursed lot. Like men will face the murderous, cowardly pack, pressed to the wall, dying, but fight back. Stan, thank you for the poetry. I appreciate that. It's not some obscure document from 18th century blah, blah, blah. It's Claude McKay, Harlem Renaissance poet. The poem is called If We Must Die. Oh, it's the only thing in the world I'm actually good at. Now, I know this from the imagery alone, especially the line about mad and hungry dogs that would figuratively and literally make up the mobs at the lynchings. But the giveaway here is the ultimate sentiment that we will fight back. This was part of the spirit of the Harlem Renaissance, which rejected stereotypes and prejudice and sought to celebrate African-American experience. Meanwhile, things were changing for women as well, as they found new ways to express autonomy. Flappers kept their hair and skirts short, smoked and drank illegally in public, and availed themselves of birth control. And marketers encouraged them to buy products like cigarettes, christened Torches of Freedom by Edward Bernays. Liberation had its limits, though. Most women were still expected to marry, have children, and find their freedom at home through the use of washing machines. But the picture of prosperity is, as usual, more complicated than it at first appears. The fact that so many Americans were going into debt in order to pursue the American dream meant that if the economy faltered, and it did, there was going to be lots of trouble. Let's go to the thought bubble. Prosperity in the 1920s wasn't equally distributed through the population. Real industrial wages rose by a quarter between 1922 and 1929, but corporate profits rose at twice that rate. By 1929, 1% of the nation's banks controlled 50% of the nation's financial resources, and the wealthiest 5% of Americans' share of national income exceeded that of the bottom 60%. An estimated 40% of Americans lived in poverty. Now, many Americans celebrated big business, and Wall Street was often seen as heroic, possibly because by 1920, about 1.5 million Americans owned some kind of stock. But big business also meant that smaller businesses disappeared. During the 1920s, the number of manufacturing workers declined by 5%, the first time this class of workers had seen its numbers drop, but not the last. Now, some of these jobs were made up for by new jobs in retail, finance, and education, but as early as the 1920s, New England was beginning to see unemployment and deindustrialization as textile companies moved their operations to the South, where labor was cheaper. And working class people still made up the majority of Americans, and they often couldn't afford these newfangled devices. Like in 1930, 75% of American homes didn't have a washing machine, and only 40% of them had a radio. Farmers were even worse off. Many had prospered during World War I when the government subsidized farm prices in order to keep farms producing for the war effort, but when the subsidies ended, production didn't subside, largely due to mechanization and increased use of fertilizer. Farmers' incomes dropped steadily, and many saw banks foreclose upon their property. For the first time in American history, the number of farms declined during the 1920s. For farmers, the Great Depression began early. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So in general, the federal government did little to nothing to help farmers or workers. The Supreme Court was the only segment of the government that kept any progressive ideas alive, as they began to craft a system of ideas that we call the jurisprudence of civil liberties. Now, the court still voted to uphold convictions of left-wing critics of the government, but gradually began to embrace the idea that people had the right to express dissonant views in what Oliver Wendell Holmes called the marketplace of ideas. In Narr versus Minnesota, the Supreme Court struck down censorship of newspapers, and by 1927, Justice Brandeis was writing that freedom to think as you will and to speak as you think are indispensable to the discovery and spread of political truth. But despite increased free speech and torches of liberty and flappers and the Harlem Renaissance, the 1920s was in many ways a reactionary period in American history. For instance, the decade saw the resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan in a new and improved form, and by improved, I mean much more terrible. Spurred on by the hyper-patriotism that was fostered during World War I, the Klan denounced immigrants and Jews and Catholics as less than 100% American, and by the mid-20s, the Klan claimed more than 3 million members, and it was the largest private organization right here in my home state of Indiana. And with more immigrants coming from Southern and Eastern Europe, who were often Catholic and Jewish, white Protestants became more and more concerned about losing their dominant position in the social order. Spoiler alert, it turns out okay for you white Protestants. The first immigration restriction bill was passed in 1921, limiting the number of immigrants from Europe to 357,000. In 1924, a new immigration law dropped that number to 150,000 and established quotas based on national origin. The numbers of immigrants allowed from Southern and Eastern Europe were drastically reduced, and Asians, except for Filipinos, were totally forbidden. The quota for Filipinos was set at 50 per year, although they were still allowed to emigrate to Hawaii because their labor was needed there. There were no restrictions, however, on immigration from the Western Hemisphere because California's large-scale farms were dependent upon seasonal laborers from Mexico. These immigration restrictions were also influenced by fear of radical anarchists and pseudoscientific ideas about race. Whites were seen as scientifically superior to people of color, and as President Coolidge himself declared when he signed the 1924 immigration law, America must be kept American. Tell me, Calvin Coolidge, about how American you are. Are you Cherokee, or Cree, or Lakota? The 1920s also saw increased tension between science education in the United States and religious beliefs. The best known example is, of course, the trial of John Scopes in Tennessee in 1925. Scopes was tried for breaking the law against teaching evolution, which he had been encouraged to do by the ACLU as a test case for freedom of speech. Scopes was prosecuted by William Jennings Bryan, whom you will remember as having recently resigned as Secretary of State, and who had become a leader of the fundamentalist movement. And Scopes was defended by Clarence Darrow, that famous defense attorney who contemporary defense attorneys always point to argue that defense attorneys aren't all scum. Scopes and Darrow actually lost the trial, but the case drew national attention and ultimately led to evolution being taught in more American schools. The Scopes trial is often seen as a victory for free thinking and science and modernism, and I suppose it was, but for me, it's more a symbol of the contradictions of the 1920s. This is the decade that gave us mass consumer culture and celebrity worship, which are important and very complicated legacies, and it also saw the birth of modern conceptions of civil liberties. It was a period when tolerance became an important value, but at the same time, it saw a rise in lynchings. Immigrants were necessary for the economic boom of the 1920s, but at the same time, their numbers were restricted as they were seen as a threat to traditional American values. And that raises a question that we're still struggling with today. What are those values? I don't mean that rhetorically. Let me know in comments. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. The associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raul Meyer, Rosiana Rojas, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Cafe. I nailed that. Every week there's a new caption for the Libertage. You can suggest your own in comments or ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thank you for watching Crash Course. If you enjoyed today's episode, make sure you've subscribed, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and Herbert Hoover's here, which is never a good sign. Today we're going to return to two of my favorite topics, economics and inaccurate naming conventions. That's right, we're going to be talking about the Great Depression, which was only great if you enjoy, like, being a hobo or selling pencils. Now, some of you might get a bit frustrated today because there's no real consensus about the Great Depression, and simple declarative statements about it really say much more about you than they do about history.
Why are you looking at me, Mr. Green? I didn't say anything. I thought it.
Because me from the past, you always want things to fit into this simplistic narrative. She loves me not. The Great Depression was caused by X, or it was caused by Y. It's complicated. Many people tell you that the Great Depression started with the stock market crash in October 1929, but A, that isn't true, and B, it leads people to mistake correlation with cause. What we think of as the Great Depression did begin after the stock market crash, but not because of it. Like as we saw last week, the underlying economic conditions in the US before the stock market crash weren't all moonshine and rainbows. The 1920s featured large-scale domestic consumption of relatively new consumer products, which was good for American industry, but much of this consumption was fueled by credit and installment buying, which, as it turned out, was totally unsustainable. The thing about credit is that it works fine unless and until economic uncertainty increases, at which point... That's a technical historian term, by the way. Meanwhile, the agricultural sector suffered throughout the 1920s, and farm prices kept dropping for two reasons. First, American farms had expanded enormously during World War I to provide food for all those soldiers, and second, the expansion led many farmers to mechanize their operations. As you'll know if you've ever bought a tractor, that mechanization was expensive, and so many farmers went into debt to finance their expansion, and then a combination of overproduction and low prices meant that often their farms were foreclosed upon. And other signs of economic weakness appeared throughout the decade. Like by 1925, the growth of car manufacturing slowed, along with residential construction. And worst of all was what noted left-wing radical Herbert Hoover labeled an orgy of mad speculation in the stock markets that began in 1927. By the way, I'm kidding about him being a left-wing radical. You just look at him. According to historian David Kennedy, by 1929, commercial bankers were in the unusual position of loaning more money for stock market and real estate investments than for commercial ventures. I wonder if we would ever find ourselves in that position again. Oh, right, we did in 2008. Anyway, it's tempting to see the stock market crash as the cause of the Depression, possibly because it turns American economic history into morality play. But the truth is that the stock market crash and the Depression were not the same thing. A lot of rich people lost money in the market, but what made the Great Depression was massive unemployment and accompanying hardship. And this didn't actually begin until like 1930 or 1931. The end of 1929 was actually okay, unless you were a farmer or a stockbroker, obviously. So what did actually cause the Depression? Well, that's a big question, and it's one that economists have struggled with ever since. They want to find out so they can keep it from ever happening again. No pressure, economists. Only 3% of Americans actually owned stock, and the markets recovered a lot of their value by 1930, although they did then go down again because, you know, there was a depression on. And even though big banks and corporations were buying a lot of stock, much of it was with borrowed money, known as margin buying, and all of that still was not nearly a big enough iceberg to sink the world's economy. But if I had to name a single cause of the Great Depression, it might be America's weak banking system. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. Although the Federal Reserve System had been created in 1913, the vast majority of America's banks were small, individual institutions that had to rely on their own resources. When there was a panic and depositors rushed to take money out of the bank, like they do in the obscure art house movie Mary Poppins, the bank went under if it didn't have enough money on reserve. So in 1930, a wave of bank failures began in Louisville that then spread to Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, and eventually Arkansas and North Carolina. As depositors lined up to take their money out before the banks went belly up, banks called in loans and sold assets. Ultimately, this meant that credit froze up, which was what really destroyed the economy. A frozen credit system meant that less money was in circulation, and that led to deflation. Now, you're probably thinking, big deal, deflation can't be as bad as inflation, right? No, deflation is much worse, as anyone who has ever slept on an air mattress knows. When prices drop, businesses cut costs, mainly by laying off workers. These workers then can't buy anything, so inventories continue to build up and prices drop further. Banks weren't lending money, so employers couldn't borrow it to make payroll to pay their workers, and more businesses went bankrupt, leaving more and more workers unable to purchase the goods and services that would keep the businesses open. So if we have to lay the blame for the Great Depression on someone, we can blame the banks, which isn't completely wrong, and it gives us a chance to shake our fists at Andrew Jackson, whose distrust of central banking got us into this this mess in the first place? That's probably too simple, but the Federal Reserve does deserve a good chunk of the blame for not rescuing the banks and not infusing money into the economy to combat this deflationary cycle. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So economics fans out there might be saying, why didn't the Hoover administration engage in some good old-fashioned Keynesian pump priming? The thinking there is that if governments do large-scale economic stimulus and a bunch of infrastructure projects, it can kind of create a bottom that stops the deflationary cycle. And that does often work, but unfortunately, the Hoover administration did not have a TARDIS. John Maynard Keynes' great work, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money — he wasn't very good at titles — wasn't published until 1936, when the Depression was well underway. Venturing into the green nightmare of not America for a moment, Herbert Hoover offered a global explanation in his memoirs for the global phenomenon that was the Great Depression. He claimed that its primary cause was World War I, and to be fair, the war did set the stage for a global economic disaster because of the web of debts and reparations that it created. Like under the Versailles Treaty, Germany had to pay $33 billion in reparations, mostly to France and Britain, which it couldn't pay without borrowing money from American banks. In addition, the US itself was owed $10 billion by Britain and France, some of which those countries paid back with German reparations. But then, once American credit dried up, as it did in the wake of the stock market crash and the American bank failures, the economies of Germany, France, and Britain also fell off a cliff. And then, with the largest non-US industrial economies in total turmoil, fewer people abroad could buy American products or French wine or Brazilian coffee, and world trade came to a halt. And then, when what the world really needed was more trade, America responded by raising tariffs to their highest levels ever with the Hawley-Smoot tariff, a law that was as bad as it sounds. The idea of the high tariff was to protect American industry, but since Europe responded with their own high tariffs, that just meant that there were fewer buyers for American goods, less trade, fewer sales, and ultimately fewer jobs. So what did Hoover do? Not enough. It's important to remember that the American government is not just the president. Hoover couldn't always get Congress to do what he wanted, but his political ineptitude was not particularly surprising because the first elected office that he ever held in his life was President of the United States. Like, let's take the foreign debt issue. Hoover proposed a moratorium on intergovernmental debt payments, and he actually got Congress to go along with it. But it wasn't enough, mainly because the central bankers in Europe and America refused to let go of the gold standard, which would have allowed the governments to devalue their currency and pump needed money into their economies. And when Britain, rather heroically I might add, did abandon the gold standard in 1931 and stopped payments in gold, the US did not follow suit, which meant that world financial markets froze up even further. Like, this is a little bit complicated, but if you and I have always used Cheetos as currency to exchange goods and services, and one day I announce that we can't really do that anymore because it doesn't give us the flexibility that we need to pull ourselves out of this deflationary spiral, if I don't also agree to abandon Cheetos, then it's going to be a total disaster, which it was. And then, even worse, the Fed raised its discount rate, making credit even harder to come by. By the end of 1931, 2,294 American banks had failed, double the number that had gone under in 1930. Now, it's easy to criticize poor Herbert Hoover for not doing enough to stop the Great Depression, and he probably didn't do enough, but part of that is down to our knowledge of what happened afterward, the New Deal. That Franklin Delano Roosevelt at least tried to do something about the Depression makes us forget that when Hoover was president, orthodox political and economic theory counseled in favor of doing nothing. And at least Hoover didn't follow the advice of his Treasury Secretary, who, according to Hoover anyway, argued that the solution was to, quote, liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate real estate, which sounds like the worst milkshake ever. Instead, Hoover believed that the best course of action was to use the powers of government to cushion the situation, and in a White House meeting, he persuaded a large number of industrialists to agree to maintain wage rates. He also got the Federal Farm Board to support agricultural production and got congressional approval for $140 million in new public works. Overall, he nearly doubled the federal public works expenditures between 1929 and 1931. It just wasn't nearly enough. Because what Hoover didn't allow was for the federal government to take over the situation completely. He relied primarily on private businesses and state and local governments to stimulate the economy, and that was insufficient. It's not surprising when you consider that in 1929, federal expenditures accounted for 3% of our gross domestic product. Today, it's more like 20%. So it was just really hard to imagine the federal government doing anything on such a large scale to address a national problem because it had never really done that much before. Hoover also hiked taxes taxes as part of a plan to stabilize the banks by balancing the federal budget, providing confidence for foreign creditors, and stopping them from buying American gold. This would support bonds and also keep the federal government out of competition with private borrowers. The Revenue Act of 1932 passed Congress, but it didn't do much to stop the Depression. In fact, arguably, it made it worse. So ultimately, this dire situation forced Hoover into a truly radical move. In January 1932, he and Congress created the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which was basically a federal bailout program that borrowed money to provide emergency loans to banks, building and loan societies, railroads, and agricultural corporations. The problem was that by 1932, bailing out the banks wasn't enough, and the Great Depression started to take shape. By early 1932, well over 10 million people were out of work, 20% of the labor force, and in big cities the numbers were even worse, especially for people of color. Like in Chicago, 4% of the population was African American, but they made up more than 16% of the unemployed. Although Hoover famously claimed that no one starved, which was a little bit let them eat cakey, people did search trash cans for food, and many Americans were forced to ask for relief. Hoover's response was to try to encourage private charity through the unfortunately acronymed President's Organization on Unemployment Relief, or POOR. New York City's government relief programs rose from $9 million in 1930 to $58 million in 1932, and private charitable giving did increase from $4.5 million to $21 million. And that sounds great until you realize that the total of $79 million that New York City spent on relief in 1932 was less than 1 month's lost wages for the 800,000 people who were unemployed. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? I hope it's a break from the unrelenting misery. Probably not. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document and then usually fail and get shocked with the shock pen, which is a real shock pen no matter what you people say. All right, what do we got here? We sit looking at the floor. No one dares think of the coming winter. There are only a few more days of summer. Everyone is anxious to get work to lay up something for that long siege of bitter cold, but there is no work. Sitting in the room, we all know it. This is why we don't talk much. We look at the floor, dreading to see that knowledge in each other's eyes. There is a kind of humiliation in it. We look away from each other. We look at the floor. It's too terrible to see this animal terror in each other's eyes. I mean, Stan, unemployment was 25%, and this could be literally any of those people. I'm gonna guess that it's a woman because men were usually on the road trying to find work while women would go to these offices to look. I mean, it could be many. I have no idea. Janet Smith. Maribel LeSueur, she's a good writer. Maybe we should hire her. So often at Crash Course, we try to show how conventional wisdom about history isn't always correct. But in the case of the hardships experienced during the Great Depression, it really is. The pictures of Dorothea Lange and Walker Evans and Steinbeck's description in The Grapes of Wrath of Okies leaving the Dust Bowl in the usually vain hope of a better life in California, they tell the story better than I can. Thousands of Americans took to the road in search of work, and thousands more stood in bread lines. There were shanty towns for the homeless called Hoovervilles, and there were protests like the Bonus March on Washington by veterans seeking an early payment of a bonus due to them in 1945. A lot of the debate around the Great Depression revolves around the causes, while still more concerns the degree to which the federal government's eventual response, the New Deal, actually helped to end the Depression. Those questions are controversial because they're still relevant. We're still talking about how to regulate banking. We're still talking about what the government's role in economic policy should be and whether a strong federal government is ultimately good for an economy or bad for it. And how you feel about the government's role in the Great Depression is going to depend on how you feel about government in general. That said, we shouldn't let our ideological feelings about markets and governments and economics obscure the suffering that millions of Americans experienced during the Great Depression. For generations of Americans, it was one of the defining experiences of their lives. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Miller, written by Raoul Meyer, and made with the help of all of these nice people, and it is possible because of your support through Subbable. These videos are only possible because of the support Crash Course viewers give the show on a monthly basis through Subbable. There's a link in the video info if you'd like to join those subscribers. Cool perks and stuff, but mostly educational video available for free to everyone forever. Thank you for watching and supporting Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. I'm gonna hit the globe! Nailed it. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to get a little bit controversial as we discuss the FDR administration's response to the Great Depression, the New Deal. That's the National Recovery Administration, by the way, not the National Rifle Association or the No Rodents Allowed Club, which I'm a card-carrying member of. Did the New Deal end the Depression? Spoiler alert, yeah. More controversially, did it destroy American freedom or expand the definition of liberty? In the end, was it a good thing?
Mr. Green. Yes.
Oh, me from the past, you are not qualified to make that statement.
What, I was just trying to be like provocative and controversial. Isn't that what gets views?
Oh, you have the worst ideas about how to make people like you. But anyway, not everything about the New Deal was controversial. This is Crash Course, not TMZ. The New Deal redefined the role of the federal government for most Americans, and it led to a realignment of the constituents in the Democratic Party, the so-called New Deal coalition. Good job with the naming there, historians. And regardless of whether you think the New Deal meant more freedom for more people or was a plot by red shirt wearing communists, the New Deal is extremely important in American history. Wait a second, I'm wearing a red shirt. What are you trying to say about me, Stan? As the owner of the means of production, I demand that you dock the wages of the writer who made that joke. So after his mediocre response to the Great Depression, Herbert Hoover did not have any chance of winning the presidential election of 1932, but he also ran like he didn't actually want the job. Plus, his opponent was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was as close to a born politician as the United States has ever seen, except for kid president. The phrase New Deal came from FDR's campaign, and when he was running, FDR suggested that it was the government's responsibility to guarantee every man a right to make a comfortable living, but he didn't say how he meant to accomplish this. Like it wasn't going to come from government spending, since FDR was calling for a balanced budget and criticizing Hoover for spending so much. Maybe it would somehow magically happen if we made alcohol legal again, and one thing FDR did call for was an end to prohibition, which was a campaign promise he kept. After 3 years of the Great Depression, many Americans seriously needed a drink, and the government sought tax revenue, so no more prohibition. FDR won 57% of the vote, and the Democrats took control of Congress for the first time in a decade. While FDR gets most of the credit, he didn't actually create the New Deal or put it into effect. It was passed by Congress. So WTF-DR was the New Deal? Basically, it was a set of government programs intended to fix the Depression and prevent future depressions. There are a couple of ways historians conceptualize it. One is to categorize the programs by their function. This is where we see the New Deal described as 3 R's. The relief programs gave help, usually money, to poor people in need. Recovery programs were intended to fix the economy in the short run and put people back to work. And lastly, the Run DMC program was designed to increase the sales of Adidas shoes. No, alas, it was reform programs that were designed to regulate the economy in the future to prevent future depressions. But some of the programs, like Social Security, don't fit easily into one category, and there are some blurred lines between recovery and reform. Like, how do you categorize the bank holiday and the Emergency Banking Act of March 1933, for example? FDR's order to close the banks temporarily also created the FDIC, which ensures individual deposits against future banking disasters. By the way, we still have all that stuff, but was it recovery because it helped the short-term economy by making more stable banks, or was it reform because federal deposit insurance prevents bank runs? A second way to think about the New Deal is to divide it into phases, which historians, with their #1 naming creativity, call the first and second New Deals. This more chronological approach indicates that there has to be some kind of cause and effect thing going on, because otherwise, why would there be a second New Deal if the first one worked so perfectly? The first New Deal comprises Roosevelt's programs before 1935, many of which were passed in the first 100 days of his presidency. It turns out that when it comes to getting our notoriously gridlocked Congress to pass legislation, nothing motivates like crisis and fear. Stan, can I get the foreshadowing filter? We may see this again. So in a brief break from its trademark obstructionism, Congress passed laws establishing the Civilian Conservation Corps, which paid young people to build national parks, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the Glass-Steagall Act, which barred commercial banks from buying and selling stocks, and the National Industrial Recovery Act, which established the National Recovery Administration, which has lightning bolts in its claws. The NRA was designed to be government planners and business leaders working together to coordinate industry standards for production, prices, and working conditions. But that whole public-private cooperation idea wasn't much immediate help to many of the starving unemployed, so the 100 days reluctantly included the Federal Emergency Relief Administration to give welfare payments to people who were desperate. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. Roosevelt worried about people becoming dependent on relief handouts and preferred programs that created temporary jobs. One section of the NIRA created the Public Works Administration, which appropriated $33 billion to build stuff like the Triborough Bridge, so much for a balanced budget. The Civil Works Administration launched in November 1933 and eventually employed 4 million people building bridges, schools, and airports. Government intervention reached its highest point, however, in the Tennessee Valley Authority. This program built a series of dams in the Tennessee River Valley to control floods, prevent deforestation, and provide cheap electric power to people in rural counties in 7 southern states. But despite all that sweet, sweet electricity, the TVA was really controversial because it put the government in direct competition with private companies. Other than the NIRA, few acts were as contentious as the Agricultural Adjustment Act. The AAA basically gave the government the power to try to raise farm prices by setting production quotas and paying farmers to plant less food. This seemed ridiculous to the hungry Americans who watched as 6 million pigs were slaughtered and not made into bacon. Wait, Stan, 6 million pigs? But bacon is good for me. Only property-owning farmers actually saw the benefits of the AAA, so most African-American farmers who were tenants or sharecroppers continued to suffer. And the suffering was especially acute in Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, and Colorado, where drought created the Dust Bowl. All this direct government intervention in the economy was too much for the Supreme Court. In 1936, the court struck down the AAA in U.S. versus Butler. Earlier, in the Schechter poultry case, aka the sick chicken case, finally a Supreme Court case with an interesting name, the court invalidated the NIRA because its regulations, quote, delegated legislative powers to the president and attempted to regulate local businesses that did not engage in interstate commerce. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So with the Supreme Court invalidating acts left and right, it looked like the New Deal was about to unravel. FDR responded by proposing a law that would allow him to appoint new Supreme Court justices if sitting justices reached the age of 70 and failed to retire. Now, this was totally constitutional. You can go ahead and look at the Constitution if Nicolas Cage hasn't already swiped it, but it seemed like such a blatant power grab that Roosevelt's plan to, quote, pack the court brought on a huge backlash. Stop everything. I've just been informed that Nicolas Cage stole the Declaration of Independence, not the Constitution. I want to apologize to Nick Cage himself and also everyone involved in the National Treasure franchise, which is truly a national treasure. Anyway, in the end, the Supreme Court began upholding the New Deal laws, starting a new era of Supreme Court jurisprudence in which the government regulation of the economy was allowed under a very broad reading of the Commerce Clause. Because really, isn't all commerce interstate commerce? I mean, if I go to Jimmy John's, don't I exit the state of hungry and enter the state of satisfied? Thus began the second New Deal, shifting focus away from recovery and toward economic security. 2 laws stand out for their far-reaching effects here: the National Labor Relations Act, also called the Wagner Act, and the Social Security Act. The Wagner Act guaranteed workers the right to unionize, and it created a National Labor Relations Board to hear disputes over unfair labor practices. In 1934 alone, there were more than 2,000 strikes, including one that involved 400,000 textile workers. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? Man, I wish there were a union to prevent me from getting electrocuted. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, and I'm usually wrong and get shocked. Refusing to allow people to be paid less than a living wage preserves to us our own market. There is absolutely no use in producing anything if you gradually reduce the number of people able to buy even the cheapest products. The only way to preserve our markets is an adequate wage. I mean, you usually don't make it this easy, but I'm gonna guess that it's Franklin Delano Roosevelt? Dang it! Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor, of course it was Eleanor! Ah! The most important union during the 1930s was the Congress of Industrial Organizations, which set out to unionize entire industries like steel manufacturing and automobile workers. In 1936, the United Auto Workers launched a new tactic called the sit-down strike. Workers at the Fisher Body plant in Flint, Michigan simply stopped working, sat down, and occupied the plant. Eventually, GM agreed to negotiate and the UAW won. Union membership rose to 9 million people as, quote, CIO unions helped to stabilize a chaotic employment situation and offered members a sense of dignity and freedom. That quote, by the way, is from our old buddy Eric Foner. God, I love you, phoner. And unions played an important role in shaping the ideology of the Second New Deal because they insisted that the economic downturn had been caused by underconsumption and that the best way to combat the Depression was to raise workers' wages so that they could buy lots of stuff. The thinking went that if people experienced less economic insecurity, they would spend more of their money, so there were widespread calls for public housing and universal health insurance. And that brings us to the crowning achievement of the Second New Deal and/or the crowning achievement of its communist plot, the Social Security Act of 1935. Social Security included unemployment insurance, aid to the disabled, aid to poor families with children, and of course, retirement benefits. It was and is funded through payroll taxes rather than general tax revenue, and while state and local governments retained a lot of discretion over how benefits would be distributed, Social Security still represented a transformation in the relationship between the federal government and American citizens. Like before the New Deal, most Americans didn't expect the government to help them in times of economic distress. After the New Deal, the question was no longer if the government should intervene, but how it should. For a while, the U.S. government under FDR embraced Keynesian economics, the idea that the government should spend money even if it means going into deficits in order to prop up demand. And this meant that the state was much more present in people's lives. I mean, for some people, that meant relief or Social Security checks. For others, it meant a job with the most successful government employment program, the Works Progress Administration. The WPA didn't just build post offices, it paid painters to make them beautiful with murals. It paid actors and writers to put together plays, and ultimately employed more than 3 million Americans each year until it ended in 1943. It also, by the way, paid for lots of photographers to take amazing photographs, which we can show you for free because they are owned by the government, so I'm just gonna keep talking about how great they are. Oh, look at that one, that's a winner. Okay, equally transformative, if less visually stimulating, was the change that the New Deal brought to American politics. The popularity of FDR and his programs brought together urban progressives who would have been Republicans 2 decades earlier with unionized workers, often immigrants, left-wing intellectuals, urban Catholics, and Jews. FDR also gained the support of middle-class homeowners, and he brought African Americans into the Democratic Party. Who was left to be a Republican, Stan? I guess there weren't many, which is why FDR kept getting reelected until, you know, he died. But fascinatingly, one of the biggest and politically most important blocs in the New Deal coalition was white Southerners, many of whom were extremely racist. Democrats had dominated in the South since the end of Reconstruction, you know, since the other party was the party of Lincoln. And all those Southern Democrats who'd been in Congress for so long became important legislative leaders. In fact, without them, FDR never could have passed the New Deal laws. But Southerners expected whites to dominate the government and the economy, and they insisted on local administration of many New Deal programs. And that ensured that the AAA and the NLRA would exclude sharecroppers and tenant farmers and domestic servants, all of whom were disproportionately African American. So did the New Deal end the Depression? No. I mean, by 1940, over 15% of the American workforce remained unemployed. But then again, when FDR took office in 1933, the unemployment rate was at 25%. Maybe the best evidence that government spending was working is that when FDR reduced government subsidies to farms and the WPA in 1937, unemployment immediately jumped back up to almost 20%. And many economic historians believe that it's inaccurate to say that government spending failed to end the Depression because in the end, at least according to a lot of economists, what brought the Depression to an end was a massive government spending program called World War II. So given that, is the New Deal really that important? Yes. Because first, it changed the shape of the American Democratic Party. African Americans and union workers became reliable Democratic votes. And secondly, it changed our way of thinking. Like liberalism in the 19th century meant limited government and free market economics. Roosevelt used the term to refer to a large, active state that saw liberty as, quote, greater security for the average man. And that idea that liberty is more closely linked to security than it is to, like, freedom from government intervention is still really important in the way we think about liberty today. No matter where they fall on the contemporary political spectrum, politicians are constantly talking about keeping Americans safe. Also, our tendency to associate the New Deal with FDR himself points to what Arthur Schlesinger called the imperial presidency. That is, we tend to associate all government policy with the president. Like after Jackson and Lincoln's presidencies, Congress reasserted itself as the most important branch of the government. But that didn't happen after FDR. But above all that, the New Deal changed the expectations that Americans had of their government. Now, when things go sour, we expect the government to do something. We'll give our last words today to Eric Foner, who never phoners it in. The New Deal, quote, made the government an institution directly experienced in Americans' daily lives and directly concerned with their welfare. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it is possible because of your support at Subbable.com. Here at Crash Course, we want to make educational video for free for everyone forever, and that's possible thanks to your subscription at Subbable.com. You can make a monthly subscription, and the price is up to you. It can even be $0, although more is better. Thanks so much for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Boop! Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about a topic so huge to history buffs that we can only discuss a tiny little fraction of it. I am, of course, referring to paratroopering. No, World War II. World War II is the only historical event that has, like, its own cable channel. Well, I should say it used to have its own cable channel. These days, the History Channel is, of course, devoted primarily to lumberjacks, and oh my gosh, is that guy really going to shoot an alligator? Who knew how nostalgic we could be for documentaries about Joseph Stalin?
Mr. Green, finally we get to the good stuff like Patton and Rommel and Churchill and Eisenhower, Stalingrad, Gomer Pyle.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you, me from the past, but while Patton and Eisenhower were Americans, Rommel was a German, or General Monty Montgomery's dog. Regardless, they were both from the green parts of not America. Also, no Americans fought at the Battle of Stalingrad, although we did talk about that in Crash Course World History. And Gomer Pyle was a television character played by Jim Nabors. I believe that you mean to refer to the journalist Ernie Pyle. So here at Crash Course, we like to focus on causes and effects of wars rather than strategy and tactics, but given the importance that World War II has in the American imagination, we're going to discuss those a bit too today. We're going to defy Maria von Trapp and start before the very beginning, because America's ideas about foreign policy were shaped by two things: the Great Depression and World War I. After the American experience of World War I, it's not surprising that Americans were just a smidge gun-shy about involvement in foreign affairs. Seriously, Stan, a gun pun now? No. Now, America actually came out of World War I stronger than ever, but man, did a lot of people die for not much change. I mean, I guess the Treaty of Versailles sort of remade Europe, but it didn't make it better. And the League of Nations was a flop, and generally there was a lot of disappointed idealism. The period of time between 1920 and the U.S. entry into World War II has been called an age of isolationism, although that isn't 100% accurate. I mean, for one thing, the U.S. sponsored a series of arms reduction negotiations that resulted in the Washington Treaties limiting the number of battleships that a country could possess. But of course, those negotiations led to a fat lot of nothing, because the idea of a nation limiting its battleships was a bigger joke even than the League of Nations, which I will remind you, we invented and then did not join. Another way that the U.S. was less than isolationist was our pursuance of the good neighbor policy with Latin America, so-called because we were not a good neighbor. Our idea was to be less intrusive in Latin American politics, and we did remove troops from the Dominican Republic and Haiti, which was something, but good neighbor's a bit of an exaggeration. I mean, we continued to support repressive dictators like Somoza in Nicaragua and Batista in Cuba. You know, we'd never really been great neighbors. However, we were isolationist in the sense that the United States was much less involved in world trade, largely because of the Depression. You know, that meant that there wasn't much world trade, but also because of tariff policies. But there was also something isolationist about the formal actions of Congress. Like after Europe and Asia began to become belligerent in the 1930s with Japan's invasion of China and Italy's invasion of Ethiopia and the rise of fascist dictators in Spain and, of course, Germany, Congress responded by passing a series of neutrality acts which banned the sale of arms to belligerents, even if they were really nice tea-drinking belligerents who we were pals with. And that points to another reason why people tend to regard this as a time of isolationist sentiment, our old friend Eurocentrism. We were generally neutral in terms of foreign intervention when it came to Europe. Popular groups like America First, with celebrity members from Charles Lindbergh to E.E. Cummings, cautioned against involvement in foreign affairs, but they mostly meant European affairs. The U.S. didn't officially get involved in the war until 2 years after Hitler invaded Poland, but America was deeply involved in the European war before we actually sent troops. FDR really wanted to help the Allies, especially the Brits, who after the French surrender in 1940 were the only ones actually fighting the Nazis until 1941, when there were a whole lot of Russians also fighting them. Even Congress recognized that the Nazis were a threat, and in 1940 it agreed to allow cash and carry arms sales to Great Britain. By the way, Cash and Carry is the name of a liquor store near Stan's house. But anyway, the sale of arms were cash sales, meaning that they were not paid for with loans or IOUs, and the carry part meant that the British would carry their own arms over, you know, to Britain. It's the difference between buying a pizza at a grocery store and getting it delivery, except, you know, it's not like that at all, and I just want pizza. Then in September 1940, Congress created the nation's first peacetime draft, taking the next step toward involvement. And that was a huge deal because, you don't muster an army with no desire to eventually use it. By 1941, in spite of all our neutrality, FDR had pretty clearly sided with the Allies. America became the arsenal of democracy, with the Lend-Lease Act authorizing military aid to countries that promised to pay it back somehow after the war. We promise we'll figure it out. So the U.S. essentially gave billions of dollars worth of arms and war material to Britain, and after the Nazis invaded in June of 1941, to the USSR as well. And the US also froze Japanese assets here and basically ended all trade between America and Japan. But of course, the event that pushed us fully into the war happened on December 7th, 1941, when Japanese pilots attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. 187 aircraft were destroyed, 18 naval vessels were damaged or destroyed, and more than 2,000 American servicemen were killed. FDR asked Congress for a declaration of war, which they granted, voting 477-1, and the day after that, Germany declared war on the United States, and World War II officially became a world war. We almost always start the American story of World War II in Europe because, Hitler. So I'm going to start in the Pacific, where until 1944, there were actually more American personnel deployed than in Europe. Things didn't start well in the Pacific. Let's go to the thought bubble. Perhaps worse than Pearl Harbor was the surrender of 78,000 American and Filipino troops at Bataan. This was the largest surrender by American troops in history, and it resulted in thousands dying on the Bataan Death March to prisoner of war camps, where thousands more would die. But in May 1942, we protected Australia from the Japanese fleet by winning the Battle of the Coral Sea, and then in June, we won a huge victory at Midway Island, midway between Hawaii and Japan, I guess, and probably named by historians. The U.S. strategy in the Pacific has been called island hopping, and it involved taking Japanese-controlled islands one at a time to be used as bases for bombers that could then be used against Japan itself. It was a slow process, and the fighting over these jungly South Pacific islands was fierce and extraordinarily costly. The battle at Guadalcanal went from August 1942 to February 1943, and they didn't freeze like in Stalingrad, but conditions weren't much better. And now let's switch to the European theater. We call this the European War because we were fighting against Europeans, and it ended in Europe, but the first US troops to fight against Nazis actually did so in North Africa, so it's kind of a misnomer. American weaponry was pretty poor, but after our initial invasion in North Africa in November 1942, we got into it, and by 1943, we and the British defeated Rommel in the desert, and we were ready to invade Europe, which should have made Stalin happy, because up to this point, Russians had been doing the bulk of the dying in the war. But Stalin wasn't happy, first because he was a mean and nasty person, and those kinds of people are rarely happy, and secondly, because rather than invading France and striking at Germany more directly, the Allies invaded Sicily and Italy, where we fought for most of 1943 and much of 1944, until finally, on June 6th, we joined some Brits and Canadians in invading Normandy on D-Day. And that was the beginning of the end for the Nazis. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Oh, it's time for the mystery document already? All right. The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document and usually I get it wrong and I get shocked. They seem terribly pathetic to me. They weren't warriors. They were American boys who by mere chance of fate had wound up with guns in their hands, sneaking up a death-laden street in a strange and shattered city in a faraway country in a driving rain. They were afraid, but it was beyond their power to quit. They had no choice. They were good boys. I talked with them all afternoon as we sneaked slowly forward along the mysterious and rubbled streets, and I know they were good boys. And even though they weren't warriors born to the kill, they won their battles. That was the point. Man, that is some good writing, Stan, by famous war correspondent Ernie Pyle. That was me being a warrior. I can't even make finger guns. That's how much of a not warrior I am. I'm a worrier. I knew it was Ernie Pyle for two reasons. First, he's talking about cities, so it's the European theater. Secondly, he's the best European theater American writer in World War II, by far. So while Americans did liberate Paris and were part of the final assault on Germany and also liberated a number of concentration camps, Russians did most of the fighting in Europe, losing at least 20 million people, and in the end, it was the Russians who captured Berlin. Although the Nazis never really had a chance to win the war after they started fighting the Russians and the Americans entered into it, it didn't actually end until May 8th or 9th, 1945, depending on when you got the news. And the war in the Pacific continued until August. Japan surrendered unconditionally after the United States dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima on August 6th and Nagasaki on August 9th. We don't celebrate the end of World War II in the United States, and I guess this is because we would have to decide whether to celebrate the end of the war in Europe or in Japan, Or maybe it's just because it's difficult to celebrate the use of atomic weapons. Atomic bombs were developed through the Manhattan Project, so called because the bombs were partly invented in Chicago and then built and tested in New Mexico. Trickery. That was the sort of covert thing the US used to do really well before we developed the internet. Although we weren't that good at it, since the Soviets did steal our technology and build a nuclear bomb like 3 years later. The two atomic bombs that were eventually dropped were the most destructive weapons the world had ever seen. The one dropped on Hiroshima killed 70,000 people instantly, and by the end of 1945, another 70,000 had died from radiation poisoning. The bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki also killed 70,000 people. In fact, the death toll from those two bombs was greater than the number of American fatalities in the entire Pacific War. And that leads to one of the most hotly debated questions in recent history. Was the use of atomic bombs justified or ethical? Those arguing against their use often point out that the Truman administration had good evidence that Japan would surrender if they were allowed to keep their emperor on the throne, and some also point out that the primary targets were not military, although there were 40,000 troops stationed in Hiroshima. Others argue that the real reason the United States dropped the bombs was to threaten the USSR and prevent them from taking more territory in the East. And then there's the argument that using such a destructive weapon was morally reprehensible because it was so destructive as to be qualitatively different from other weapons. For a couple centuries, our weapons had had the theoretical capability of eliminating all humans, but never before had it been so easy. But others reply that dropping the bombs helped save American lives. Some of Truman's advisors worried that invasion of Japan would result in 250,000 American deaths, and at least that many Japanese deaths. And that's important to note, because if there was one thing truly horribly innovative about World War II, it was bombing. Sure, there was radar and jets, but they weren't nearly as significant as aerial bombardment. And by the time the A-bombs dropped, the idea of precision bombing only military targets wasn't an option, in part because bombing was incredibly risky to planes and pilots. And by 1945, it was an acceptable and widespread strategy to target civilians as part of a total war. In World War II, perhaps 40% of the estimated 50 million people killed were civilians. Compare that with World War I, where it was only 10%. We should be horrified that 140,000 people were killed in Hiroshima, but we should be horrified by all the civilian attacks in World War II. 25,000 people died in Dresden. More than 100,000 died in the firebombing of Tokyo in March of 1945. Thinking about Truman's decision to drop the atomic bombs is important because it forces us to consider our understanding of history. Part of why we say that using atomic bombs was worse than conventional bombing was because we know what came after: the Cold War, the threat of nuclear annihilation. From the present, the dawn of atomic warfare is indeed terrifying. But people living at the time were living amid a different kind of terror, and they couldn't have known that there would be a nuclear arms race that threatened all of humanity. The Japanese didn't look like they were going to give up, and people on both sides were dying every day. So before we pass judgment, let's try to put ourselves in the shoes of both the soldiers who were fighting, who didn't have to fight on mainland Japan, and the civilians who were killed by the bombs. There's no answer to be found there, but the opportunity of studying history is the opportunity to experience empathy. Now, of course, we're never going to know what it's like to be someone else, to have your life saved or taken by decisions made by the Allied command. Studying history and making genuine attempts at empathy helps us to grapple with the complexity of the world, not as we wish it were, but as we find it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made through the combined efforts of all of these nice people, and it exists because of you and your support through Subbable.com. Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to support Crash Course directly so that we can keep this show for free forever for everyone. You can check out our Subbable by clicking right there, or there's also a link in the video info. There are lots of great perks, but the greatest perk of all is knowing that you are making this show possible. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to discuss how World War II played out at home and also the meaning of the war. Mr. Green, so this is going to be like one of the boring philosophical ones then? Oh, me from the past. I remember when you were idealistic. I remember a time when all you cared about was the deep inner meaning of mostly girls. But you've changed, me from the past, and not in a good way. So So anyway, World War II brought about tremendous changes in the United States, in many ways shaping how Americans would come to see themselves and how they would want to be seen by the rest of the world. Some of these ideological changes were a continuation of the New Deal, others were direct results of the war, but one thing we can say is that by the end of the war, the country was very different. For starters, World War II strengthened the federal government of the United States. This always happens when a country goes to war, but World War II brought about even more governmental intervention and control than we had seen in World War I. It was like the New Deal on steroids, like federal agencies like the War Production Board, War Manpower Commission, and Office of Price Administration took unprecedented control of the economy. There was massive rationing of food and supplies. Entire industries were completely taken over by the government. The federal government fixed wages, rents, prices, and especially production quotas. Like, if you're looking to buy a 1942 model Ford or Chrysler, good luck, because there weren't any. The government told those car makers not to create new models that year. So basically, FDR was president for life and controlled all the industries. I mean, how did this communist end up on the dime? Well, the answer is that while it might have sucked not to have a 1942 Ford, most people were just happy to be working after the Great Depression. Unemployment dropped from 14% in 1940 to 2% in 1943. Of course, 13 million Americans were serving in the military in some capacity, so that helped employment. But in general, the war kicked the American economy into overdrive. Like, by 1944, American factories were producing an airplane every 5 minutes and a ship every day. U.S. gross national product went from 91 billion to 214 billion during the war. Why did this happen? Well, that's controversial, but primarily because of federal spending. Government expenditures during the war were twice the amount they had been in the previous 150 years. Combined. Although a lot of this was financed with debt, much of the war was paid for with taxes. Like, the federal government began the practice of withholding taxes from paychecks, for instance, a practice I first became familiar with when working at Steak and Shake, discovering that instead of being paid, I don't know, like $100 a week, I was being paid negative $30 a week because I had to declare my tips, because my dad made me. Before World War II, only 4 million Americans even paid federal income taxes, but after the war, 40 million did. Also, big business got even bigger during the war because of government contracts. Cost-plus contracts guaranteed that companies would make a profit, and the lion's share of contracts went to the biggest businesses. So by the war's end, the 200 biggest American corporations controlled half of all of America's corporate assets. And all this government spending also spurred development. Like, defense spending basically created the West Coast as an industrial center. Seattle became a shipping and aircraft manufacturing hub, and California got 10% of all federal spending. And Los Angeles became the second largest manufacturing center in the country, meaning that it was not, in fact, built by Hollywood. It was built by World War II. All of this was pretty bad for the South, by the way, because most of this industrialization happened in cities, and the South only had 2 cities with more than 500,000 people. And organized labor continued to grow as well, with union membership soaring from around 9 million in 1940 to almost 15 million in 1945. Besides union-friendly New Deal policies, the government forced employers to recognize unions in order to prevent labor strife and keep the factories humming so that war production would not decrease. And from a human history standpoint, one of the biggest changes is that many of the workers in those factories were women. You've probably seen this picture of Rosie the Riveter, and while there wasn't actually a riveter named Rosie, or maybe there was, but she's an amalgam. But by 1944, women made up 1/3 of the civilian labor force, in addition to the 350,000 who were serving in the military. And the type of women who were working changed as well. Married women in their 30s outnumbered single women in the workforce. But the government and employers both saw this phenomenon as temporary. So when the war was over, most women workers, especially those in high-paying industrial jobs, were let go. This was especially hard on working-class women who needed to work to survive and had to return to lower-paid work as domestics or in food services or, God forbid, as teachers. Now it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. We use primary sources for learning, as this is a serious show about history, and then if I guess the author wrong, I get shocked. Okay, what do we got today? Let's take a look. Certainly there is no time for any of us to stop thinking about the social and economic problems which are the root cause of the social revolution, which is today a supreme factor in the world. For there is nothing mysterious about the foundations of a healthy and strong democracy. The basic things expected by our people in their political and economic systems are simple. They are equality of opportunity for youth and for others, jobs for those who can work, security for those who need it, the ending of special privilege for the few, the preservation of civil liberties for all. I mean, that's some pretty hardcore New Deal stuff right there, and the biggest New Dealer of all was FDR, but I remember last time when I guessed FDR, and it was actually Eleanor Roosevelt, so You wouldn't do Eleanor Roosevelt twice. Or would you? No, it sounds more like a speech. FDR. Yes! So I mentioned at the beginning of this video that World War II was an ideological war, and nothing better encapsulates that idea than FDR's 4 freedoms, which were freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. During the war, the National Resources Planning Board offered a plan for a peacetime economy based on full employment, an expanded welfare state, and a higher standard of living for all. In 1944, FDR even called for a new economic Bill of Rights that would expand governmental power in order to create full employment and guarantee an adequate income, medical care, education, and housing to all Americans. As FDR put it, true individual freedom cannot exist without economic security and independence. But that didn't happen, largely because Southern Democrats in the House and Senate didn't want it to, because it would have meant a larger role for unions and also extending greater equality to African Americans, and they weren't about to let that happen. I mean, their jobs were literally dependent upon African Americans not being able to vote. But Congress did pass the GI Bill of Rights, officially the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, to attempt to prevent widespread unemployment for returning soldiers. It worked amazingly well, and by 1946, more than 1 million former soldiers were enrolled in college, and almost 4 million got assistance with mortgages, spurring a post-war housing boom. Levittown, and all the towns since that look like it, came after the war. So we talked about FDR's 4 freedoms, but big business added a 5th freedom: free enterprise. Advertisers helped on this front, trying to make the war about consumption, telling Americans that they were fighting to hasten the day when you can once more walk into any store in the land and buy anything you want, according to an ad for Royal Typewriters. And FDR's vision of extending freedom wasn't limited to the United States. Like Henry Luce, the publisher of Time magazine, published a book called The American Century, claiming that the war had thrust upon the U.S. the opportunity to share with all people their magnificent industrial products, that's a quote, and American ideas like love of freedom and free economic enterprise. The struggle against Nazism also helped reshape the way that Americans thought of themselves. Like, because the Nazis were racist, Americanism would mean diversity and tolerance and equality for all people. The federal government supported this version of America. FDR claimed that to be an American was, quote, a matter of mind and heart, not a matter of race and ancestry. Of course it wasn't a matter of race and ancestry. We'd already killed 95% of the indigenous population. This was also, not coincidentally, the period where American intellectuals began publishing books debunking the supposed scientific basis of racism. Now, this didn't mean that Americans suddenly embraced equality for all people. Anti-Semitism still existed and contributed to the government's not doing more to help the Jews who perished in the Holocaust. In fact, only 21,000 Jewish people were allowed to come to the U.S. during the course of the war. And white people's fear over minority groups contributed to race riots in Detroit and the Zoot Suit riot against Mexicans in Los Angeles in 1943. Not just a song by the Cherry Poppin' Daddies, also a tragic moment in American history. The war years saw a dramatic increase in immigration from Mexico under the Bracero program, which lasted until 1964, and about 500,000 Mexican-American men and women served in the armed forces during the war, as did 25,000 American Indians, although Indian reservations, being largely rural, didn't really share in the wartime prosperity. Asian Americans are probably the most glaring example of the failure to be adequately pluralistic. Although things did improve for Chinese Americans because America couldn't keep restricting the immigration of its ally in the war, Japanese Americans suffered horrible racism and one of the worst violations of civil liberties in America's history. Executive Order 9066 in February 1942 expelled all persons of Japanese descent from the West Coast. 70% of Japanese Americans lived in California, and as a result of this order, more than 110,000 people, almost 2/3 of whom were American citizens, were sent to internment camps, where they lived in makeshift barracks under the eyes and searchlights of guards. A man named Fred Korematsu appealed his conviction for failing to show up for internment all the way to the Supreme Court, where he lost in yet another horrendous Supreme Court decision. Okay, let's go to the thought bubble. The group that experienced the greatest change during World War II was probably African Americans. They still served in segregated regiments in the armed forces, but more than 1 million of them answered the call to fight. And just as important, continuing the Great Migration that had begun in the 1920s, 700,000 African Americans left the South, moving to northern and especially western cities where they could find jobs, even though these mass migrations often led to tensions between blacks and whites, and sometimes these tensions exploded into violence. World War II also saw the beginning of the civil rights movement. Angered by discrimination in defense employment, black labor leader A. Philip Randolph threatened a march on Washington, demanding access to defense jobs, an end to segregation, and a federal anti-lynching law. He didn't get all those things, but he did get Executive Order 8802, which banned discrimination in defense hiring and created the Fair Employment Practices Commission. The FEPC couldn't enforce anti-discrimination, but as a compliance agency, it helped African American workers obtain jobs in arms factories and shipyards. By 1944, more than 1 million black people were working in manufacturing, and 300,000 of them were women. The rhetoric of fighting a war for freedom against a racist dictatorship wasn't lost on African Americans, and many saw themselves as engaged in the Double V campaign, victory over the Axis powers abroad and over racism in the United States. The war saw ending segregation and black equality become cornerstones of American liberalism, along with full employment and the expansion of civil liberties. Eventually, even the Army and Navy began to integrate, although the full end to discrimination in the military would have to wait until well after the war. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So if America was isolationist before the war, and I've argued that it actually wasn't really, after the war, it certainly wasn't. FDR took a very active role in planning for a more peaceful and prosperous post-war world, and conferences at Tehran, Yalta, and Potsdam clarified war aims and established the idea that Germany would be divided and Nazis tried for war crimes. These conferences also laid the foundation for the Cold War in allowing Soviet influence in Eastern Europe, especially Poland, so that wasn't such a good thing. But the 1944 conference Bretton Woods in beautiful, freedom-loving New Hampshire established America's economic dominance as the dollar, which again would be backed by gold, replaced the pound as the main currency in international transactions. It also created the World Bank to help rebuild Europe and also to help developing countries, and the IMF to stabilize currencies. How well that's worked is debatable, but this isn't. The United States became the financial leader of a global capitalist order. The United States also took a leading role in establishing the United Nations at the Dumbarton Oaks Conference in 1944. Why do we not have a UN commission on improving the names of historical events? The goal of the UN was to ensure peace, and the United States' position as one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council signaled that it intended to take an active and leading role in international affairs. And we had to, because by the end of the war, only the United States and the USSR were powerful enough to have any influence. So World War II ended the Depression and transformed America's economy. It cemented the new definition of liberalism established by the New Deal and opened up opportunities for diverse groups of Americans. It also transformed definitions of freedom, both at home and abroad. I mean, even before the US entered the war, it issued the Atlantic Charter along with Britain, affirming the freedom of all people to choose their own government and declaring that the defeat of Nazi Germany would help to bring about a world of, quote, improved labor standards, economic advancement, and social security. At home and abroad, World War II became a war that was about freedom, but was also about what Gunnar Myrdal called the American Creed, a belief in equality, justice, equal opportunity, and freedom. I want to be clear that we have done a terrible job of living up to the American Creed, but the story of American history is in many ways the story of ideas pulling policy, not the other way around. American history is an economic and political and social history, but it is also a story about the power of ideas, and World War II helped clarify those ideas for America and for the world. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course U.S. History is made by all of these nice people, and it exists because of you and your support through Subbable. Here at Crash Course, we like making educational content that's free for everyone forever, and we can do that because many people subscribe on a monthly basis through Subbable.com to Crash Course. There are lots of cool perks like signed posters over at Subbable, but the biggest perk is that you get to keep watching this show. So thank you for making it possible. Thanks for watching, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're going to talk about World War II. Finally, a war with some color film. So here at Crash Course, we try to make history reasonably entertaining, and fortunately, World War II was hilarious, said no one ever. Mr. Green, is this like going to be one of the unfunny ones where you build to the big melodramatic conclusion about how I have to imagine the world more complexly? Me from the past, as long as you have that 8th-rate soup strainer, I'm not even going to acknowledge your existence. Right, so you've probably heard a lot about World War II from movies and books, the History Channel before it decided that swamp people were history, the incessant droning of your grandparents, etc. We're not going to try to give you a detailed synopsis of the war today. Instead, we're going to try to give a bit of perspective on how the most destructive war in human history happened and why it still matters globally. So one of the reasons history classes tend to be really into wars is that they're easy to put on tests. They start on one day and they end on another day, and they're caused by social, political, and economic conditions that can be examined in a multiple choice kind of manner, except not really. Like, when did World War II start? In September 1939, when the Nazis invaded Poland? I'd say no. It actually started when Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931, or at the very latest, when the Japanese invaded China in 1937, because they didn't stop fighting until 1945. Then again, you could also argue 1933, when Hitler took power, or 1941, when America started fighting. It's complicated. But anyway, in China, the fighting was very brutal, as exemplified by the infamous rape of Nanking, which featured the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of Chinese people, and is still so controversial today that 1, it affects relations between Japan and China, and 2, even though I have not described it in detail, you can rest assured that there will be angry comments about my use of the word slaughter. But the World War II we know the most about from movies and TV is primarily the war in the European theater, the one that Adolf Hitler started. Hitler is the rare individual who really did make history. Specifically, he made it worse. And if he hadn't existed, it's very unlikely that World War II would have ever happened. But he did exist. And after coming to power in 1933 with the standard revolutionary promises to return the homeland to its former glory, infused with quite a bit of paranoia and anti-Semitism, Germany saw rapid remilitarization and eventually, inevitably, war. In the beginning, it was characterized by a new style of combat made possible by the mechanized technology of tanks, airplanes, and especially trucks. This was the Blitzkrieg, a devastating tactic combining quick movement of troops, tanks, and massive use of air power to support infantry movements. And in the very early years of the war, it was extremely effective. The Nazis were able to roll over Poland, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, and then all of France, all within about 9 months between the fall of 1939 and the summer of 1940. So after knocking out most of Central Europe, the Nazis set their sights on Great Britain, but they didn't invade the island, choosing instead to attack it with massive airstrikes. I mean, you look at this poster and think, man, the Queen wants me to finish my term paper, so I can do it. But when this poster was first produced in 1939, it was to quell terror in the face of bombardment. The Battle of Britain was a duel between the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe, and while the RAF denied the Nazis total control of British airspace, the Nazis were still able to bomb Great Britain over and over again in what's known as the Blitz. Stan, no jokes this time. Yes, the Blitz. Meanwhile, Europeans were also fighting each other in North Africa. The Desert Campaign started in 1940 and lasted through 1942. This is where British General Monty Montgomery outfoxed Erwin the Desert Fox Rommel. It's also the place where Americans first fought Nazis in large numbers, but most importantly, it's where Indiana Jones discovered the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, let's go to the thought bubble. 1941 was a big year for World War II. First, the Nazis invaded Russia, breaking a non-aggression pact that the two powers had signed in 1939. This hugely escalated the war and also made allies of the most powerful capitalist countries and the most powerful communist one an alliance that would stand the test of time and never end until like 3 seconds after the defeat of the Nazis. The Nazi invasion of Russia opened the war up on the so-called Eastern Front, although if you were Russian, it was the Western Front, and it led to millions of deaths, mostly Russian. Also, 1941 saw a day that would live in infamy when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, hoping that such an audacious attack would frighten the United States into staying neutral, which was a pretty stupid gamble because 1, the US was already giving massive aid to the Allies and was hardly neutral, and 2, the United States is not exactly famed for its pacifism or political neutrality. 1941 also saw Japan invading much of Southeast Asia, which made Australia and New Zealand understandably nervous. As part of the British Commonwealth, they were already involved in the war, but now they could fight the Japanese closer to home. And shut up about how I never talk about you Australians, I just gave you 1.5 sentences. But by the time the Americans and Australians started fighting the Japanese, it was already a world war. Sometimes this meant fighting or starving or being bombed. Other times it meant production for the war. You don't think of Argentina as being a World War II powerhouse, for instance, but they were vital to the Allies, supplying 40% of British meat during World War II. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So not to sound jingoistic, but the entry of the US into the war really did change everything, although I doubt the Nazis could have taken Russia regardless. No one conquers Russia in the wintertime, unless you are, wait for it, the Mongols. Okay, we're gonna skip most of the big battles of 1942, like the Battle of Midway, which effectively ended Japan's chance of winning the war, and focus on the Battle of Stalingrad. The German attack on Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd because Stalin sucks, was one of the bloodiest battles in the history of war, with more than 2 million dead. The Germans began by dropping more than 1,000 tons of bombs on Stalingrad, and then the Russians responded by hugging the Germans, staying as close to their front lines as possible so that German air support would kill Germans and Russians alike. This kind of worked, although the Germans still took most of the city, but then a Soviet counterattack left the 6th Army of the Nazis completely cut off. And after that, due partly to Hitler's overreaching megalomania and partly to lots of people being scared of him, the 6th Army slowly froze and starved to death before finally surrendering. And of the 91,000 Axis POWs from Stalingrad, only about 6,000 ever returned home. Stalingrad turned the war in Europe, and by 1944, the American strategy of island hopping in the Pacific was taking GIs closer and closer to Japan. Rome was liberated in June by Americans and Canadians, and the successful British, Canadian, and American D-Day invasion of Normandy was the beginning of the end for the Nazis. Oh, it's time for the open letter? An open letter to Canada. But first, let's see what's in the secret compartment today. Oh, it's Canadian mittens! I want to thank the Canadian Crash Course fans who sent us these mittens. Canadians are just so nice, Stan. Like, all we ever do on this show is make fun of them, and they're just like, it's so kind of you to mention us. Here's some mittens! Dear Canada, we're not always nice to you here on Crash Course, but you are awesome. I'm pointing, but you can't tell because I'm wearing mittens. 45,000 Canadians died fighting for the Allies in World War II, which means that per capita, Canada lost more people than the United States. You fought with the Royal Air Force to defend Great Britain from the beginning of the war, and you were there on D-Day successfully invading Juno Beach, and as many of you have pointed out in comments, you defeated the United States in the War of 1812, meaning that arguably, Canada, you are the greater military power. Plus, you have lumberjacks and excellent beer and hockey and universal healthcare and Justin Bieber. I'm jealous. That's what it is. I'm jealous. Best wishes, John Green. So by the end of 1944, the Allies were advancing from the west, and the Russian Red Army was advancing from the east, and then the last-ditch German offensive at the Battle of the Bulge in the winter of 1944 and 1945 failed. Mussolini was executed in April of 1945, Hitler committed suicide at the end of that month, and on May 8, 1945, the Allies declared victory in Europe after Germany surrendered unconditionally. 3 months later, the United States dropped the only 2 nuclear weapons ever deployed in war, Japan surrendered, and World War II was over. The war had a definite cause: unbridled military expansion by Germany, Japan, and to a small extent Italy. Now, it's easy to claim that Hitler was crazy or evil, and in fact he was certainly both, but that doesn't explain the Nazis' decision to invade Russia, and it sure doesn't explain Japan's decision to bomb Pearl Harbor. And there are many possible explanations beyond mere evil, but the most interesting one to me involves food. Hitler had a number of reasons for wanting to expand Germany's territory, but he often talked about Lebensraum, or living space, for the German people. German agriculture was really inefficiently organized into lots of small farms, and that meant that Germany needed a lot of land in order to be self-sufficient in food production. The plan was to take Poland, the Ukraine, and Eastern Russia and then resettle that land with lots of Germans so that it could feed German people. This was called the Hunger Plan because the plan called for 20 million people to starve to death. Many would be the Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians who'd previously lived on the land. The rest would be Europe's Jews, who would be worked to death. 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis, many by starvation, but many through a chillingly planned effort of extermination in death camps. These death camps can be distinguished from concentration camps or labor camps in that their primary purpose was extermination of Jews, Roma people, communists, homosexuals, disabled people, and others that the Nazis deemed unfit. Some historians believe that the Nazis opened the death camps because the Jews weren't dying as fast as the Hunger Plan had intended. This was a sickening plan, but it made a kind of demented sense. Rather than becoming more involved in global trade as the British had, the Germans would feed themselves by taking land and killing the people who'd previously lived there. Similarly, Japan at the beginning of the war was suffering from an acute fear of food shortage because its agricultural sector was having trouble keeping up with population growth. And the Japanese too sought to expand their agricultural holdings by, for instance, resettling farmers in Korea. So while it's tempting to say that World War II was about the Allies fighting for democratic ideals against the totalitarian militaristic imperialism of the fascist Axis powers, it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. For instance, a hugely important Allied power, Stalin's Soviet Union, was like the least democratic place ever. Stan just said that was hyperbole, but it's not. Stalin's Soviet Union is tied with all of the other completely undemocratic countries for last place on the democracy scale. It's a big community there at last place, but they're definitely in there somewhere. And by far the biggest imperialists of the war were the British. They couldn't have fed or clothed themselves or resisted the Nazis without their colonies and commonwealth. So why is World War II so important? Well, first, it proved the old Roman adage, homo homini lupus. Man is a wolf to man. This is seen most clearly in the Holocaust, but all the statistics are staggering. More than 1 million Indian British subjects died, mainly due to famine that could have been avoided if the British had redistributed food, and their failure to do so helped convince Indians that the so-called superior civilization of the British was a sham. More than 1 million Vietnamese died, mainly due to famine. 418,000 Americans, more than 1 million non-combatants in both Germany and Japan, and 20 million people in the Soviet Union, most of them civilians. These civilians were targeted because they helped sustain the war, mostly through industrial and agricultural production. In a total war, when a nation is at war, not just its army, there's no such thing as a non-military target. From the firebombing of Dresden to Tokyo to Hiroshima, the line between soldier and civilian blurred. And then, of course, there is the Holocaust, which horrifies us because the elements of Western progress, record-keeping, industrial production, technology, were used to slaughter millions. World War II saw modern industrial nations, which represented the best of the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, descend into once unimaginable cruelty. And what makes World War II such a historical watershed is that in its wake, all of us, in the West or otherwise, were forced to question whether Western dominance of this planet could or should be considered progress. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. Our associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher, Raoul Meyer, and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Bubble. Last week's phrase of the week was an end to history. If you want to guess at this week's phrase of the week or suggest future ones, you can do so in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. If you enjoy Crash Course, make sure you're subscribed. Thanks for watching, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're going to talk about World War II. But we're not going to look at it as a battle between good and evil, but instead as a war for resources, particularly a war for food.
Wait, Mr. Green, what about like Rosie the Riveter and Pearl Harbor and Nazis and Hitler?
Yeah, from the past, if the question is, was Hitler evil, then yeah. But evil people generally can't, cause massive world wars on their own. So instead of talking about, the personality-driven model of history, I want to talk about resources, specifically my favorite resource, food. So the story of World War II is commonly told as a narrative of good versus evil, and it is, but we can also look at the Second World War through the lens of resource allocation, and I think if we do, it tells a story of both causes of the war and one of the ways that it impacted both soldiers and civilians. The presence or absence of food affected everyone involved in World War II. In the most stark terms, the absence of food led to the deaths, directly or indirectly, of at least 20 million people during those years, as compared to 19.5 million military deaths. Now, of course, both the Nazis and the Japanese were militaristic and expansionist in the 1930s, and they were both definitely motivated by nationalism, but they were also seeking something called autarky. You can remember this term by conjuring the feeling one gets near Thanksgiving. Aw, turkey. You can also remember when thinking about the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Aw, turkey. Anyway, autarky is a form of self-sufficiency in a world where increasingly people were reliant on world trade, and that made nations more and more dependent upon each other to meet basic needs. Both Germany and Japan lacked the resources within their borders that they needed to build their growing industrial states, and the resource that concerned them most was food. And this was a big part of what motivated their imperialist expansionism. Hitler talked all the time about expanding German territory to acquire Lebensraum, Lebensraum, or living space. But what this meant, of course, was agricultural land to feed Germans. That's what living space is really about on Earth. And most Germans at the time remembered the blockade during World War I, which had led to acute food shortages. For the Nazis, to quote Collingham, Lebensraum would make Germany truly self-sufficient and immune to blockade, and this would eventually enable Germany to challenge British and American hegemony. Meanwhile, in Japan, the need for food was also spurring imperial ambitions. If anything, Japan's limited space created a sense of crisis and made colonies seem necessary. Like Japanese colonies in Korea and Formosa, taken in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 and 1895, provided 20% of the Japanese domestic rice crop by 1935. And then the Great Depression and Japan's growing population made the situation appear even worse, and probably led to the decision to annex Manchuria after 1931. So the Germans' plan was to open up Poland and eventually parts of Russia to German farmers. The Japanese plan was to resettle farmers in Manchuria to provide food for the homeland. So if the desire for more food was one of the initial causes of World War II, it also shaped the actual strategy of the war. This was especially true with one of the stupidest decisions of the war, Hitler's decision to invade the Soviet Union. A German agronomist named Hans Bach put forth something called the Hunger Plan, and in doing so convinced Hitler that in order to become self-sufficient, Germany had to invade the Soviet Union. And everyone knows that you cannot successfully invade Russia unless you are the Mongols. Anyway, the plan was that Ukraine and Western Russia would be transformed into a huge breadbasket that would feed both the German armies and German civilians. This was never fully implemented because, the Nazis could never successfully nail down all of the territory, but Collingham argues that it was a primary motive for Hitler's disastrous invasion of the USSR. And then on the Western Front, the so-called Battle of the Atlantic was largely about shipping arms, materiel, and food from the US to Britain. This was incredibly important in the opening years of World War II. Like Winston Churchill once said that the Battle of the Atlantic was the dominating factor all through the war. Never for one moment could we forget that everything happening elsewhere, on land, at sea, or in the air, depended ultimately on its outcome. In short, it was Britain's dependence upon other parts of the world that ultimately made it stronger than Germany's attempts at self-sufficiency. Starvation never became an issue for the Brits, but fear of running out of food, especially of running out of food for the troops, led to policies that made starvation a reality for many people in British colonies. In British Africa, for instance, colonial policy forcing production for the war instead of for domestic food consumption meant shortages that were only made worse by wartime inflation. Crop failure in Rhodesia in 1942 meant widespread hunger and famine. And in an echo of what happened at the end of the 19th century, World War II and British colonial policy spelled disaster for India. Japan had seized Burma in early 1942, cutting off 15% of Bengal's rice supply. And when harvest failed later that year, hunger turned to famine. Now, the British could have alleviated the suffering, but they were afraid to use supply ships that might be needed for the war effort to bring food to starving people in India. When you take into account hunger-associated diseases, between 1.5 and 3 million Indian civilians died, more than the total number of Indian combatants killed in World War I and World War II combined. In the United States, meanwhile, there was no starvation, but there was some rationing. And this was especially relative to most recent American wars. Some shared sacrifice. Americans gave up coffee and chocolate so that the troops could be well fed. So Americans and Britons hardly suffered from hunger. Neither did the Germans, actually, where memories of World War I made feeding the civilian population a top priority. Of course, millions of civilians weren't being fed because they were being murdered or worked to death in concentration camps. But in Britain, World War II might have actually improved people's diets. Now, Britons largely despised the wholemeal national loaf of bread, but it was much more nutritious than white bread, and its flour took up less cargo space. It's amazing to think that British people would dislike good food when there's so much of it in their country. And this is the part where in the comments all the British people say, "We are not a country, we're 4 separate countries." The Dig for Victory campaign encouraged ordinary people to plant gardens, and so they ate more vegetables. Full employment and higher wages meant that working class people also had access to more nutritious foods. Also, they had the benefit of Canada growing like a gajillion acres of wheat. Although both the British and the Germans saw an overall reduction in caloric intake, it was nothing compared with what was happening happening in the USSR, Japan, and China. In Russia, daily caloric intake by the end of the war was half of what it had been in 1940. And I will remind you that things were not great in 1940 in Russia because Stalin. The daily caloric ration for Japanese women workers fell to 1,476 calories, which was bad, but in China, where the corrupt nationalist army was known to sell rice to the Japanese for profit, a famine in Guangdong claimed the lives of as many as 1.5 million peasants. And without doubt, much of the civilian suffering in the war was related to the massive amounts of food needed to keep soldiers fighting. Let's go to the thought bubble. In World War II, the US and Britain made a massive effort to make sure that their soldiers were well fed, and for the most part it paid off, even though the food that they got was sometimes pretty gross. The British World War I diet of biscuits and bully beef eventually gave way to the appetizingly named composite ration. American soldiers may have complained a lot about their infamous C and K rations, but they were the best fed soldiers in the world, receiving a whopping 4,758 calories per day, including meat at every meal because, you know, America. As you can probably guess, Soviet soldiers did not fare so well, especially when the Germans invaded, because it was their policy to live off the land, which meant scrounging as much food from the Russian countryside as they could. German troops weren't as well fed as the Americans or Brits, but they still managed to scarf down a respectable 4,000 calories per day. No combat soldiers were as consistently hungry, however, as the Japanese. Japanese soldiers were expected to feed themselves and were not provided with field kitchens. Often, this meant that Japanese soldiers were fueled by little more than rice. And as the war turned against them, it became more and more difficult for Japanese troops to feed themselves. On Guadalcanal, the Japanese attempted to resupply their troops with floating barrels dropped from passing ships, but by December 1942, between 120 and 130 soldiers were dying of starvation every day. The Japanese commander there estimated that while 5,000 of his soldiers died in combat, 15,000 starved to death. Overall, it's estimated that more than 1 million of the 1.74 million Japanese military deaths were caused by starvation or malnutrition. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So a quick look at the history section in your local bookstore or an IMDb search will tell you that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ways to tell the story of World War II. And this is just one history of the war, certainly not a definitive one. But examining the role of resources, especially food in the Second World War, tells a story that has at least one advantage over the narrative of the triumph of Allied good over Axis evil, because it helps us to see that the war was not only about the soldiers fighting it. It gives us a window into the way the war affected everyone who lived at the time. It also allows us to see World War II from a global perspective in a way that focusing on strategy or tactics or pivotal battles doesn't. Like, very little fighting went on in sub-Saharan Africa or most of India, but these places were deeply affected by the war in ways that don't often make it into history books. Also, we live today in a thoroughly globalized world, but so did the people of the 1930s. And it's very interesting to see some of their responses to it. That hyper-nationalist idea that we can take care of ourselves and don't need help from outside as long as we annex a lot of territory that's currently outside of us, that idea is a response to globalization. But I think history shows us that it's a horrible response. It's a dangerous business when humans imagine others as less, when they think that their land needs to become our land so we can feed our people. And in that sense, at least, you can't separate ideology from resource allocation. And as long as we live in a world of finite resources, the potential for conflict will always be there. Knowing that, hopefully, will help us to avoid it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is filmed here in the Chad and Stacey Emigholz studio, and it's made with the help of all of these nice people and also with the help of our Subbable subscribers. Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to contribute directly to Crash Course so we can continue its mission of keeping it free for everyone forever. So thank you for making Crash Course possible. Thanks for watching, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome.
So I have a map here of United States possessions in the Pacific and in the Caribbean today. And they're kind of all over the place. I mean, and some of them are pretty tiny. There's Guam, which is just barely a little speck on the map, and American Samoa, and more well-known would be the Hawaiian Islands, right? One of the 50 states of the United States. Have you ever wondered why the United States has islands in the middle of the Pacific. I mean, this is thousands of miles from the mainland of the United States. So what's the deal? Did the United States just want access to somewhere to get a tan and maybe buy some pineapple? In this video, I want to talk about the very unique historical circumstances under which the United States acquired a bunch of territory outside of the borders of the lower 48 states. Or how, in other words, the United States became an empire. And empire, or imperialism, is the practice of having political or economic control over a territory that is outside the boundaries of your nation. So when did this happen and why did this happen? Let me give you a little background on the run-up to the United States becoming an empire. So the Civil War ends in 1865. And while that is a conflict just within the United States, right, the definition of civil war, the Civil War has kind of an interesting effect on the United States' economy, because for the course of the Civil War, the North really ramped up their industrial production to win the war. So they build railroad tracks and they have factories that help them build the armaments that are going to help them with victory in the war. Well, after the war, all of these factories, all these railroads still exist, and they're turned to different purposes. So over the course of the late 19th century, from the end of the Civil War really up until even 1900 and beyond, the United States becomes the leading industrial power in the world. So they make more stuff than anybody else. And this is one of the reasons why so many immigrants are flocking to the United States in this time period, because there are jobs in factories. But even though the U.S. was acknowledged as this great industrial power, it was not really acknowledged as a world military power. The number one power in the world at this time is England. Right? This is the end of the Victorian era. None of the nations of Europe think of the United States as an important power in the world. I mean, if you were a diplomat from France and you got a diplomatic posting to Washington, D.C., that would be like getting a diplomatic posting on the moon. There is nothing going on there. Nobody's interested. You'd much rather be in Vienna or London. But another reason why the nations of Europe are such important world powers is because of their own investment in imperialism. So let me show you a map of the world in 1914, which is kind of after this age of imperialism, but it gives you an idea of how much territory Europe had gobbled up in this time period. So this is the rest of the world in this time period, and we're talking about kind of the period from about 1880 to 1900. And in this time period, the powers of Europe really competed with each other to take over territories in the rest of the world. And these would have been developing nations, nations that did not have the firepower to compete with Europe. And they were generally nations with a lot of natural resources. So in the mid-19th century, there'd been explorers going throughout Africa. This is the period of Dr. Livingstone, I presume. And Dr. Livingstone reports back to England that there is a lot of stuff in Africa. We're talking about diamonds and gold and rubber. And elsewhere in the world, in India, there's tea. And so in the 1880s, 1890s, Europe scrambles for territorial control of Africa. And you see England here in South Africa and France up here in Northwest Africa. And then, of course, you've got England in India and Australia. And, they're even fighting for influence in China. And they had two main reasons for wanting these colonies abroad. One is, as we said, their natural resources. So they can take all the raw materials, the unfinished goods, to run the empire, and then they can take that back up to Europe and process it. So it's a cheap source of stuff for their industrial production. The other thing they want is markets. So all of these territories, all of these colonies have people in them who can buy the products from the European nations. And as their factories produce more and more stuff, they need more and more people to buy those things, or they're going to stagnate economically. So this is where the United States comes in. So in the late 19th century, the U.S. has become this leading industrial power. They feel like they're not getting any respect from Europe for being pretty big dogs. But they also start looking at this scramble for Africa, this scramble for colonies in the world, and they think maybe the United States should get in on this game. And they have a couple of reasons for doing this. One of the reasons for doing this is the idea of expanding the frontier. So in the late 19th century, there was a pretty famous historian by the name of Frederick Jackson Turner. And what Turner has to say really troubles a lot of people. He says, manifest destiny is done. So manifest destiny, you'll recall, is this idea that God wanted the United States to occupy the North American continent from Atlantic to Pacific. As of 1890, the census showed that there was pretty much even population distribution all the way to the Pacific Ocean. So this process of conquering the frontier that many white Americans thought was really crucial to the American spirit was over. So what is the United States going to do? Culturally, they pride themselves on being a pioneering people. But along with that goes the same sort of quest for new markets that Europe is going through in the same time period. So if the United States is the world's leading industrial power, and they did that by conquering the frontier, building railroads, finding new people to sell the products of their factory to, what's going to happen if they have nowhere else to expand? Relentless expansion is kind of the backbone of American capitalism. And so people started to worry that if expansion is done, then the American industrial project is going to falter with no new markets to conquer. All right, so those are the economic and cultural explanations for why the United States became interested in being an imperial power at the end of the 19th century. There are also some military explanations. So let me take you back to a map of the Pacific. So in 1890, this man named Alfred Thayer Mahan published a book called The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. And Mahan's thesis was that all the great nations of history since time immemorial had gotten their greatness through a domination of the seas. So he says that if the United States really wants to be a world power going forward, they're going to have to make some serious investments in their navy. He says first they're going to have to build a really powerful naval fleet, which has never really been the bread and butter of America's military. I mean, up until this point, the United States' navy was like 5 leaky boats. So he says we have to build a powerful navy. And that you should consider putting a canal somewhere across Central America so that if a ship is in the Atlantic, it doesn't have to go all the way around South America to get to the Pacific. It can just cut this corner here. And the last thing that Mahan says is that the U.S. is going to need friendly ports all over the world so that this Navy can dock places, refuel, take on new supplies. Because if your ports are only on the edges of the United States, it could take you days and days and days to make it all the way over to Asia. So Mahan says, we need good harbors along the way. And you know what's a really great harbor? Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. It's one of the best harbors in the world. And basically, in the future, the U.S. government is going to do exactly what Mahan says. In between 1890 and 1914, the United States increases their investment in the Navy by a power of 7. It's $22 million only in 1890. By 1914, they're putting $140 million a year into their Navy. And they will move forward with this plan to build a canal somewhere in Central America. Hint, hint, it might be in Panama. And they will annex ports all over the Pacific and also in the Caribbean to take care of their new powerful navy. So in the late 19th century, the U.S. is really poised to enter into world politics as a major world power. In the next video, I'll talk about the Spanish-American War of 1898 and how that led the United States to become an empire. After the Civil War, there were enormous changes in American life, with industrialization, urbanization, and immigration changing the composition of who lived in the United States, where they lived, and what they did for a living. But city living and factory work came with new social problems like poverty and unsafe working and living conditions. The rise of big business had also led to practices that limited competition, like monopolies and price fixing. Starting in the 1890s, a number of reformers began to advocate for remedies to these social problems. They were known as the Progressives. And this era of reform, which lasted through the 1920s, has come to be known as the Progressive Era. But the difficult thing about the Progressive Era was that these reformers worked on all sorts of different things. There were muckrakers, which were journalists, writers, and photographers who tried to expose corruption or unsanitary factory practices. There were politicians who tried to rein in big businesses and protect consumers. There were conservationists who tried to preserve national parks and wilderness from exploitation. And there were many influential female reformers who tried to help women, children, and immigrants achieve better working and living conditions. So clearly, progressives didn't all share the same goals or advocate for the same solutions to problems. How can we even compare the goals and effects of the progressive reformers when they were so diverse? Let's start by taking a look at some of the goals and achievements of the progressives. Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about individual reformers or pieces of legislation here. What I'm interested in doing is taking a bird's eye view of the kinds of reforms that progressives pursued during this time period. First, there were those who advocated for sanitation and consumer protections, like Upton Sinclair, whose novel The Jungle exposed the unsanitary conditions in factories that made food products. The outrage that book generated led to the passage of laws like the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. Then there were the progressives who fought for protections for workers. They pushed for an 8-hour workday and for safer conditions for workers, along with the right for workers to bargain collectively through unions. Along with those reforms were others aimed at advancing the rights of women and children, including limiting child labor, promoting access to birth control, and granting women the right to vote through the 19th Amendment. Many of the progressive reformers were interested in reining in the excesses of big business. Politicians like President Teddy Roosevelt went after trusts and monopolies for stifling competition and fixing prices. Another avenue of reform was aimed at limiting political corruption, particularly city political machines that were dominated by party bosses. One victory in this arena was the passage of the 17th Amendment, which provided for the popular election of senators. Lastly, there was a push for moral reform to make society more orderly and humane. The major achievement of these reformers was the passage of the 18th Amendment, which prohibited the sale or consumption of alcohol. Okay, so now that we've done a brief survey of what the progressives were up to, let's think about what aspects these reformers had in common with each other and where they differed with or contradicted each other. So this might sound a little obvious, but one thing that united the progressives was that they believed in progress. That is, they thought it was possible to improve society and to make people better human beings. This is worth mentioning just because not everyone felt that this was possible. Many of the opponents of the progressives saw human nature as fixed, and a society with vast inequalities of wealth and opportunity as just an inevitable consequence of industrialization. A second shared belief was that it was the role of government to step in and fix these social problems. This was a big departure from the laissez-faire or hands-off approach of the Gilded Age. In that era, attempting to improve sanitation or morality would have been considered work for private charities or voluntary associations to take on. But the progressives thought that the problems they were trying to solve were too big for that approach, and they sought out the help of local, state, and federal government to implement their measures. They campaigned for laws and constitutional amendments to bring about change. So they really began a debate over whether or to what extent the government should take an active role in the welfare of its citizens that would continue into the Great Depression. But the progressive movement was also riddled with divisions and internal contradictions. One of these was around voting rights. The progressives expanded democracy by winning the right to vote for women, but they also advocated for restricting the vote to who they considered good voters: white, educated, native-born people. They worked to impose literacy tests and residency requirements in the North, and made no effort to challenge Jim Crow laws preventing African Americans from voting in the South. Progressives were also divided on the issue of immigration. Although a few progressives championed the rights of immigrants and respect for immigrants' culture, like Hull House founder Jane Addams, most progressives thought the only way forward for immigrants was complete assimilation into American culture. They also supported restrictions on the entry of immigrants they considered undesirable, like those from Southern and Eastern Europe, Asia, and Mexico. These beliefs around who was fit to vote or to be an American citizen derived from the flawed racial science of the day, which categorized white Anglo-Saxons as the most evolved race, and everyone else falling somewhere along a continuum of less evolved peoples. With the exception of African American activists like Ida B. Wells, progressive reformers supported segregation and pretty much turned a blind eye towards the working and living conditions of African Americans. Some progressives even advocated eugenics, a plan to improve the American gene pool by encouraging native white women to have more babies and discouraging undesirables from reproducing, sometimes through forced sterilizations. So taking these uniting and dividing factors into consideration, what conclusions can we come to about the goals and effects of the progressive reform movement? Well, I think it's safe to say that the progressives wanted to improve society and find a remedy for the social problems caused by industrialization and urbanization, and that they wanted to do so through government intervention. But their goals were also limited. They only wanted these improvements for those they deemed worthy to participate in American society. As for how effective their reforms were at solving the problems of industrialization and urbanization, well, they did succeed in curbing some of the worst problems of corruption, sanitation, and exploitation. But we would also need to look ahead to the 20s and 30s to see how much things really changed. Spoiler alert, this booming era of industry was about to end with a crash.
Entering into World War I, the British had the world's dominant navy, and they used it immediately to their advantage. You might remember from previous videos, Britain declared war on Germany because of their invasion into Belgium in early August of 1914, and it was in November of 1914 that the British declare the entire North Sea area a war zone. Declare North Sea a war zone, which essentially is telling any ship, come here at your own risk. You might be destroyed, and especially you're not allowed to carry any contraband, but they included food as a contraband. So this essentially began the blockade of Germany and Austria-Hungary. So this is the blockade of the Central Powers. And this had major implications for the war. It continued throughout the entire war. It essentially caused the Germans, or the Central Powers, especially the Germans and the Austrians, to have to ration food. We're talking about 1,000 calories a day. You could look at the number of calories in your average Big Mac and think about how little food that was. And there's many estimates of what that caused. That obviously made it hard for the Central Powers to get war munitions and things like that, but it also made it very difficult for them to get food. And there are estimates that this war, this rationing, this inability to get food led to malnutrition, even led to starvation. And there's estimates that this might have led to in excess, so we're talking about in excess of 400,000 civilian deaths, either directly or indirectly due to malnutrition or starvation. Civilians dead amongst the Central Powers. So this was a pretty serious tactic that was undertaken. Now, the Germans did not have as dominant of a navy. Most of their navy was actually focused right off of the coast of Germany, right around there in the North Sea. But they also wanted to disrupt trade with the British. They recognized the British Isles, they're islands. They're dependent on trade for food and for supplies. So in 1915, in February, the Germans declared the seas around the British Isles, they declared this whole area a war zone. So seas around the British Isles. Similarly, they declare that a war zone as well. And because their surface fleet was concentrated right over here, the way that they would enforce that, they would essentially try to keep people from trading with the British Isles, is through submarine warfare. And World War I is the first time that submarine warfare becomes a significant factor. We're talking about very primitive submarines, but we are talking about these vessels that could go underwater and essentially send torpedoes into boats. Now, thinking about that as a backdrop, we now forward to May of 1915. So let's go to May of 1915. You have the passenger liner, the RMS Lusitania, and RMS literally stands for Royal Mail Ship because it carried some mail. It's a big ship. If you've ever seen the movie Titanic, think of a ship like that. And it was setting sail from New York to Liverpool in England. And it was apparently a passenger ship, but it was also carrying cargo. But the Germans, they said, look, this could be fair game for us, especially if it's carrying munitions, especially if it's a British ship. And in the advertisement that was in New York for the Lusitania that was going to leave on May 1st, let me put this right over here, May 1st, 1915, the German embassy actually placed an advertisement, and this is worth reading. They wrote, "Notice, travelers intending to embark on the Atlantic voyage are reminded that a state of war exists between Germany and her allies and Great Britain and her allies, that the zone of war includes the waters adjacent to the British Isles, that in accordance with formal notice given by the Imperial German government, vessels flying the flag of Great Britain or of any of her allies are liable to destruction in those waters, and that travelers sailing in the war zone on ships of Great Britain or her allies do so at their own risk, from the Imperial German Embassy." And this is dated April 1915. So that's the backdrop. The Lusitania set sail May 1st, 1915. On May 7th, 1915, the number 15 keeps jumping into my brain. On May 7th, 1915, it's almost reached its destination of Liverpool. That's Liverpool right over here. It's around 10 or 15 miles off the coast of Ireland. And right there, it encounters a German U-boat. So this right over here is a German U-boat. And that German U-boat sends a torpedo into the Lusitania. Now, the torpedo, as you can imagine, it rams into the ship. And then shortly after the torpedo hits, you have this huge explosion. And that huge explosion is actually one of those question marks of history. Now, the ship goes down, taking down with it most of its passengers. So there were 1,959 total passengers and crew. And 1,195 of them actually died. Now, There were other ships that went down due to German U-boats, but what was famous about this one or at least from an American history point of view, is that there were 128 Americans who also died on board. And so you can imagine this led to a lot of I guess a lot of people were concerned on the American side. Why did this happen? These were American civilians. And it essentially led to a harsh reprimand from Woodrow Wilson. And just as a little bit of context, once war broke out, and war had broken out not even a year before the sinking of the Lusitania, the Americans' position was to be neutral. It did not want to enter into this European conflict. With that said, the Americans were disproportionately trading with the Allies, not the Central Power. They were providing supplies at a minimum at a trading level, and they were providing monetary support. They were providing loans to the Allies disproportional to the Central Power. So even though there was this kind of strong, this formal neutrality, there was kind of more implicit connection to the Allies. So Woodrow Wilson, he still wants to keep America out of the war at this point. So we're talking about May 1915. And so he essentially just sends a stern warning to the German Empire, says you must apologize, you must take action to prevent this type of thing happening in the future. And the German Empire actually complies. On September 9th, let me write this on the timeline. So right over here. So in May, you have Lusitania sunk. Lusitania sunk. And then in September, the Germans agree to not attack passenger ships. Agree to not attack passenger ships. And so even though the sinking of the Lusitania, and especially in a lot of American history classes, is often given as a trigger for America's entrance into war, this whole thing happened and America stayed neutral throughout this entire period, and America wouldn't actually enter the war until April 1917. So the Lusitania was just one of many things that happened in the years running up to the war. And if we fast forward a little bit, in 1916, the next presidential election, where Wilson won re-election, he ran on a platform of he kept us out of war. So kept us out of war. So the sinking of the Lusitania was a significant event. It was, one could argue, because the Germans did not want the U.S. to enter on the side of the Allies. It was why the Germans agreed to loosen up, at least for a couple of years, on their U-boat campaigns. As we'll see, once we get into 1917, the Germans, out of desperation, start to become more aggressive on their U-boat attacks again, which is one of the catalysts that drive the U.S. that the U.S. claims drove them into World War I. But with that said, just as a little bit of context, and oftentimes when we look back at history, we always make it seems very cut and dry. It seems obvious. Oh, yes, we had to go to war, et cetera, et cetera. I have a few quotes here from William Jennings Bryan, who was Woodrow Wilson's Secretary of State, and a few of these are pretty telling. So this first one is September 1914. This was before any of the stuff happened with Lusitania, but war had broken out in Europe, and he had this message that he wrote to Woodrow Wilson to essentially advocate why we should stay out of the war and why there should be some type of mediation to try to get the war to end, as opposed to just letting it run its course. And he wrote to Wilson, "It is not likely that either side will win so complete a victory as to be able to dictate terms. And if either," and this is the interesting side, this is the interesting and strangely foreshadowing, "and if either side does win such a victory, it will probably mean preparation for another war. It would seem better to look for a more rational basis for peace." Now, the other quotes here, and this is kind of the question mark around that second explosion. William Jennings Bryan wrote, "Ships carrying contraband should be prohibited from carrying passengers. It would be like putting women and children in front of an army." And so this is one of those big questions of history. It was known that the Lusitania was carrying light ammunition. So it was carrying light munitions. Now, the Germans claimed that it was actually carrying heavy munitions, and to some degree that second explosion tends to back that up. And there was all sorts of shady things about a lot of the cargo that the Lusitania was carrying, even though they claimed that it was kind of these perishable goods. It wasn't being kind of stored in a refrigerated part of the ship. And so there was reason to believe that it was carrying actually heavy munitions, and that second explosion seems to point in that direction as well. And then even after World War I, the British Navy actually spent multiple times trying to destroy the wreck of the Lusitania, and some people say in order to maybe get rid of some evidence that it was actually carrying far more munitions and maybe was, from the Germans' point of view, a fairer target than was actually made out. So regardless, it's a very interesting incident, not necessarily directly tied to America's entrance into World War I, but it is one of many events. And this whole idea of blockades and German U-boats against civilians, this was something that was a cause of repeated concern for the Americans. As we enter into 1917, the United States has been able to maintain its neutrality in World War I. In fact, President Wilson has just won a re-election based on the platform that he kept us out of war. And to a large degree, he was able to keep the U.S. out of war because the German Empire had pulled back from its unrestricted submarine warfare. After the sinking of the Lusitania and how angered America had gotten, they said, okay, we're not going to attack passenger vessels anymore. We're only going to attack things that are definitely British non-passenger vessels. But as we go into January of 1917, the British blockade on the Central Powers was having its effect, and the Central Powers were getting desperate, in particular Germany. And so they were eager to essentially do the same to the British, once again go with the unrestricted submarine warfare. But the Germans knew that if they were to go back to this, that it's likely that the U.S. would enter the war on the side of the Allies. So knowing that was likely to happen, they said, well, how could we slow the U.S. down? And the thinking was, well, maybe we could somehow enlist the help of Mexico, which at the time was not on the best terms with the United States. And so Arthur Zimmermann, who was the German Foreign Secretary, the equivalent of the United States Secretary of State, the Foreign Minister, Arthur Zimmermann sends an encoded telegram to the Mexicans. And it's encoded especially because it has to go over lines that are controlled by the Americans. And in it, he actually proposes an alliance to slow the Americans down. So this is what he wrote. So this is the encoded telegram, and then it was actually intercepted by British intelligence and decoded and then shared with the Americans, and then that was also then made public to the American public. And so this is why it's fascinating to actually read this stuff. This is January 1917. This is the Germans talking to the Mexicans. We intend to begin on the 1st of February unrestricted submarine warfare. We shall endeavor, in spite of this, to keep the United States of America neutral. In the event of this not succeeding, we make Mexico a proposal of alliance on the following basis. Make war together, make peace together. Generous financial support and an understanding on our part that Mexico is to reconquer the lost territory in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. This settlement, or the settlement in detail, is left to you. You will inform the president, they're talking about the president of Mexico, of the above most secretly as soon as the outbreak of war with the United States of America is certain, and add the suggestion that he should, on his own initiative, invite Japan to immediate adherence and at the same time mediate between Japan and ourselves. Please call the president's attention to the fact that the ruthless employment of our submarines now offers the prospect of compelling England in a few months to make peace. Signed, Zimmermann. Now, the Mexicans, when they read this, they really didn't take it too seriously. They didn't think that they could seriously engage the U.S. in a war, they could seriously take back or occupy these territories, so they didn't really think much of it. The real effect of this telegram was to make the American public angry. They were going to go back into the unrestricted submarine warfare, and the Germans themselves talk about ruthless employment of our submarines. So when people talk about what were the causes, what brought the U.S. into war, the ones that are typically cited are the unrestricted submarine warfare, the sinking of the Lusitania, the Zimmerman telegram that was trying to get Mexico to somehow get into a war with the U.S. and reclaim these territories. And as we'll see, a few months after this, the U.S. actually does declare war on Germany and enter into World War I. Despite the fact that Wilson had just won re-election in 1916 based on a platform of keeping the United States out of war, by April of 1917, the administration had decided that Germany had gone too far, and in particular had gone too far with the unrestricted submarine warfare. So this right over here is a picture of President Wilson on April 2nd, 1917, giving a war message to Congress as to why the U.S. needs to declare war on Germany. And April 4th, Congress passes the resolution to declare war, and then the president approves it on April 6th. So by early April, the United States was at war with Germany, which is a good time to start thinking about why did all of this happen. Now, the things that are typically cited, and these are the things that are inflamed public opinion in the U.S., and that many of which were cited by President Woodrow Wilson. And in this tutorial that this is part of on KhanAcademy.org, I put the entire text of his speech, which I highly recommend reading, to see all of the things that President Wilson cited in his speech. But just as a summary of that, the things that tend to get cited most often are the unrestricted submarine warfare on the part of Germany, unrestricted submarine warfare, and particular cases, or the most cited example of that, is the sinking of the Lusitania. The Germans had stopped doing that for a little under 2 years, but then as we enter into 1917, they began doing it again. And it also made the Americans quite angry to realize that the Germans were trying to incite the Mexicans against them. So you have the Zimmerman telegram. Zimmerman telegram is also a reason that the Wilson administration and why people in general were fairly angry about things. Now, on top of that, there were atrocities committed by the Germans in their march through Belgium as they were trying to execute on the Schlieffen Plan. So Belgian atrocities. And these were earlier in the war, in 1914, which immediately made many Americans kind of not like what's going on. Belgian atrocities. And to put on top of that, the British were able to leverage the Belgian atrocities to execute a fairly effective propaganda campaign in America. Now, on top of that, and this is something that Wilson speaks very strongly about in his speech, is the notion of fighting for democracy. Fighting for democracy. And what you have here in the First World War, the Central Powers, if you're talking about the German Empire, you're talking about the Austro-Hungarians, these are monarchies. These are emperors who are controlling it. And even though the UK, the United Kingdom, was nominally a kingdom, it was really a democracy, at least for those who could vote. We're not talking about the entire British Empire. So UK is functionally a democracy, democratic, and so was the Third French Republic, and so was France. So there's this argument that the U.S. is fighting for the representation of people. Now, there is a more cynical argument that some people have made, and I think it's reasonable to give that due time. And one of the cynical arguments, or more cynical arguments, is that the U.S. had close financial and trade ties to Britain, not to mention cultural ties, financial ties to the British. On top of that, you had very successful British propaganda, one talking about the atrocities in Belgium, which did actually happen, but the British were able to exploit this as a propaganda machine. Successful propaganda. But they also spread rumors that after the sinking of the Lusitania, that the Germans had their children celebrating, and these were all made up. Propaganda. And then more kind of cynical view of why the U.S. entered the war, and this is true of probably most wars, is that there was a lot of lobbying on the part of war profiteers. profiteers. In fact, in Little Orphan Annie, Daddy Warbucks, the reason why his last name is Warbucks is because he made his fortune as a war profiteer during World War I. And war profiteers, these are people who might be selling arms to the Allies, or who might sell arms to the U.S. government if the U.S. were to get into a war that might somehow supply the troops. And it includes potentially folks in Wall Street. There was significant lending to the Allies, and mainly the Allies, not the Central Power. And so the view is if the Allies win, those loans are going to be made good. And I have the entire text of the speech from Senator George Norris, who was one of one of 6 senators to vote against the resolution to go to war. There were 50 representatives who also voted against it. This is a little excerpt, but also in this tutorial, I have the full text of his speech, and I highly, highly, highly recommend reading that along with Wilson's text of his speech to Congress in his war message. But I'll just read this part because it does, I think, point out that the U.S. from the beginning did have biases that were more pro-British. And so this is part of his speech. The reason given by the president in asking Congress to declare war against Germany is that the German government has declared certain war zones within which, by the use of submarines, she sinks without notice American ships and destroys American lives. The first war zone was declared by Great Britain. She gave us and the world notice of it on the 4th day of November 1914. The zone became effective November 5th, 1914. This zone, so declared by Great Britain, covered the whole of the North Sea. The first German war zone was declared on the 4th day of February 1915, just 3 months after the British war zone was declared. Germany gave 15 days' notice of the establishment of her zone, which became effective on the 18th day of February 1915. The German war zone covered the English Channel and the high sea waters around the British Isles. It is unnecessary to cite authority to show that both of these orders declaring military zones were illegal and contrary to international law. It is sufficient to say that our government has officially declared both of them to be illegal and has officially protested against both of them. The only difference is that in the case of Germany, we have persisted in our protest, while in the case of England, we have submitted. And I encourage you once again to read the text of both Wilson's speech and Senator Norris's speech and come up to with your own decisions, and it might be a little bit of both. As we go into January of 1918, let's remind ourselves of kind of the context, the background that's going on, especially relative to World War I. First of all, in April of 1917, and so a lot of the context is what happened in 1917, you have the U.S. declares war on Germany, and the main argument they give is this unrestricted submarine warfare that the Germans are undertaking. You also have the fall of the Russian Empire, Russian Empire. You have essentially the revolution that overthrows the Tsar in February-March of 1917. And then in October, you have the Bolsheviks take over in a coup. Now, the Bolsheviks, once they take over, they have no interest in terms of continuing the war with Germany. So you have an armistice declared, and the Russians are in the process of negotiating the terms of a treaty with the Central Powers. So they're kind of negotiating the Brest-Litovsk Treaty as we speak. Now, on top of that, you have, because the Central Powers don't have to focus on Russia on the Eastern Front anymore, they're trying to bring especially Germany is trying to bring its troops back to the Western Front, and they want to do it before the U.S. can mobilize in any significant way. So race on Western Front between, essentially, can Germany get its troops and do an offensive that can put probably France out of the war before the U.S. has a chance to significantly reinforce the Western Front. So this is essentially between German redeployed troops from the Eastern Front, German troops from Eastern Front versus new American troops, Americans. So this is the backdrop. No one really knew what exactly was going to happen on the Western Front. Certain military analysts would say, well, look, Germany was able to prosecute this two-front war against a major empire in Russia. Now that they're going to be able to focus completely on the Western Front, Germany might be able to kind of deal the decisive blow. Others would say, well, look, the U.S., it's this emerging power. It's bringing fresh troops in. It has a major industrial capacity. The U.S. could, especially if the war were to last a good bit, the U.S. might be the decisive element for the Allies. So that's the background in which President Woodrow Wilson, on January of 1918, January 8th, gives a speech to the joint sessions of Congress. And this is a part of the text of the speech, and I'm just going to read through it. I'm not going to read the entire speech. He talks about many things, essentially, why are we in World War I? What is the moral causes of World War I? And the speech is most famous for his articulation of the 14 points. So let's just read into it, because it really informs a lot of what happened in the Treaty of Versailles, which is essentially the peace treaty with Germany, which the U.S. ironically did not ratify. But it also kind of lays out the tension in the Paris peace conferences after World War I between those who were more idealistic, like Woodrow Wilson, and those who might have been a little bit more vengeful, especially against the Central Powers. So here we go. This is part of the speech. We entered this war because violations of right had occurred, which touched us to the quick and made the life of our own people impossible unless they were corrected and the world secured once for all against their recurrence. What we demand in this war, therefore, is nothing peculiar to ourselves. It is that the world be made fit and safe to live in. This is very idealistic. Remember, all these other, especially these European powers, they're all about who gets what land, who gets what empire, who gets to kind of take advantage of whatever colony, and particularly that it be made safe for every peace-loving nation, which, like our own, wishes to live its own life, determine its own institutions, and be assured of justice and fair dealing by the other peoples of the world, as against force and selfish aggression. All the peoples of the world are in effect partners in this interest, and for our own part we see very clearly that unless justice be done to others, it will not be done to us. The program of the world's peace, therefore, is our program, and that program, the only possible program, all we see it is this. And these are his 14 points, and I'll try to kind of give some context for each of them. So the first is open covenants of peace, openly arrived at, which after which there shall be no private international understandings of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. And the context here is actually after the Bolsheviks took over, they started releasing all these secret covenants and understandings that the Russian Empire had been getting into. And a lot of, we've already talked about all of the entanglements, the alliances that led to World War I. And so this is Wilson's attempt to say, hey, look, let's just do everything out in the open. That'll let everyone kind of know, give more transparency what may or may not occur based on their actions. Number two, absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and in war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. So no more of these British blockades, no more of this unrestricted submarine warfare. The only time we could kind of dictate what happens in open waters is if it's the international community trying to decide that it wants to enforce international covenants. Number three, the removal of all economic barriers and the establishment of equality of trade conditions among all the nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. So essentially free trade. Free trade. Number four, adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. So he's trying to undo some of this militarism, this buildup of arms that helped start the world, essentially allowed World War I to happen with the ferocity that it did and the quickness with which it did. Number five, a free, open-minded, and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims based upon a strict observance of the principle that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. So this is a big deal that probably did not make the British or the French happy. This is essentially saying, look, self-determination. The people who are in those nations, in those states, they should be able to, their interests matter just as much. So a free, open-minded, absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims. So this is a pretty big deal. Remember, we're kind of exiting this period of empires. Most of the European powers still think that these international empires are essentially part of their prestige. Number 6. The evacuation of all Russian territory and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world in obtaining for her an unhampered and unembarrassed opportunity for the independent determination of her own political development and national policy, and assure her of a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under institutions of her own choosing. This is still one sentence, and then he doesn't even put a period there, semicolon, and I guess he had to read it himself. And more than a welcome, assistance also of every kind that she may need and may herself desire. The treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come, remember, they're negotiating with the Central Powers on Brest-Litovsk, to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs as distinguished from her own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. So it's saying, look, I mean, Wilson doesn't know whether the Allies or the Central Powers are going to win on the Western Front, but they know that the Central Powers are dictating terms to Russia with Brest-Litovsk. And it's like, look, this is going to be a test of your goodwill, of your comprehension of the needs of this kind of newly emerging state now that the Bolsheviks have taken over. Obviously, at this point, you don't have the antagonism between the U.S. and the future Soviet Union that is going to emerge. They're saying, look, give Russia a chance to kind of be herself. Number 7, Belgium, the whole world will agree, must be evacuated and restored without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. And so this is kind of obvious. Belgium, when the Germans rolled through Belgium, that's how they got to France. It was the justification that Great Britain used for entering the war. So look, get out of Belgium. Number 8, all French territory should be freed and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871 in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, which has unsettled the peace of the world for nearly 50 years, should be righted in order that peace may once more be made secure in the interest of all. So Alsace-Lorraine, we've touched on it several times. That's this region right over here. It was taken by Germany, essentially the unification of Germany during the Franco-Prussian War. This was a mineral-rich region. This was one of the justifications. This was why France might have gone into a war with Germany, and what Germany almost wanted to be preemptive against France, because they said, hey, France might want to take some of that territory back. 9, a readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. Hey, where do people speak Italian? Number 10, the peoples of Austria-Hungary, whose place among the nations we wish to see safeguarded and assured, should be accorded the freest opportunity to autonomous development. So this is another big deal. It's another breaking up of an empire. It's another self-determination point of the 14 points. Austria-Hungary, we've already said it was an empire. It included many, many, many nationalities. You have the Czechs right around there. You have the Slovaks right around there. You have the Austrians, German-speaking people, right over there. You have the Hungarians roughly over there. You have the Slovenians roughly over there. You have the Croatians roughly over there. You have the Bosnians roughly over there. And and you have many, many other nationalities, especially as you get close to the border with Romania and the border with the Ukraine. It's like, let these people determine, let them determine their own fate to some degree. There are all these nationalities. So that was number 10. The freest opportunity to autonomous development. And he's not saying that they necessarily need their own states, but that they should have the opportunity to kind of self-govern in some way. Number 11, Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be evacuated, occupied territories restored, Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea, and the relations of the several Balkan states to one another determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality, and international guarantees of the political and economic independence and territorial integrity of the several Balkan states should be entered to. And so this is kind of laying the groundwork for the future state of Yugoslavia, which is going to be roughly over there. This kind of the state of the southern Slavs, which is what the whole motivation by Gavrilo Princip for kind of assassinating Archduke Ferdinand, which some would argue was kind of the spark that lit World War I. The Turkish portion of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities, which are now under Turkish rule, should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development. Once again, self-determination. And the Dardanelles should be permanently opened as a free passage to the ships and commerce of all nations under international guarantees. So the Dardanelles, we've talked about it before, that's this right over here, so that you have access between the Aegean Sea and the Black Sea. And we are almost there. So then you have an independent Polish state should be erected. An independent Polish state should be erected, which should include the territories inhabited by the indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured of free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. So Poland did not exist as its own state prior to World War I. Now you have Woodrow Wilson is advocating it, and it will be carved out roughly of this area right over there. Then finally, point 14, a general association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. So this is the point that leads to the formation of the League of Nations. And this is when we talk about big ideas, this is a big idea, especially back then. You have this Europe that keeps getting into wars with each other. Hey, why don't we all cooperate at this kind of meta level, and we have this club of all of the nations to kind of resolve disputes and make sure that we don't have another World War I. So very, very, very big, very, very big idealistic idea. It gets formed during the treaty or as an outcome of the Treaty of Versailles, which is ratified, which is drafted during the Paris Peace Conferences after World War I. The unfortunate thing of the League of Nations is that even though this was kind of the idea was coming from Woodrow Wilson, the Treaty of Versailles and the League of Nations was not ratified by the U.S. So the U.S. never entered the League of Nations, which kind of made it a little bit hollow. And the League of Nations did not have the power to stop World War II from happening only a few decades later, and it will later be replaced by the United Nations. But this is a really, 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 really big idea. And because of these big ideas, Woodrow Wilson, these very idealistic ideas. I mean, everyone in Europe is talking about territory and imperialism and how do they take control of other people, take control of their resources. And now you have the American president say, look, it's all about self-determination. It's about making the world safe for democracy, safe for commerce, about open agreements. So it's a very powerful idea. And this would kind of form the basis, kind of the more idealistic side of American foreign policy over the 20th century. Some would say that there's another very cynical side that takes into account self-interest, but this is the idealistic side of American foreign policy, especially through the 20th century. And for his work in this area, Woodrow Wilson wins the Nobel Prize a few years later. So this right here is a picture of what the Nobel Prize looks like, both sides of it. Now, and just to kind of foreshadow some of the tension as we get into the Paris Peace Conference, not everyone was as idealistic. You obviously have these European powers who bled much harder than the Americans did, although the Americans did contribute significant cost or troops to the effort, and they lost many, many, many folks. But obviously, if you're French, you had these Germans on your territory, you lost a significant fraction of your population, a huge fraction of your male population. You might be a little bit angrier. And so, of course, you have Georges Clemenceau, who was the Prime Minister of France, and he was a little bit more skeptical of the 14 points. This is a quote from him. He actually has many slightly entertaining quotes. "Mr. Wilson bores me with his 14 points. Why, God Almighty has only 10. And this foreshadows some of the tension between Clemenceau and the British and kind of the European allies on one side and the Americans as we go into the Paris Peace Conference. They were a little bit looking out more for revenge, especially against the Germans, while the Americans, especially Woodrow Wilson, was actually a lot more idealistic. As we've already seen, the end of fighting in World War I, or I guess we have the end of fighting in World War I at the end of 1918. And so in 1919, it's time to talk about the terms for peace. And this happens at the Paris Peace Conference. And at this conference, you have all the parties of all the major warring parties. But the terms of peace are dictated by the winners. And the major powers among the winners are led by these gentlemen right over here. This is Prime Minister Lloyd George of the UK, Vittorio Orlando of Italy, Georges Clemenceau of France, President Woodrow Wilson of the United States. And they come to the Paris Peace Conference with very different outlooks of what the peace should look like. We already learned about President Wilson's 14 points. It was very idealistic. It talked about making the world safe for democracy, how people should determine their own fate, how we should have the self-determination, the end of empires, free trade, creating a League of Nations so that you can avoid things like World War I again. The European side was not quite as idealistic, especially the French. As you can imagine, the U.S. lost a lot of soldiers in World War I, but the French lost a significant fraction of their adult males in World War I. The ugly Western Front was fought in their country, so they were much more eager to make Germany pay for what it's done. And so the terms of the treaty with Germany, the Treaty of Versailles, and the Treaty of Versailles, it's important to note, is only one of several treaties that came out of the Paris Peace Conference. It tends to get the most attention because it was the treaty with Germany, Treaty of Versailles, and many people blame it for being part of the cause for World War II. It so humiliated Germany that it was so unacceptable that it allowed a character like Hitler to come along and lead Germany back into war. But the Treaty of Versailles was the treaty with Germany. You have other treaties with the Austrians, and now since the Austro-Hungarian Empire is being broken up, the Hungarians, the Ottomans, so on and so forth. But the Treaty of Versailles did several things. First, and this was kind of in line with especially the French thinking, is it assigned the guilt to Germany. So war guilt for Germany. And depending on where you view, you could view this as a fairly strong thing. The argument for saying Germany is responsible for the war is in late July, early August of 1914, it didn't take much for Germany to declare war on Russia, then on France, and then invade Belgium. I mean, this was literally a matter of days. It was pretty clear that Germany was already mobilized to do this. It was eager to do this, and it did do this without much provocation. At that point, it was really just based on Russian mobilization. Now, those who would argue that this was a little strong would say, hey, look, Germany definitely played a role in the war and maybe escalating the war, but it didn't start the war. You have the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austro-Hungary, and it was supported by elements in Serbia. Then you have the Austro-Hungarians who put out these very hard terms to the Serbians: bring these people to justice immediately, otherwise we're declaring war. It seemed like they wanted to declare war. They do declare war in July of 1914. Then the Russians, they don't let that just be a little regional conflict. The Russians decide to start mobilizing, giving the Germans kind of the pretext to justify their invasions, to kind of trigger this blank check that they've given the Austro-Hungarians. So there's a lot of blame that could go around, but the Treaty of Versailles places it with Germany. And then this justifies the rationale to make Germany pay for the war. So this leads to reparations for Germany, which essentially is like, look, Germany, you now have to pay the Allied powers for all of their lost, especially their losses to their economy due to the fact that you are guilty of starting of this war guilt. And the reparations were not just in paper currency. The reparations were in gold, in resources. And so it was a very tangible reparations. Now, it's an interesting question because these reparations are often referred to when people talk to these were disabling reparations. They brought the German economy down. And it is an open question. They were large. In modern dollars, the estimates I've seen is that there were approximately $400 billion in 2013 money. Now, that is a very, very large number, but it's not a huge number for a reasonably sized economy like Germany, although the economy was in bad shape at the end of World War I. But this by itself, it's not clear whether it by itself would have debilitated their economy. More likely, or if you were to think this is a cause, it's more the humiliation of it, that the generations of Germans, many of whom 10, 20, 30 years in the future had nothing to do with World War I, would be continuing to pay reparations to the Allies. So there's a question of its impact on the economy, and there's just the question of how humiliating how humiliating it was. And as we go, the reparations only last for about 10 years, and Germany pays the equivalent of about $60 billion in modern terms, $60 billion in 2013 dollars. That's the equivalent of about $5 billion in kind of 1920 money. But on top of the reparations, the Allies were not interested in fighting another war with Germany, although ironically, by having very harsh terms of the treaty, they might have triggered the next war in World War II, the rise of Hitler. And since they didn't want to have another war with Germany, they essentially limited the German army to 100,000 men, which is a very small army. As we've seen in many of the battles, you had battles with 400,000 or 500,000 men. So this is pretty much almost just like a police force. It's not really an army, and they weren't allowed any longer to have submarines, U-boats, any kind of heavy military equipment, artillery, heavy artillery, military airplanes, battleships of any kind. So it's really just a scaffold of an army, so that there wouldn't be another, or they hoped there would not be another German invasion. And then on top of that, Germany was stripped of territory. And some of that was directly in Germany. Poland was carved out. Out of part of the German Empire. So this is the new Poland that's carved out of the Paris Peace Conference. So you see right over here, it kind of cuts Germany into two pieces. East Prussia is still part of Germany, but it's all by itself right out here. So Poland is cut out. Germany loses Alsace and Lorraine, which it captured in 1871 after the Franco-Prussian War. Mineral-rich region. The French have been eager to get it back. The Germans, actually, that was one of an arguable justification why they wanted to preemptively attack France, because they knew that France was eager to capture it back at some point in the future. But on top of that, Germany lost its colonies. And Germany was not and nowhere near as big of an empire as, say, the British or even the French. It was actually a fairly new country formed in 1871, but it did have an empire. It had colonies in Southwest Africa, just in darker color, throughout Africa. It had colonies in the Pacific. It even had a colony in China. And all of that was then given over to the Allies. So the big idea from the Treaty of Versailles is that it was, most historians would say, it was really kind of sticking it to the Germans. The Germans felt it was humiliating, and one could argue that it did help lead to some of the extremism that we'll see in the next few decades of Germany. Now, the one win that Woodrow Wilson was able to get out of the Treaty of Versailles is it did set up the League of Nations. The League of Nations. Now, the irony here is that the U.S. does not ratify the Treaty of Versailles because it's suspicious of these kind of extra-national organizations. It actually wasn't happy with some of the territorial distribution, that it was just giving it from one empire to another as opposed to kind of having self-determination. So the U.S. was not actually a signatory. It did not actually sign the treaty. It did not ratify the Treaty of Versailles. But regardless of that, the Treaty of Versailles had a huge impact in kind of sticking it to the Germans. Now, on top of that, the Paris Peace Conference, as we've already said, had various treaties with the other Central Powers. And some of and I'm not going to go into detail on what happened, especially in the Ottoman Empire. That's, I think, worth another video. But the big effect on the Austro-Hungarian Empire is it was essentially not an empire anymore. It was split up into various countries. Austria was set up as a separate country, and actually the Treaty of Versailles, in the Treaty of Versailles, Germany is forbidden from in any way merging with Austria, a German-speaking country. You have Hungary becoming a separate state. You have a new state of Czechoslovakia. You have a new state of Yugoslavia. All of a sudden the trigger of World War I, the desire of having this unified Southern Slavic state, is now becoming a reality. Bosnia, and you have Bosnia and Serbia and Croatia and Slovenia are taken out of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So you have a major redrawing of the map of Europe. Some of these new nations here in Eastern Europe are out of the old Russian Empire. They were able to declare their independence. Some of it short-lived before kind of becoming satellite states or becoming part of the USSR, but they have their short-lived independence after the fall of the Russian Empire. So the map of Europe is dramatically changed due to the Paris Peace Conference, the Treaty of Versailles, the fall of the Russian Empire, and the other treaties that were outcomes of outcomes of World War I. Let's go into a little more detail on the Treaty of Versailles. So we've already talked about it helping to establish the League of Nations, but in specific, or particularly with regards to Germany, the biggest aspect of it was its application of war guilt, essentially putting the full blame of the war on Germany. Maybe you could justify it by saying, look, Germany was the most aggressive actor at the beginning of the war, declaring war on Russia and France without much provocation. But then the counter-argument would be, look, Austria-Hungary had already declared war on Serbia, Russia had already mobilized, but then the counter-argument, well, Germany gave a blank check to Austria. It said it would back up Austria no matter what Austria had done. Needless to say, this applied a lot of the Germans were not happy about being assigned the full blame of war guilt. Now, on top of that, we've already talked about the notion that it really diminished, the Treaty of Versailles really forced the German military to be diminished dramatically down to 100,000 troops, which is really now more of a glorified police force. It was also forbidden from forming a union with Austria. And you might say, why Austria in particular? Well, Austria is a German-speaking state. And so there, you could imagine there's a lot of ethnic affinity or linguistic affinity between Germany and Austria. So this is not allowed according to the Treaty of Versailles. And then on top of that, Germany loses its colonies. And these colonies we've already talked about. These are colonies in Africa, colonies in Asia, and colonies in the Pacific. Then on top of that, we have the reparations. We have the reparations estimated at the equivalent in 2013 terms of about 450 billion US dollars. That doesn't get fully paid, but it still has a huge toll on the German economy, especially because the reparations were not just paid in currency, they were paid in resources. And to make sure that they were paid in resources, the Allies actually occupied the Saar region right over here, which was coal rich, and for the next 15 years, it would ship that coal to France. So the Allies weren't just getting paid in currency, they were getting paid in dollars. But this would also have the effect as Weimar Germany, the Weimar Republic, this is the government of Germany after World War I, called the Weimar Republic because its constitution was drafted in the city of Weimar. In order to try to pay the currency portions of the reparations, lets the printing presses go free, tries to convert into other currencies, and then you essentially have hyperinflation in Germany through the early 20s, through 1923. And on top of that, once this hyperinflation happens and they no longer can pay the reparations, then in order to continue to extract resources from Weimar Germany, France goes ahead and occupies the Ruhr region, which is right about here. It's also very rich in steel and coal, and they began shipping the resources out, which was another huge humiliation for the Germans. And on top of that, it's crippling the German economy. They're taking all of the main resources out of the German economy. This happened in 1923 as well. And the combined effect of, one, just the humiliation of World War I, the shipping away of resources, now this occupation of the Ruhr region, which was never even part of the already bad Treaty of Versailles from the Germans' point of view, this helped bring support for fairly more and more extreme parties in Germany. And as you go into the end of 1923, it gave some energy for Hitler's, at the time, fairly small National Socialists, or their Nazis, to attempt a coup d'etat of the government, attempt their beer hall putsch. It ends up failing, but it does give a lot of energy to what was before a very a marginalized or very small party. Because of this occupation, allows that party to grow by a significant amount. But on top of that, let's talk about the actual territorial losses, all of the territorial losses. You have this little region up here, the north part of East Prussia. At first, it becomes a French protectorate according to the Treaty of Versailles, but then it's later taken over by Lithuania. We've already talked about this whole region of Germany, of the former German Empire, that's carved away in order to give it to the new state of Poland. Most of Poland is carved out of the former Russian Empire. Part is carved out of the former German Empire, and also part is carved out of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire. Then you have this region right here in Silesia. Part of it goes to Poland, part of it goes to Czechoslovakia. You have the famous Alsace and Lorraine region right over here. It had been a cause of contention between Germany and France for many, many, many years. Now this goes back to France. You have a little piece right over here that goes to Belgium. And then you have the North Schleswig region goes to Denmark. Now, on top of that, as you can imagine, the diminished troops, the taking resources away, France really wanted to cripple Germany's ability of being able to invade at any future point in time. But on top of that, they also set up a demilitarized zone in the Rhineland. And so the Rhineland, this included both the demilitarized zone included the west bank of the Rhine River, all of Germany that was west of the Rhine River, so this entire region right over here. And then it was also occupied by the Allies. And Germany was also forbidden from militarizing or mobilizing troops anywhere 50 kilometers east of the Rhine River, as well. And so you see, going out of Treaty of Versailles, every attempt was made to cripple Germany's war-making abilities. And they were forbidden from trading in arms, and they couldn't have many types of offensive weapons. So it really was to try to prevent Germany from being able to do what they did in World War I. As we see, in a large degree, it really was maybe a catalyst for giving energy to more extreme elements in Germany, and would be one of the things pointed to for Germany's involvement in World War II.
In 1917, the United States entered World War I on the side of the Allies, after several years of neutrality. Woodrow Wilson, who was serving as President of the United States at the time, even campaigned for re-election on the slogan, "He kept us out of war." But less than a month after his second inauguration, Wilson went before Congress to ask for a declaration of war against Germany. It wasn't easy to achieve an abrupt about-face from a country that was determined not to become involved in the conflict to a country that was wholly dedicated to the war effort. So the U.S. government swept into action to convince everyone to support the war. The new Committee on Public Information churned out propaganda to convince people to buy war bonds and to keep soldiers well supplied with food and weapons. Propaganda campaigns strongly linked patriotism with unquestioning support of the American government and of capitalism. Dissenters were not just called un-American, they were also in danger of being arrested or deported under new laws that restricted freedom of speech. For many immigrants and African Americans in this time period, the home front during World War I offered both new opportunities and great dangers. One major opportunity brought on by World War I was the prospect of better jobs for African Americans. The war slowed down immigration to about a tenth of what it had been previously, since torpedoes made the Atlantic a dangerous place for ships. The sudden drop in immigrants and the need to produce war material led to an explosion in the number of factory jobs that were available to Black workers. In the decade that surrounded World War I, 500,000 African Americans left the South and headed for northern and Midwestern cities in a mass exodus known as the Great Migration. Even though Black factory workers didn't enjoy anything like the wages or privileges afforded to white workers, they still could make more money in the North than they could as sharecroppers in the South. In the North, they also had the right to vote and were less likely to encounter racial violence, like lynching. But racial violence, segregation, discrimination were still prominent fixtures of Black life in the North. Several of the most deadly race riots in American history happened during this period in northern cities. Another opportunity that World War I offered to immigrants and African Americans was the ability to boost their status in society by contributing to the war effort. Many immigrants saw displays of patriotism as a way to show that they were truly American and had assimilated through the melting pot. The U.S. government appealed to immigrants specifically to show their patriotism by enlisting, participating in parades, or buying war bonds. Take a look at this propaganda poster showing immigrants passing by the Statue of Liberty. It's written in Yiddish, the language commonly spoken by Eastern European Jews, and it says, "You came here seeking freedom, now you must help preserve it." And it instructs them not to waste food. So conspicuous displays of patriotism and other efforts to help the war were a way that immigrants could show that they were American and therefore deserved to be treated just the same as other Americans. For similar reasons, African American leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois encouraged black men to enlist for military service, hoping that serving honorably in the war would help improve the status of African Americans, just as the service of black soldiers had done in the Civil War. This poster celebrated the accomplishments of the all-black 369th Infantry Regiment, known as the Harlem Hellfighters, who were the first Allied soldiers to engage the Germans in combat. The French government awarded many of them the Croix de Guerre, its medal for heroism. But despite the hopes of Du Bois and others, the wartime service of African Americans didn't result in any significant civil rights gains during the war or when they returned home. Army units were segregated, and most soldiers were confined to menial duties. The Wilson administration didn't even allow black soldiers to participate in victory parades at the end of the war. At home, failure to fully embrace American patriotism was sharply punished. In 1917 and 1918, Congress passed the Espionage Act, which made it a crime to spy, interfere with the draft, or make false statements about the military, and the Sedition Act, which criminalized statements critical of the government. These laws were especially dangerous for immigrants who were more likely to advocate for socialism and for labor unions, which were by their very nature a critique of the American economic system. Thousands of people were arrested as a result of these laws for doing things like publishing newspapers or handing out pamphlets. German immigrants faced particular discrimination since they were suspected of sympathizing with or colluding with the enemy. The push for a unified American public during the war also led to new immigration restrictions. In 1917, Congress required that immigrants pass a literacy test. And after the war, Congress would pass a series of new laws establishing ethnic quotas among immigrants, which heavily discriminated against the new immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. These laws were partly motivated by fears that radicals sympathetic to the Russian Revolution, in which communists took control of the Russian government, were part of a global conspiracy to undermine capitalism. There was a series of labor strikes in 1919 that seemed to confirm this suspicion, leading to a crackdown on labor unions and socialist organizations known as the Red Scare. Red was the color of the Russian communists. Thousands more people were arrested as possible radicals, and many immigrants were deported. So World War I and the United States' response to it at home caused huge changes in the flow of people to and within the United States. The dangers of war slowed what had been a tidal wave of immigrants from Europe down to just a trickle. And the economic opportunities it brought in the form of wartime factory work led hundreds of thousands of African Americans to leave the South and head to northern cities. But restrictions on civil liberties and fear that immigrants might be importing radical ideas from abroad led many to define who was eligible to become an American more narrowly than before, setting the stage for a series of cultural and political battles in the 1920s about what kind of society the United States should be in this new modern era. During the Gilded Age, the population of the United States had started to shift sharply towards living in urban rather than rural environments. In 1900, 1/3 of the American population lived in cities, drawn by the wide availability of factory jobs. But by 1920, the scales finally tipped, and for the first time, the majority of people in the United States lived in cities. It was the beginning of a new, modern era. We've talked in other videos about the economic opportunities that the cities provided for both international immigrants and internal migrants, like the 500,000 African Americans who left the South in the years surrounding World War I in search of a better life in the North. Although factory jobs were subject to dangerous working conditions and wages were low, for both immigrants and Southern African Americans, the pay and the standard of living was usually an improvement on their previous circumstances. The transition to life in the modern industrial city also offered new opportunities for women. With the rise of big corporations, doing business across time zones and countries, there was an increasing need for clerical workers, like secretaries and typists. White women began to take on these roles, and by the end of the 1920s, about 25% of women worked outside the home. Women also began to fill the ranks in employment categories that were beginning to be defined as female professions, like nursing and teaching, and a growing number of women continued to work even after they were married. These kinds of clerical jobs were generally closed to minority women, whose options for work outside the home were limited to domestic service or agricultural labor, although some African American women began to train in segregated institutions for service in segregated institutions. For example, going to black nursing schools in order to work in black hospitals. The mass production techniques of the 1920s also meant that the price of consumer goods dropped, so that average people could afford to buy appliances and even cars. People had enough disposable income to go to the theater, or to an amusement park, or to a speakeasy illegally selling alcohol. After the prim and proper progressive era and the trauma of World War I, many people embraced a carefree attitude of self-fulfillment through leisure and consumption, or in other words, having fun and buying stuff. But not everyone was thrilled with this new modern era of diverse city living. During World War I, an emphasis on 100% Americanism squelched dissenters who protested against the draft or questioned U.S. involvement in the war. Then, after the Russian Revolution, labor strikes and a series of bombings in 1919 led to fears that radical communists were threatening the country. These incidents, combined with the flawed racial pseudoscience of the day that cast all people other than those descended from Northern and Western Europeans as less evolved, led to a growing sense among native-born white Protestants that the country was becoming less and less American. In 1915, the Ku Klux Klan experienced a resurgence in the United States that lasted for about 10 years. Unlike the Reconstruction era KKK, in this time period, the Klan had large membership numbers in northern and western cities, and they targeted Jews and Catholics, many of whom were recent immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, in addition to African Americans. These fears led to the passage of new immigration restrictions in the 1920s. In 1921, Congress passed the Emergency Quota Act, which limited the number of immigrants allowed from Europe to 350,000, or about a third of pre-World War I levels. Then, in 1924, Congress limited immigration even further with the Immigration Restriction Act. This act set quotas of immigrants who could arrive from each nation. The quotas heavily favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe and slashed the numbers of Southern and Eastern European immigrants down to as little as 1% of their pre-World War I yearly numbers. Africans from all countries were limited to just 1,000 immigrants per year, and Asians were completely barred from entry. The law did not limit the immigration of Mexicans, whom Western farmers relied upon for seasonal labor. Interestingly, in 1924, Congress also passed a law establishing that all Native Americans were now U.S. citizens, although they often had difficulty accessing the rights of citizenship from reservations. What do these quotas and efforts at defining the racial makeup of the United States tell us about who was considered eligible to be part of the American people in the 1920s? As we move forward into talking about the Great Depression and World War II, keep thinking about the ways that citizenship is defined and how that definition changes over time.
World War II was the largest conflict in all of human history, the largest and bloodiest conflict. And so you can imagine it is quite complex. My goal in this video is to start giving us a survey, an overview of the war. And I won't even be able to cover it all in this video. It's really just to think about how did things get started or what happened in the lead up. And to start, I'm actually going to focus on Asia and the Pacific, which probably doesn't get enough attention when we look at things from a Western point of view. But if we go back even into the early 1900s, Japan is becoming more and more militaristic, more and more nationalistic. In the early 1900s, it had already occupied Korea as of 1910. And in 1931, it invades Manchuria. So this right over here, this is in 1931, and it installs a puppet state, the puppet state of Manchukuo. And when we call something a puppet state, it means that there's a government there and they kind of pretend to be they kind of pretend to be in charge, but they're really controlled like a puppet by someone else. And in this case, it is the Empire of Japan. And we need to remember what is happening in China in the 1930s. China is embroiled in a civil war. So there is a civil war going on in China. And that civil war is between the nationalists, the Kuomintang, and the communists versus the communists. The communists led by Mao Zedong, the Kuomintang led by General Chiang Kai-shek. And so they're in the midst of the Civil War, and so you can imagine Imperial Japan is taking advantage of this to take more and more control over parts of China. And that continues through the 30s until we get to 1937. And in 1937, the Japanese use some pretexts with, kind of a false flag, well, I won't go into the depths of what started it, kind of this Marco Polo Bridge incident. But it uses that as justifications to kind of have an all-out war with China. So in 1937, you have all-out war, and this is often referred to as the Second Sino-Japanese War. Sino-Japanese War. Many historians actually would even consider this the beginning of World War II, while some of them say, okay, this is the beginning of the Asian theater of World War II, of the all-out war between Japan and China, but it isn't until Germany invades Poland in 1939 that you truly have the formal beginning, so to speak, of World War II. Regardless of whether you consider this a formal beginning or not, the Second Sino-Japanese War, it's called the Second because there was another Sino-Japanese War in the late 1800s that was called the First Sino-Japanese War. This is incredibly brutal and incredibly bloody, a lot of civilians affected. We could do a whole series of videos just on that. But at this point, it does become all-out war, and this causes the Civil War to take a back seat to fighting off the aggressor of Japan in 1937. So that lays a foundation for what's happening in the Pacific in the run-up to World War II. And let's also remind ourselves what's happening in Europe. As we go through the 1930s, Hitler's Germany, the Nazi Party, is getting more and more militaristic. So this is Nazi Germany right over here. They're allied with Benito Mussolini's Italy. They're both extremely nationalistic. They both do not like the communists at all. You might remember that in 1938, you have the Anschluss, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, and you also have the takeover of the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia. So the Anschluss was the unification with Austria. And then you have the Germans taking over the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia. And this is kind of the famous, the rest of the what will be called the Allied powers kind of say, okay, maybe Hitler's just going to do that. Well, we don't want to start another war. We still all remember World War I. It was really horrible. And so they kind of appease Hitler, and he's able to kind of satisfy his aggression. So in 1938, you have Austria and the Sudetenland. And the Sudetenland are taken over by Germany. And then as you go into 1939, in March, they're able to take over all of Czechoslovakia. And once again, the Allies are they're feeling very uncomfortable. They kind of have seen something like this before. They would like to push back, but they still are not feeling good about starting another world war. But so they're hoping that maybe Germany stops there. So let me write this down. So all of Czechoslovakia is taken over by the Germans. This is in March of 1939. And then in August, you have the Germans, and this is really in preparation for what you could guess is about to happen, for the all-out war that's about to happen. The Germans don't want to fight the Soviets right out the gate, as we will see, and as you might know, they do eventually take on the Soviet Union. But in 1939, they get into a pact with the Soviet Union. And so they sign the Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviet Union. This is in August. which is essentially mutual non-aggression. Hey, you do what you need to do. We know what we need to do. And they secretly started saying, okay, we're going to, all of these countries out here, we're going to create these spheres of influence where Germany can take control of part of it, and the Soviet Union, and Stalin is in charge of the Soviet Union at this point, can take over other parts of it. And then that leads us to the formal start, where in September, let me write this in a different color. So September of 1939, on September 1st, Germany invades Poland. Germany invades Poland on September 1st, which is generally considered the beginning of World War II. And then you have the Great Britain and France declares war on Germany. So let me write this. World War II starts. Everyone is declaring war on each other. Germany invades Poland. Great Britain and France declare war on Germany. And you have to remember, at this point, Stalin isn't so concerned about Hitler. He's just signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And so in mid-September, Stalin himself invades Poland as well. So they both can kind of carve out their spheres of influence. So you can definitely sense that things are not looking good for the world at this point. You already have Asia in the Second Sino-Japanese War, incredibly bloody war, and now you have kind of a lot of very similar actors that you had in World War I, and they're starting to get into a fairly extensive engagement. Where we left off in the last video, World War II had begun. In September of 1939, Germany invades Poland, followed shortly by France and Great Britain declaring war on Germany, followed shortly by the Soviet Union themselves under Stalin's leadership also invading Poland and laying claim to their sphere of influence. And so now we are going to enter into 1940, and we're going to see that in 1940 and 1941, things only start to accelerate in the Nazis, and as we'll soon call them, the Axis powers' favor. So in April, you have the Germans invade Denmark, and Norway. Let me make sure I spell that right. So Germany invades Denmark and Norway. This is April of 1940. And then you have May of 1940. Germany invades the Netherlands and Belgium. So Netherlands, let me write the Low Countries is sometimes called, because the land in the Netherlands right over here is very close to sea level, or sometimes even below sea level. Low Countries, the Low Countries. So invades Netherlands, invades Belgium, kind of very similar to what happened in World War I, where that's kind of how Germany gets to France. And then in June, Italy enters the fray. Italy, which we've seen before, Italy declares war. Italy in the war. Benito Mussolini, in the run-up to World War II, was getting closer and closer to Adolf Hitler. And so in June, Italy declares war on the Allies, on Great Britain and France. And so now Italy is formally in World War II. And as soon as Italy joins World War II, you start having all of these skirmishes out here between Italy's colonies, and it's kind of where they're ruling colonially, in Libya, and in Egypt, where the British are essentially in control. So you start having all of these skirmishes across the border, the Egyptian and Libyan border. So that was June, and actually June, Italy's into the war, and then shortly thereafter, France falls to Germany. So this wasn't like World War I, where we get kind of embroiled in all of this trench warfare that lasts over the duration of most of the war. Very quickly, think about it. We're only what, 8-9 months into the war. France falls, a major power. France falls to Germany, and they install Vichy France, which at first is in control for the part of France, roughly the part of France that I'm highlighting. This is the town of Vichy, which was the capital of Vichy France, which is why it's called that. And then later, the rest of what's called Free France falls to Germany later in the war in 1942. But things are really not looking good. Things are really not looking good for the Allies. So France falls. France falls falls to Germany, the establishment of Vichy France, which is essentially controlled by the Germans. And then in July, Germany begins bombing Britain. So bombing Britain, the famous Battle of Britain, which was actually called the Battle of Britain even before it began. Winston Churchill said, hey, we have to prepare for the upcoming Battle of Britain. And Germany starts bombing Great Britain. And then things get only worse from there. So in September, the Axis forms with Japan joining. Japan signs the Tripartite Pact. And so it becomes, the Axis forms between Japan, Italy, and Germany. Signs tripartite pact. So now Japan's in the mix. And since France has already fallen to Germany, so Japan is now formally part of the Axis with Italy and Germany. And since France has fallen to Germany, Japan says, hey, maybe we can go after some of France's colonies, in particular French Indochina, which we now refer to as Vietnam and Cambodia. And so shortly thereafter, Japan attacks French Indochina. So things are not really looking good at all. And it only gets worse from there. In November, so once again, we're a little over a year into the war now. We're entering the end of 1940. In November, Hungary and Romania are pressured to join the Axis. So Hungary and Romania join the Axis. So as we see, as we kind of are leaving 1940, things are not looking good at all for the Allied powers. You see this map, and I apologize for my messiness. It's looking more and more and more red. The only slightly, kind of saving grace for the Allied powers is what's happening over here in North Africa, is that eventually at the end of 1940, the British are able to drive the Libyans, or are able to drive the Italians back into Libya. So let me do this in a different color. I'll do blue for the Allies. So the British are able to drive the Italian forces back into Libya, and they essentially are able to defeat the Italians in Libya. But that's only going to take us into 1941, which I'll talk about in the next video, where the Germans send reinforcements under the command of Rommel, and they're able to drive the British back again into Egypt. And we'll see in 1941, Germany and the Axis powers only become more and more and more aggressive. And as we enter the end of 1941, we'll see the entry of the U.S. into World War II. As we've already seen in the last few videos, with the war officially starting in September of 1939, the Axis powers get momentum through the end of 1939 all the way into 1940. That was the last video that we covered. And then that takes us to 1941. And what we're going to see in 1941, which is the focus of this video, is that the Axis powers only seem to gain more momentum. But because of all of that momentum, they perhaps get a little bit overconfident and stretch themselves, or begin to stretch themselves too thin. So let's think about what happens in 1941. So if we talk about early 1941, or the spring of 1941, in March, Bulgaria decides to join the Axis powers. You can imagine there's a lot of pressure being applied to them, and they kind of see where the momentum is and say, hey, let's be on that side. So Bulgaria joins the Axis. And then in North Africa, you might remember that in 1940, the Allies, in particular the British, were able to defeat the Italians and push them back into Libya. But now in March of 1941, the Italians get reinforcements, Italian reinforcements, and also German reinforcements under the command of Rommel, the Desert Fox, famous desert commander. And they are able to push the British back to the Egyptian border, and they also take siege of the town of Tobruk. Now you might have noticed something that I just drew. The supply lines in the North African campaign are very, very, very long, and that's part of the reason why, as one side, so one side has supply lines as they start to make progress and push into, let's say, as the Allies make progress and push into Libya, their supply lines got really long, and so the other side has an easier time resupplying. And then as the Axis pushes the Allies back into Egypt, well, then their supply lines get really long, and the other side it makes it easier for them to resupply. And so North Africa is kind of defined by this constant back and forth. But by early 1941, it looks like the Axis is on the offensive. They're able to push the British back into Egypt, lay siege to the town of Tobruk. So let me write this down as North Africa. I have all these different shades of red here. Let me write this down. North. So I'll just write North Africa right over here. Or I could say Rommel in North Africa, pushing the British back. And then we can start talking about what happens in the Balkans. And this is still in the spring as we go into the April of 1941. And just as a little bit of background here, and frankly I should have covered it a couple of videos ago, but as far back as 1939, actually before World War II officially started, in spring of 1939, Italy actually occupies Albania. So this actually should have already been read. This is in 1939. This is 1939 that this happens. And then at the end of 1940, Italy uses Albania as a base of operations to try to invade Greece. But they are pushed back. And actually one of the reasons why the British were able to be pushed back in North Africa is after they were successful against the Italians, most of the bulk of the British forces were sent to Greece to help defend Greece at the end of 1940. So this 1939, Albania gets taken over by Italy, and at the end of 1940, October 1940, Greece is invaded. So October 1940, so that is right around there. Greece is invaded by Italy, but they are then pushed back. But to help the Greeks, the Allies send many of the forces that were in North Africa after they were successful against the Italians in Libya. So now, as we go into April of 1941, that was all background. Remember, Albania, before the war started, April 1939. October 1940 was Italy's kind of first push into Greece, and it was an unsuccessful push into Greece. But then the Greeks get support from the Allies in North Africa. And now as we go into 1941, the Germans start supporting, or really take charge, in the Balkans and in Greece. And so with the help of the Germans, the Axis is able to take over Yugoslavia and Greece and start aerial bombardment of Crete. So once again, we're not even halfway through the year in 1941. And we see a huge swath of Europe is under the control of the Axis powers. So let me write, so the spring, so let me write Yugoslavia and Greece, and aerial bombardments of Crete. And now we go into the summer of 1941. And this is actually a pivotal move, what's about to happen. Now, you can imagine that the Axis powers, in particular Hitler, are feeling pretty confident. We're about that far into the war. So we're not even 2 years into the war yet, and it looks like the Axis is going to win. Now, you might remember that they have a pact with the Soviet Union. Hey, we're going to split a lot of Eastern Europe into our spheres of influence, so to speak. But now Hitler's like, well, I think I'm ready to attack. And when you attack the Soviet Union really matters. You do not want to attack the Soviet Union in the winter. This is something, or Russia in the winter. Russia is obviously now kind of the heart of the Soviet Union. That's something Napoleon learned. Many military commanders have learned you do not want to be fighting in Russia over the winter. So summer of 1941, Hitler figures, hey, this is the Axis chance. And so in June, he decides to attack the Soviet Union. So Soviet Union, attack the Soviet Union. So this is a very, very, very bold move, because now they're fighting the British. Remember that the British are kind of not a joke to be battling out here in Western Europe. And now they're going to be taking on the Soviet Union in the East, a major world power. But at first, like always, it seems like it's going well for the Germans. By September, they're able to push up all the way to Leningrad. So this is September of 1941, and lay siege and began laying siege to that town. This is kind of a long, bloody siege that happens there. So we're right now right about there. And most historians would tell you that this was one of the mistakes of Adolf Hitler, because now he is stretched very, very, very thin. He has to fight two world powers, Soviet Union, Great Britain, and the United States hasn't entered into the war yet. And that's what we're about to get into. Because if we go into Asia, it was still in 1941, what happens in July, so a little bit after Hitler decides to start invading the Soviet Union, going back on the pact, the non-aggression pact, in July, you can imagine the U.S., they were never pleased with what's been happening, what the Empire of Japan has been doing in the Pacific, what they've been doing in China, in Manchuria, or even in terms of the war in China, the Second Sino-Japanese War. They weren't happy of the Japanese taking over French Indochina. And you could, there's a big world power here in the Empire of Japan. There's a big world power here in the United States that has a lot of possessions in the Pacific. And so the United States in July of 1941, so remember, this is still all 1941, this is the same year, decides to freeze the assets of Japan, and probably the most important part of that was an oil embargo. An oil embargo of Japan. And this is a big, big deal. Japan is fighting a major conflict with the Chinese. It's kind of flexing its imperial muscles, but it does not have many natural resources in and of itself. In fact, that's one of the reasons why it's trying to colonize other places, to get more control of natural resources. And now if it's fighting a war, it doesn't have its own oil resources, and now there's an oil embargo of Japan. And the United States at the time was a major oil producer, and actually even today, it's a major oil producer. This was a big deal to the Japanese because some estimates say that they only had about 2 years of reserves, and they were fighting a war where they might deplenish their reserves even more. So you can imagine the Japanese, they want to have their imperial ambitions. They probably want, especially now with this oil embargo, they probably want to take over more natural resources, and they probably want to knock out the U.S., or at least keep the U.S. on its heels so the U.S. can't stop Japan from doing what it wants to do. So all at once in December 1941, it's over the course of December 7th and 8th, and it gets a little confusing because a lot of this happens across the international date line, but over the course of December 7th and 8th, Japan goes on the offensive in a major way in the Pacific. Over the course of really several hours, at most a day, Japan is able to attack Malaya, which is a British possession. It's able to attack Pearl Harbor, where the U.S. Pacific Fleet is. It hopes to knock out the U.S. Pacific Fleet, so the U.S. will have trouble stopping Japan from doing whatever Japan wants to do. In the U.S., we focus a lot on Pearl Harbor, but this was just one of the attacks in this whole kind of several hours of attacks where Japan went on the aggression, or went on the offensive. So we have Malaya, we have Pearl Harbor, we have Singapore, we have Guam, which was a U.S. military base. You have Wake Island. You have the Philippines, which was a U.S. possession ever since the Spanish-American War. You have Hong Kong, which is a British possession. And then shortly after that, as you get further into December, so this is when you have kind of Japan attacks, Japan offensive, all right. Japan offensive. And then as you go into later December, the kind of real prize for Japan was what we would now call Indonesia, but the Dutch East Indies. On this map it says Netherlands East Indies. But you got to remember, the Netherlands had been overrun. They're the Low Countries. They were already overrun by German forces. So the Japanese say, hey, look, there's a lot of resources here, natural resources, especially oil. Let's go for this. And so by the end of 1941, they're also going for the Dutch East Indies and for Burma. So you can imagine it's a very aggressive, very, very bold move on Japan. But they kind of had imperial ambitions. They were short on, or they were afraid of kind of their access to natural resources, so they went for it. But obviously one of the major consequences of this is the United States was not happy about this, and they were already sympathetic to the Allies. They didn't like what was going on in Europe either. They didn't like what was going on in China. And so that causes the United States to enter into World War II on the side of the Allies, and then the Axis powers to declare war on the United States, which was a big deal. As we saw in the last video, in 1942, we start to see the tide turn in the Pacific. Just as a reminder, in December of 1941, you have the Japanese attack of Pearl Harbor, which brings the United States into World War II. And as we get into 1942, you have the Doolittle raid on the mainland of Japan, which is a psychological victory for America and the Allies. Then you have the Battle of Coral Sea, and then Midway. Midway in particular was a huge, actually I shouldn't put red there, I should just leave it blue. It was a huge success for the American Navy, followed by Guadalcanal, where the U.S. is actually, after which, is able to go on the offensive against the Japanese. So we see a significant turning of the tide in 1942 in the Pacific. And it also turns out to be the case in Europe, that we see a turning of the tide in 1942. Just as Guadalcanal is occurring, you might remember that in 1941, Hitler and the Nazis decide that they want to attack the Soviet Union. Probably not a good idea. They're going to stretch themselves thin, but they do so anyway. They have the siege of Leningrad starts in 1941, and then in 1942, by August, they're able to reach Stalingrad, which is right about here. And Stalingrad, it's now called Volgograd. It's right about there, if the map extended over there. This is a major, I guess you could say, battle or even series of battles in World War II. Movies are made about Stalingrad. Incredibly bloody, incredibly kind of this, really, I mean, if you look at pictures of the city of Stalingrad after the siege, after the battles there, the city is essentially in ruins. But Stalingrad, the battle, or the battles, I guess you could say, at Stalingrad, they start in August of 1942, and they continue for several months, going up to February of 1943. But this marks the turning point for Hitler. He's getting bogged down in Leningrad, getting bogged down in Stalingrad, eventually gets defeated in Stalingrad in early 1943, and his armies are really, really, really spread thin. So this is, Stalingrad is a hugely important event or series of events in World War II. And let's just be clear where we are right now. Stalingrad commences in August of 1942. And just to kind of frame it in your mind, relative to the Pacific Theater, this is right around, plus or minus a few weeks of when Guadalcanal was going on, conflict between the Japanese and the American navies. So you have this incredibly bloody battle or series of battles at Stalingrad. Then in October, we've been talking about this back and forth in North Africa. And some people say, well, why are they even worried about North Africa? And I should have mentioned this earlier, but we have to remember that there's something somewhat strategic here called the Suez Canal. Why is the Suez Canal strategic? Well, it connects the Mediterranean with the Red Sea and then eventually the Indian Ocean. So that you don't have to go all the way around Africa to go from Europe to the Indian Ocean. So it's an incredibly strategic, I guess, passage or a way to travel by sea between, well, I guess for the world, but especially between Europe and between Asia. And so you can imagine the British were very keen on protecting the Suez Canal, and the Axis would have loved to get control of the Suez Canal. Let me write this here. This right over here is the Suez Canal. And as we go into October, so this is Stalingrad commences right over here, and then as we go into October, you have the British are able to defeat the Axis, or start to defeat the Axis, and then push them back. And this eventually leads to the British being able to go all the way to Tunisia. So this is kind of the final back and forth blow that kind of starts to secure victory for the Allies in North Africa. And at the same time that this is commencing in October, at the same time that this is commencing in October, you have other Allied forces starting to arrive in Morocco and Algeria. Forces from the U.S. are arriving in Morocco, and forces from the U.K., from Great Britain, are arriving in Algeria. So this is going to give the Allies control of North Africa, from which they can now mount assaults onto the European mainland, which we will see in the next series of videos. So definitely the tide is turning, and the Allies are starting to be able to go on the offensive, both in the Pacific and in the European theater. So we're now entering into 1942. And just a reminder, it's been a little over 2 years since the beginning of World War II in Europe, when the Nazis invaded Poland. And even before that, as early as 1937, you've had all-out war between the Chinese and the Japanese. And even before that, you've had varying conflicts since the Japanese invasion of Manchuria in 1931. So Asia has been in conflict for some time. But as we go into 1942, the United States has just entered into World War II. You might remember, December 1941, Japan goes on a major offensive, tries to knock out the U.S. Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor, attacks Wake Island, attacks Guam, attacks Hong Kong, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaya. Then shortly thereafter goes after other possessions, Burma, goes after the Dutch East Indies in its quest for natural resources. And so you can imagine, as we go into 1942, the Americans are eager to retaliate. And in these videos, these are overview videos. I'm not going to be able to talk about every action and every battle that happens. I'm just trying to give you kind of the highlights. But the first notable action in 1942 are the Doolittle Raid, or is the Doolittle Raid. Doolittle Raid, named after Colonel Doolittle, who's the architect of this raid. And the idea is not so much as a strategic victory, but more of a psychological one. If the U.S. could somehow attack the mainland of Japan, bomb the mainland of Japan, it would be a huge morale booster for the Americans, and it might cause the Japanese people to question their own leadership. And so the idea is send out a carrier within bomber range, roughly 1,000 miles off the coast of Japan. And I tried to do some research on where they went, but I wasn't able to find it. But roughly 1,000 miles off the coast of Japan. And then send 16 B-25 bombers to bomb the mainland. So 16 bombers to bomb the mainland. And they are actually able to do this. 15 of the bombers, since they can't land back onto the carrier, they're too heavy and too large to do that, 15 of them land in China. And then one of them gets diverted to Russia, or the Soviet Union. And out of the 80 crewmen, all of the planes get lost, but out of the 80 crewmen, 3 are killed in action, 8 are captured, and 3 are killed in captivity by the Japanese. But for the most part, a hugely successful operation. Only months after Pearl Harbor, the U.S. is able to attack the Japanese mainland. So once again, more of a psychological victory than a strategic one, but a major psychological, I guess you could say, accomplishment from the Allied point of view. And so then you can fast forward, so this was in April, then you can fast forward to May, where you have the first major naval engagement between the Japanese and the American Navy. And that happens at the Battle of Coral Sea, or the Battle of the Coral Sea. Coral Sea, which occurs roughly over there. And this is significant because the battle itself, it actually, the U.S. loses more than the Japanese do, but it's able to cripple the Japanese Navy enough so that as they go into their next major offensive, they don't have quite the firepower that they need. And that next major offensive happens in June at Midway. Let me make sure you can read this. I know it's hard. I don't want to write on top of Coral Sea. So this is in June. You have the Battle of Midway. The Battle of Midway. And at the Battle of Midway, this is a Japanese offensive. Their goal is to further knock out the United States. But it ends up going the other way. And this is considered a big deal. This is the first Japanese naval loss since the Battle of Shimonoseki Straits in 1863. So you have a U.S. victory here. U.S. victory here. A lot of historians even consider this one of the most significant naval battles of all times. But you have a U.S. victory here, and once again, this is only 6 or 7 months since Pearl Harbor. So you have Coral Sea, which is able to cripple the Japanese Navy. Maybe cripple is a strong word, but it's able to kind of pare them down a little bit. Then you have Midway, which is a major U.S. victory. And then that takes us to August, where you have the Battle of Guadalcanal. So you have the Battle of Guadalcanal, where the U.S., there are several islands over here. The U.S. are attempting to take it. The Japanese want to retake it. But between kind of the on-the-ground forces and the naval forces, the U.S. is able to defeat the Japanese and keep them from taking Guadalcanal. And this is a big deal because between Midway and Guadalcanal in 1942, this is kind of the turning point. After this point, Midway, the Japanese went on the offensive here. The Japanese tried to get the U.S. out of Guadalcanal in August. But in both of those, the U.S. are able to defeat the Japanese at Midway. They're able to kind of fend them off at Guadalcanal. And so this is the turning point where the U.S. is able to now go on the offensive. So 1942 is a very, very big deal. It's only months after Pearl Harbor, months after the U.S. enters the war, but it's able to start turning the tide and start to go on the offensive against the Japanese in the Pacific. And what we'll see in the next video is 1942 also marks the turning of the tide in Europe. In 1943, we see the tide really turns in favor of the Allies, especially in Europe, but it's actually happening in the Pacific as well. To begin with, in 1943, the siege of Stalingrad, which doesn't quite exactly fit on this map, but would be right over here. It ends with the Soviets being victorious. And this is actually an incredible story. There's many movies about the siege of Stalingrad for a reason. The Soviets are able to mount a pretty epic counterattack by attacking the flanks of the Axis army, and they're able to push them back and defeat the Axis army. Stalingrad itself gets reduced to rubble, and if you actually look up pictures of it, it's kind of mind-blowing to just even imagine what went on there. I mean, Stalingrad right over here. Although right now, Leningrad in 1943 is still under siege. And if you want your stomach to really be sick, look up images of things that happened over there. But needless to say, 1943, it's a turning, or it's not the turning point. 42 really is a turning point. But 1943, the momentum's really in the Allies' favor. The Soviets defeat the Germans at Stalingrad. They're able to push the Germans and the Axis powers out of the Caucasus. And then they begin to advance. And then the Soviets begin to advance and retake ground from the Axis powers. Now, at the same time, you might remember that at the end of 1942 in North Africa, let me go right over here. I have all these maps layered over here. You might remember that the British were able to push back the Axis army back into Libya, and then this just continues as we go into 1943, and the Allied army is essentially able to kick the Axis army out of North Africa and be victorious in North Africa. And you remember, you have the armies that are coming from Egypt. You also had allies land in Morocco and in Algeria, and then they all meet up, and by mid-year, they're able to use their victory in North Africa as a launching point to start attacking the mainland of Italy. They can go to Sicily, but then they go to the actual mainland. And there's an attack at Salerno, and they start to really kind of fight their way up the Italian peninsula. Maybe I'll do this in a blue color so you can see. This is the Allies as we go into mid and late 1943. Are able to take more and more of the Italian peninsula. Now, as this happens, conditions in Italy aren't good. The Italian people aren't happy, and they're actually able to depose Mussolini. So let me write that down. So this is in 1943. Mussolini. Actually, I think there's another S. Mussolini is deposed. Mussolini is Mussolini is deposed. And as we get later that year, Italy formally surrenders to the Allies. Now, with that said, Italy has surrendered, but the entire country of Italy, the entire Italian peninsula, there's still Axis troops there. So the Allies have to continue to slog through 1943 and 1944, and even into 1945 to completely rid Italy of the Axis powers, and especially the Germans. Now, Rome especially is fairly hard. Bombing campaigns start in Rome in order to completely get the Axis powers out of that, and that all is happening in 1943. Now, other things of note, and there's many things that are happening in Europe, and once again, these are just overview videos that are happening in 1943, is American forces, as early 1943, are able to start doing bombing attacks on Germany itself. And these bombing attacks only become more and more fierce as the war progresses. Another battle of note in mid-1943 is the Battle of Kursk. And this is really the last offensive that the Axis powers are able to mount on the Eastern Front, and they are defeated in this battle by the Soviets, and then once again that allows the Soviets to start going on the offensive. So when you look at things from a European point of view, the Allies are definitely, they have the bulk of the momentum now. They're now kind of putting the squeeze on the Axis powers. And frankly, the same thing is happening in the Pacific. Especially the Americans, they are now on the offensive. They're able to get closer and closer and closer to Japan. We're now entering into 1944. Where the Americans and the Allies are able to go even more on the offensive versus the Japanese and get closer and closer to Japan, get in bombing range of Japan, and deprive the Japanese of, I guess you could say, their forward bases. And so right as we enter into 1944, and once again, I'm giving you an overview, I'm not giving every single battle that occurs, the United States is able to take Kwajalein, which once again, the strategic value of a lot of these islands are tiny. They're barely large enough to have a primitive bases plus kind of an airfield, but they're incredibly valuable because the bombers can land, refuel, get resupplied, and then take off from there, and then be on the offensive even further in, I guess you could say, Japanese territory. And with the taking of Kwajalein, just as a bit of a reminder, the Americans, amongst other things, now had control of the Solomon Islands. They now have control of the Marshall and Gilbert Islands. And as we'll see, the real theme of 1944, as we get into the middle of and the end of the year, is to get as close as possible to the Japanese mainland. Because the Americans now had a B-29, or they had the B-29 bomber, that had a 1,500-mile radius. 1,500-mile, I guess I could say 1,500-mile range, which means if they're able to get points of where their bombers could land and take off, and once again, these bombers are way too large and heavy to land on a carrier, but if they can find islands where they can do that from within a 1,500-mile range of Japan, then the United States could have bombing attacks directly on Japan and hopefully get closer to an end to the war. So that was really the theme, get as close as possible to Japan. And then there was a secondary theme of take back the Philippines. One, it was a matter of pride. It was a former U.S. possession ever since the Spanish-American War. But then on top of that, the Philippines are incredibly strategic for shipping lanes from Indonesia. Remember those raw materials, those resources, that oil that Japan wanted from Indonesia. If you control Japan, if you control the Philippines, you're going to control the shipping lanes between Indonesia and Japan. And so you could deprive Japan of those natural resources. So the United States kind of main focal areas in 1944, get as close as possible to Japan, get within bombing range, and take the Philippines. And this is exactly what they did. As we go into the summer of 1944, and there were some, as early as the summer of 1944, some bombing raids that took off in China to Japan with the new B-29s. So you do have some of these that happen as early, some of these bombing raids happen as early as summer of 1944. But in terms of actual islands or territory the United States takes or takes back, In the summer, in June of 1944, you have the Battle of the Philippine Sea. So Battle of Philippine Sea occurs right around here. It's a victory for the U.S. It's a victory for the U.S. And it ends up really, I guess you could say, hurting Japanese ability to field carriers, have air warfare from carriers, because so much of their carrier capability was damaged in the Battle of Philippine Sea. So the battle of Philippine, or maybe Battle of the Philippine Sea. This occurs in June 1944. And along with that, in the summer, the Allies are able to take several islands in the Mariana Islands. That, once again, this is going to be super important, because from the Marianas, they're able to launch B-29 bombing attacks on the mainland in Japan. And so over that summer, the Allies, the Americans in particular, are able to take Saipan. They are able to take Guam. They're able to take Tinian, which is this little island right over here. Some of these islands are quite hard to find. They're super small. In fact, even these little dots exaggerate their size. If you actually go on Google Maps or Google Earth, you'll see how small these are. And I encourage you to look at them. It's really fascinating to see how small some of these islands are. They're really atolls. A lot of these are more atolls than islands. Not all of them are atolls. But you see that they barely have enough space for a landing strip for planes, especially the B-29s. And then as we go further into the summer and we start entering kind of later in the year, the Americans are able to take, at the time it was called Peleliu, now it's Palau. So Peleliu, they're able to take Morotai, and then perhaps most importantly in 1944, this might be the biggest deal out of all of these Pacific battles that occur and all of these naval battles that occur, is the Battle of Leyte and the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Because the Battle of Leyte was important is because in the process of taking Leyte, the United States essentially is able to knock out the Japanese ability to further defend. I mean, they will continue, but realistically defend the rest of the Philippines. So once Leyte is taken by the Allies, the odds of the Japanese being able to hold the rest of the Philippines becomes very low. And maybe even more important, the Battle of Leyte Gulf, which occurs right around there, it's an incredibly decisive battle for the American Navy. The Japanese go all in, and that bet is not a good one. The Japanese Navy is pretty much destroyed in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. And so 1944, once again, a very good year for the Allies, very bad year for the Japanese. Now the Allies are in control of airstrips from which they can take B-29 raids to the mainland of Japan. Whoops. So airstrips, they're now within range to do bombing attacks on the mainland of Japan. And they now are very likely to control the Philippines, which will and control the shipping lanes from Indonesia to Japan. And they've all but destroyed the Japanese Navy. So once again, things are not looking very good for Japan. And as we go into 1945, we'll see the Allies get closer and closer and get more intense bombing raids on Japan. And every time they get closer, the battles to take these islands, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, incredibly bloody. And the United States says, well, what do we have to do to get the Japanese to surrender? And we'll see what, at least in the mind of Truman, needs to happen. We're now in 1944, and things are really starting to close in on the Axis powers now. We can start in January. You might remember you've had the siege of Leningrad going on for several years now. Incredibly bloody siege, incredibly hard on the civilians of Leningrad. But the Soviet army is finally able to end that. And so you see from these troop movements on this map, starting in January of 1944, with the end of the siege, they're able to really take the offensive and start marching through the Baltics, through the Baltic states. At the same time, you have the Soviet armies marching, and they're able to force the Axis to surrender in the Crimea. You fast forward further into the year, further into 1944. You might remember in 1943, the Allies were able to land on Italy and force the surrender of Italy to the Allied powers. But that doesn't mean that Italy, as we know it today, or even as we know it then, was free of the German troops or from the Axis troops. And so the Allies are continuing to slog through Italy. And in particular, Rome did not get liberated in 1943. The Allies had to continue bombing Rome, and it doesn't get liberated until June of 1944. So Rome is liberated. So liberated in the summer of 1944. That happens June 5th. The next day, and this is probably one of the most famous events in World War II, especially from an American point of view, something that's documented in many films, is June 6th, D-Day, 1944. You have the invasion of Normandy, the amphibious invasion of Normandy.
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the Cold War. The Cold War is called cold because it supposedly never heated up into actual armed conflict, which means, you know, that it wasn't a war.
Mr. Green, but if the war on Christmas is a war and the war on drugs is a war...
You're not going to hear me say this often in your life, me from the past, but that was a good point. At least the Cold War was not an attempt to make war on a noun, which almost never works because nouns are so resilient. And to be fair, the Cold War did involve quite a lot of actual war, from Korea to Afghanistan, as the world's two superpowers, the United States and the USSR, sought ideological and strategic influence throughout the world. So perhaps it's best to think of the Cold War as an era, lasting roughly from 1945 to 1990. Discussions of the Cold War tend to center on international and political history, and those are very important, which is why we've talked about them in the past. This, however, is United States history, so let us heroically gaze, as Americans so often do, at our own navel. Stan, why did you turn the globe to the green parts of not America? I mean, I guess to be fair, we were a little bit obsessed with this guy. So the Cold War gave us great spy novels, independence movements, and arms race cool movies like Dr. Strangelove and War Games, one of the most evil mustaches in history. But it also gave us a growing awareness that the greatest existential threat to human beings is ourselves. It changed the way we imagine the world and humanity's role in it. In his Nobel Prize acceptance speech, William Faulkner famously said, "Our tragedy today is a general and universal physical fear so long sustained by now that we can even bear it. There are no longer problems of the spirit. There is only the question, when will I be blown up?" So today we're going to look at how that came to be the dominant question of human existence and whether we can ever get past it. So after World War II, the US and the USSR were the only two nations with any power left. The United States was a lot stronger. We had atomic weapons, for starters, and also the Soviets had lost 20 million people in the war, and they were led by a sociopathic mustachioed Joseph Stalin. But the US still had worries. We needed a strong, free market-oriented Europe, and to a lesser extent Asia, so that all the goods we were making could find happy homes. The Soviets, meanwhile, were concerned with something more immediate, a powerful Germany invading them again. Germany, and please do not take this personally, Germans, was very, very slow to learn the central lesson of world history: do not invade Russia, unless you're the Mongols. So at the end of World War II, the USSR encouraged the creation of pro-communist governments in Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland, which was a relatively easy thing to encourage because those nations were occupied by Soviet troops. The idea for the Soviets was to create a communist buffer between them and Germany, but to the US it looked like communism might just keep expanding, and that would be really bad for us because who would buy all of our sweet, sweet industrial goods? So America responded with the policy of containment, as introduced in diplomat George F. Kennan's famous Long Telegram. Communism could stay where it was, but it would not be allowed to spread. And ultimately, this is why we fought very real wars in both Korea and Vietnam. As a government report from 1950 put it, the goals of containment were: 1. Block further expansion of Soviet power; 2. Expose the falsities of Soviet pretensions; 3. Induce a retraction of the Kremlin's control and influence; and 4. In general, foster the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system. Harry Truman, who, as you'll recall, became president in 1945 after Franklin Delano Delano Prez for life Roosevelt died, was a big fan of containment, and the first real test of it came in Greece and Turkey in 1947. This was a very strategically valuable region because it was near the Middle East, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but the United States has been just like a smidge interested in the Middle East the last several decades because of oil, glorious oil! Right, so Truman announced the so-called Truman Doctrine because, you know, why not name a doctrine after yourself, in which he pledged to support, quote, freedom-loving peoples against communist threats, which is all fine and good, but who will protect us against peoples, the pluralization of an already plural noun? Anyway, we eventually sent $400 million in aid to Greece and Turkey, and we were off to the Cold War races. The Truman Doctrine created the language through which Americans would view the world, with America as free and communists as tyrannical. According to our old friend Eric Foner, the speech set a precedent for American assistance to anti-communist regimes throughout the world, no matter how undemocratic, and for the creation of a set of global military alliances directed against the Soviet Union. It also led to the creation of a new security apparatus, the National Security Council, the Central Intelligence Agency, the Atomic Energy Commission, all of which were somewhat immune from government oversight and definitely not democratically elected. And the containment policy and the Truman Doctrine also laid the foundations for a military buildup, an arms race, which would become a key feature of the Cold War. But it wasn't all about the military, at least at first. Like, the Marshall Plan was first introduced at Harvard's commencement address in June 1947 by, get this, George Marshall, in what turned out to be like the second most important commencement address in all of American history. Yes, Stan, okay. It was a great speech, thank you for noticing. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. The Marshall Plan was a response to economic chaos in Europe, brought on by a particularly harsh winter that strengthened support for communism in France and Italy. The plan sought to use U.S. aid to combat the economic instability that provided fertile fields for communism. As Marshall said, "Our policy is not directed against any country or doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos." Basically, it was a New Deal for Europe, and it worked. Western Europe was rebuilt so that by 1950, production levels in industry had eclipsed pre-war levels, and Europe was on its way to becoming a US-style capitalist mass consumer society, which it still is. Kind of. Japan, although not technically part of the Marshall Plan, was also rebuilt. General Douglas MacArthur was basically the dictator there, forcing Japan to adopt a new constitution, giving women the vote, and pledging that Japan would forswear war, in exchange for which the United States effectively became Japan's defense force. This allowed Japan to spend its money on other things, like industry, which worked out really well for them. Meanwhile, Germany was experiencing the First Berlin Crisis. At the end of the war, Germany was divided into East and West, and even though the capital, Berlin, was entirely in the east, it was also divided into east and west. This meant that West Berlin was dependent on shipments of goods from West Germany through East Germany, and then in 1948, Stalin cut off the roads to West Berlin. So the Americans responded with an 11-month-long airlift of supplies that eventually led to Stalin lifting the blockade in 1948 and building the Berlin Wall, which stood until 1991 when Kool-Aid got... No, wait. That wasn't when the Berlin Wall was built. That was in 1961. I just wanted to give Thought Bubble the opportunity to make that joke. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So right, the wall wasn't built until 1961, but 1949 did see Germany officially split into two nations, and also the Soviets detonated their first atomic bomb, and NATO was established, and the Chinese Revolution ended in communist victory. So by the end of 1950, the contours of the Cold War had been established. West versus East, capitalist freedom versus communist totalitarianism. At least from where I'm sitting. Although now apparently I'm going to change where I'm sitting, because it's time for the mystery document. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, and about 55% of the time I get shocked by the shock pen. We must organize and enlist the energies and resources of the free world in a positive program for peace, which will frustrate the Kremlin design for world domination by creating a situation in the free world to which the Kremlin will be compelled to adjust. Without such a cooperative effort, led by the United States, we will have to make gradual withdrawals under pressure until we discover one day that we have sacrificed positions of vital interest. It is imperative that this trend be reversed by a much more rapid and concerted buildup of the actual strength of both the United States and the other nations of the free world. I mean, all I can say about it is that it sounds American and like it was written in like 1951, and it seems kind of like a policy paper or something really boring. So I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna have to take the shock. Ah! National Security Council report NSC 68. Are you kidding me, Stan? Not 64 or 81, 68. This is ridiculous. I call injustice. Anyway, as the apparently wildly famous NSC 68 shows, the US government cast the Cold War as a rather epic struggle between freedom and tyranny, and that led to remarkable political consensus. Both Democrats and Republicans supported most aspects of Cold War policy, especially the military buildup part. Now, of course, there were some critics, like Walter Lippmann, who worried that casting foreign policy in such stark ideological terms would result in the U.S. getting on the wrong side of many conflicts, especially as former colonies sought to remove the bonds of empire and become independent nations. But yeah, no, nothing like that ever happened. Yeah, I mean, it's not like that happened in Iran or Nicaragua or Argentina or Brazil or Guatemala. Or, Stan, are you really going to make me list all of them? Fine. Or Haiti, or Paraguay, or the Philippines, or Chile, or Iraq, or Indonesia, or Zaire. I'm sorry, there are a lot of them, okay? But these interventions were viewed as necessary to prevent the spread of communism, which was genuinely terrifying to people, and it's important to understand that. Like, national security agencies pushed Hollywood to produce anti-communist movies like The Red Menace, which scared people, and the CIA funded magazines, news broadcasts, concerts, art exhibitions that gave examples of American freedom. It even supported painters like Jackson Pollock and the Museum of Modern Art in New York because American Expressionism was the vanguard of artistic freedom and the exact opposite of Soviet socialist realism. I mean, have you seen Soviet paintings? Look at the hardy ankles on these socialist comrade peasants. Also, because the Soviets were atheists, at least in theory, Congress in 1954 added the words "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance as a sign of America's resistance to communism. The Cold War also shaped domestic policy. Anti-communist sentiment, for instance, prevented Truman from extending the social policies of the New Deal. The program that he dubbed the Fair Deal would have increased the minimum wage, extended national health insurance, and increased public housing, Social Security, and aid to education. But the American Medical Association lobbied against Truman's plan for national health insurance by calling it socialized medicine, and Congress was in no mood to pay money for socialized anything. That problem goes away. But the government did make some domestic investments as a result of the Cold War. In the name of national security, the government spent money on education, research in science, technology like computers, and transportation infrastructure. In fact, we largely have the Cold War to thank for our marvelous interstate highway system, although part of the reason Congress approved it was to set up speedy evacuation routes in the event of nuclear war. And speaking of nuclear war, it's worth noting that a big part of the reason the Soviets were able to develop nuclear weapons so quickly was thanks to espionage, like, for instance, by physicist and spy Klaus Fuchs. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Fuchs worked on the Manhattan Project and leaked information to the Soviets and then later helped the Chinese to build their first bomb. Julius Rosenberg also gave atomic secrets to the Soviets and was eventually executed, as was his less clearly guilty wife, Ethel. And it's important to remember all that when thinking about the United States' obsessive fear that there were communists in our midst. This began in 1947 with Truman's loyalty review system, which required government employees to prove their patriotism when accused of disloyalty. How do you prove your loyalty? Rat out your co-workers as communists. No, seriously though, that program never found any communists. This all culminated, of course, with the Red Scare and the rise of Wisconsin Senator Joseph McCarthy, an inveterate liar who became enormously powerful after announcing in February 1950 that he had a list of 205 communists who worked in the State Department. In fact, he had no such thing, and McCarthy never identified a single disloyal American, but the fear of communism continued. In 1951's Dennis versus United States, the Supreme Court upheld the notion that being a communist leader itself was a crime. In this climate of fear, any criticism of the government and its policies, or the US in general, was seen as disloyalty. There was only one question: when will I be blown up? And it encouraged loyalty because only the government could prevent the spread of communism and keep us from being blown up. We've talked a lot about different ways that Americans have imagined freedom this year, but this was a new definition of freedom. The government exists in part to keep us free from massive destruction. So the Cold War changed America profoundly. The US has remained a leader on the world stage and continued to build a large, powerful, and expensive national state, but it also changed the way we imagine what it means to be free and what it means to be safe. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is created by all of these nice people, and it is possible because of you and your support through Subbable.com. Subbable is a crowdfunding website that allows you to support stuff you love on a monthly basis. Our Subbable subscribers make this show possible. Thanks to them. If you value Crash Course, please check out our Subbable. There are great perks there. And thanks to all of you for watching. As we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Wait. Stan, is that music copyrighted? All right. It's not. Whew. Let's save this $1,000. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the Cold War again. Really less about the Cold, more about the war. As usual, we're not going to focus so much on the generals and the tactics, but instead on why the wars were fought and what it all meant. And today we get to visit a part of the world that we haven't seen much on this series: Asia. Not my best work. So we're going to start today with the place where the Cold War really heated up, at least as far as America's concerned.
Mr. Green, it's Vietnam.
Close, me from the past, but like all your romantic endeavors, unsuccessful. The correct answer is, of course, Korea. Like me from the past, many Americans have forgotten about the Korean War, which lasted 3 years from 1950 to 1953, and is sometimes called the Forgotten War. But it was real. The Korean War was the first real, shooting war that Americans were involved in after World War II, and it was also the only time that American troops directly engaged with an honest-to-goodness communist power. I am referring not to North Korea, but to China, which became communist in 1949 and qualifies as a major world power because it was, and also is, huge. We love you, China. Just kidding, you're not watching, because of the Great Firewall. So the end of World War II left Korea split between a communist North led by Kim Il Crazy Pants Sung and an anti-communist but hardly democratic South led by Syngman Rhee. The two were supposed to reunite, but that was impossible because they were constantly fighting that cost around 100,000 lives. The civil war between the two Koreas turned into a full-fledged international conflict in June of 1950 when Kim Il-sung invaded the South and the US responded. Truman thought that Kim's invasion was being pushed by the Soviets and that it was a challenge to the, quote, free world. Truman went to the United Nations and he got authorization, but he didn't go to Congress and never called the Korean War a war, insisting instead that American troops were leading a UN police action. But that was kind of a misleading statement. General Douglas MacArthur was in command of this tiny little police force at the start of the war because he was the highest-ranking general in the region. He was also really popular, at least with the press, although not so much with other generals or with the president. Under MacArthur, UN forces, which basically meant American and South Korean forces, pushed the North Koreans back past the 38th parallel where the two countries had been divided. And then Truman made a fateful decision. The United States would try to reunify Korea as a non-communist state. Which, if you've looked at a map recently, you'll notice went swimmingly. America's allies and the UN all agreed to this idea, so up north they went, all the way to the northern border with China at the Yalu River. At that point, Chinese forces, feeling that American forces were a smidge too close to China, counterattacked on November 1st, 1950, and by Christmas, the two sides were stalemated again at the 38th parallel, right where they started. The war dragged on for 2 more years, with the US pursuing a scorched earth policy and dropping more bombs on Korea than had been dropped in the entire Pacific theater during World War II. The two sides tried to negotiate a peace treaty, but the sticking point was the repatriation of North Korean and Chinese prisoners who didn't want to go back to their communist homelands. Meanwhile, at home, Americans were growing tired of fighting a war that they weren't winning, which helped to swing the election of 1952 for Dwight Eisenhower. Also, he was running against perennial presidential loser Adlai Stevenson, who was perceived as an egghead intellectual because his name was Adlai Stevenson. In addition to helping Ike get elected, the Korean War had a number of profound effects. First, and most importantly, it was expensive, both in terms of lives and money. In 3 years of fighting, 33,629 Americans were killed, 102,000 were wounded, and nearly 4 million Korean and Chinese people were killed, wounded, or missing. The majority of Korean casualties were civilians. The Korean War also further strengthened executive power in the United States. Truman went to war without a declaration, and Congress acquiesced. This doesn't mean that the war was initially unpopular. It wasn't. People wanted to see America do something about communism, and allowing Kim to take the South and possibly threaten Japan was unacceptable. However, the whole idea that you don't really need to declare war to go to war, while not new in America, sure has been important in the last 60 years. And the Korean War also strengthened the Cold War mentality. I mean, this was the height of the Red Scare. Also, the Korean War set the stage for America's longer, more destructive, and more well-known engagement in Asia, the Vietnam War. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I'm either right or I get shocked. All right, let's see what we got. The Declaration of the French Revolution, made in 1791, states, "All men are born free and with equal rights and must always remain free and have equal rights." Those are undeniable truths. Nevertheless, for more than 80 years, the French imperialists, abusing the standard of liberty, equality, and fraternity, have violated our fatherland and oppressed our fellow citizens. They have acted contrary to the ideals of humanity and justice. In the field of politics, they have deprived our people of every democratic liberty. Well, Stan, that sounds like a Frenchman who really doesn't want to be French anymore. So it's somebody who's very disappointed by the way that France has been running their colonies. I'm gonna guess that it's North Vietnamese leader and crash course chalkboard person Ho Chi Minh! Wait, Stan says he needs his real name. It's Win Sing Kong, yes! So this document points out that, at least rhetorically, Ho Chi Minh was fighting for liberation from a colonial power as much as, if not more than, he was trying to establish a communist dictatorship in Vietnam. But because of the Cold War and its prevailing theories, the United States could only see Ho as a communist stooge, a tool of the Kremlin. And under the so-called domino theory, Vietnam was just another domino that had to be propped up or else the rest of Southeast Asia would fall to communism like a row of dominoes. Now, in retrospect, this was a fundamental misunderstanding, but it's important to understand that at the time, people felt that they didn't want the Soviet Union to expand the way that, say, Nazi Germany had. America's involvement in Vietnam, like most things Cold War, dates back to World War II, but it really picked up in the 1950s as we threw our support behind the French in their war to maintain their colonial empire. Wait, Stan, why would we fight with the French to maintain a colonial empire? Oh, right. Because we were blinded by our fear of communism. Now, Eisenhower wisely refused to send troops or use atomic weapons to help the French. Really good call. And the Geneva Accords were supposed to set up elections to reunite North and South, which had been divided after World War II, but then we didn't let that happen. Because sometimes democracies don't vote for our guy. Instead, the US began supporting the repressive, elitist regime of Ngo Dinh Diem as a bulwark against communism. Diem was a Catholic in a majority Buddhist country, and his support of landowners didn't win him any fans, but he was against communism, which was good enough for us. The first major involvement of American troops, then called advisors, began in the early 1960s. Technically, their role was to advise the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, also called ARVN. How did they not know this was doomed? Let's fight for ARVN against this guy. You are scary. Seriously. Anyway, pretty quickly this advising turned into shooting, and the first American advisors were killed in 1961 during John Kennedy's presidency. However, most Americans consider Vietnam to be Lyndon Johnson's war, and they aren't wrong. The major escalation of American troops started under Johnson, especially in 1965 after the Gulf of Tonkin incident. This is one of the great incidents in all of American history. So in August 1964, North Korean patrol boats attacked U.S. warships in the Gulf of Tonkin. As a result, Johnson asked Congress to authorize the president to take, quote, all necessary measures to repel armed attack in Vietnam, which Congress dutifully did with the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. So why is this one of the great incidents in American history? Because the whole patrol boats attacking warships thing, that didn't happen. None of that stuff happened, except we did actually go to war. Now, in retrospect, this seems like a terrible idea, but it was very popular at the time because, to quote the historian James Patterson, preventing communism, after all, remained the guiding star of American policy. Wait a second, did I just say, to quote historian James Patterson, like the crime novelist? Oh, it's a different guy, apparently. That's a bummer. He doesn't write his own books because he's so busy with his secret career, being a historian. So the number of American troops began a steady increase, and so did the bombing. The frightfully named Operation Rolling Thunder began in the spring of 1965, and in March of that year, 2 Marine battalions arrived at Da Nang Air Base authorized to attack the enemy. No advising about it. But Johnson didn't actually tell the American public that our troops had this authorization, which was part of a widening credibility gap between what the government told Americans about the war and what was really happening. Let's go to the thought bubble. By 1968, there were about 500,000 American soldiers in Vietnam, and the government was confidently saying that victory was just around the corner. But then in January, Vietnamese forces launched the Tet Offensive, and while it was eventually repelled, the fact that the North Vietnamese were able to mount such an offensive cast doubts on the claims that U.S. victory was imminent. The Vietnam War itself was particularly brutal, with much of the ground fighting taking place in jungles. Rather than large-scale offensives, troops were sent on search and destroy missions, and often it was difficult to tell enemy from civilian. Capturing territory wasn't meaningful, so commanders kept track of body counts, like if more enemy were killed than Americans, we were winning. In addition to jungle fighting, there was a lot of bombing, like more bombs were dropped on North and South Vietnam than both the Axis and Allied powers used in all of World War II. The US used chemical defoliants like Agent Orange to get rid of that pesky jungle, and also napalm, which was used to burn trees, homes, and people. Television coverage meant that Vietnam was the first war brought into American living rooms, and people were horrified by what they saw. They were especially shocked by the My Lai massacre, which took place in 1968, but was only reported a year later in 1969. These draftees were young and disproportionately from the lower classes, because enrollment in college or grad school earned you a deferment. So unlike previous American wars, the burden of fighting did not fall evenly across socioeconomic class. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So as Americans at home became increasingly aware of what was going on in Vietnam, protests started. But it's important to remember that the majority of Americans were not out in the streets or on college campuses burning their draft cards. Right up through 1968 and maybe even 1970, most Americans supported the Vietnam War. During the 1968 presidential campaign, Richard Nixon promised that he had a secret plan to end the war and appealed to the silent majority of Americans who weren't on board with the anti-war movement. So the first part of Nixon's secret plan was Vietnamization, gradually withdrawing American troops and leaving the fighting to the Vietnamese. The second part involved more bombing and actually escalating the war by sending American troops into Cambodia in order to cut off the so-called Ho Chi Minh Trail, named for this guy, a supply line that connected north to south. Not only did this not work, it also destabilized Cambodia and helped the Khmer Rouge to come to power. The Khmer Rouge represented the absolute worst that communism had to offer, forcing almost all Cambodians into communes and massacring 1/3 of the country's population. So, not a great secret plan. In the United States, by 1970, the anti-war protests had grown, and discontent within the armed forces was enormous. Vietnam veterans, including future almost President John Kerry, were participating in protests, and things got even worse in 1971 when the New York Times published the Pentagon Papers, classified documents that showed that the government had been misleading the public about the war for years. Congress eventually responded by passing the War Powers Act in 1973, which was supposed to limit the president's ability to send troops overseas without their approval and prevent another Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Oh, how does that work out, Stan?
Not great.
Yeah, I'll say. After 5 years of negotiations, Nixon and his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, were able to end America's involvement in Vietnam. In 1973, the Paris Peace Agreement made it possible for America to withdraw its troops. The war between North and South Vietnam, however, continued until 1975, when the North finally conquered the South and created a single communist Vietnam. The Vietnam War cost the United States more than $100 billion. 58,000 Americans died, as well as between 3 and 4 million Vietnamese people. And Vietnam was the first war in American history that we definitively lost. We lost it because we didn't understand the Vietnamese, and we didn't understand why they were fighting. To return to the historian James Patterson, the unyielding determination of the enemy wore down the American commitment, which proved to be far less resolute. America expected that its superior technology and wealth would eventually wear down the Vietnamese, and they'd just give up communism. But the Vietnamese weren't fighting for communism. They were fighting for Vietnam. This fundamental misunderstanding, combined with the government's dishonesty, changed Americans' relationship with their leaders. Before Vietnam, most Americans trusted their government, even when they knew it did horrible things. But after the war, and largely because of it, that trust was gone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the assistance of all of these nice people, and also through your support at Subbable. Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to support Crash Course at the monthly price of your choice, including $0. So if you enjoy and value Crash Course, I hope you'll consider supporting us through Subbable. If you can't afford to do so, that's fine. We're just glad that you're watching. You can click my face, or there's also a link in the video info. Thanks again for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to look at one of the most important periods of American social history, the 1950s. Why is it so important? Well, first, because it saw the advent of the greatest invention in human history. Television.
Mr. Green, I like TV. By the way, you're from the future. How does the X-Files end? Are there aliens or no aliens?
No spoilers, me from the past. You're gonna have to go to college and watch the X-Files get terrible just like I did. No, it's mostly important because of the civil rights movement. We're gonna talk about some of the heroic figures like Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks, but much of the real story is about the thousands of people you've never heard of who fought to make America more inclusive. But before we look at the various changes that the civil rights movement was pushing for, we should spend a little time looking at the society that they were trying to change. The 1950s has been called a period of consensus, and I suppose it was, at least for the white males who wrote about it, and who all agreed that the 1950s were fantastic for white males. Consensus culture was caused first by the Cold War. People were hesitant to criticize the United States for fear of being branded a communist, and second by affluence. Increasing prosperity meant that more people didn't have as much to be critical of. And this widespread affluence was something new in the United States. Between 1946 and 1960, Americans experienced a period of economic expansion that saw standards of living rise and gross national product more than double. And unlike many previous American economic expansions, much of the growing prosperity in the 50s was shared by ordinary working people who saw their wages rise. To quote our old friend Eric Foner, by 1960, an estimated 60% of Americans enjoyed what the government defined as a middle-class standard of living. And this meant that an increasing number of Americans had access to things like television and air conditioning and dishwashers and air travel. That doesn't really seem like a bonus. Anyway, despite the fact that they were being stuffed into tiny metal cylinders and hurtled through the air, most Americans were happy because they had, like, indoor plumbing and electricity. The 1950s was the era of suburbanization. The number of homes in the United States doubled during the decade, which had the pleasant side effect of creating lots of construction jobs. The classic example of suburbanization was Levittown in New York, where 10,000 almost identical homes were built and became home to 40,000 people almost overnight. And living further from the city meant that more Americans needed cars, which was good news for Detroit, where cars were being churned out with the expectation that Americans would replace them every 2 years. By 1960, 80% of Americans owned at least one car, and 14% had two or more. And car culture changed the way that Americans lived and shopped. I mean, it gave us shopping malls and drive-through restaurants and the backseat makeout session. I mean, high school me didn't get the backseat makeout session, but other people did. I did get the Burger King drive-through, though. And lots of it. Our whole picture of the American standard of living, with its abundance of consumer goods and plentiful services, was established in the 1950s. And so for many people, this era was something of a golden age, especially when we look back on it today with nostalgia, but there were critics, even at the time. So when we say the 1950s were an era of consensus, one of the things we're saying is that there wasn't much room for debate about what it meant to be an American. Most people agreed on the American values: individualism, respect for private property, and belief in equal opportunity. The key problem was that we believed in equal opportunity but didn't actually provide it. But some people were concerned that the cookie-cutter vision of the good life and this celebration of the middle-class lifestyle was displacing other conceptions of citizenship. Like the sociologist C. Wright Mills described a combination of military, corporate, and political leaders as a power elite whose control over government and the economy was such as to make democracy an afterthought. In The Lonely Crowd, sociologist David Reisman criticized Americans for being conformist and lacking the rich inner life necessary to be truly independent. And John Kenneth Galbraith questioned an affluent society that would pay for new cars and new missiles, but not for new schools. And we can't mention the 1950s without discussing teenagers, since this was the decade that gave us rock and roll and rock stars like Bill Haley and the Comets, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, and Elvis Presley and his hips. So you might have noticed something about all those critics of the 1950s that I just mentioned. They were all white dudes. Now, we're going to be talking about women in the 1950s and 1960s next week, because their liberation movement began a bit later. But what most people call the civil rights movement really did begin in the 50s. While the 1950s were something of a golden age for many blue and white collar workers, it was hardly a period of expanding opportunities for African Americans. Rigid segregation was the rule throughout the country, especially in housing, but also in jobs and in employment. In the South, public accommodations were segregated by law, while in the North, it was usually happening by custom or de facto segregation. To give just one example, the new suburban neighborhoods that sprang up in the 1950s were almost completely white, and this remained true for decades. According to Eric Foner, as late as the 1990s, nearly 90% of suburban whites lived in communities with non-white populations less than 1%. And it wasn't just housing. In the 1950s, half of black families lived in poverty. When they were able to get union jobs, black workers had less seniority than their white counterparts, so their employment was less stable. And their educational opportunities were severely limited by substandard segregated schools. Now, you might think the civil rights movement began with Rosa Parks and the Montgomery bus boycott, or else Brown versus Board of Education, but it really started during World War II, with efforts like those of A. Philip Randolph and the soldiers taking part in the Double V Crusade. But even before that, black Americans had been fighting for civil rights. It's just that in the 1950s, they started to win. So desegregating schools was a key goal of the civil rights movement, and it started in California in 1946. In the case of Mendez versus Westminster, the California Supreme Court ruled that Orange County, of all places, had to desegregate desegregate their schools. They'd been discriminating against Latinos. And then California's governor, Earl Warren, signed an order that repealed all school segregation in the state. That same Earl Warren, by the way, was Chief Justice when the landmark case Brown versus Board of Education came before the Supreme Court in 1954. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund, under the leadership of Thurgood Marshall, had been pursuing a legal strategy of trying to make states live up to the ruling in Plessy versus Ferguson that required all public facilities to be separate but equal. They started by bringing lawsuits against professional schools, like law schools, because it was really obvious that the 3 classrooms and no library that Texas set up for its African-American law students were not equal to the actual University of Texas's law school. But the Brown case was about public schools for children. It was actually a combination of 5 cases from 4 states, of which Brown happened to be alphabetically the first. The Board of Education in question, incidentally, was in Topeka, Kansas, not one of the states of the old Confederacy, but nonetheless a city that did restrict its schooling by race. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document. If I'm wrong, I get shocked. Segregation of white and colored children in public schools has a detrimental effect upon the colored children. The impact is greater when it has the sanction of the law, for the policy of separating the races is usually interpreted as denoting the inferiority of the Negro group. A sense of inferiority affects the motivation of a child to learn. Segregation with the sanction of law, therefore, has a tendency to retard the educational and mental development of Negro children and to deprive them of some of the benefits they would receive in a racially integrated school system. Stan, the last 2 weeks you have given me 2 extraordinary gifts, and I am thankful. It is Earl Warren from Brown versus Board of Education. Huzzah! Justice Warren is actually quoting from sociological research there that shows that segregation itself is psychologically damaging to black children because they recognize that being separated out is a badge of inferiority. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. The Brown decision was a watershed, but it didn't lead to massive, immediate desegregation of the nation's public schools. In fact, it spawned what came to be known as massive resistance in the South. The resistance got so massive, in fact, that a number of counties, rather than integrate their schools, closed them. Prince Edward County in Virginia, for instance, closed its schools in 1959 and didn't reopen them again until 1964. Except they didn't really close them because many states appropriated funds to pay for white students to attend, quote, private academies. Some states got so into the resistance that they began to fly the Confederate battle flag over their state capitol buildings. Yes, I'm looking at you, Alabama and South Carolina. On December 1st, 1955, Rosa Parks refused to move to the back of a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, and got arrested, kicking off the Montgomery bus boycott that lasted almost a year. A lot of people think that Rosa Parks was simply an average African-American working woman who was tired and fed up with segregation, but the truth is more complicated. Parks had been active in politics since the 1930s and had protested the notorious Scottsboro Boys case. She'd served as secretary for the NAACP, and she had begun her quest to register to vote in Alabama in 1943. She failed a literacy test 3 times before becoming one of the very few black people registered to vote in the state. And in 1954, she attended a training session for political activists and met other civil rights radicals. So Rosa Parks was an active participant in the fight for black civil rights long before she sat on that bus. The bus boycott also thrust into prominence a young pastor from Atlanta, the 26-year-old Martin Luther King Jr. He helped to organize the boycott from his Baptist church, which reminds us that black churches played a pivotal role in the civil rights movement. That boycott would go on to last for 381 days, and in the end, the city of Montgomery relented. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So that was, of course, only the beginning for Martin Luther King, who achieved his greatest triumphs in the 1960s. After Montgomery, he was instrumental in forming the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, a coalition of black civil rights and church leaders who pushed for integration, and they needed to fight hard, especially in the face of massive resistance and an Eisenhower administration that was lukewarm at best about civil rights. But I suppose Eisenhower did stick up for civil rights when forced to, as when Arkansas Governor Orville Faubus used the National Guard to prevent the integration of Little Rock Central High School by 9 black students in 1957. Eisenhower was like, you know, as the guy who invaded Normandy, I don't think that's the best use for the National Guard. So Eisenhower sent the 101st Airborne Division, not the entirety of it, but some of it, to Little Rock, Arkansas to walk kids to school, which they did for a year. After that, Faubus closed the schools, but at least the federal government showed that it wouldn't allow states to ignore court orders about the Constitution. In your face, John C. Calhoun! Despite the court decision and the dispatching of federal troops, by the end of the 1950s, fewer than 2% of black students attended integrated schools in the South. So the modern movement for civil rights had begun, but it was clear that there was still a lot of work to do. But the emergence of the civil rights movement shows us that the picture of consensus in the 1950s is not quite as clear-cut as its proponents would have us believe. Yes, there was widespread affluence, particularly among white people, and criticism of the government and America generally was stifled by the fear of appearing to sympathize with communism. But there was also widespread systemic inequality and poverty in the decade that shows just how far away we were from living the ideal of equal opportunity. That we have made real progress, and we have, is a credit to the voices of protest. Next week, we'll see how women, Latinos, and gay people added their voices to the protests and look at what they were and were not able to change in the 1960s. Thanks for watching. I'll see you then. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it's possible because of your support through Subbable.com. Subbable is a voluntary subscription service that allows you to subscribe to Crash Course at the price of your choosing, including $0 a month. But hopefully more than that. There are also great perks that you can get, like signed posters, so if you like and value Crash Course, help us keep it free for everyone forever by subscribing now at Subbable. You can just click on my face. Now my face moved, but you can still click on it. Thanks again for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the 1960s. Mr. Green. Great. The decade made famous by the narcissists who lived through it. Hey, me from the past. Finally, you and I agree about something wholeheartedly. But while I don't wish to indulge the baby boomers' fantasies about their centrality to world history, the 60s were an important time. I mean, there was the Cold War, Vietnam, a rising tide of conservatism despite Woodstock, racism. There were the Kennedys and Camelot, John, Paul, George, and to a lesser extent Ringo. And of course, there was also Martin Luther King Jr. So the 1960s saw people organizing and actively working for change both in the social order and in government. This included the student movement, the women's movement, movements for gay rights, and a push by the courts to expand rights in general. But by the end of the 1960s, the anti-war movement seemed to have overshadowed all the rest. So as you'll no doubt remember from last week, the civil rights movement began in the 1950s, if not before, but many of its key moments happened in the 60s. And this really began with sit-ins that took place in Greensboro, North Carolina. Black university students walked into Woolworths and waited at the lunch counters to be served, or more likely, arrested. After 5 months of that, those students eventually got Woolworths to serve black customers. Then in 1961, leaders from the Congress on Racial Equality launched freedom rides to integrate interstate buses. Volunteers rode the buses into the Deep South, where they faced violence, including beatings and a bombing in Anniston, Alabama. But despite that, those freedom rides also proved successful, and eventually the ICC desegregated interstate buses. In fact, by the end of the 60s, over 70,000 people had taken part in demonstrations, from sit-ins to teach-ins to marches. But they weren't all successful. Martin Luther King's year-long protests in Albany, Georgia didn't end discrimination in the city, and it took JFK ordering federal troops to escort James Meredith to class for him to attend the University of Mississippi. The University of Mississippi, America's fallback college. Sorry, I'm from Alabama. So the civil rights movement reached its greatest national prominence in 1963 when Martin Luther King came to my hometown of Birmingham, Alabama, where there had been more than 50 racially motivated bombings since World War II. Television brought the reality of the Jim Crow South into people's homes as images of Bull Connor's police dogs and water cannons being turned on peaceful marchers, many of them children, horrified viewers, and eventually led Kennedy to endorse the movement's goals. Probably should mention that John F. Kennedy was president of the United States at the time, having been elected in 1960. He was assassinated in 1963, leading to Lyndon Johnson. All right, politics over. Anyway, in response to these peaceful protests, Birmingham jailed Martin Luther King, where he wrote one of the great letters in American history. Doesn't have a great name. Letter from Birmingham Jail. 1963 also saw the March on Washington, the largest public demonstration in American history up to that time, where King gave his famous speech, I Have a Dream. King and the other organizers called for a civil rights bill and help for the poor, demanding public works, a higher minimum wage, and an end to discrimination in employment. Which eventually, in one of the great bright spots in American history, did sort of happen with the Civil Rights Act. So one reason American history teachers focus on the civil rights movement so much is that it successfully brought actual legislative change. After being elected president, John F. Kennedy was initially cool to civil rights, but to be fair, the Cold War occupied occupied a lot of his time, what with the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Bay of Pigs and whatnot. But the demonstrations of 1963 pushed John F. Kennedy to support civil rights more actively. According to our dear friend, the historian Eric Foner, Kennedy realized that the United States simply could not declare itself the champion of freedom throughout the world while maintaining a system of racial inequality at home. So that June, he appeared on TV and called on Congress to pass a law that would ban discrimination in all public accommodations. And then he was assassinated. Thanks, Lee Harvey Oswald. Or possibly someone else, but probably Lee Harvey Oswald. So then Lyndon Johnson became president, and he pushed Congress to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The law prohibited discrimination in employment, schools, hospitals, and privately owned public places like restaurants and hotels and theaters, and it also banned discrimination on the basis of sex. The Civil Rights Act was a major moment in American legislative history, but it hardly made the United States a haven of equality. So civil rights leaders continued to push for the enfranchisement of African Americans. After Freedom Summer Workers registered people in Mississippi to vote, King launched a March for Voting Rights in Selma, Alabama in January 1965. And again, television swayed public opinion in favor of the demonstrators. Thank you, TV, for your one and only gift to humanity. Just kidding, Battlestar Galactica. So in 1965, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, which gave the federal government the power to oversee voting in places where discrimination was practiced. In 1965, Congress also passed the Hart-Celler Act, which got rid of national origin quotas and allowed Asian immigrants to immigrate to the United States. Unfortunately, the law also introduced quotas on immigrants from the Western Hemisphere. Lyndon Johnson's domestic initiatives from 1965 through 1967 are known as the Great Society, and it's possible that if he hadn't been responsible for America escalating the war in Vietnam, he might have been remembered, at least by liberals, as one of America's greatest presidents. Because the Great Society expanded a lot of the promises of the New Deal, especially in the creation of health insurance programs like Medicare for the elderly and Medicaid for the poor. He also went to war on poverty. Never go to war with a noun. You will always lose. Johnson treated poverty as a social problem rather than an economic one, so instead of focusing on jobs or guaranteed income, his initiatives stressed things like training. That, unfortunately, failed to take into account shifts in the economy away from high-wage union manufacturing jobs toward more lower-wage service jobs. Here's what Eric Foner had to say about Johnson's domestic accomplishments. By the 1990s, the historic gap between whites and blacks in education, income, and access to skilled employment narrowed considerably. But with deindustrialization and urban decay affecting numerous families and most suburbs still being off limits to non-white people, the median wealth of white households remained 10 times greater than that of African Americans, and nearly a quarter of all black children lived in poverty. While Congress was busy enacting Johnson's Great Society programs, the movement for African American freedom was changing. Let's go to the thought bubble. Persistent poverty and continued discrimination in the workplace, housing, education, and criminal justice system might explain the shift away from integration and toward black power, a celebration of African American culture and criticism of whites' oppression. 1964 saw the beginnings of riots in city ghettos, for instance, mostly in northern cities. The worst riots were in 1965 in Watts, in Southern California. These left 35 people dead, 900 injured, and $30 million in damage. Newark and Detroit also saw devastating riots in 1967. In 1968, the Kerner Report blamed the cause of the rioting on segregation, poverty, and white racism. Then there's Malcolm X, who many white people regarded as an advocate for violence, but who also called for self-reliance. It's tempting to see leadership shifting from King to X as the civil rights movement became more militant, but Malcolm X was active in the early 1960s, and he was killed in 1965, 3 years before Martin Luther King was assassinated and before all the major shifts in emphasis toward black power. Older civil rights groups like CORE abandoned integration as a goal after 1965 and started to call for black power. The rhetoric of black power could be strident, but its message of black empowerment was deeply resonant for many. Oakland's Black Panther Party did carry guns in self-defense, but they also offered a lot of neighborhood services. But the black power movement turned many white people away from the struggle for African American freedom, and by the end of the 1960s, many Americans' attention had shifted to the anti-war movement. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So it was Vietnam that really galvanized students, even though many didn't have to go to Vietnam because they had student deferments. They just really, really didn't want their friends to go. The anti-war movement and the civil rights movement inspired other groups to seek an end to oppression, like Latinos organized to celebrate their heritage and end discrimination. Latino activism was like Black Power, but much more explicitly linked to labor justice, especially the strike efforts led by Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers. The American Indian movement, founded in 1968, took over Alcatraz to symbolize the land that had been taken from Native Americans, and they won greater tribal control over education, economic development, and they also filed suits for restitution. And in June of 1969, after police raided a gay bar called the Stonewall Inn, members of the gay community began a series of demonstrations in New York City which touched off the modern gay liberation movement. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are pretty simple. I read the mystery document, guess the author, I'm either right or I get shocked. Alright, what do we got here? If the Bill of Rights contains no guarantee that a citizen shall be secure against lethal poisons distributed either by private individuals or by public officials, I already know it. It is surely only because of our forefathers, despite their considerable wisdom and foresight, could conceive of no such problem. Rachel Carson, Silent Spring. Yes, I am on such a roll! Silent Spring was a massively important book because it was the first time that anyone really described all of the astonishingly poisonous things we were putting into the air and the ground and the water. Fortunately, that's all been straightened out now, and everything that we do and make as human beings is now sustainable. What's that? Oh God. The environmental movement gained huge bipartisan support, and it resulted in important legislation during the Nixon era, including the Clean Air and Water Acts and the Endangered Species Act. And yes, I said that environmental legislation was passed during the Nixon administration. But perhaps the most significant freedom movement in terms of number of people involved and long-lasting effects was the American feminist movement. This is usually said to have begun with the publication of Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, which set out to describe, quote, the problem that has no name. Turns out the name is misogyny. Friedan described a constricting social and economic system that affected mostly middle-class women, but it resonated with the educated classes and led to the foundation of the National Organization of Women in 1966. Participation in student and civil rights movement led many women to identify themselves as members of a group that was systemically discriminated against. And by systemic, I mean that in 1963, 5.8% of doctors were women and 3.7% of lawyers were women, and fewer than 10% of doctoral degrees went to women. They are more than half of the population. While Congress responded with the Equal Pay Act in 1963, younger women sought greater power and autonomy in addition to legislation. Crucially, 60s-era feminists opened America to the idea that the personal is political, especially when it came to equal pay, childcare, and abortion. Weirdly, the branch of government that provided most support to the expansion of personal freedom in the 1960s was the most conservative one, the Supreme Court. The Warren Court handed down so many decisions expanding civil rights that the era has sometimes been called a rights revolution. The Warren Court expanded the protections of free speech and assembly under the First Amendment and freedom of the press in the New York Times versus Sullivan decision. It struck down a law banning interracial marriage in the most appropriately named case ever, Loving versus Virginia. And although this would become a lightning rod for many conservatives, Supreme Court decisions greatly expanded the protections of people accused of crimes. Gideon versus Wainwright secured the right to an attorney. Mapp versus Ohio established the exclusionary rule under the Fourth Amendment, and Miranda versus Arizona provided fodder for Channing Tatum in his great movie 21 Jump Street, ensuring that he would always have to say to every perp, "You have the right to remain silent, but you can't silence my heart, Channing Tatum. It beats only for thee." But the most innovative and controversial decisions actually established a new right where none had existed in the Constitution. Griswold versus Connecticut dealt with contraception, and Roe v. Wade guaranteed a woman's right to an abortion at least in the first trimester, and those two decisions formed the basis of a new right: the right to privacy. Protests, the counterculture, and the liberation movements continued well into the 1970s, losing steam with the end of the Vietnam War and America's economy plunging into the toilet. For many, though, the year 1968 sums up the decade. 1968 began with the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, which stirred up the anti-war protests. Then, racial violence erupted after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4th, 1968. Then, anti-war demonstrators, as well as some counterculture types, arrived in large numbers at the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago, where they were set upon by police and beaten in what was later described as a police riot. 1968 also saw the Prague Spring Uprising in Czechoslovakia crushed by the Soviets, and student demonstrators were killed by the police in Mexico City, where the Olympics were held, and Parisian students took to the streets in widespread protests against, France. All this unrest scared a lot of people, who ended up voting for Richard Nixon and his promises to return to law and order. Ultimately, like any decade or arbitrary historical age, the 60s defies easy categorization. Yes, there were hippies and liberation movements, but there were also reactions to those movements. On this one, I'm just going to leave it up to Eric Foner to summarize the decade's legacy. The 1960s made possible the entrance of numerous members of racial minorities into the mainstream of American life, while leaving unsolved the problem of urban poverty. It set in motion a transformation of the status of women. It changed what Americans expected from their government, from clean air and water to medical coverage in old age. And at the same time, it undermined confidence in national leaders. Relations between young and old, men and women, and white and non-white, along with every institution in society, changed as a result. But there's one last thing I want to emphasize. All of this wasn't really the result of like a radical revolution. It was the result of a process that had been going on for decades. I mean, arguably a process that had been going on for hundreds of years. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it's possible because of generous support from the Bluth Family Frozen Banana Stand. Just kidding, we don't have corporate sponsors, we have you. Subbable.com is a voluntary subscription platform, by the way, you can just click on my face, that allows people who care about stuff, like you hopefully care about Crash Course, to support it directly on a monthly basis. I'm over here now, but you should still click on my face. So Subbable has lots of great Crash Course perks. You can get signed posters and all kinds of things, and most importantly, you can help us keep this show free forever for everyone. Thank you again for watching, and as we say in my hometown, there's always money in the banana stand. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about one of the most important periods in American history, the mid to late 1970s. Stan, why is there nothing on the chalkboard? We can't find a picture of Gerald Ford somewhere around here? Don't worry, Crash Course fans, we got one. Thanks for your support through Subbable. It paid for this 90-cent Gerald Ford photograph. These really are the years when everything changed in the United States, and amidst all that turmoil, something wonderful was born. Mr. Green! Strong with the Force this episode is. No, me from the past. Yoda doesn't show up till Empire Strikes Back, which came out in 1980. I'm referring, of course, to the fact that we were born. It's the beginning of the John Green era. From here on out, almost everything we discuss will have happened in my lifetime, or as most Crash Course viewers refer to it, that century before I was born. But it wasn't just the birth of me and the death of Elvis. The late 1970s were truly a period of momentous change, and for most Americans, it sucked. So how Americans reacted to those no-good, very bad years really has shaped the world in which we find ourselves. The big story of the 1970s is economics. 25 years of broad economic expansion and prosperity came to a grinding halt in the 1970s, meaning that our party was over. And what did we get instead? Inflation and extremely slow growth. The worst hangover ever. Just kidding, the worst hangover was the Depression. The second worst hangover was the 2008 recession, and then the third worst hangover was Hangover Part 3. It was the fourth worst hangover in American history, narrowly beating out America's fifth worst hangover, the Hangover Part 2. What happened to the American economy in the 1970s was the result both of long-term processes and unexpected shocks. The long-term process was the gradual decline of manufacturing in the US in relation to competing manufacturing in the rest of the world. Part of this was due to American policy. After World War II, you'll remember that we promoted the economic growth of Japan, Germany, South Korea, and Taiwan, ignoring tariffs that they set up to protect nascent industries, and effectively subsidizing them by providing for their defense. And not having to build nuclear arsenals of their own really allowed them to invest in their domestic economies. And then one day, a bunch of Toyotas and Mercedes showed up, and you could drive them up to like 40,000 miles before they would break down, and we were like, wait a second! In 1971, for the first time in the 20th century, America experienced an export trade deficit, importing more goods than it exported, which is the same problem that my aunt has with QVC. I mean, they hardly import anything from her. One reason for this deficit was because the dollar was linked to gold, making it a a strong currency, but also making American products more expensive abroad. So Nixon took the U.S. off the gold standard, hoping to make American goods cheaper overseas and reduce imports. But that didn't really work, because the U.S. was also competing against cheaper labor costs and cheaper raw materials and more productive economies. And in many cases, this growing global competition put American firms that couldn't compete out of business. This was especially true in manufacturing. In 1960, 38% of Americans worked in manufacturing. In 1980, it was 28%. Today, it's 9. Not 9%, 9 people. Stan wants me to tell you that that was a joke. It actually is 9%. Unionized workers were hit particularly hard. In the 1940s and 1950s, unions had won generous concessions from corporate employers, including paid vacation and health benefits, and especially pensions, which employers would agree to as a kind of deferred compensation, so they wouldn't have to pay higher wages to people while they were working. And this worked great until people started to retire. So by 1970, competition led employers to either eliminate high-paying manufacturing jobs, or else to increase automation, or to shift workers to lower-wage regions of the U.S., or even overseas. Meanwhile, the northern industrial cities, particularly the Rust Belt of the Midwest, were becoming the empty urban playgrounds that we know and love today. Detroit and Chicago had lost half of their manufacturing jobs by 1980, and smaller cities fared even worse. As industry moved away, they found their tax bases dried up, and they were unable to provide even basic services to their citizens. I mean, with the world of Wall Street fat cats, this is hard to imagine today, but in 1975, New York City faced bankruptcy. In addition to these long-term structural changes to the American economy and our demographics, the 1970s saw 2 oil shocks that sent the economy into a tailspin. In 1973, in response to Western support of Israel, Middle Eastern Arab states suspended oil exports to the U.S., which led to the price of oil quadrupling. This resulted in long lines for gasoline, dramatically higher oil prices, and Americans deciding to purchase smaller, more fuel-efficient cars, which is to say Japanese cars. Also, prices of everything else went up, because oil is either used for the production of or transportation of just about everything. I mean, with 70s inflation, this 90-cent portrait of Gerald Ford would have cost at least $1.10. The paint that covers the green parts of Not America? Oil-based. The plastic that comprises the DVDs of Crash Course World History, available now at dftba.com, oil-based. Those are a fantastic bargain, and they would have been way more expensive if the price of oil was higher. And then, in 1979, a second oil shock hit the United States after the Iranian Revolution. Wait, Stan, did we say 1979? We gotta put up a picture of Jimmy Carter. Bam! Sorry, Gerald Ford, there's a peanut farmer in town. So during the 1970s, inflation soared to 10% a year, and economic growth slowed to 2.4%, resulting in what came to be known as stagflation. Unemployment rose, and a new economic statistic was born, the misery index, the combination of unemployment and inflation. At the beginning of the decade, it was 10.8. By 1980, it had doubled. If you're looking for the roots of America's contemporary economic inequality, the 1970s are a good milestone, since according to our old friend Eric Foner, beginning in 1973, real wages essentially did not rise for 20 years. Americans got to experience the joy of 2 years of Jerry Ford before poor Jimmy Carter had a chance to fail at improving the economy. The only president never to have been elected even to the vice presidency, Gerald Ford was so insignificant in American history that we already replaced him on the chalkboard. One of Ford's first acts was to pardon Nixon, making him immune from prosecution for obstruction of justice. That very unpopular decision probably made it impossible for Ford to win in 1976. Coincidentally, WIN was the only memorable domestic program that Ford proposed. It stood for Whip Inflation Now, and it was basically a plea for Americans to be better shoppers, spend less, and wear win buttons. 35 years later, Charlie Sheen would turn winning into an incredibly successful social media campaign, but sadly at the time there was no Twitter. Inflation did drop, but unemployment went up, especially during the recession of 1974 and 1975, where it topped 9%. Now, Ford would have liked to cut taxes and reduce government regulation, but the Democratic Congress wouldn't let him. So that's Ford, probably best known today as the first president to be satirized on Saturday Night Live. Then, in 1976, we got a new president, Jimmy Carter. Now, Jimmy Carter is generally considered by historians to have been a failure as president, although he's often seen as a really good ex-president. He tried to fight the inflation part of stagflation, and to do it, he acted in some rather un-New Deal Democrat ways. He cut government spending, deregulated the trucking and airline industries, and he supported the Fed's decision to raise interest rates. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document, I guess the author. If I'm wrong, I get shocked. All right, let's see what we got today. I want to speak to you first tonight about a subject even more serious than energy or inflation. I want to talk to you right now about a fundamental threat to American democracy. I do not mean our political and civil liberties. They will endure. And I do not refer to the outward strength of America, a nation that is at peace tonight everywhere in the world, with unmatched economic power and military might. The threat is nearly invisible in ordinary ways. It is a crisis of confidence. It is a crisis that strikes at the very heart and soul and spirit of our national will. We can see this crisis in the growing doubt about the meaning of our own lives and in the loss of a unity of purpose for our nation. The erosion of our confidence in the future is threatening to destroy the social and political fabric of America. It's Jimmy Carter's Crisis of Confidence speech, my favorite speech ever made that also cost a president 20 points of approval rating. So Carter says that Americans have lost their ability to face the future and some of their can-do spirit. The rest of the speech talks about how Americans' values are out of whack, how Americans are wasteful and need a more vibrant approach to the energy crisis. Let me tell you a lesson from history, Jimmy Carter. You don't get reelected by telling Americans how to do more with less. You get reelected by telling Americans more, always more for you, more, I promise. The speech ultimately called for a renewal of spirit, but all people remember is the part where Jimmy Carter was criticizing them, and it's gone down as a great example of Carter's political ineptitude. Domestically, Carter paid lip service to liberal ideas like energy conservation, even installing solar panels on the White House, but his bigger plan to solve the energy crises was investment in nuclear power. And nuclear power did grow, although never to the extent we saw in certain European countries, partly because of the accident at 3 Mile Island in 1979 when radioactive vapor was released into the air. This, of course, spurred public fears of a nuclear meltdown and drove a huge anti-nuclear energy movement. Now, in many ways, Carter was more important as a foreign policy president, but as with his energy initiatives, he's mostly remembered for his failures. Aiming to make human rights a cornerstone of America's foreign policy, Jimmy Carter tried to turn away from the Cold War framework and focus instead on combating third world poverty and reducing the spread of nuclear weapons. Let's go to the thought bubble. Carter's notable changes included cutting off aid to Argentina during its dirty war and signing a treaty in 1978 that would transfer the Panama Canal back to Panama. His greatest accomplishment was probably brokering the Camp David Accords. This historic peace agreement between Egypt and Israel has, as we all know, led to a lasting peace in the Middle East. Just kidding, but it has been a step in the right direction and one that's lasted. But the U.S. continued to support dictatorial regimes in Guatemala, the Philippines, and South Korea. Carter's most significant failure in terms of supporting international bad guys, though, is the Shah of Iran. Iran had oil and was a major buyer of American arms, but the Shah was really unpopular, and our support of him fueled anti-American sentiments in Iran. Those boiled over in the 1979 Iranian Revolution, especially after Carter allowed the Shah to get cancer treatments in America, which in turn prompted the storming of the American embassy in Tehran and the capture of 53 American hostages. The Iranian hostage crisis lasted 444 days, and although Carter's Secretary of State did negotiate their release, it didn't happen until the day Carter's successor, Ronald Reagan, was inaugurated. The inability to free the hostages and the botched rescue attempt, Affleck's Argo notwithstanding, added to the impression that Carter was weak. Events in the Middle East also increased Cold War tensions, especially after 1979, when the USSR invaded Afghanistan. Carter claimed that the invasion of Afghanistan was the greatest threat to freedom since World War II and proclaimed the Carter Doctrine, which basically said that the U.S. would use force, if necessary, to protect its interests in the Persian Gulf region. In direct response to the Soviets, the U.S. put an embargo on grain shipments and organized the boycott of the 1980 Olympics in Moscow. Thanks for another dose of good news, Thought Bubble. So despite focusing on Carter, I'll again stress that the real story of the 1970s was the economy. High inflation and high unemployment had monumental effects in shaping America, and no president could have dealt with it effectively. Not Carter, not Gerald Ford, not anyone. The truth is, history isn't about individuals. Oil shocks and inevitable systemic changes led to the poor economy, and that weakened support for New Deal liberalism and increased the appeal of conservative ideas like lower taxes, reduced regulations, and cuts in social spending. All of which, for the record, started under the Democrat Jimmy Carter, not the Republican Ronald Reagan. More abstractly, the economic crisis of the 1970s dealt a serious blow to the Keynesian consensus that government action could actually solve macroeconomic problems. I mean, according to the economic theory that had prevailed for the previous 50 years, unemployment and inflation were supposed to be inversely proportional, the so-called Phillips curve. When that relationship broke down and we had both high inflation and high unemployment, it undermined the entire idea of government intervention. And that opened the door for a different way of thinking about economics that emphasized the economy as an aggregate of individual economic decisions. Now that might sound like a small thing, but whether you think individual choices or governmental policies really make economies work or not work turns out to be pretty freaking important. And this has really come to shape the contemporary American political landscape, especially when it comes to taxes, which we'll talk more about next week. Thanks for watching. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it exists because of your support through Subbable, and also because so many of you are buying Crash Course World History on DVD. Thank you! Our mission here at Crash Course is to make educational content freely available to everyone forever, and you can help us in that mission, if you're able, by subscribing at Subbable. Subbable is a voluntary subscription platform where you can get amazing perks like signed posters and lots of other stuff, so check it out. Thank you for supporting Crash Course, thanks for watching, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course World History, and today we're going to talk about the Cold War, which actually lasted into my lifetime, which means that I can bore you with stories from my past like your grandpa does. When I was a kid, they made us practice hiding under our desks in the event of a nuclear attack because, you know, school desks are super good at repelling radiation. Mr. Green, right, remember in elementary school there was this special guest who defected from the Soviet Union and he had like this crazy Russian accent and he kept going on about how Reagan should spit in Gorbachev's face instead of signing treaties with him? And I was like, whoa, dude, calm down. You're in a room full of third graders. And then for months afterward on the playground, we'd play Reagan Gorbachev and spit in each other's faces. Those were the days. Sometimes I forget that you're me from the past. Yeah, it's just really nice to talk to you and feel like you're listening. You're boring. Cue the intro. So the Cold War was a rivalry between the USSR and the USA that played out globally. We've tried to shy away from calling conflicts ideological or civilizational here on Crash Course, but in this case, the clash of civilizations model really does apply. Socialism, at least as Marx constructed it, wanted to take over the world, and many Soviets saw themselves in a conflict with bourgeois capitalism itself. And the Soviets saw American rebuilding efforts in Europe and Japan as the US trying to expand its markets, which, by the way, is exactly what we were doing. So the US feared that the USSR wanted to destroy democratic and capitalist institutions, and the Soviets feared that the US wanted to use its money and power to dominate Europe and eventually destroy the Soviet system. And both parties were right to be worried. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you. Now, of course, we've seen a lot of geopolitical struggles between major world powers here on Crash Course, but this time there was the special added bonus that war could lead to the destruction of the human species. That was new for world history, and it's worth remembering it's still new. Here's the period of time we've discussed on Crash Course, and this is how long we've had the technological capability to exterminate ourselves. So that's worrisome. Immediately after World War II, the Soviets created a sphere of influence in Eastern Europe, dominating the countries where the Red Army had pushed back the Nazis. Which is why Winston Churchill famously said in 1946 that an Iron Curtain had descended across Europe. While the dates of the Cold War are usually given between 1945 and 1990, a number of historians will tell you that it actually started during World War II. Stalin's distrust of the US and Britain kept growing as they refused to invade Europe and open up a second front against the Nazis, and some even say that the decision to drop the first atomic bombs on Japan was motivated in part by a desire to intimidate the Soviets. That sort of worked, but only insofar as it motivated the Soviets to develop atomic bombs of their own. They successfully tested their first one in 1949. From the beginning, the US had the advantage because it had more money and power and could provide Europe protection, what with its army and one-of-a-kind nuclear arsenal, while Europe rebuilt. The USSR had to rebuild itself, and also they had the significant disadvantage of being controlled by noted asshat Joseph Stalin. I will remind you, it's not cursing if he's wearing an ass for a hat. Oh, I guess it's time for the open letter. An open letter to Joseph Stalin. But first, let's see what's in the secret compartment today. Oh, it's Silly Putty. Silly Putty, the thing that won the Cold War. This is exactly the kind of useless consumer good that would never have been produced in the Soviet Union. And it is because we had so much more consumer spending on stuff like Silly Putty that we won the Cold War. Go team! Dear Joseph Stalin, you really sucked. There was a great moment in your life at your first wife's funeral when you said, "I don't think I shall ever love again." And then later, you had that wife's whole family killed. Putting aside aside the fact that you're responsible for tens of millions of deaths, I don't like you because of the way you treated your son Yakov. I mean, you were really mean to him, and then he shot himself, and he didn't die, and you said, he can't even shoot straight. And then later, when he was captured during World War II, you had a chance to exchange prisoners for him, but you declined. And then he died in a prison camp. You were a terrible leader, a terrible person, and a terrible father. Best wishes, John Green. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. Europe was the first battleground of the Cold War, especially Germany, which was divided into two parts, with the former capital, Berlin, also divided into two parts. And yes, I know the western part was divided into smaller occupation zones, but I'm simplifying. In 1948, the Soviets tried to cut off West Berlin by closing the main road that led into the city, but the Berlin airlift stopped them. And then in 1961, the Soviets tried again, and this time they were much more successful, building a wall around West Berlin, although it's worth noting that the thing was up for less than 30 years. I mean, Meatloaf's career has lasted longer than the Berlin Wall did. The US response to the Soviets was a policy called containment. It basically involved stopping the spread of communism by standing up to the Soviets wherever they seemed to want to expand. In Europe, this meant spending a lot of money. First, the Marshall Plan spent $13 billion on rebuilding Western Europe with grants and credits that Europeans would spend on American consumer goods and on construction. Capitalism's cheap food and plentiful stuff, it was hoped, would stop the spread of communism. The US also tried to slow the spread of communism by founding NATO and with CIA interventions in elections where communists had a chance, as in Italy. But despite all the great spy novels and shaken not stirred martinis, the Cold War never did heat up in Europe. Probably the most important part of the Cold War that people just don't remember these days is the nuclear arms race. Both sides developed nuclear arsenals, the Soviets initially with the help of spies who stole American secrets. Eventually, the nuclear arsenals were so big that the US and USSR agreed on a strategy appropriately called MAD, which stood for Mutually Assured Destruction. Thanks, Thought Bubble. And yes, nuclear weapons were and are capable of destroying humanity many times over. But only once or twice did we get close to nuclear war, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, and then again in 1983 when we forgot to give the Russians the heads up that we were doing some war games, which made it look like we had launched a first strike. Our bad! But even though mutually assured destruction prevented direct conflict, there was plenty of hot war in the Cold War. The Korean War saw lots of fighting between communists and capitalists, as did the Vietnam War. I mean, these days we remember the domino effect as silly paranoia, but after Korea and especially China became communist, Vietnam's movement toward communism seemed very much a threat to Japan, which the US had helped remake into a vibrant capitalist ally. So the US got bogged down in one of its longest wars while the Soviets assisted the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong, but then we paid them back by supporting the anti-communist Mujahideen after the Soviets invaded Afghanistan in 1979. Of course, as we now know, nobody conquers Afghanistan, unless you are the Mongols. So after 10 disastrous years, the Soviets finally abandoned Afghanistan. Some of those Mujahideen later became members of the Taliban, though, so it's difficult to say that anyone won that war. But it wasn't just Asia. In Nicaragua, the US supported rebels to overthrow the leftist government. In El Salvador, the US bolstered authoritarian regimes that were threatened by left-wing guerrillas. The United States ended up supporting a lot of awful governments, like the one in Guatemala, which held onto power through the use of death squads. Frankly, all our attempts to stabilize governments in Latin America led to some very unstable Latin American governments and quite a lot of violence. And then there were the lukewarm conflicts, like the Suez Canal crisis, where British and French paratroopers were sent in to try to stop Egypt from nationalizing the Suez Canal, or all the American covert operations to keep various countries from falling to communism. These included the famous CIA-engineered coup to overthrow Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh after his government attempted to nationalize Iran's oil industry, and the CIA helping Chile's General Augusto Pinochet overthrow democratically elected Marxist President Salvador Allende in 1973. And lest we think the Americans were the only bad guys in this, the Soviets used force to crush popular uprisings in Hungary in 1956 and in Czechoslovakia in 1968. So you may have noticed that our discussion of the Cold War has branched out from Europe to include Asia and the Middle East and Latin America, and in fact almost every part of the globe was involved in some way, with the planet being divided into three worlds. The first world was the US, Western Europe, and any place that embraced capitalism and a more or less democratic form of government. The second world was the Soviet Union and its satellites, mostly the Warsaw Pact nations China and Cuba. The third world was everyone else, and we don't use this term anymore because it lumps together a hugely diverse range of countries. We'll talk more about the specific economic and development challenges faced by the so-called third world countries, but the big one in terms of the Cold War was that neither the US nor the Soviets wanted any of these countries to remain neutral. Every nation was supposed to pick sides, either capitalist capitalist or communist, and while it seems like an easy choice now, in the 50s and 60s it wasn't nearly so clear. I mean, for a little while it seemed like the Soviets might come out ahead, at least in the Third World. For a while, capitalism, and especially the United States, seemed to lose some of its luster. The US propped up dictatorships, had a poor civil rights record, we sucked at women's gymnastics, plus the Soviets were the first to put a satellite, a man, and a dog into space. Plus, Marxists just seemed cooler, which is why you never see Milton Friedman t-shirts. Until now, available at dftba.com. I like that, Stan, but I'm more of a centrist. Can I get a Keynes shirt? Yes! Now that's hot. But Soviet socialism did not finally prove to be a viable alternative to industrial capitalism. Over time, state-run economies just generally don't fare as well as private enterprise, and people like living in a world where they can have more stuff. More importantly, Soviet policies were just bad. Collectivized agriculture stymied production and led to famine, suppression of dissent and traditional cultures made people angry, and no one liked suffering the humiliation of driving a Yugo. But why the Cold War ended when it did is one of the most interesting questions of the 20th century. It probably wasn't Ronald Reagan bankrupting the Soviets, despite what some politicians believe. The USSR had more satellite states that it needed to spend more to prop up than the US had to invest in its allies, and the Soviet system could never keep up with economic growth in the West. But probably the individual most responsible for the end of the Cold War was Mikhail Baryshnikov. No? Mikhail Gorbachev? Well, that's boring. I always thought the Soviets danced their way to freedom, no? It was glasnost and perestroika? All right. Right, but Gorbachev's perestroika and glasnost opened up the Soviet political and economic systems with contested local elections, less restricted civil society groups, less censorship, more autonomy for the Soviet republics, more non-state-run businesses, and more autonomy for state-run farms. Glasnost, or openness, led to more information from the West, and less censorship led to a flood of criticism as people realized how much poorer the Second World was than the First. And one by one, often quite suddenly, former communist states collapsed. In Germany, the Berlin Wall came down in 1989, and East and West Germany were reunited in 1990. In Poland, the Gdansk Dockworkers Union Solidarity turned into a mass political movement and won 99 of the 100 seats it was allowed to contest in the 1989 election. Hungary held multi-party elections in 1990. The same year, mass demonstrations led to elections in Czechoslovakia. In 1993, that country split up into Slovakia and the Czech Republic, the happiest and most mutually beneficial divorce since Cher left Sunny. Of course, sometimes the transition away from communism was violent and painful. In Romania, for instance, the communist dictator Ceausescu held on to power until he was tried and put before a firing squad at the end of 1989, and it took until 1996 for a non-communist government to take power there. And in Yugoslavia, well, not so great. And in Russia, it's a little bit Putin-y. Yeah! Putin! But just 20 years later, it's hard to believe that the world was once dominated by two superpowers held in check by mutually assured destruction. What's really amazing to me, though, is that until the late 1980s, it felt like the Cold War was going to go on forever. Time seems to slow as it approaches us, and living in the post-Cold War nuclear age, we should remember that the past feels distant, even when it's near, and that the future seems assured, even though it isn't. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller. Our script supervisor is Meredith Danko. Our associate producer is Danica Johnson. The show is written by my high school history teacher Raoul Meyer and myself, and our graphics team is Thought Bubble. Last week's phrase of the week was Justin Bieber. Thanks for that suggestion. If you'd like to suggest future phrases of the week, you can do so in comments, where you can also ask questions about today's video that will be answered by our team of historians. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome.
Hiya, Dr. Kutz.
Hello, David. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I am excited to learn about this thing we call the Cold War. What is a Cold War and what makes it different than a hot war?
So a Cold War, and in this case, it's really, it might be a term that we could debate, is a war where the two major combatants never actually fire bullets at each other or drop bombs on each other. So never in the course of the Cold War did the U.S. ever meet ground troops with the USSR.
But people still died in combat.
Right.
Okay.
So the Cold War is kind of fought through proxy wars. And these are wars that are taking place in other nations, developing nations of the world, where the U.S. is supporting one side, generally the pro-capitalist side, and the Soviet Union is supporting the other side, a communist side. So this is the case in the Korean War in the 1950s, and then definitely the case in the Vietnam War in the 1960s.
So the U.S. and the USSR aren't fighting directly, but they're kind of betting on boxing matches, betting on different fighters in the same boxing match.
Yeah, but they're not just betting. They're also putting money and arms where their mouth is.
Okay.
So, if there are two different fighters in the ring, the U.S. is given the capitalist fighter, is feeding him.
So you've got the capitalist fighter in one corner, and, he's sweaty and he's beaten, but the U.S. is behind him with, like, a towel and one of those, like, a water bucket splashing water in his face, like, get in there, Sparky, get in there.
Right, and if necessary, tying up his boxing glove, maybe
Sure.
giving him a new pair of shoes.
Sure.
And, doing whatever they can.
Paying his rent.
Right. Doing everything that they can.
Buying him meals, probably, right? That's the
Yes,
Marshall Plan.
Exactly.
Okay, so tell me about these two combatants in this corner, wearing a suit.
Is Harry Truman. And Harry Truman is the President of the United States starting in 1945. He was Vice President to Franklin Roosevelt, who had been the U.S.'s president since 1932, and who tragically died in 1945. So Truman is really in charge of ending World War II for the United States and also kind of setting a post-war plan.
So he prosecutes the end of the war. He makes the decision to drop the atom bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and he ends the war in both theaters.
Right.
Okay.
And
in the other corner, wearing a very fine mustache,
is Joseph Stalin, and he's the Soviet premier. He's been in charge since the 1920s. And for him, I would say the most important thing that Stalin wanted after World War II was security, shall we say. So if you remember your history, in World War I, Germany invaded Russia. In World War II, Germany invaded Russia.
Oh, I'm seeing a pattern.
And if there's anything that Stalin wants in the post-1945 era, it is not to be invaded by Germany anymore.
Sure.
So he is very anxious to make sure that the world is safe for communism. He thinks that the best way to make sure that Russians can continue the experiment and the revolution of communism is to have a buffer zone, shall we say, between Russia and the rest of Europe.
Okay.
And he does that by kind of shoring up some puppet governments in what we now call the Eastern Bloc. These nations that had been taken over by Hitler, and then when the Soviet Union joined the war on the side of the Allies, then were retaken over by Russia as they fought Hitler back.
So a lot of those Central European countries like Hungary and Lithuania and the former Czechoslovakia,
Right.
former Yugoslavia.
And he has the advantage of having boots on the ground there,
Okay.
right? Because he'd beaten back Hitler's invasion. Eventually, right, Russian troops who are fighting against Hitler and American troops who are fighting against Hitler, they meet in Berlin at the fall of Hitler and kind of shake hands in Berlin. But the advantage that Russia has is they've got a lot more people here. They've got, most of Europe now, at least east of Berlin, has Soviet troops on the ground.
Sure. So Kim, you had been telling me that the Soviet Union did yeoman's work in containing and basically prosecuting the entire Eastern Front during World War II.
Yeah, and the Soviet Union actually lost 20 million people during World War II. That's, just a ludicrous number. They lost more than anyone except for China and Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they feel like they have a real stake in the outcome of World War II.
So at the end of this, what is the situation in the USSR? Like, they've conquered all of this territory, but are they strong enough economically to hold all of it and feed everyone?
No, not really. In fact, most of Europe is in pretty dire straits. If you think about it, all of World War II was really kind of fought, right, in Europe.
Right in the European breadbasket.
And so there is serious economic trouble in the aftermath of World War II. You know, people don't have enough to eat. They certainly don't have any cash. And they don't have any fuel, which is very worrisome in 1946 because that's a terrible winter. So people are cold and they are hungry. And when people are cold and hungry, there is a lot of fuel for a possible revolution.
Sure.
Right? Even in the 1930s, right, in the United States, there's a lot of different political ideas that come up during the Great Depression because when your political system isn't working well, you consider other kinds of political systems.
So the United States is worried that because of the cold winter of 1946 and scarcity across Western Europe, this blue part of the map is going to turn much redder.
Right. So for the United States, they're worried that communism is kind of the child of hunger and poverty.
Okay.
And they're afraid that because Stalin has so much territory in Europe, that he is really well poised to become Hitler Part 2.
Okay. And that is a sequel the United States does not want to see.
No, absolutely not. And if they really learned anything from World War II, it's that appeasement doesn't work.
Okay.
Right? During the 1930s, many people in the West, the Prime Minister of England, Neville Chamberlain, kind of felt like they didn't want to go back to war, right? Because World War I is still very much on people's minds in the 1930s. And so they figured, you know, let's not confront Hitler head on because, you know, we're not up for that right now. We're also in the middle of a worldwide depression. And that helped nothing because it just meant that Hitler could gain a whole lot of territory, and World War II was much worse than it might have been if they hadn't gone after Hitler earlier.
And stopped the Anschluss.
Yes.
If you stop the Anschluss, you stop the onslaught.
Exactly.
Okay.
So they're really trying to say, all right, Stalin, if he wants to, could probably just run his way through the rest of Europe, right, with very little resistance.
Okay.
Because the only nation in the world that has the military and economic power to stop the Soviet Union is the United States.
Because their factories and fields were not bombed to cinders during the European theater.
Right. So if they want to stop Hitler Part 2, the Stalin years, right, then they're going to have to really stand up for capitalism and also for the kind of material comforts and democratic, what we'd call self-determination, right? This is one of the most important ideas to come out of the alliance between the United States and Britain, which is that the citizens of a region should have the right to decide their own form of government.
Okay.
And they think of the Soviets as being totalitarians, and that's not a wrong assessment because there is a very strong totalitarian control coming out of Moscow in the Soviet Union. So they say, if we're going to keep Europe from turning all red, all communist, then we're going to need to kind of shore up Europe.
Okay.
You know, they think of communism as kind of being a little bit like a flood, should we say, that you gotta put sandbags around the edges of communism. Otherwise, it's going to leak out.
So is the United States and their allies also interested in creating their own kind of light blue buffer zone, also next to the Eastern Bloc? Or are they interested in... Is this when we get into the creation of NATO?
NATO really comes out of an understanding that World War II has not created peace.
Okay.
And so the U.S. is going to have to forego their, more than a century-long commitment to being isolationist and take a stronger role in the world.
So for the folks at home, what does NATO stand for? North Atlantic Treaty Organization?
North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And this is it's a defensive alliance between, at first, 12 nations, which say that an attack on one will be treated as an attack on all.
Gotcha. Well, that sounds like they're maneuvering their boxers into position and like rubbing the shoulders and getting them ready.
Yes, very much so. And I think one of the tragedies of the post-war era is that maybe things didn't have to be like this, right? After the U.S. and the USSR had worked together to defeat Hitler, it might have been possible for them to coexist peacefully. But I think they both had the idea that the other economic system, and we're talking about communism and capitalism, was just kind of riddled with internal inconsistencies, and that eventually the world would be all capitalist or all communist. And they were going to have to really marshal all of their resources behind their chosen boxer, or they were going to lose.
Sounds like a fight that's going to take a long time.
And it did.
End round one.
Thought I would do a video on communism just because I've been talking about it a bunch in the history videos, and I haven't given you a good definition of what it means or a good understanding of what it means. And to understand communism, let me just draw a spectrum here. So I'm going to start with capitalism. And this is really just going to be an overview. People can do a whole PhD thesis on this type of thing. Capitalism, and then I'll get a little bit more, and then we could progress to socialism. And then we can go to communism. And the modern versions of communism are really kind of the brainchild of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. Karl Marx was a German philosopher in the 1800s who, in his Communist Manifesto and other writings, kind of created the philosophical underpinnings for communism. And Vladimir Lenin, who led the Bolshevik Revolution in and created essentially the Soviet Union, he's the first person to make some of Karl Marx's ideas more concrete. And really every nation or every country which we view as communist has really followed the pattern of Vladimir Lenin, and we'll talk about that in a second. But first, let's talk about the philosophical differences between these things and how you would move. And Karl Marx himself viewed communism as kind of a progression from capitalism through socialism to communism. So what he saw in capitalism, and this, at least this part of what he saw was right, is that you have private property, private ownership of land. That's the main aspect of capitalism, and this is the world that most of us live in today. The problem that he saw with capitalism is he thought, well, look, when you have private property, the people who start accumulating some capital, and when we talk about capital, we could be talking about land, we could be talking about factories, we could be talking about any type of natural resources. So the people who start getting a little bit of them, so let me draw a little diagram here. So let's say someone has a little bit of capital, and that capital could be a factory or it could be land. So let me write it capital. And let's just say it's land. So let's say someone starts to own a little bit of land, and he owns more than everyone else. So then you just have a bunch of other people who don't own land, but they need to essentially, and since this guy owns all the land, they got to work on this guy's land. They have to work on this guy's land. And from Karl Marx's point of view, he said, look, you have all of these laborers who don't have as much capital. This guy has this capital, and so he can make these laborers work for a very small wage. And so any excess profits that come out from this arrangement, the owner of the capital will be able to get it, because these laborers won't be able to get their wages to go up because there's so much competition for them to work on this guy's farm or to work on this guy's land. He really didn't think too much about, well, maybe the competition could go the other way. Maybe you could have a reality eventually where you have a bunch of people with reasonable amounts of capital, and you have a bunch of laborers, and the bunch of people would compete for the laborers, and maybe the laborers could make their wages go up, and they could eventually accumulate their own capital. They could eventually start their own small businesses. So he really didn't think about this reality too much over here. He just saw this reality. And to his defense, and I don't want to get in the habit of defending Karl Marx too much, to his defense, this is what was happening in the late 1800s. Especially, we have the Industrial Revolution. Even in the United States, you did have kind of, Mark Twain called it the Gilded Age. You have these industrialists who did accumulate huge amounts of capital. They really did have a lot of the leverage relative to the laborers. And so what Karl Marx says, well, look, if the guy with all the capital has all the leverage and this whole arrangement makes some profits, he's going to be able to keep the profits because he can keep all of these dudes' wages low. And so what's going to happen is that the guy with the capital is just going to end up with more capital. He's going to end up with more capital, and he's going to have even more leverage, and he'll be able to keep these people on kind of a basic wage so that they can never acquire capital for themselves. So in Karl Marx's point of view, the natural progression would be for these people to start organizing. So these people maybe start organizing into unions so they could collectively tell the person who owns the land or the factory, no, we're not going to work, or we're going to go on strike unless you increase our wages, or unless you give us better working conditions. So when you start talking about this unionization stuff, you're starting to move in the direction of socialism. The other element of moving in the direction of socialism is that Karl Marx didn't like this kind of high concentration, or and this is socialists in general, I should say, didn't like this high concentration of wealth. That you have this reality of not only do you have these people who could accumulate all of these wealth, and maybe to some degree they were able to accumulate it because they were innovative or they were good managers of land or whatever, although the Marxists don't give a lot of credit to the owners of capital. Not they don't really give a lot of credit to saying maybe they did have some skill in managing some type of an operation. But the other problem is that it gets handed over. It gets handed over to their offspring. So private property, you have the situation where it just goes from maybe father to son, or from parent to a child. And so it's not even based on any type of meritocracy. It's really just based on this inherited wealth. And this is a problem that definitely happened in Europe when you go back to the French Revolution. You have generation after generation of nobility, regardless of how incompetent each generation would be. They just had so much wealth that they were essentially in control of everything, and you had a bunch of people with no wealth having to work for them. And when you have that type of wealth disparity, it does lead to kind of revolutions. So another principle of moving in the socialist direction is kind of a redistribution of wealth. So let me write it over here. So redistribution. So in socialism, you can still have private property, but the government takes a bigger role. So you have, let me write this, larger government. And one of the roles of the government is to redistribute wealth. And the government also starts having control of kind of the major factors of production. So maybe the utilities, maybe some of the large factories that do major things, all of a sudden starts to become in the hands of the government, or in the words of communists, in the hands of the people. And the redistribution is going on. So in theory, you don't have huge amounts of wealth in the hands of a few people. And then if you kind of take these ideas to their natural conclusion, you get to the theoretical communist state. And the theoretical communist state is a classless, and maybe even a little bit a classless society. And in Karl Marx's point of view, and this is a little harder to imagine, a stateless society. So in capitalism, you definitely had classes. You had the class that owns the capital, and then you had the labor class, and you have all of these divisions, and they're different from each other. He didn't really imagine a world that maybe a laborer could get out of this. They could get their own capital. Maybe they could start their own business. So he just saw this tension would eventually lead to socialism, and eventually a classless society where you have a central. Well, he didn't even go too much into the details, but you have kind of equal. Everyone in society has ownership over everything, and society somehow figures out where things should be allocated and all of the rest. And it's all stateless. So and that's even harder to think about in a concrete fashion. So that's Karl Marx's view of things, but it never really became concrete until Vladimir Lenin shows up. And so the current version of communism that the current thing that most of us view as communism is sometimes viewed as a Marxist-Leninist state. Leninist. These are sometimes used interchangeably. Marxism is kind of the pure utopian. We're eventually going to get to a world where everyone is equal. Everyone is, doing exactly what they want. There's an abundance of everything. I guess to some degree, it's kind of describing what happens in Star Trek, where everyone can go to a replicator and get what they want. And if you want to paint part of the day, you can paint part of the day. And you're not just a painter. You can also do whatever you want. So it's this very utopian thing. let me write that down. So Marxism, pure Marxism, is kind of a utopian society. And just in case you don't know what utopian means, it's kind of a perfect society where you don't have classes, everyone is equal, everyone is leading these kind of rich, diverse, fulfilling lives. And it's also, utopian is also kind of viewed as unrealistic. It's kind of, if you view it in the more negative light, is like, hey, I don't know how we'll ever be able to get there. Who knows? I don't want to be negative about it. Maybe we will one day get to a utopian society. But Leninist is kind of the more practical element of communism, because obviously after the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, in the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union gets created, they had to actually run a government. They had to actually run a state based on these ideas of communism. And in a Leninist philosophy, and this is where it starts to become in tension with the ideas of democracy. In a Leninist philosophy, you need this kind of a party system. So you need this, and he calls this the vanguard party. So, the vanguard is kind of the thing that's leading, the one that's leading the march. So this vanguard party that kind of creates this constant state of revolution. And its whole job is to guide society, is to kind of almost be the parent of society and take it from capitalism through socialism to this ideal state of communism. And it's one of those things where the ideal state of communism was never, it's kind of hard to know when you get there. And so what happens in a Leninist state is this vanguard party, which is usually called the Communist Party, is in a constant state of revolution, kind of saying, hey, we're shepherding the people to some future state without a real clear definition of what that future state is. And so this, when you talk about Marxist-Leninists, besides talking about what's happening in the economic sphere, it's also kind of talking about this party system, but this party system where you really just have one dominant party that it will hopefully act in the interest of the people. So one dominant communist party that acts in the interest of the people. And obviously the negative here is that, how do you know that they actually are acting in the interest of people? How do you know that they actually are competent? What means are there to do anything if they are misallocating things, if it is corrupt, if you only have a one-party system? And just to make it clear, so the largest existing communist state is the People's Republic of China. And although it is, it's controlled by the Communist Party, in economic terms, it's really not that communist anymore. And so it can be confusing. And so what I want to do is draw a little bit of a spectrum. On the vertical axis, over here, I want to put democratic. And up here, I'll put authoritarian or totalitarian. Let me put I'll put authoritarian. I'll do another video on the difference. Authoritarian. And they're similar. And totalitarian is more an extreme form of authoritarian, where the government controls everything, and you have a few people controlling everything. It's very non-democratic. But authoritarian is kind of along those directions. And then in this spectrum, we have the capitalism, socialism, and communism. So the United States, I would put the United States someplace over here. I would put the United States over here. It has some small elements of socialism. You do have labor unions. They don't control everything. You also have people who are working outside of labor unions. It does have some elements of redistribution. There are inheritance taxes. It's not an extreme form of redistribution. You can still inherit private property. You still have kind of safety nets for people. You have Medicare, Medicaid. You have welfare. So there's some elements of socialism, but it also has a very strong capitalist history, private property, deep market. So I'd stick the United States over there. I would put the USSR, not current Russia, but the Soviet Union, when it existed, I would put the Soviet Union right about there. So this was the I would put the USSR right over there. I would put the current state of Russia, actually. I would put the current state of Russia someplace over here, because they actually have fewer safety nets, and they kind of have their economy can kind of go crazier, and they actually have a bigger disparity in wealth than a place like the United States. So this is current Russia. And probably the most interesting one here is the People's Republic of China, the current People's Republic of China, which is, at least on the surface, a communist state. But in some ways, it's more capitalist than the United States in that they don't have strong wealth redistribution. They don't have kind of strong safety nets for people. So you could put some elements of China and over here, closer to the left, and they are less democratic than either the U.S. or even current Russia, although some people would call current Russia. Well, I won't go too much into it, but current China, you could throw it here a little bit, so it could be even a little bit more capitalist than the United States. Definitely, they don't even have good labor laws, all the rest. But in other ways, you do have state ownership of a lot, and you do have state control of a lot. So in some ways, they're kind of spanning this whole range. So this right over here is China. And even though it is called a communist state, in some ways it's more capitalist than what countries that are very proud of their capitalism. But in a lot of other ways, especially with the government ownership and the government control of things and this one dominant party, so it's kind of Leninist with less of the Marxist going on. So in that way, it is more in the communist direction. So hopefully that clarifies what can sometimes be a confusing topic. Before we go into the actual conflict of the Korean War, let's try to get a sense of the historical environment going into the Korean War. So if you go all the way back to the late 1800s, early 1900s, the Korean Peninsula, what we now consider both North and South Korea, they were occupied by the Japanese military. And then in 1910, the Korean Peninsula is formally annexed into the Japanese Empire. So the Japanese are essentially this colonial, this imperialist power here. And they stay in power in the Korean Peninsula all the way until the end of World War II. And it's probably worth saying here, and it's probably worth doing a bunch of videos here, that the Japanese occupation was not a pleasant occupation for the Korean people. They subjugated the Korean people in multiple ways: forced labor, forced prostitution. They tried to kind of eradicate the Korean language and the Korean culture. So this was not in any way a pleasant occupation. They weren't pleasant imperialists. But you fast forward all the way to 1945, we know that Japan loses World War II. And the major two victors on the Allied side that are kind of acting in this part of the world are the United States and the Soviet Union. And so 1945, you have the Soviets coming from above. You have the Soviets coming from above. That's the Soviets coming from above. And eventually you have the Americans coming from below. They occupy Japan first, so this is the USA. And they essentially, remember at this point, even though this is kind of the beginning of the Cold War, at this point in World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union are allies. And so the United States kind of tells the Soviet Union, hey, why don't we just stop at the 38th parallel? Why don't we just stop at the 38th parallel? And the United States actually didn't even think that the Soviets would stop there, but they actually did. And from the Soviets' point of view, it's believed that they stopped there because the United States didn't get there at the same time. So there was no one to stop them from going further south. But it's believed that the Soviets wanted to uphold their side of the agreement so that they could get, so that they would be a trusted party to negotiations in Europe and maybe get more in Europe, which is what the Soviets maybe cared about more. So what happens after World War II is that the North, what's now North Korea essentially, becomes under the influence of the Soviets. Everything below the 38th parallel becomes under the influence of the United States. The Soviets essentially install this gentleman right over here to lead North Korea, Kim Il-sung, or the part of Korea that is north of the 38th parallel. At this point, this was just kind of viewed as a point where the Soviets and the United States should kind of meet up, where they would have to stop. It wasn't meant to be an actual partition of the country, but as we'll see, it actually becomes a partition of the country. But the Soviets install Kim Il-sung. He sets up a communist, essentially a communist dictatorship in the north, and this is the current leader of North Korea's dad. This is Kim Jong-il's dad. So he gets installed in the north, and in the South, if you fast forward a little bit to 1948, there's an attempt at elections, but those elections are seriously rigged. And this gentleman, Syngman Rhee, comes to power. And although he might look like a nice, pleasant man, he was actually fairly ruthless, and he is, unanimously considered a strong man. And on both sides of this, so once again, this is one of those situations where you really can't call either of these guys good guys, because both of them have done some pretty nasty things to each other, to soldiers on either side, and and to innocent civilians. But Syngman Rhee comes to power in the South, and his, I guess, most attractive feature to the Americans is that he is not a communist. And so you have this situation setting up: communist North above 38th parallel, non-communist South controlled by Syngman Rhee, supported by the United States. The other thing that happens is that the Soviets help build up the North Korean military. The United States is not as encouraging of a strong South Korean military. So you start having an imbalance between the military of the North and the South. And obviously, either one of these parties, Kim Il-sung wants to unite Korea under his rule, under his communist rule. Syngman Rhee wants to unite Korea under his authoritarian rule. So they're both kind of setting up troops. They're both setting up troops along the border. And this whole time you have skirmishes going on across the border. And just to give you a context, you're probably saying, wait, Korea is, right next to China. What was going on there? And if you go to China, you in 1949, the communists come to power. There was a civil war leading up to that between the communists led by Mao Zedong and the nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek. Mao Zedong comes to power. He wants to support the communists in North Korea, especially because some of those communists in North Korea actually helped fight on the communist side during the Chinese Civil War. So this is an important factor right here. Mao Zedong is interested in spreading communism. He doesn't like the Americans in South Korea, and he feels some type of allegiance to the communists in North Korea. So now you fast forward to June 25th, 1950. And in the North, you have a major there's a lot. The North Korean army, and it's not called North Korea at this point. They both consider themselves Korea, competing, I guess, governments of Korea. The army in the North is disproportionately stronger than the South, and so they invade. They view this as their chance at unifying the peninsula. And essentially, they're able to almost just kind of storm through the Korean peninsula. Immediately when that happens, the UN, and especially the United States, and this is because at this point the Soviet Union was boycotting the Security Council, so they couldn't even veto it. The UN immediately starts supplying naval and air support for the South Koreans. But the disparity is so big that the North Koreans are able to just keep marching forward. Within a few days, literally by July 1st, the United States decides to commit ground forces, because we had substantial ground forces in Japan, which isn't that far away. Just to give you a global perspective, this is the Korean peninsula right here, and this is Japan. I know I could have probably found a bigger picture of that, but America had military forces in Japan that they could send, and so the Americans enter the battle in a major way very early on. But that doesn't stop the North Koreans for some time. So the North Koreans get all the way, they're able to occupy all of the Korean peninsula except for kind of the northeastern corner. So they get around this far. And so over here you have the city of Pusan, and this is called the Pusan Perimeter. Pusan Perimeter. And it's at the Pusan Perimeter that you have a little bit the United States and Korean forces combined are able to halt the North Koreans. And you have a kind of a slight stalemate for a couple of months here. But while that stalemate is happening, the United States is able to, and especially the UN, but it's mainly the United States, is able to build up significant troops within the Pusan Perimeter. But even more, and at this point, the United States and the UN forces go under the control of Douglas MacArthur, General Douglas MacArthur, who's a bit of an interesting character. Until this point, he was able to kind of rule Japan with an iron fist. He's a hugely popular war hero in America. And the current president, Truman, kind of has a little trouble controlling MacArthur, especially during the Korean War. And we'll see that MacArthur really oversteps his bounds during the course of this war. Now at this point, you have the South Koreans and the Americans kind of cornered out down here inside of the Pusan Perimeter. It looks like North Korea is on the verge of victory, but the U.S. is able to build forces. And the Korean War really just starts becoming into a game of Risk. I don't know if you've ever played the game of Risk, but whenever it's somebody's turn, they're able to spread their forces, but then they get spread thin, and then the other side's able to come back. And we'll see as the rest of the Korean War is essentially a back and forth between the communists in the north, supported by the Chinese, although the Chinese aren't in the war officially just yet, and then the Americans in the South. And the first really smart thing that MacArthur does is he says, look, instead of trying to fight our way through the Korean forces that are over here, instead of trying to fight our way through all of these Korean forces that are over here, why don't we just kind of outflank them? And why don't we use our navy to do an amphibious landing of an army at Incheon? So in September 15th, while you have kind of the stalemate over here, the United States, they have an amphibious landing. So they send troops from all of these places. They have an amphibious landing at Incheon, which is near Seoul. So they land right over, they land at Incheon, which is roughly over there. I'm not super accurate here. And what's interesting about that is, in any battle, all of these Korean troops right here, they have supply chains. They have to get food and supplies and fresh troops from up here. And so the further in you go into enemy territory, the more spread out your troops get. And the strategies here is, instead of fighting through this, what if we outflank them and are able to land a significant force right here and immediately disrupt the supply lines of the North Koreans? And that's essentially what the Americans did, and it was successful. So MacArthur looks like a genius over here, and he's able to retake Seoul. He's able to take what's kind of the North Korean capital at this point, Pyongyang, and you have the Americans marching north. So all of a sudden, it started off with the North Koreans being able to roll down, and now all of a sudden the Americans and the South Koreans are able to roll up, and they're feeling pretty good about themselves. And the whole time, Truman's trying to keep MacArthur under check. MacArthur's excited. He's ultra confident. He thinks that the troops are going to be home by Christmas. He doesn't think China is serious about supporting the North Koreans, and even more, he almost, it seems like, wants to pick a fight with China because he wants to maybe eliminate communism in China as well. He viewed it as, he's kind of on this mission to eliminate communism from all of Asia. So Truman is saying limited war. Don't cross the Yalu River, and be careful. Don't start attacking Chinese up here and enrage them, and you're going to have them enter the war. MacArthur it doesn't take that too seriously. And he also says, look, I have to start bombing bombs across the Yalu River so that the Chinese won't be able to send troops and supplies to aid the North Koreans. So he's marching up all confident, going up against the Yalu River. And this whole time, the Chinese under Mao Zedong, are sending a pretty substantial army, and they're able to do it secretly. They're able to march at night, and they even have these policies where if any surveillance planes go overhead, all of the Chinese soldiers have to freeze, and if they don't freeze, someone else is allowed to shoot them. So everyone wants to freeze so that no one can really see them from above. So it's this really kind of a secret buildup of troops across the Yalu River, and this whole time MacArthur is just ultra confident about what's happening over here. But then you fast forward until the end of October, the Americans think that they're on the verge of winning the Korean War, and all of a sudden you have the Chinese cross the Yalu River, and the Americans didn't even know that the Chinese had major forces ready to cross. So now you have and once again, it's just like a game of risk. So now you have the Chinese cross. They catch the Americans unsuspected. They engage a few times. The Americans weren't sure if the Chinese were serious, so they keep re-engaging them. But then it becomes clear, yes, the Chinese are serious. The Chinese are serious, and essentially the Chinese are able to push back the Americans and the South Koreans all the way back so that they're able to recapture Seoul. But once again, like any game of risk, now the Chinese are spread thin. The Americans and the South Koreans and all the other UN forces, although the UN forces are mainly the Americans, are able to regroup. And then in March, so Seoul has changed hands 4 times. So in March, they're able to retake Seoul again. And at this point, MacArthur, ultra confident, he's telling the Chinese, you've essentially lost. He's even trying to get permissions to use nuclear weapons against the Chinese. To some degree, he doesn't even think he needs the permission of Truman to stop. It sounds like he's eager to push the Chinese further back, even though they kind of surprised him the first go around. So Truman has enough of this wild card guy who thinks that he can call the shots and use nuclear weapons if he wants to willy-nilly. And so Truman finally dismisses MacArthur in April of 1951. And at this point, you start having a stalemate you start having a stalemate near the 38th parallel, so that you start having a stalemate across this border right over there. And both sides think the end of the war is imminent. They're like, okay, we're back to where we both began. We should both stop here. But the negotiations, unfortunately, took over 2 years, and there was a lot of, I guess, back and forth about what to do with prisoners of war and all of the rest. But it finally took 2 years, so that in July 27th, 1953, you have an armistice signed between the two parties. And I want to make it clear, an armistice agreement, it is not a peace treaty. It is not saying that we both agree that this is the border of our two new countries and that we are now at peace with each other. All an armistice means is that we're going to stop fighting. It is not a formal end to the war. So in theory, North and South Korea, even to this day, are in a state of war. And to this day, I'm recording this video in 2011. Maybe if you view this in the future, hopefully they won't be in an official state of war. But they're in an official state of war under an armistice. They've just agreed to stop fighting. So all in all, you have this hugely bloody battle with all of these atrocities going on both sides. Syngman Rhee, when he was the first time when the North Korean troops were rolling into South Korea, he essentially beforehand he was kind of imprisoning a bunch of people who he suspected to be communists. And when I'm talking about people, I'm talking about whole families sometimes. And when he was retreating, he essentially allowed the massacre of a huge number of people who were just suspected of being communists. And these weren't just military men; these were women, these were children, these were entire families. So he's guilty of that. And Kim Il Sung just as guilty when the North Korean soldiers infiltrated the South Korea in Seoul. They committed atrocities, killing civil servants, killing any of the kind of established intellectuals in the area. So on both sides, this hugely horrific war. And just to get a sense of what was happening, Korea isn't a huge country, but you have within Korea the civilian deaths, 1.5 to 3 million civilian deaths, and the consensus is at 2 million. And this tells you how ugly war is, that you can't even estimate how many people died to the nearest 500,000 people. You just don't know what happened. But 2 million people died in a country that's not too big. You have all in all, you have about 40,000 American soldiers dying. China loses on the order of, depending on the estimates, 400,000 soldiers. I mean, the estimates are all over the place. North Korea loses on the order same magnitude of soldiers. South Korea loses, several hundred thousands of soldiers. So you have this hugely bloody battle, this hugely bloody war, I should say, that really ends with an outcome that wasn't so different from where it started. Before jumping into the details of the Bay of Pigs invasion, I want to make sure we understand the environment in Cuba and the United States leading up to the invasion. So going into the late 1950s, Cuba was controlled by this guy right over here, Batista. And he was a dictator that was supported by the United States. And just to give a sense of what he was like, here's a quote from John F. Kennedy in 1963. So this is after he's already had the Bay of Pigs has happened, the Cuban Missile Crisis has happened. He is not a big fan of Fidel Castro. But with that said, in hindsight, JFK did say this, and this is, I think, a pretty objective assessment of what Batista was like as the dictator of Cuba. This is John F. Kennedy saying this. I believe there's no country in the world, including any and all the countries under colonial domination, where economic colonization, humiliation, and exploitation were worse than in Cuba, in part owing to my country's policies during the Batista regime. To some extent, it is as though Batista was the incarnation of a number of sins on the part of the United States. Now we shall have to pay for those sins. So even John F. Kennedy, in hindsight, is saying that Batista really was really not the best person, and it really was not a good idea for the United States to support such a corrupt dictator for so long in Cuba. And this is Batista right over here riding with some U.S. generals in a parade when he visited D.C. So you can imagine he was not a popular person in control of Cuba. And in 1959, you have a successful revolution against him. 1959, there is a revolution. And the revolution is led by this character, Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro, and his kind of number two, his right hand men are Raúl Castro and Che Guevara right over here. and they take control of Cuba. They're part of this nationalist revolutionary movement. Now, the one thing they do, and they are leaning from the beginning. People assume that they are maybe communist or quasi-communist. But even from the get-go, as soon as they take power, they start taking over lands that were owned by, well, one that was private property, private Cuban property, some of it that was United States property. Their argument would have probably been that this was wealth, that this was private property that was ill-gotten, that was gotten in the time of Batista. But they did it on in a broad sweep. So they took over a lot of private land, a lot of private property, which also led to people thinking that, hey, this is not just a nationalist revolution, this is also a communist revolution. But you could also imagine that once they take over, there's this huge migration of Cubans to the United States, and it's primarily middle class, upper middle class Cubans, educated Cubans, who are really afraid of what Fidel Castro is doing in terms of taking over private land, taking people's property. So you start having this Cuban exiled community really focused around Florida and mainly Miami, and they're still there. And they're very unhappy with this Fidel Castro character right over here. So when we fast forward into 1961, John F. Kennedy becomes president. He gets elected in 1960, becomes president in early 1961. We're now fast forwarding to April 1961. So John F. Kennedy has only been president for a few months. But you can imagine on a lot of levels, you have all of these Cuban exiles, upper middle class, educated, middle class Cuban exiles who hate Fidel Castro. He's taking over their land. He's turning it into looks like a leftist state. This is all happening within the context of the Cold War. The United States is afraid of countries falling to communism. It looks like Fidel Castro is a communist. So the United States, besides the fact that you have all of these exiles who want to oust him, the United States probably wants to oust him just because he's a communist, and they're afraid that he's going to align himself with the Soviet Union. So, in conjunction with the Cuban exiles and the CIA, and this right here is the director of Central Intelligence during the Kennedy administration, or at least the beginning part of the Kennedy administration. This is Allen Dulles. His brother is John Foster Dulles, who the Dulles Airport is named after, and he was a U.S. Secretary of State. They decide that they want to oust Fidel Castro, but they want to do it in a way. They wanted to do it in a way that the United States does not look like it's the one doing the invasion. So what they do is they plan an invasion where they'll take Cuban exiles, and they get 1,400 men to sign up. So 1,400 exiled Cubans to sign up to be kind of part of this CIA-backed, US-backed force to invade Cuba and overthrow Fidel Castro. And a lot of this was based on the premise, and you can imagine this, and this even happened in the Iraq War, where the CIA, the American president, they kind of surround themselves with people who tell them, who give them a very optimistic scenario, a very hopeful scenario, telling them, look, we represent what the rest of the Cuban people want. They'll say, look, if we just start a revolution, Fidel Castro will be overthrown. The reality that came out, at least at that point in time, in the early 1960s, Fidel Castro was actually pretty popular with the Cuban people, and you can imagine he was at that time pretty popular with the poor people who did not have land. And now all of a sudden you have this I guess you could call him leader for the people. And I don't know about his popularity now, but at that point he was probably a lot more popular than the exiles and the CIA would have had Kennedy believe. And so they planned this attack. Kennedy says, oh, if we can get rid of Fidel Castro, then that de-risks the possibility of having this communist nation right off of the Florida coast. So they planned this invasion, and it's shady to begin with because they didn't want to make it look like an official U.S. invasion. They wanted to make it look like it was a pure Cuban counter-revolutionary, and to some degree that really kind of mixed up everything and made it look and it really was suspect because they really were doing something that was not what it really was. But the invasion, the way it all worked out is that by April 15th, and this is just going into the details of the invasion. So they had the 1,400 exiles. They had some ships, some planes. They marked them. They either removed the markings so that it didn't look like they were American ships or planes, or they put markings they put false markings of the Cuban military so that it would cause some confusion or whatever. And so on April 15th, 1961, and remember this is only a few months into Kennedy's administration, they start air attacks, and these air attacks launch from Nicaragua, and they go to Cuba. And the whole point of these air attacks are to kind of soften the Cuban Air Force for an eventual invasion by the 1,400 exiles. And so you have 8 aircraft, 8 bombers leaving Nicaragua. They bomb Cuba at a base outside of Havana and a base near the south, actually not too far from current Guantanamo Bay. And the point, and their goal was to destroy the Cuban Air Force. It turns out they didn't do it. And once again, they did it to kind of cause confusion. They did it under the markings not of U.S. bombers, but they put Cuban Air Force markings on the planes to cause confusion. You had 8 planes going and doing the bombings. One of them gets shot down, and a 9th plane actually leaves from Nicaragua, and they falsely put bullet holes in it to look like it was hit with anti-aircraft guns, and had it defect to Florida. So I guess the idea behind this was to make it look like there's a Cuban pilot who takes off from Cuba or somehow gets out of Cuba with a Cuban plane. That's why they put the markings there, and then tries to destroy a bunch of Cuban aircraft and then defects to the United States. That's the impression that they wanted to convey. It's not so clear that the Cubans actually fell for it. And so that happened in 1961. Most everyone kind of saw this as a U.S. attack, or at least said they viewed it as a U.S. attack. And then you fast forward to the night of April 16th, which I haven't written over here. April 16th. And this whole time, everyone was expecting a U.S. attack, and this is one of the things that it all gets. It all leads to the fact this was not a well orchestrated series of events. Is that it's pretty well established that some of these exiles, were just not as tight-lipped as they should have been about the invasion. It got out. It got to Soviet intelligence. The Cubans knew that an invasion was imminent. So on April 16th, you have kind of a false attack, a decoy attack at Bahia Honda right over here, which really just a bunch of decoy boats with loudspeakers on them that made it sound like they were firing and to cause confusion. And it did temporarily cause Castro to look in that direction, because they were kind of on hair trigger notice, expecting an imminent invasion, but that wasn't the real one. This was on the evening of April 16th. But then when you go to the early morning of April 17th, you have the real invasion, where you have the 1,400 Cuban exiles with CIA and U.S. military support, but all of that was hidden, to actually invade at the Bay of Pigs. And this right here is the Bay of Pigs. And to make a long story short, it was kind of the invasion did not go well, and it has been blamed on bad planning, on incompetence on some parts of the invasion. If the invasion lasted from April 17th, this was the first day of the invasion, but by April 19th, essentially the invading force, the counter-revolutionary force, the 1,400 Cuban exiles had been pushed back to the beaches. And for the most part, a little over 100 of them were killed, and most of them, over 1,000 of them, were captured. So over 1,000 captured. And then later on in the year, Fidel Castro, and some were executed after being captured, but later on in the year, Fidel Castro makes a deal with the United States where he hands over the captured exiles to the United States in exchange for $58 million in aid and supplies and all the rest. So this, at least from a military point of view, was a complete debacle from the United States point of view. And when you can imagine after this happened, people in the United States started pointing fingers. You have the CIA, and this is Alan Dulles right here, and the exiles blaming the Kennedy administration, saying that, look, he wasn't willing to do what it takes to actually do a proper invasion. He wasn't willing to provide the proper air support once the invasion started happening. He wasn't willing to commit more U.S. troops once the invasion started looking like it wasn't going in the direction of the exiles. Kennedy, on the other hand, blames the CIA. He says, look, this was just done. This was planned incompetently. And he also says that you gave me all sorts of misinformation. You told me that once the invasion started, that there was all sorts of resentment against Fidel Castro, and it would cause this broader uprising, which never ever happened. And so this is actually a quote from John F. Kennedy, that he said after the Bay of Pigs invasion: "The first advice I'm going to give my successors to watch the generals and to avoid feeling that because they were military men, their opinions on military matters were worth a damn." This is John F. Kennedy saying this after the Bay of Pigs invasion. Now, you can dig deeper and figure out who probably was in the right here. But the bottom line is that it led to all around negative consequences for the United States. After this, it kind of strengthened Fidel Castro's hold on Cuba. He was like, hey, that was the United States' best shot. Huge embarrassment for them. It allowed him to concentrate his control. It also caused him to now become very openly communist. And also, he was now, before the Bay of Pigs invasion, he was kind of trying to get the U.S. to somewhat like him, although they wouldn't like him because he was taking over private property, and he was clearly left-leaning. But after the Bay of Pigs invasion, he definitely aligned himself closely with the Soviet Union. He became much more open about being a Marxist-Leninist communist state. And because he was afraid of future U.S. invasions, he was open to what eventually leads to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is the Soviet Union actually placing ballistic missiles, with nuclear warheads in Cuba at short range to the United States. So it set up this whole series of events that really didn't work in the U.S.'s favor. Before we go into the details of the Cuban Missile Crisis, it's important to understand the world's environment entering into October of 1962. In 1959, you have a revolution in Cuba led by Fidel Castro, and he is heading the Communist Party there. Cuba is now a communist nation right off of the coast of the United States. This is the middle of the Cold War. The United States believes in a strategy of containment, does not like this. So in 1961, the United States, the CIA, the Kennedy administration, they try using Cuban exiles, people who had left Cuba. They try to support them to enter and invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs. But the whole effort wasn't planned properly. The support for the Cuban exiles, the counter-revolutionaries, those that were trying to oust Castro, it was kind of this half-hearted effort, and it was this big failure. So the Bay of Pigs invasion was a failure in 1961, and it made John F. Kennedy seem a little bit weak. It made the CIA seem, it didn't make anyone on the American side look all that competent because of that failure. On top of that, we're in the middle of the Cold War. Remember this. And at the same time, if you go to what the U.S. was doing around the Soviet Union, it started placing missiles starting in the late 50s all the way into 1961 and 1962. It started placing medium-ranged ballistic missiles in Turkey and in Italy. These are where they were located. And the significance of that is that now these missiles could reach the major population centers of the Soviet Union in really a matter of minutes, in 10 to 20 minutes. I think 16 minutes was how long most of these stay airborne. And when in a situation where both sides have nuclear weapons, there was this kind of notion of, well, maybe if you were able to get to the other guy faster, they wouldn't be able to retaliate, and maybe you wouldn't have that mutually assured destruction. So there's this whole idea that you want to get your missiles as close as possible so that they could reach the population centers, the strategic centers of your opponent as quickly as possible. And if you look up on the web, you can actually find the actual missile sites and when they were installed and when they became operational. These are the ones that were in Italy, kind of right here near the heel of Italy. So you have this environment. The United States was looking a little bit weak after the Bay of Pigs invasion. It looks like they wanted to oust Castro, but they did it slightly, or they weren't able to do it, and they weren't able because they were slightly inept. And at the same time, you could imagine that the Soviet Union did not appreciate the United States placing these missiles so close to its population centers, missiles that could reach its population centers very easily. So now we fast forward to October of 1962, and the entire Cuban Missile Crisis will occur over 13 or 14 days during October of 1962. So on the 14th of October, we're sending these U-2 spy planes over Cuba. So this right here is a U-2 spy plane. That is a U-2 spy plane. And it takes pictures that look like this. And then the next day on October 15th, you have the CIA analysts, and they're saying, wow, that looks like missiles over there. This looks like ballistic missiles that are being set up in Cuba. And so all of a sudden, it looks like the Soviet Union is using Cuba to do the same thing that we used Turkey and Italy for, to set up ballistic missiles really right off of our coast, and ballistic missiles that could now reach any of the strategic population centers, especially on the East Coast or the Midwest of the United States. So by the 16th, so this is literally 2 days after the pictures were taken. The next day they're analyzing them. They tell the State Department about them. The 16th, they tell Kennedy about them. And Kennedy holds a meeting of the Executive Committee. And it wasn't called XCOM, just that. But it was really a subset of special advisors, a subset of the National Security Council and other advisors that essentially become the brain trust to figure out what to do about this forming crisis. Because all of a sudden, you have a state that we don't like off of our borders, a communist state, a state aligned with the Soviet Union. All of a sudden, it has nuclear missiles. It looks like these are offensive weapons. These are weapons being designed for a first strike capability. Once again, if they're being launched from Cuba, maybe they can attack, maybe they can obliterate the U.S. before the U.S. even has an opportunity to respond properly. So this really freaks out the Kennedy administration. And so they start to think about what can they do about it. And early on, there's a couple. You could just kind of call and talk to the Soviets about it and say, hey, we don't like that. Why don't you undo your missiles? But they didn't really think that that would have any significant effect on the Soviets, especially because they probably thought that Kennedy was weak at this point. And just to understand who was leading the Soviets at this time, it was Khrushchev. This is Khrushchev right over here. And he had even made remarks to the effect that he thought that Kennedy was young and maybe naive and maybe too intellectual to really play a good game of chicken here. And so the U.S. kind of felt that it had to look strong here. And so the real options on the table were maybe blockade Cuba. And so a blockade could be an all-out blockade, so it would be an economic blockade, but that's actually considered an act of war because you're, to a large degree, starving a country. Another option for the United States, because it was completely viewed as unacceptable that these missiles should be here and that they should be deployable from Cuba. The other option would be to do air attacks on these missile silos. And then the other, kind of the most extreme action would be to actually invade Cuba. And obviously that goes in line with kind of the US's general interest of not having a communist regime so close to its own borders. So this is what Kennedy and his team was wrestling with. And really early on in these early days, most of the team was actually advising Kennedy that they should do a full-scale invasion of Cuba, that they thought this was the only thing that the Soviets would take seriously. It would show that the U.S. is serious about this. And they didn't think that the Soviet Union would really try to put up a fight in Cuba so far away from their own borders. But Kennedy, probably thinking about it pretty reasonably, realized, well, hey, they might not do anything in Cuba, and they might allow us to oust Castro and install a new regime there, but they might retaliate. In fact, they probably would retaliate in Europe, and specifically in Berlin, probably in Germany as a whole. So just for the sake of getting these things out of Cuba, we could sacrifice a lot in Europe, and even more, any type of conflict between the U.S. and the Soviet Union could easily escalate to a nuclear war. So these were all on the table. The U.S. goes on high alert. It prepares for any of these situations because they really don't know what's going to happen. The Army, the Air Force, and the Navy starts mobilizing. So on kind of, with hours' notice, any of those options can kind of go into effect. By the 22nd, you have the Executive Committee, and that just becomes formalized as an actual official group that is advising the president in this capacity. And on the 22nd, Kennedy finally puts out his first salvo on what is the U.S.'s position on what's going on here. And before this, and just to make things clear, on the 18th, he did meet
he did meet with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andrei Gromyko, and I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciations. And this is where the first time that Kennedy's like, hey, you've got these offensive weapons, and Gromyko's insisting that no, they're just defensive weapons. And to most people, defensive weapons would mean things like surface-to-air missiles, things that would stop planes from bombings, but not surface-to-surface missiles, not something that could attack a country. But we'll see in future letters from Khrushchev that maybe they actually did perceive these missiles as somehow being defensive. But you fast forward, that was on the 18th. It kind of made Kennedy and the U.S. frustrated with the Russians because it felt like, the Americans are saying, look, we clearly know you have missiles there, but Gromyko's saying, no, these are just defensive weapons, nothing to worry about. Why are you taking this so seriously? The 19th, U.S. goes on high alert. It starts thinking about all of these options. The 22nd, this committee is formed formally, but more importantly, Kennedy gives a speech to state the United States' opinion, and I'll just read it right here. To halt this offensive buildup, a strict quarantine on all offensive military equipment under shipment to Cuba is being initiated. All ships of any kind bound for Cuba, from whatever nation or port, will, if found to contain cargoes of offensive weapons, be turned back. This quarantine will be extended, if needed, to other types of cargo and carriers. We are not at this time, however, denying the necessities of life as the Soviets attempted to do in their Berlin blockade of 1948. So the Kennedy administration's position became slightly more nuanced. They said we can't do an all-out blockade. One, that is an act of war. Two, that is to a large degree inhumane. Why should we starve the Cuban people? What we're going to do is kind of a filter on the cargo going into Cuba. We will only inspect things that we suspect are holding armaments, and we will only turn back the ships that are actually doing it. But then on the 24th, there's a cable from Khrushchev, and it says, if you coolly weigh the situation which has developed, not giving way to passions, you will understand that the Soviet Union cannot fail to reject the arbitrary demands of the United States, and that the Soviet Union views the blockade as an act of aggression, and that their ships will be instructed to ignore it. So the game of chicken is beginning to emerge. The United States is just saying, look, this is unacceptable. We're going to stop you from shipping arms to Cuba. On the 24th, Khrushchev is saying, who are you to tell us what to do? And there's this kind of undercurrent of like, wait, you've already got stuff set up in Italy and Turkey, not too far from us. How can you dare, and they call it a blockade, even though the U.S. is calling it a quarantine. This is an act of aggression, and we will ignore it. So both parties are kind of saying, we don't care what you're going to do. We're going to do whatever we have to do. And this whole time, I mean, both sides are getting tense. The whole world is kind of taking sides here, making public statements about what's right or wrong. So we really are getting very close to the brink of a very major confrontation between the Soviet Union and the United States. And there's, you can read the book 13 Days, Robert Kennedy. There's also the movie 13 Days, which actually is not based on the book. But both of them really kind of give the account of what happened over this period. But then you fast forward to the 25th, and Kennedy essentially replies that, look, these are offensive weapons, and these require the responses I have announced. I hope that your government will take necessary action to permit restoration of the earlier situation. So Kennedy's saying, look, we have to do this. These are offensive weapons. We cannot tolerate these weapons so close to U.S. borders. And so also on the 25th, the quarantine's in effect. It does get challenged. The U.S. does start to inspect some ships. They tried to inspect one ship that got away a little bit, and the Soviets did. So the Soviets, even though they're speaking the game of chicken, they are turning back. They did turn back 14 ships, and the best guess is that those 14 ships probably did contain some type of armament. So even though publicly everyone is playing a very strong game, behind the scenes there is a little bit of a softening of the stance. And then you fast forward to the 26th, and Khrushchev essentially sends his first proposal. And it's interesting here because in Khrushchev's mind, and this is a fascinating letter to read. It's a fairly long letter, so I'm not going to go into the whole thing, and you can get it at this URL right over here. It's a fascinating letter. Maybe I'll do a whole video where I just read this letter. He kind of goes into the nuance of what he views as a defensive or an offensive weapons. He implicitly admits that they have that the missiles are there, that they're not these benign weapons. But he, in his letter, he kind of makes the nuance that he views them as defensive weapons. He says, look, you guys attempted to oust Castro already. We view Castro as an ally. We think that by placing these weapons here, you will be less likely to be able to oust Castro because you will be afraid of these weapons. So Khrushchev is kind of setting up, Khrushchev's saying we don't have any intention of using these to attack you for no reason. We're just putting these here to essentially defend one of our allies. So he's saying that's the reason that they placed those weapons there in the first place. Kind of saying, look, you did Bay of Pigs. You were the ones that took the first shot. Now we are defending it. That might have been the rationale. Another rationale for why they did it is just, and probably the more strategic rationale, is that we already did have these missiles that were pointed at the Soviet Union in Turkey and Italy, and the Soviet Union just wanted to have parity, so they wanted to put missiles on near the U.S. on some allies country from the Soviet Union's point of view. So on the 26th, Khrushchev's first proposal that was given through a cable says, if assurances were given by the President and the government of the United States that the USA itself would not participate. So assurances, let me underline this in a different color. Assurances that the USA itself would not participate in an attack on Cuba and would restrain others from actions of this sort, probably the Cuban exiles. If you would recall your fleet, this would immediately change everything. I am not speaking for Fidel Castro, but I think that he and the government of Cuba evidently would declare demobilization and would appeal to the people to get down to peaceful labor. Then to the question, the communists always like talking about labor. Then to the question of armaments would disappear, since if there is no threat, then armaments are a burden for every people. So in this first proposal that came over a cable, he's essentially saying, look, if you guys just promise not to attack Cuba, if you just make assurances that you will not attack Cuba, then we'll essentially undo everything. We'll give in to your wishes. And this stance right here really does make it look like their main interest in having those missiles was kind of to protect Cuba, so that the U.S. would not try to oust the communists from there. But then on the next day, Khrushchev has a broadcast, a public broadcast, where he kind of changes his tone a little bit. Now he's saying that they would undo the situation in Cuba only if the United States removed their missiles from Italy and Turkey. So he's sending a little mixed messages. His first message was kind of a softer stance. Look, you guys just promised not to invade Cuba, and we're going to pull out of Cuba. The second stance is saying, no, we're only going to take our missiles out of Cuba if you take your missiles out of Italy and Turkey. And on the same day, another U-2 spy plane gets shot down over Cuba. And this is when both armies are really at kind of, they're like hair trigger notice. So it's a really scary situation. And this was actually done it was a local decision by a Soviet commander. And Khrushchev actually did not want this to happen. And lucky for I guess the world, the U.S. did not use this alone as a reason to engage in war. They said maybe it's an accident. If this happens again, then we'll use it as war. So it was lucky that this did not trigger an immediate war with the Soviets. But the Kennedy administration still had the question: which of these was the more serious? Which of these requests were the Soviets really making? This is a more significant request. Are they requesting for both? And so it was eventually decided on the 27th that, hey, let's just pretend like we didn't even know, that the Americans didn't even know about the second request that asked for more, and let's just reply to this first request. So you essentially have Kennedy agreeing to Khrushchev and saying, okay, we'll do your first request. We will agree not to invade Cuba if you remove your missiles. And then essentially what happens, and that puts Khrushchev in a weird situation, because this is something that he did recommend, but they were ignoring this over here. But through back channels, we said we'll officially agree to this, but through back channels, the Kennedy administration said, and we would also be on an understanding. We would also have an understanding on the missiles in Italy and Turkey, that, look, this isn't part of the deal, but we see what you're saying, and we're probably going to remove them. And what the Soviets also didn't know at that time is that the Americans were planning on that these missiles, to a large degree, by this point in time, were already obsolete, because we already had Polaris missiles that were deployable by submarines, and clearly submarines can deploy things much closer to the action, and they're much harder to track. You can't surveil them and all the rest. So the U.S. kind of agreed to it, but they did it secretly. And the whole point here is that neither side wanted to look like they're giving in. Neither side wanted to look weak. But on the 28th, there was finally an agreement. And so publicly, the first The first Khrushchev proposal was agreed to by both Khrushchev and the United States. Khrushchev agreed to remove, to not send any more weapons and also dismantle the weapons that were there. And the Americans agreed that they would not invade Cuba. And so you can imagine the big winner here is probably Fidel Castro, because the whole time he's paranoid that the U.S. is planning another attack on him. And at least publicly now, they're saying that they cannot invade. And if they did, it would look like they're going back on their word. And privately, the U.S. agreed to remove its missiles from Turkey and Italy. They didn't want to do this publicly because then it would look like they're being weak. Then it would look like the Soviets were able to do this aggressive action, and by doing it, they were able to extract something out of the United States, which is actually the reality. They were able to. By doing this action, they were able to get these missiles removed from Turkey and Italy, but the United States wanted to look strong. Kennedy has, well, there's always an approaching election. He had, especially after the Bay of Pigs, he needed to look like a strong leader. And so, to some degree, you have to give Khrushchev credit for this. He kind of swallowed his pride and allowed it to publicly look like he lost the negotiation. He publicly made it look like he got nothing in return for backing down, but in reality, he did. He just didn't necessarily get credit for it. But this was a big deal because this was the closest that the Soviet Union and the U.S. ever got to really the brink during the Cold War. In order to have a respectable understanding of the Vietnam War, we have to rewind all the way back to the late 1800s when France was colonizing Southeast Asia. And in particular, it colonized what is now Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. And they were collectively called French Indochina. You can see Cambodia here, Vietnam along the coast, and then Laos right over here. And France stayed the colonizing power. I have a little gap in my timeline here. And they stayed a colonizing power all the way through World War II. And so you can imagine during World War II, France was quickly overrun by the Germans. The Vietnamese wanted their independence. And so you have a liberation movement that rises up, and it was led by the Viet Minh. And the Viet Minh were led by Ho Chi Minh. And this right here is a picture. This right here is a picture of Ho Chi Minh. And besides being a liberation movement, they were also communist. They were also communists, which you could imagine later on during the Cold War will kind of bias the United States against them. But you fast forward through World War II. Eventually, the Japanese take control over Indochina, over Vietnam. But by the time 45 rolls about, or at least the end of 45, and we know that the United States defeats Japan, now all of a sudden the Viet Minh are able to declare a somewhat temporary independence. And it's temporary because shortly after that, and the region is occupied temporarily by the Chinese in the north and the British in the south, who were part of the Allied forces against the Axis. But eventually you have the French coming back, and they want to reassert their control over their former colony. And you have this war that develops, the First Indochina War, between the French and the people sympathetic to the French, the Vietnamese who are loyal to the French, and the North. And the French, and just to make it clear how it sets up, when at the end of World War II, when you had the temporary occupiers, the British and the Chinese obviously had more influence in the north, the British had more influence in the south. When the French come back, they essentially are able to reinstate control over the south. So right when the Indochina War is beginning, the French already have more control over the south. And actually, historically, the French had more influence in the south as well. During French colonial rule, it was really the southern third of Vietnam where you had a lot of French influence. And this is a current map, and the current map does not have this orange boundary over here that we'll talk about in a second. It's all, Vietnam is now unified. But before the Vietnam War, this was not Ho Chi Minh City. This was Saigon. And Saigon was kind of where most of the French control was centered. But you fast forward to 1954. This ends up in a bit of a stalemate. And so you have the Geneva Conference of 1954 that partitions Vietnam along the 17th parallel between North Vietnam and South Vietnam. And the whole point of this partition was really to just allow for a cooling off period, a period where you can have things settling down and then having elections. It wasn't meant to be a permanent partition. But there was a 300-day period where people could move across the partition. And during that partition, you actually had 900,000 people, mainly Catholics, move from the north to south. You also had several 100,000 people moving from the south to the north. So it wasn't a one-way movement. But net, most of the movement by Roman Catholic Vietnamese was from the north to the south. You fast forward a little bit, you eventually have, and I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation here, No Din Diem take control. He starts off as prime minister in 54. Eventually, he takes control, becomes president in 55. This is him right here. He takes control of South Vietnam. And this guy is not a big fan of things like elections or non-corrupt government and all of the rest. And he takes control of South Vietnam. But you can imagine that the United States is positively inclined to him. One, he dresses in nice Western suits and all of that, and nicely combed hair. But he was also anti-communist. And at this time period, the United States is starting to think in terms of Cold War, in terms of how do we stop communism, how do we contain it, this whole theory of containment, that the best way to stop the Soviet Union is to just make sure that communism can not spread, that it gets contained, that we have the domino theory in the United States, that if one country falls to communism in a region, that the rest of the countries will eventually fall, and that is not good for containment. So we did not want South Vietnam to fall. We essentially start supporting these characters over here. And even from the early 50s, the United States starts supporting the anti-communists. And at first, this support, it's in the, I guess we should say, the guise of advisors. But these advisors, one, we start sending more and more aid, more and more advisors. And these advisors start getting more and more involved in the actual conflict. And so after this partition, you can imagine that you still have an ongoing conflict between the North and the South. And on top of that, you have actors who are sympathetic to the North, sympathetic to the Viet Minh, sympathetic to Ho Chi Minh in the South. Some of them were in the North. They come back to the South. Some of them were just in the South. And they did not like the Diem government. Besides just being sympathetic to Ho Chi Minh, Diem was a fairly corrupt, autocratic ruler who wasn't a big fan of democracy. And so these players in the South who started to rise up against President Diem were the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong. And so this is really sets up what the Vietnam War is all about. You have the communist Ho Chi Minh controlled North that was fighting a conventional war against the South. You have this partition on the 17th parallel, and on top of that, you have an unconventional fighting force, I guess you could call them guerrillas, in the south of Vietnam called the Viet Cong. So it was kind of a double. There are two things that the South had to fight against: the North officially, and also this insurrection that was occurring within the South. And so the whole time, the United States did not want this insurrection to succeed. They did not want all of Vietnam to become communist. We keep sending more and more advisors. It actually started even before Kennedy, but in Kennedy he starts sending, he escalates the number of advisors that get sent. It's still not, at this point, it's still not a formal war. We haven't officially declared war. We don't have officially soldiers in battle. You fast forward to 1963. Besides all of the great characteristics of Diem that I already mentioned, he also was into persecuting Buddhists. So to make matters worse, so not only was he corrupt, not only did he not like elections, but he liked persecuting his own people. And by 1963, this kind of got out of hand. His level of persecution of the Buddhists, he started storming temples and all the rest. And so he was assassinated. And not only was he's assassinated, it kind of leaves this power vacuum. You have all of these people jockeying for control. None of these really especially savory characters inside the South. These two guys eventually come to power, Win Cao Kai and Win Van Tu. Wait a few years, Win Van Tu is able to get this guy out of the picture, and then by 1967, I don't have it over here, 1967, you have Tu has now taken control. But during that period, or actually before Kai and Tu take power, in 1964 you have one of the shadiest incidents in American history. As you can imagine, we, as in our function as advisors, we had sent ships into the Gulf of Tonkin, right off of the coast of North Vietnam. And so the original story goes, and this is a very suspect original story, in 1964, the U.S. Maddox, and this is the original story, claimed that it was attacked, or it was claimed that the U.S. Maddox was attacked by North Vietnamese patrol boats, and that there was there was a little bit of a skirmish, there was an exchange of fire. And it was also claimed that a few days later, another boat in the Gulf of Tonkin, another U.S. vessel, was attacked by a North Vietnamese boat. That was the original story. This angered Congress. This angered the American people. You know, how dare they attack ships that are sitting off of the coast, warships that are sitting off the coast? And so this kind of gave the emotional fuel to pass the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. So these incidents, or these purported incidents, this kind of attack on the USS Maddox and this other thing that might have happened, these were called the Gulf of Tonkin incidents. This angered Congress, angered the American people, so we passed the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. And what's relevant about it is that it gave LBJ here, it gave him the authority to officially engage in a war in Vietnam, to officially escalate it to an actual war that the U.S. was involved in. And this whole time I've been saying it's shady because it's now been shown that, one, the Gulf of Tonkin, well, it's not clear that really anything happened. There might have been some firing from the USS Maddox. They might have actually engaged the North Vietnamese patrol boats. The other possibility that might have happened is that nothing happened. So, but either way, any way you look at it, it's now been fairly established that it was not a real incident. It was not really North Vietnam attacking the United States. But it was relevant because it really escalated the war. So now you have Johnson. And did I say North Korea originally? I apologize for that. We're talking about North Vietnam. I don't remember what my brain actually said. Of course, North Vietnam. But it gave Johnson the power to escalate the war. And so his administration is really the heart of the Vietnam War. When the war was really escalated, we eventually get to 500,000 U.S. troops. But the whole time this is happening, you can imagine that Johnson and the military leaders and the American military leaders in Vietnam are telling the American people, oh, we're fighting communism, we're about to win, this is a noble war. And you fast forward, and especially the part about to win, you fast forward to 1968, and all of a sudden you have the Viet Cong, who the American leaders have told the American people in the Congress that they're about to be defeated. And then in 1968, the Viet Cong orchestrate the Tet Offensive, which is this massive coordinated attack on a bunch of targets throughout South Vietnam. And so even though it wasn't completely successful militarily, the intent of the Tet Offensive was to kind of completely turn the tides in the war. It made the American people and Congress rightfully suspicious. Mr. Johnson, you had told us that we were about to win the war, and we were about to, the Viet Cong were almost defeated, and all of a sudden they orchestrate this sophisticated attack on us. It rightfully made the American public suspicious. On top of that, and this probably made matters a lot worse, the My Lai massacre comes out. And in every war there are massacres, but the United States at least believes that its soldiers can kind of take the high road, that they don't engage in these type of things. But the My Lai massacre showed that really no soldiers are immune to massacres, and this is really a disgusting massacre, and it was documented. And if you really want to be disturbed, do a Google search for images of the My Lai massacre. It will ruin your weekend. It'll depress you. It's U.S. soldiers killing a village of innocent women and children. There's pictures of dead babies. It's horrible. And on top of, to make matters worse, or even add insult to injury, the soldiers who committed it, there was actually a few who tried to defend the villagers, and they were when they came back, they were treated almost like traitors. But the soldiers who actually did the attack, only one of them got jail time, and it was only a couple of years of jail time. And this is for massacring a village of women and children. So already you had the Tet Offensive, makes the American public suspicious of whether we can even win this war, and then you have the My Lai massacre, which just disgusts the public and makes people realize that we're involved in a war that not even clear who are the good guys anymore, not even clear what the real goals are. Make matters worse, you fast forward to 1971, the Pentagon Papers get leaked to the New York Times, and these pretty much articulate, it's a classified document that articulates that the leadership, the military and non-military leadership of the Vietnam War was to some degree lying to Congress and the American people. It was lying about how the war was going. It was lying about what activities it was doing. It did not tell the American people and Congress that it was actually engaged in war in Laos and Cambodia. And a lot of the reason why we were engaged in Laos and Cambodia is because that's where the supply routes were between the North and the South. They ran through Laos, and Cambodia. And the most famous of them, and you might have heard of it, is the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And it wasn't just one trail, it was actually a network of trails. And so a lot of the activity that was going on in Laos and Cambodia was kind of carpet bombing of what the U.S. thought were some of these supply routes. And we never really got a good, well, that's a whole other debate. But it wasn't just one trail that was easily bombed. It was all of these little footpaths and all of these other things where arms were able to be transported from the north to the south. But the Pentagon Papers rightfully made the American people even more suspicious. And then now we're entering into Nixon's administration, and he was still doing the carpet bombing, still atrocities going on. But his whole goal was to kind of wind down the war, bring the troops out on a timetable without kind of an official defeat. So you fast forward to 1973, you have the Paris Peace Accords, where officially there is peace between the North, the South, the North, and the Americans. You can imagine it from the North's point of view. They're like, sure, we'll sign some peace accords. It'll just make the Americans go away. Once the Americans go away, they won't be able to come back, since this was such a hugely unpopular war. It was such a waste for America on so many dimensions, especially America's prestige as a global actor. We'll just wait for them to leave, and then we can overrun the South after that. And that's essentially what happens. In 1975, the North just overruns the South, and then later that year you have Saigon falling to the north, and then it becomes Ho Chi Minh City. And just this whole period, you have President Tu is in power, and just to show where his priorities are, right near the end, right when the North is falling to South Vietnam, and you can kind of see the writing on the wall. He gives a speech to the Vietnamese people saying that he'll never desert them. But then when he really makes it, when it becomes pretty clear that Saigon is going to fall to the North Vietnamese, he gets on a big U.S. transport plane with literally 15 tons of luggage. 15 tons of luggage. I'll let you think about how much luggage that is, and $15 million worth of gold. And this is $15 million worth of gold in 1975. So you can imagine how much he really cared about the Vietnamese people. And he eventually ends up settling in Massachusetts, and he died there in about 10 years ago. So you can imagine this was an ugly incident for the world, super ugly incident for the Vietnamese people, a super ugly chapter in American history. It was the first war that, one, America lost, but more, it hurts prestige. It hurts America's ability to influence what was going on in other parts of the world. You had the containment theory that we had to stop communism from spreading, and the domino theory that if one country would fall to communism, then the other one would. That didn't happen. The South did fall, but we didn't have the rest of Southeast Asia falling to communism. So it kind of disproved the domino theory, especially because after the Vietnam War, the United States would not be able to enter another war like it for some time, because the American people wouldn't let it happen. So to some degree, it would have been easier for communism to spread, because people would have known that the U.S. couldn't engage it. But despite that, the domino theory didn't happen. But it was just all around ugly. I mean, besides the massacres and the raping and the pillaging of innocents that happened really on all sides of this, you have 1 to 3 million Vietnamese, and no one will really know the actual count, but that's a huge number. 1 to 3 million Vietnamese were killed. You have 58,000 American troops being killed. American troops. And you have hundreds of thousands of Cambodians and Laotians who were never really formally involved in the war. They were killed, especially due to a lot of this carpet bombing campaign. So these are I mean, just atrocious numbers, and really one of the worst and ugliest chapters in U.S. history.
The era from 1945 to 1980 was action-packed, to say the least. During this period, the United States experienced the baby boom, the civil rights movement, the tumultuous 1960s, and the quagmire of Vietnam. This era was also riddled with contradictions. A sense of optimism in the future and a conviction that American economic prosperity was endless was tempered by fears of nuclear annihilation and a war on poverty. A foreign policy based on democracy and anti-communism abroad was undermined by the suppression of civil rights and civil liberties at home. Material comforts and Leave It to Beaver visions of suburbia clashed with growing calls for young people to tune in, turn on, and drop out. Would the generation that fought World War II even recognize the generation that protested Vietnam? That's the question I'd like to explore in this video, taking a high-level look at the impact the events of the post-war era had on reshaping American national identity. How much did American national identity change, and how much did it stay the same over this time period? To answer this question, first we have to define what we mean by American national identity. In other videos, we've looked at a few aspects of American identity as core ideological beliefs about things like who counts as an American, whether the United States is exceptional, or whether it's possible for anyone to succeed so long as they
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we're going to talk about the guy who arguably did the most to shape the world that I live in. No, Stan, not Carrot Top. No, not Cumberbatch, although he did do the most to shape the Tumblr that I live in. I'm talking about the great communicator, Ronald Reagan. Reagan is a fascinating president because he was, in lots of ways, straightforward. Like, his presidency was called the Reagan Revolution, but it's a bit odd that he gets so much credit for changing America because he was one of the least hands-on of all presidents. And as you know, here at Crash Course, we don't really indulge in great man history. So we're going to talk about Reagan, but we're also going to talk about the forces that predated his presidency that led to the so-called Reagan Revolution.
Mr. Green, I remember some of this stuff. It's like almost interesting.
Now, I'm glad to be almost interesting me from the past. Someday, maybe you'll be almost interesting. The Reagan era began, unsurprisingly, with his election to the presidency in 1980. Now, anyone could have beaten Jimmy Carter, but Reagan succeeded largely by pulling together many strands of conservatism. Reagan emphasized his belief in states' rights, and he condemned welfare cheats. He also condemned busing and affirmative action, and he won the support of religious conservatives, including the newly formed Moral Majority, by standing for family values, even though, in fact, he was the first U.S. president to have been divorced. Also, he once acted with a monkey, and there's nothing family values about that. Stan just informed me that Ronald Reagan did not, in fact, act with a monkey. He acted with a chimp. I apologize to all of the primate rights people out there. Good Lord. Now, Reagan also appealed to the so-called white backlash, working-class white people who resented the advances that African Americans had made during the 1960s and 1970s. And economic conservatives liked his anti-union, low taxes, free market positions, and anti-government crusaders and libertarians liked his assertion that government was not the solution to problems, but was itself the problem. Then there were the Cold War hawks who liked his militant anti-Soviet rhetoric and his desire to spend more on the military. Now, that's a big coalition, but it turned out to be just barely a majority coalition. Still, Reagan won in 1980. He even carried the traditionally Democratic states of Illinois and New York, proving that Jimmy Carter really was profoundly unelectable. A lot of Reagan's policy ideas weren't actually that popular at the time, but he truly was a great communicator. I mean, Reagan was a former actor, and he knew how to talk to people without them feeling condescended to. His relentless optimism was a welcome contrast to Jimmy Carter being like, you should wear sweaters inside to save fuel. Sorry, Jimmy, this is America. Ronald Reagan used the word freedom more than any other president in American history, but it's interesting to think about what he meant by the word freedom. Because as we've seen in American history, freedom has meant lots of things to lots of people. Is freedom freedom from government tyranny? Or is freedom government protection from hunger and homelessness and military attacks? Do governments ultimately restrict freedom or provide it? Now, there's no question that the federal government that Ronald Reagan inherited would have been absolutely foreign to the people who founded this country. I mean, Social Security, federal income taxes, the National Endowment for the Arts? But some people would argue that the America of 1980 was much more free for more Americans than, say, the America of 1790, when, after all, slavery was legal. And in fact, in the early 19th century, many slave owners said that the government was taking away their freedom to own slaves. Ultimately, the question of how we should imagine freedom and how we should allow for it is at the center of American history. And a big part of Ronald Reagan's vision of freedom was economic freedom, which he laid out in his Economic Bill of Rights. It would curtail union power, reduce federal regulation of industry and the environment, and most of all, lower taxes. All these ideas were a big part of the Reagan Revolution, but as we know, much of what he proposed had been brewing for years during the rise of conservatism. So what aspects of this economic Bill of Rights actually ended up happening? Well, his main accomplishment was lowering taxes. In 1981, Reagan persuaded Congress to lower the top tax rate from 70% to 50%. In 1986, Congress went much further with the Tax Reform Act that lowered the top income tax rate to 28%. Now, it's time for the mystery document. The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document, I either get the author of it correct or I get shocked. All right, here we go. Can I just take a preliminary guess that it's going to be Reagan? I will not accept the excuse that the federal government has grown so big and powerful that it is beyond the control of any president, any administration, or Congress. We are going to put an end to the notion that the American taxpayer exists to fund the federal government. The federal government exists to serve the American people and to be accountable to the American people. On January 20th, we are going to reestablish that truth. Also on that date, we are going to initiate action to get substantial relief for our tax-paying citizens and to put people back to work. We will simply apply to our government the common sense that we use in our daily lives. It is Reagan! Stan is telling me that I'm not going to get the check mark unless I guess the correct speech. Well, he talks about January 20th, so obviously it's not his inaugural address. It's either the acceptance speech he gave at the convention or like the speech that he gave after he was elected, but I don't think... Convention? Yes! So the idea that lower taxes is the best way to spur economic growth is called supply-side economics, or trickle-down economics, or if you're George H.W. Bush running against Ronald Reagan in the 1980 primaries, voodoo economics. Sadly, this does not involve zombies or putting pins in dolls. Instead, it's about high interest rates to combat inflation coupled with cutting taxes, especially for wealthy Americans. Those rich people then spend more and invest more in private enterprise, which creates new jobs. Also, the thinking goes that lower taxes will encourage people to work harder since they'll be able to keep more of their money. Did this work? Yeah, now we're getting into the part of history where it depends on your political perspective. Initially, the high interest rates definitely provoked a recession in 1981 and 1982, which was not ideal. But inflation did drop from 13.5% in 1981 to 3.5% in 1988. And after 1982, the economy began expanding. And the rest of the Reagan era saw consistent increases in gross domestic product. However, not everyone benefited from that expansion. While the stock market boomed, wages didn't rise very much, and in fact haven't risen since. Now, one of the central ideas of supply-side economics is that you have lower tax rates and you also cut government spending because, you know, the government has less money. Which, yeah, did not happen. The government is always good at cutting taxes, but it is never good at cutting spending. The Reagan era did see cuts to some programs, but the really expensive items, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, they remained largely intact. And instead of cutting the overall amount of spending, it actually went up considerably because of a defense spending binge that saw the national debt balloon to $2.7 trillion. But Reagan totally did deliver on his anti-union rhetoric. In August 1981, when the unionized air traffic controllers went out on strike, violating federal law in the process, Reagan fired more than 11,000 controllers who refused to return to work. So as I mentioned before, the 80s were a pretty great decade for Wall Street generally, which is why Oliver Stone made a movie about it that immortalized the line, "Greed is good." In the 1980s, it became easier to make money buying and merging companies than actually, like, running them profitably. But fortunately, we later dealt with that problem. Oh, we never fix the problems. We only fix the things that are fine. Oh, one of the reasons American history is so important to me is I want us as a country to, like, summon the courage to deal seriously with our problems. Sometimes I think that we're just so cowardly, like we're the cowardliest country on earth.
Oh, what about France?
All right, the French. Right, but like the merger of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco, maker of Winston cigarettes, and Nabisco, which gave us Oreos, not only created a cancer and heart disease dream team, it also generated nearly $1 billion for the lawyers and bankers who put the deal together. But if you were like most of us in the 80s, watching Dallas and Dynasty, working at your regular job, inexplicably having a carpeted bathroom, then you probably didn't share in that abundance. The 80s saw rising economic inequality, although not nearly as dramatic as we see today. By the mid-1990s, the richest 1% controlled 40% of the nation's wealth, double the share from 20 years before. Meanwhile, the income of middle-class families stagnated, and that of the poorest 20% began to decline. And one often overlooked aspect of deregulation was the closing of hospitals for the mentally ill. Now, some of these institutions were hellish, but rapid closure of all of these facilities without replacement services meant that many patients were left to live on the street homelessness increased dramatically. Now, of course, Reagan is considered the darling of conservatives today, but by current standards, he was something of a moderate. I mean, yes, he cut taxes and he cut funding for programs that help the poor, like food stamps and school lunches, but during his second term, he worked effectively with the Democratic Congress. There's no bipartisanship today. Also, he left the big New Deal and Great Society programs largely intact. I mean, he was too old to believe in cutting Medicare. He was like, all of my friends are on this. And the 80s also didn't see the fulfillment of the desires of the Christian right. I mean, divorce rates went up, abortion continued to be legal, women didn't leave the workforce. In fact, Reagan appointed the first woman to the Supreme Court. Are you kidding? We didn't have a woman in the Supreme Court until the 1980s? This is the craziest country ever. Even affirmative action persisted, and Nancy Reagan's urging of Americans to just say no to drugs didn't convince anybody. And then we have Ronald Reagan's reputation as the man who ended the Cold War. The thinking here goes that Reagan spent so much money on defense that the Soviets bankrupted themselves trying to compete. And there may be a case to be made there, but we don't want to remove agency from the people who protested the oppression of life behind the Iron Curtain. So while you can argue that the Reagan administration helped create good conditions for the change that happened, the people who made the change made it. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. In his first term, Ronald Reagan took a really hard line against the Soviet Union. He called it an evil empire and even once joked that the U.S. would begin bombing in 5 minutes. That was ill-advised. Reagan also sponsored the largest military buildup in U.S. history, including the MX missile. The highlight was his proposed Strategic Defense Initiative, aka Star Wars, space-based missiles and lasers for shooting Soviet missiles out of the sky. This was a fantastic idea, although it would have violated the 1972 Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. But anyway, it was technologically impossible to build. The force was not strong with this idea. Reagan also pressured NATO to put missiles in Western Europe, and the war games that NATO staged in 1983 were so realistic that the Soviets almost scrambled their planes and launched ICBMs. Now, if that had resulted in a nuclear war, we'd have a very different story on our hands, but it didn't. And Reagan's aggressive nuclear posturing had a couple of positive results. First, it boosted the worldwide anti-nuclear weapons movement, called the Freeze Movement, and second, it turned Reagan into the most successful nuclear abolitionist in the atomic age. There's nothing like a reasonably close brush with nuclear apocalypse to tone down your rhetoric a little, and in his second term, Reagan was much more conciliatory toward the Soviets and worked to reduce the number of warheads. In his first term, according to the historian Victor Sebastian, Reagan spent nearly as much on defense as Presidents Nixon, Ford, and Carter combined, and much more than both the cost of the Korean and Vietnam wars. But in his second term, Reagan toned down both the spending and his rhetoric, declaring, "Our constant and urgent purpose must be a lasting reduction of tensions between us." Thanks, Thought Bubble. So Reagan was able to negotiate the first reduction in nuclear weapons with the new Soviet premier Mikhail Gorbachev in 1986. In fact, the two leaders might have tried to get rid of nuclear weapons altogether, but Reagan's unwillingness to give up his Star Wars initiative made that impossible. That was a big deal, but the rest of Reagan's foreign policy was somewhat less triumphant. For instance, he sent Marines to Lebanon as part of a peacekeeping mission, but then withdrew forces after 241 of them were killed by a car bomb. And Middle Eastern policy played a key role in the biggest controversy of Reagan's presidency, the Iran-Contra scandal. This was truly one of the craziest schemes ever hatched up by an American presidential administration, which is really saying something. The Contras were rebels seeking to overthrow the socialist Sandinista government of Nicaragua. Because they were anti-communist and the Cold War was in full swing, the Reagan administration wanted to support them, but Congress passed a law saying that they couldn't. So two administration officials, John Poindexter and Oliver North, got creative. They hatched a plan to sell arms to the Iranian government, still technically our enemies, and then funnel some of the profits from those illegal arms sales to the Contras. And Congress would never have to know about it, except that they found out. Congressional hearings followed, and we learned a lot about Ronald Reagan's penchant for delegating the details of his policy to underlings. In this case, that served him well, as he could plausibly claim that he knew nothing about the clandestine activities of these two rogue employees. And this gets to the big point of the Reagan era. I'm not sure that it was really about Reagan. In fact, I'm not sure that any great man history is really about the great men who supposedly spearheaded it. Whether or not you think America is better off from the rise of conservatism we've seen since LBJ's Great Society, it wasn't really, and it still really isn't, about individuals. It's about us collectively deciding what we mean when we talk about freedom and equality. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people who work on the show partly because they care about it and partly because, money. If you want to help us in our mission to keep Crash Course free for everyone forever, please consider subscribing over at Subbable, a voluntary subscription platform that allows you to pay whatever you want monthly to make Crash Course exist. Thanks for watching Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, it's morning in America. Don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and we've finally done it. We have reached the moment where we get to talk about the presidency of George H.W. Bush, the second most important man named George Bush ever to be president of the United States. A man so fascinating that we did not give him a face.
Mr. Green, so we're almost in the present.
Well, we're never really going to get to the present me from the past because we're always in the past. But you are like 20 years in the past, which is soon going to create a time paradox that I cannot possibly deal with. So I'm just going to let Hank deal with that over on the science shows. Anyway, despite, calendars and everything, the 1990s really began in 1988 with the election of George Herbert Walker Bush, who had probably the best resume of any presidential candidate since Teddy Roosevelt. I mean, he was a war hero, having enlisted in the Navy upon graduating from high school and then going on to become the youngest pilot in Navy history. He flew 58 missions in the Pacific during World War II and received the Distinguished Flying Cross for completing a mission in a burning plane before ditching into the sea. So just consider that the next time you complete a heroic mission in Call of Duty 4. After the war, Bush went to college at Yale and then moved to Texas, where he made millions in the oil industry. Then he became a congressman and then ambassador to the UN and then director of the CIA and then vice president. The guy had more careers than Barbie. Plus, like every great American politician, George Bush grew up in hard scrabble poverty, working his way through the Depression. Just kidding. He was the son of Connecticut Senator Prescott Bush. But I guess after 20 years of peanut farmers and former actors, America was ready to have an aristocrat at the helm again, as long as he pretended to be from Texas. Like certain Crash Course teachers wearing striped polo shirts, George H.W. Bush was an old-school Episcopalian, so he was never totally comfortable with, public professions of faith. So when it came time to pick his vice presidential candidate, Bush chose J. Danforth Quayle, a.k.a. Dan, a young family values senator from right here in Indiana. Now, these days, of course, Dan Quayle is primarily known for getting in an argument with a fictional television character named Murphy Brown, and also for not being able to spell the word potato, but once upon a time, he was a promising young Republican. Bush's opponent in that 1988 election was Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis, who was perceived as competent, but kind of heartless and weak and a little bit clueless. As this famous picture of him in a tank indicates, he was not a war hero. But at the beginning of the Democratic primary, the leading contender was actually the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who had a legitimate shot at being the first African-American Democratic presidential nominee. That would have to wait, because instead the Democrats chose the northern liberal Governor Dukakis and paired him with Texas Senator Lloyd I'm gonna make Dan Quayle look good Benson, which I bring up primarily to point out that Texas actually used to have Democrats. So negative campaign ads had existed before 1988, but the 1988 election took it to an entirely new level and ushered in the era of going negative in politics. Everybody says they hate negative ads, but they also work. The Bush campaign's efforts to make Dukakis look weak on defense and crime were brutally effective. The most infamous ad featured Willie Horton, who, while on furlough from prison, committed rape and murder. And even though Dukakis' Republican predecessor had actually started the furlough program, the Horton crime occurred while Dukakis was governor. The ad worked. Dukakis was regarded as a liberal who was weak on crime. In fact, it was George H.W. Bush who was the first to use the word liberal as an insult in American politics, which represents the larger shifts that were happening. So in retrospect, possibly the most important thing about the 1988 campaign was George Bush's famous pledge at the Republican convention, "Read my lips, no new taxes." No way that's going to come back to bite him. So once he was president, it's not surprising that Bush focused more on foreign policy than domestic concerns. I mean, that was his background with the UN and at the CIA. But it also makes sense in the larger historical context because the Cold War actually ended during Bush's presidency, even though no one ever gives him any credit for it. I mean, the Berlin Wall came down, Poland's military rule ended, the Velvet Revolution happened in Czechoslovakia during Bush's watch. Let's go to the thought bubble. The end of the Cold War was really a failure on the part of the USSR rather than the result of successful American policies, but it left the US in something of a policy limbo. I mean, after all, the idea of a super powerful, malevolent Bowser boss Soviet Union poised to destroy the American way of life provided a comfortable structure for all our foreign relations for almost 50 years, as well as providing the reason for massive military buildup and all the jobs that came with it. One positive result of the end of the Cold War was a reduction in nuclear weapons. Under Bush, the US and USSR negotiated and implemented the START I and START II treaties, which limited the number of warheads each country could possess to between 3,000 and 3,500. I mean, that was still enough to end human life on Earth several times over, but it was amazing progress. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War led President Bush to declare the dawn of a new world order, but calling it a new world order didn't make foreign policy any easier. Without the Cold War to orient us, foreign policy issues were much more confusing and messy. So for example, Bush kept the United States out of Yugoslavia, which disintegrated in 1991, turning into a bloodbath. But he sent troops into Somalia to help deliver food aid, resulting in the botched operation described in the movie and book Black Hawk Down. And then there was the foreign policy crisis that Bush handled decisively: Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in August 1990. Bush brought the issue to the UN and ushered through a Security Council resolution that set a deadline for Saddam to leave Kuwait. When he didn't meet the January 15, 1991 deadline, the US had already put together a coalition of 34 nations ready to make him leave. America first launched a spectacular air war that destroyed much of the Iraqi defense capability, and then our technological prowess was on display for the world on CNN, which featured coverage of smart bombs blowing stuff up. When ground troops, led by General Norman Schwarzkopf, finally moved in, they were able to defeat the Iraqi army in just 100 hours. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So the Iraq War, I guess we now have to say first Iraq War, was a huge military success. America lost fewer than 300 soldiers. Iraq suffered somewhere between 1,500 and 9,500 killed in action. And the US's military objectives had been achieved clearly and quickly. And Bush claimed that the victory had forever banished the so-called Vietnam syndrome, the reluctance to use American military power for fear of becoming bogged down in another quagmire. Now, in hindsight, if the Americans had supported Iraqi efforts to topple Saddam Hussein and build a new Iraq, we might have achieved that objective as well. But the mission under the UN resolution was to get Iraqis out of Kuwait, and so that's what we did. Bush didn't want to take it any further. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document, I either guess the author correctly or I get shocked. Alright, let's see what we got today. 5 of the 7 agree with President Bush that the war is just or at least necessary, but not one wants to fight in it. All are opposed to a draft, though a few said one might be necessary as a last resort. They said they would gladly serve in non-military public service jobs. This might sound selfish, but I think it would be a shame to put America's best minds on the front lines, said Jason Bell, 20, a junior English major from Elizabethtown, Kentucky. If we have to go, we have to go. But I think it would be a shame. Yeah, Jason Bell, that does sound selfish. All right, Stan, this is from like a newspaper or magazine. I assume that you are using it to call attention to the fact that this was really the first big American military initiative without a draft. And it also reminds us that the war was not universally popular. I mean, at least before it was fought. After it was fought, it pretty much was. But I have no idea who actually wrote the piece in the mystery document. How would I know that? It's a famous journalist? Is it like David Halberstam? No? David Marinus? Marinus? But who the hell is that? Does he have a Wikipedia article? Meredith, does he have a Wikipedia article? All right, apparently he does have a Wikipedia article. He even won a Pulitzer Prize, so congratulations, sir. So the Gulf War lifted President Bush's approval rating to an unheard of 89%. And in April 1991, it looked like there was no way that George H.W. Bush would lose his re-election bid, but he didn't consider the domestic issues that were kind of important to Americans. We are very happy to talk about all the wars that we are fighting, unless and until someone raises our taxes. So Bush wasn't much interested in putting together a domestic agenda. He once called it the vision thing. And anyway, he would have had a hard time getting anything through the democratically controlled Congress. So Congress continued to pass New Deal-style liberal legislation, including expanded funding for Head Start and welfare, as well as a family and medical leave bill, which Bush vetoed twice, but eventually passed nonetheless. With the Family Medical Leave Act, of course, America joined every other country in the world in offering paid maternity and paternity leave to new parents. What's that? We didn't? We still don't have that. We still don't have paid leave. Oh, God. However, you are no longer allowed to be fired for 12 whole weeks while you take unpaid leave to care for your child. That's why Stan couldn't replace me with text-to-voice software after my daughter Alice was born. But in news that actually was sort of cutting edge, Congress also enacted the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1991. Okay, before I talk about the recession that ended George Bush's presidency, I want to talk about Rodney King, because this revealed huge fissures in the American population and called into question the achievements of the rights revolution. In April 1992, an all-white jury in Simi Valley found 3 of 4 policemen not guilty of beating black motorist Rodney King, even though the incident had been recorded on videotape. After the verdict, Los Angeles erupted into the deadliest riots seen in America since the New York City draft riots. 52 people were killed and 2,300 injured in rioting that caused $1 billion in property damage. So obviously, race remained a volatile issue in the U.S. It was also an issue that Bush seemed unprepared to deal with. Like, he toured burned-out L.A. neighborhoods, but he had little in the way of real comfort to offer, which contributed to the perception that he was this millionaire, Ivy League educated Washington insider who was out of touch with regular Americans. But the biggest issue to most Americans was money. America fell into recession in 1990, and the slump lasted until 1992. It might have been caused by the end of the Cold War and subsequent reductions in defense spending, or by Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan's sluggish refusal to lower interest rates, or maybe the economy just needed to reset at a lower number after growing every year since 1982, or maybe macroeconomics is more complicated than who's president, and sometimes people unjustly get blamed or credited for things that they had very little to do with. Regardless, 4.5 million Americans lost their jobs, and the unemployment rate rose from 5.3% in 1989 to 7.5% in 1992, its highest level in almost a decade. Along with the many thousands of manufacturing workers who lost their jobs in America's continuing deindustrialization, white-collar workers were thrown out of work too, and college graduates, of whom there were record numbers, couldn't find work as they came out of school. Stop me if any of that sounds familiar. One person who struggled to find a job after graduating during the Bush recession was none other than Crash Course writer Raoul Meyer, who, after sending 100 resumes out, got 3 job interviews and ended up working at a small independent school in Alabama where he became the teacher of me from the past. Now, the recession was certainly bad for Bush politically, but what probably destroyed his re-election hopes was the whole taxes thing. In 1991, with tax receipts dropping and spending not slowing very much, President Bush did something that now seems unthinkable. He authorized a tax increase. And in doing this, he really called his conservative credentials into question, especially in the eyes of small government-wanting, libertarian-leaning Republicans. They'd never really trusted the faux Texan Bush anyway, but he had said, "Read my lips," and they believed him. But it turned out he had no lips. Now, when coupled with Bush's lukewarm support of the evangelical wing of the Republican Party and his running mate's inability to spell the word potato, it all prompted a primary challenge from conservative commentator Pat Buchanan, which he beat back easily. However, some of the GOP voter base, especially evangelical Christians, stayed home on Election Day. Then there was also a third-party candidate, Texas billionaire and Muppet impersonator H. Ross Perot, who won 19% of the vote, the best third-party performance since Teddy Roosevelt in 1912. All of this came together to open the door for a pudgy lad from Hope, Arkansas, who'd never inhaled marijuana and didn't cheat on his wife except for sometimes, named William Jefferson Clinton. Looking back from today, the fascinating thing about the George H.W. Bush administration is that it seems like a weird interruption in a larger narrative. For a couple decades, we'd seen increasing conservatism and rising partisanship, and then suddenly George H.W. Bush comes along and everybody kind of works together. They didn't always make good decisions when working together, but they did make decisions. But what's really fascinating to me is that if you're from Eastern Europe or China, this period was one of the most important in history. Whereas if you're American, arguably the most important thing the leader of this era ever did was raise George W. Bush. For better and for worse, America didn't really change that much as a result of the end of the Cold War. But we're creeping up now on the growth of the internet, which will change the way that Americans and everyone else imagines history and everything else forever. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it exists because of your support at Subbable, a voluntary subscription platform where you can give whatever you want to help make Crash Course awesome. There's also great perks and stuff, so check out Subbable. Thank you for watching Crash Course. Thanks for making it possible, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we have finally reached the Clinton years. Bill Clinton and I are really quite similar, actually. We were both brought up in the South. We both came from broken families. Well, no, not actually. Also, I did not attend an Ivy League university. Yeah, I'm actually nothing like Bill Clinton. Well, except for the Southern thing. And also, both of us are married to women who are smarter than we are. Mr. Green! But he was president. Whatever, I'm still young me from the past. Clinton wasn't even governor of Arkansas until he was like... oh, crap, he was 32. I'm finished. So Clinton's presidency was focused on domestic policy and a sex scandal. In fact, his campaign war room famously featured a sign that read, "It's the economy, stupid." His domestic legacy is pretty complex, though, so we're going to start with foreign policy. The Clinton years didn't feature as many foreign policy successes as Bush 41, but Clinton did have his moments, like his administration achieved a partial success with the 1993 Oslo Accords when Israel recognized the legitimacy of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. However, that eventually resulted in the PLO becoming progressively less powerful, and as you may have noticed, it didn't ultimately achieve peace in the Middle East. Clinton was more successful in Yugoslavia, where he pushed NATO to actually do something for once, in this case a bombing, sending troops kind of something. Now, there had been widespread ethnic cleansing of Bosnian Muslims before the NATO intervention, but the fighting ended with the Dayton Accords. And then there's the Rwandan genocide, which the Clinton administration did absolutely nothing to prevent, and where 800,000 people died in less than a month. The Rwandan genocide is probably the international community's greatest failure in the second half of the 20th century, and while certainly Clinton was among many people who were complicit in that, including, like, me, you know, so far it's not such a good foreign policy record. Terrorism also became a bigger issue during Clinton's presidency. The World Trade Center was bombed for the first time, the USS Cole was attacked, but the most destructive terrorist act during Clinton's presidency was, of course, committed by Americans, Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, who blew up the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. Which brings us to an awkward transition from domestic terrorism to domestic policy. So Bill Clinton was from Hope, Arkansas, and he ran as a centrist Democrat who wanted to do things differently. He wasn't going to be inside the Washington Beltway, and he wasn't going to be some old-fashioned liberal who was all about raising taxes and funneling billions of dollars to Snuffleupagus. That centrism made him very electable, but his first few domestic agenda items faltered. Like, he tried to end the ban on gay people entering the military, but opposition led him to compromise with the famous don't ask, don't tell policy. Essentially, you were allowed to be homosexual if you were in the military, you just weren't allowed to acknowledge it. And then there was the 1993 health care initiative led by Clinton's wife Hillary, which was also a failure. By the 90s, the United States was the last industrialized nation not to have universal health care, and while Hillary Clinton's plan would have resulted in Americans having universal health care, it was too complicated to sell to us. Also, it faced very powerful opposition from, like, drug companies and insurers and medical device makers, lots of people. But at least it had a working website. What's that, Stan? There was no web? What did they use, like a mobile app or something? There was no apps? I thought we were in modern history. So on the heels of these failed policy initiatives, in 1994, Democrats were swept out of Congress and Republicans took control of both the Senate and the House. The new Speaker of the House, whose real name was Newt Gingrich and who would later run for president despite being named Newt Gingrich, issued something called the Contract with America. It promised to cut government, cut taxes, cut regulation, overhaul welfare, and end affirmative action. And this led to a government shutdown in 1995 over an inability to reach a budget agreement between the Congress and the president, which in turn made all of these new congressional Republicans very unpopular with the American people as a whole and played into Clinton's political strategy of triangulation. His strategy was to campaign against radical Republicans while co-opting some of their ideas. The most obvious example was his declaration in January 1996 that the era of big government is over. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. There has been no president since World War II who decreased the size of the government, and that will change whenever, because all of the things that actually cost the government a lot of money, like Social Security and Medicare, are very popular, and both of those programs benefit old people who vote disproportionately because they have nothing to do since Murder, She Wrote was canceled. However, Clinton did actually shrink parts of the government, with policies like the Telecommunications Act of 1996, which deregulated broadcasting. But Clinton's signature economic policy was welfare reform, aka the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996. This law replaced the Aid to Families with Dependent Children program, which had given money directly to poor mothers. But with Clinton's welfare reform, states received block grants that came with strings attached, including work requirements and time limits for total benefits. Welfare rolls plummeted, and many economists see this as the rare bipartisan victory in the 1990s, but it's still controversial, and many liberal people felt that Bill Clinton had betrayed them. But Clinton still remained popular through much of his presidency, largely because it really is the economy, stupid, and the economy got better. In fact, by the time Clinton left office, unemployment was below 4%, which hadn't happened since the 1960s. That meant there should have been inflation, but somehow there wasn't, possibly because of increased global competition that kept wages down and also energy prices that were remarkably low as worldwide oil production increased. Microchips made it possible to develop loads of new products like personal computers and DVD players and video games and cell phones and Crash Course. And computers completely transformed the American workplace. I mean, until the 90s, people would go to work and they would sit in their offices at their desks and they would... I don't know what they did because they didn't have computers. How did anything get done before computers? I mean, how were books written? How was The Godfather edited? How was this globe made? I mean, did some individual human hand sculpt it from clay? So no wonder the economy got better. We'd stumbled on the biggest innovation since, like, wheels. And during the Clinton administration, we didn't just have computers. We had computers that began to connect to each other. I'm referring, of course, to the internet, which might have remained like a military communications network if computer scientists and entrepreneurs hadn't worked out how to use it to sell sell things. This was the beginning of the e-commerce boom, which would be followed by an e-commerce bust. But then another e-commerce boom, which would eventually give us websites where you can buy Crash Course DVDs like dfdba.com, and also lesser-known e-commerce sites like eBay and Amazon. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I read the mystery document, I either get the author correct or I get shocked. Okay, here we go. The information highway will extend the electronic marketplace and make it the ultimate go-between, the universal middleman. Often, the only humans involved in a transaction will be the actual buyer and the seller. All the goods for sale in the world will be available for you to examine, compare, and often customize. When you want to buy something, you'll be able to tell your computer to find it for you at the best price offered by any acceptable source, or ask your computer to haggle with the computers of various sellers. Information about vendors and their products and services will be available to any computer connected to the highway. Servers distributed worldwide will accept bids, resolve offers into completed transactions, control authentication and security, and handle all other aspects of the marketplace, including the transfer of funds. This will carry us into a new world of low-friction, low-overhead capitalism, in which market information will be plentiful and transaction costs low. It will be a shopper's heaven. Stan, that sounds like something that Amazon founder Jeff Bezos would say. No? Dang it, Bill Gates! Let me tell you how much I enjoy this. None. Ah, the information superhighway, it made all of this possible, including my shock pen. Yeah! Now, one of the lessons of history is that good news for someone is almost always bad news for someone else, and that was certainly the case with the longest period of economic expansion in American history. Increased use of information technology facilitated the globalization of manufacturing, and the pressure to manufacture cheaply pushed wages down and encouraged companies to locate factories in countries with lower environmental regulations and also lower wages. That's great for companies. It's good for prices, arguably good for workers in the developing world, not so great for the environment or for American workers. The deregulation of finance also contributed to global growth. Capital could flow more easily anywhere in the world, but this also meant that it could flow out easily, making financial crises more likely and more widespread. The growth of free-flowing capital in the 1990s created a world in which the crash of 2008 was more or less inevitable. But before that, we had the crash of 2000. As money flowed into the stock market, bubbles developed. And in some ways this was more problematic than it used to be because a much greater percentage of Americans had become investors in stocks, an actual majority of them by the year 2000. And many of these investors were buying into these hot new .com stocks. In fact, the tech-heavy NASDAQ exchange soared in 1998 and 1999. And then it lost 80% of its value in 2000 when the bubble burst. It turns out that the Pets.com business model of selling you dog food at a loss is not a sustainable business model. Although to be fair, Amazon's been selling stuff at a loss now for 20 years and they're still at it, so you know, maybe I'm wrong. So during this period, real wages grew, but the gains were very unequal. Like when you adjust for inflation, wages of non-supervisory workers remained below what they were in the 1970s. And for the poor, it was even worse. Our old friend Eric Foner reports that average after-tax income of the poorest 1/5 of Americans fell 12%, and that of the middle 1/5 decreased by 3%. Meanwhile, the income of the top fifth increased by 38%. Now, of course, this trend toward economic inequality and the majority of jobs being created in low-wage, insecure service industries would continue into the 21st century. But the economic and political pictures that we've sought to paint only tell half the story of the 1990s because it was also a decade characterized by what has been called the culture wars. A big part of this was immigration, which rose enormously after immigration reform in 1965. Between 1965 and 2000, the U.S. saw almost 24 million immigrants arrive, compared with 27 million during the peak immigration period between 1880 and 1924. Fully half of the new immigrants came from Latin America and the Caribbean, 35% came from Asia, only 10% came from Europe, and most of them were from the former USSR and the Balkans. As had always been the case, most immigrants were attracted by labor opportunities, but now more were highly educated. In fact, 40% had college educations. Let's go to the thought bubble. Latinos were the largest immigrant group by far, with Mexicans making up the largest contingent, and by 2007, Latinos would replace African Americans as the second largest ethnic group. Latinos suffered disproportionate poverty, and despite significant economic gains during the 1990s, African Americans still found their economic opportunities limited. According to Eric Foner, in 2007, the total assets of the median white family stood at $87,000. For black families, the figure was $5,400. Diversity also increased in other ways, like single-parent families became more accepted, which was essential as 50% of marriages ended in divorce. Out-of-wedlock births declined, primarily because teenagers were practicing safer sex, and teens and adults were cohabitating before or instead of marriage. Eventually, the mom, dad, and 2.4 kids standard American household became only one of a number of accepted options for families. Gay and trans people became increasingly visible in the national consciousness as a result of the LGBT rights movement, and it was becoming safer for people to come out of the closet. On the other hand, the AIDS epidemic, which disproportionately affected the LGBT community, was disastrous. By 2000, 400,000 Americans had died of AIDS. Then there's the depressing rise in imprisonment. Politicians competed with each other to see who could be tougher on crime, and as the war on drugs continued, many state legislatures passed 3 strikes laws, meaning that people who were convicted of 3 felonies would go to prison for life. The number of Americans in prison skyrocketed. By 2008, it was 2.3 million. 1/4 of the total number of inmates on planet Earth. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Although I have to say, I thought this was going to be a happy one. I mean, the economy is growing, things are getting better for people in the GLBTQ community, and then boom, 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 it's all terrible. I don't want to underplay the many benefits of our increased prosperity and diversity, but all of this multiculturalism and change made for a very tense political atmosphere. To some people, it seemed like the open, freewheeling liberalism of the 60s had run amok, and those people really started to hate the Clintons. But among Bill Clinton's many flaws, facelessness, cigar smoking, his biggest was his inability to stop cheating on his wife. Clinton had dodged accusations of extramarital scootily pooping while running for the presidential nomination, which contributed to his unfortunate Slick Willie moniker. But while he was president, Clinton's former employee Paula Jones sued him for sexual harassment that had allegedly occurred, I guess it probably occurred, allegedly occurred while he was governor of Arkansas. While gathering evidence for that lawsuit, investigators discovered that the president had carried on a sexual relationship with a young intern named Monica Lewinsky. The president denied having sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky, which was a lie, unless you are President Bill Clinton and have a very narrow definition of sexual relations. That lie to a Justice Department official was the basis for articles of impeachment for perjury and obstruction of justice. And so it was that the President of the United States was impeached for saying that he didn't have sex with a woman that he did have sex with, unless, of course, you define sex very narrowly, and it all depends on what your definition of is, and etc. In early 1999, Clinton was acquitted of these charges in a congressional vote that went right down party lines, and he served out the remainder of his term, but he was significantly weakened. Also, he served out the remainder of his presidency sleeping on the couch. So the 90s were a really pivotal decade to the world that we live in right now, a globalized, multicultural, Instagram-filtered world. But as we became more globally connected, political divisions grew within the United States. And this became especially problematic because with the growth of the internet, it was easier than ever to only hear voices that you already know you agree with, to live inside of an echo chamber where your news doesn't necessarily resemble your neighbor's news. In some ways, Bill Clinton directed these changes, but in most ways, they directed him. But that's what I find so fascinating about history. Even the fancy people who get their heads on the chalkboard, even they are subject to historical forces. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it's possible because of your support through Subbable.com, a voluntary subscription service that allows you to pay monthly for Crash Course whatever you want so that we can keep it free for everyone forever. You'll find lots of cool perks at Subbable, like the chance to sponsor videos and signed posters and stuff, so please check it out. You can click here on my face, or there is a link in the video info below. Thank you so much for watching Crash Course. Thanks for making it possible, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we've done it! We've finally reached the 21st century! Today we boldly go where no history course has gone before because your teacher ran out of time and never made it to the present. Also, if you're preparing for the AP test, it's unlikely that today's video will be helpful to you because, you know, they never get to this stuff. Mr. Green. Awesome. Free period. Yeah, me from the past. There's no such thing as a free period. There's only time and how you choose to use it. Also, me from the past, where in your future... Hold on, I gotta take this stuff off. It's hard to take me seriously with that. Where in the future for you, which means that you are learning important things about the you who does not yet exist. You know about Lady Gaga, Kanye, and Kim? Bieber? Well, you're not going to find out about any of those things because this is a history class, but it's still going to be interesting. So the presidency of George W. Bush may not end up on your AP exam, but it's very important when it comes to understanding the United States that we live in today. The controversy starts with the 2000 election. Democratic presidential candidate Al I Invented the Internet Gore was sitting vice president, and he asked Bill Clinton not to campaign much because a lot of voters kind of hated Bill Clinton. The Republican candidate was George W. Bush, governor of Texas, and unlike his father, a reasonably authentic Texan. You know, as people from Connecticut go. Bush was a former oil guy and baseball team owner, and he was running as a compassionate conservative, which meant he was organizing a coalition of religious people and fiscal conservatives. And that turned out to be a very effective coalition, and George W. Bush got a lot of votes. He did not, however, get as many votes as Al Gore. But as you'll no doubt remember from earlier in Crash Course U.S. History, in the United States, presidential elections are not decided by popular vote. They are decided by the Electoral College. So the election was incredibly close. It solidified the red-blue divide that has become a trope for politicians since. And in the end, Gore won the popular vote by about 500,000 votes. However, Al Gore did not have the necessary electoral votes to become president, unless he won Florida. Did he win Florida? I don't even want to go there. In Florida, the vote was ridiculously close, but George W. Bush had a gigantic advantage, which is that his brother, Jeb Bush, was the governor of Florida. So when it came time to certify the election, Jeb was like, yeah, my brother won, no big deal. But then the Gore campaign sued to have a recount by hand, which is allowed under Florida law. But then Bush's lawyers asked the Supreme Court to intervene, and they did. Their decision in Bush v. Gore remains rather controversial. They ruled that the recount should be stopped, interfering with the state law and also a state's electoral process, which is a weird decision for strict constructionists to make. However, one of the strong points of the United States these past couple centuries has been that sometimes we have the opportunity to go to war over whether this person or that person should be president, and we choose not to. So regardless of whether you think the recount should have gone on or if George W. Bush should have been elected, he was, and he set to work implementing his campaign promises, including working on a missile defense system that was very similar to Star Wars. And that was Ronald Reagan's Star Wars, not George Lucas's Star Wars. Man, if we could get a federally funded new Star Wars trilogy that doesn't suck, that would be awesome. Anyway, in the first 100 days of his presidency, Bush also barred federal funding for stem cell research, and he supported oil drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. And speaking of environmental policy, the Bush administration announced that it would not abide by the 1997 Kyoto Protocol on carbon emissions. And that didn't go over well with environmentalists in the U.S. or in all of these green parts of not America, because they were like, you guys made all the carbon. To which we said, this is America. Bush also attempted education reform with the No Child Left Behind Act, which mandated that states implement rigorous standards and testing regimes to prove that those standards were being met. The No Child Left Behind Act is especially controversial with teachers, who are great friends of Crash Course U.S. History, so we will say nothing more. Most importantly, George W. Bush pushed through the largest tax cut in American history in 2001, claiming that putting more money in Americans' pockets would stimulate growth in an economy that had stumbled after the bursting of the dot-com bubble in 2000. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document, I either get it right, or I get shocked with the shock pen. Alright, what do we got here today? I got a feeling it's going to be a sad one. It was a beautiful fall day with a crisp blue sky. I was coming into work late that day. I guess I didn't have first period class. It was only the second or third day of school. When I emerged from the subway, Union Square was strangely quiet, which only added to the beauty of the day. People were standing still, which is weird in New York under any circumstances, and looking down University Place toward Lower Manhattan. Before I even looked, I asked a passerby what had happened. She, or he, I really don't remember, said that a plane had crashed into the Trade Center. Then I looked and saw the smoke billowing out of the South Tower. I thought it was an accident, but I knew this was not going to be an easy day. Well, it's obviously someone who was in New York City on September 11th, 2001, but that only narrows it down to like 10 million people. However, I happen to know that it is Crash Course historian and my high school history teacher, Raoul Meyer, who wrote that account. This is the saddest I have ever been to not be shocked. So whether George Bush's domestic policy would have worked is up for debate, but the events of September 11th, 2001 ensured that foreign policy would dominate any discussion of the opening decade of the 21st century. That morning, terrorists affiliated with Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 airliners. 2 planes were flown into Manhattan's World Trade Center, a third was crashed into the Pentagon in Washington, and a fourth, also headed for Washington, D.C., crashed in Pennsylvania Pennsylvania when passengers overpowered the hijackers. Almost 3,000 people died, including almost 400 policemen and firefighters. As Americans rushed to help in the search for survivors and to rebuild a devastated city, a shared sense of trauma and a desire to show resolve really did bring the country together. President Bush's popularity soared in the wake of the attacks, and in a speech on September 20th, the president told Americans watching on television that the terrorists had targeted America, quote, because we love freedom and they hate freedom. This is another critical moment in American history where the definition of freedom is being reimagined. And we were reminded in the wake of September 11th that one of the central things a government does to keep us free is to keep us safe. But at the same time, ensuring our safety sometimes means impinging upon our freedoms. And the question of how to keep America safe while also preserving our civil liberties is one of the central questions of the 21st century. At any rate, in that September 20th speech, the president announced a new guiding principle in foreign policy that became known as the Bush Doctrine. America would go to war with terrorism, making no distinction between the terrorists and the nations that harbored them. Bush laid out the terms for the world that night. Either you are with us, or you are with the terrorists. But that dichotomy, of course, would prove to be a bit of an oversimplification. So on October 7th, the United States launched its first airstrikes on Afghanistan, which at the time was ruled by a group of Islamic fundamentalists called the Taliban, who were protecting Osama bin Laden, al-Qaeda's leader. This was followed by American ground troops supporting the anti-Taliban Northern Alliance in chasing out the Taliban and setting up a new Afghan government that was friendly to the United States. This new government undid many of the worst Taliban policies, for instance, allowing women and girls to go to school and even to serve in the parliament. More women than girls in the parliament, naturally. But by 2007, the Taliban was beginning to make a comeback, and although fewer than 100 Americans died in the initial phase of the war, a sizable force remained, and in the ensuing 12 years, the number of Americans killed would continue to rise. And then, by January 2002, Bush had expanded the scope of the global war on terror by proclaiming that Iran, Iraq, and North Korea were a, quote, axis of evil that harbored terrorists, even though none of those nations had direct ties to the September 11th attacks. The ultimate goal of the Bush Doctrine was to make the world safe for freedom and also to spread it, and freedom was defined as consisting of political democracy, free expression, religious toleration, free trade, and free markets. These freedoms, Bush said, were right and true for every person in every society. And there's no question that the Saddam Hussein-led Iraq of 2003 was not, by any of those definitions, free. But the 2003 invasion of Iraq by the United States was predicated on two ideas. First, that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, chemical and biological weapons that they were refusing to give up, and second, that there was, or at least may have been, a link between Saddam Hussein's Iraq and the al-Qaeda attacks of 9/11. So in March 2003, the United States, Britain, and a coalition of other countries invaded Iraq. Within a month, Baghdad was captured, Saddam Hussein was ousted, Iraq created a new government that was more democratic than Saddam's dictatorship, and then descended into sectarian chaos. After Baghdad fell, President Bush declared the end of major combat operations in Iraq, but troops soon found themselves trying to manage an increasingly organized insurgency that featured attacks and bombings. And by 2006, American intelligence analysts concluded that Iraq had become a haven for Islamist terrorists, which it hadn't been before the invasion. In fact, Saddam Hussein's socialist government, while it occasionally called upon religion to unify people against an enemy, was pretty secular. Although fewer than 200 Americans had died in the initial assaults, by the end of 2006, more than 3,000 American soldiers had been killed and another 20,000 wounded. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis had died in the conflict, and the costs of the war, which were promised to be no more than $60 billion, had ballooned to $200 billion. So that, and we try very hard here at Crash Course to be objective, was a bit of a disaster. But let's now go back to the domestic side of things and jump back in time to the passage of the USA Patriot Act, which, believe it or not, is an acronym for the Uniting and Strengthening America by Providing Appropriate Tools Required to Intercept and Obstruct Terrorism Act of 2001. Oh, Congress, you don't pass many laws these days, but when you do, there's some winners. The Patriot Act gave the government unprecedented law enforcement powers to combat domestic terrorism, including the ability to wiretap and spy on Americans. At least 5,000 people connected to the Middle East were called in for questioning, and more than 1,200 were arrested, many held for months without any charge. The administration also set up a camp for accused terrorists in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, but not the fun kind of camp, the prison kind. It housed more than 700 suspects. The president also authorized the National Security Agency to listen and into telephone conversations without first obtaining a warrant, the so-called warrantless wiretapping. In 2013, Americans learned that NSA surveillance has of course gone much further than this, with surveillance programs like PRISM, which sounds like it's out of an Orwell novel. I mean, both like the name and the actual thing that it refers to. Meredith would like us to point out that PRISM is also the name of a Katy Perry album, proving that we here at Crash Course are young and hip and with it. Who's Katy Perry? Oh, right, she has that song in Madagascar 3. Sorry, I have little kids. The Supreme Court eventually limited the executive branch's power and ruled that enemy combatants do have some procedural rights. Congress also banned the use of torture in a 2005 defense appropriations bill sponsored by Republican John McCain, who himself had been a victim of torture in Vietnam. But the Defense Department did condone the continued use of so-called enhanced interrogation techniques like waterboarding, which most countries do consider torture. But George W. Bush won re-election in 2004, defeating the surprisingly weak John Kerry, who was characterized as a waffler on a number of issues, including the Iraq War. Kerry's history as a Vietnam protester and also terrible windsurfer probably didn't help him much. Bush's victory is still a bit surprising to historians. Admittedly, at that moment, the Iraq War seemed to be going pretty well. But during Bush's first term, the economy, which is usually what really drives voters, wasn't that great at all. A recession began during 2001, and the September 11th attacks made it much worse. And while the GDP did begin to grow again relatively quickly, employment didn't recover, hence all the description of it as a jobless recovery. 90% of the jobs lost in the 2001-2002 recession were in manufacturing, continuing a trend that we'd been seeing for 30 years. The number of steelworkers dropped from 520,000 in 1970 to 120,000 in 2004. And in his first term, George W. Bush actually became the first president since Herbert Hoover to oversee a net loss of jobs. Now, I want to be clear that that's not necessarily his fault. As I have said many times before, economics are complicated, and presidents do not decide whether economies grow. But at any rate, George W. Bush was re-elected and went on to have an extremely controversial second term. Let's go to the thought bubble. In 2005, several events undermined the public's confidence in the Bush administration. First, Vice President Dick Cheney's chief of staff was indicted for perjury, and then House Majority Leader Tom "the Hammer" DeWay was indicted for violating campaign finance laws. Then, in August 2005, Hurricane Katrina slammed into the Gulf Coast near New Orleans, submerging much of the city, killing nearly 1,500 people, and leaving thousands stranded without basic services. Disaster preparation and response was poor on the state, local, and federal levels, but the slow response of the Department of Homeland Security and Federal Emergency Management Agency was particularly noticeable, as thousands of mostly African-American New Orleans residents suffered without food or water. Damage to the city was estimated at around $80 billion. And the Katrina disaster also exposed the persistent poverty and racial divisions in the city. While the Katrina response probably contributed to the reversal of fortune for congressional Republicans in the 2006 midterms, it was more likely the spike in gasoline prices that resulted from the shutting down of refining capacity in the Gulf and increased demands for oil from rapidly growing China. Voters gave Democrats majorities in both houses, and Nancy Pelosi of California became the first woman Speaker of the House in American history. And then, in 2007, the country fell back into recession as a massive housing bubble began to deflate, followed by the near collapse of the American banking system in 2008. Thought bubble, thank you once again for the tremendous downer. So the Bush years are still in the recent past, and it's impossible to tell just what their historical significance is without some distance. But the attacks on September 11th had far-ranging effects on American foreign policy, but also on the entire world. Under the leadership of George W. Bush, the United States began a global fight against terrorism and for freedom. But as always, what we mean by those words is evolving, and there's no question that in trying to ensure a certain kind of freedom, we have undermined other kinds of freedom. We'll get to the even messier and murkier world of the 2008 financial collapse next week. Until then, thanks for watching. Crash Course is made with the help of all of these nice people, and it exists because of your support through Subbable.com, a voluntary subscription service that allows you to subscribe monthly to Crash Course for the price of your choosing. There are great perks over at Subbable, but the biggest perk of all is knowing that you helped make Crash Course possible, so please check it out. Thank you for watching, thanks for supporting Crash Course, and as we say in my hometown, don't forget to be awesome. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and we've done it! We've reached the end of history! Yeah, Stan says that history never ends, but whatever, we've reached the part that Me from the Present is in. So we aren't going to cover the astonishing results of the 2016 presidential election. What we are going to do is try to talk about historical events that are also current events. Future John Green here to tell you that in a stunning turn of events, the 2020 presidential election will be won by Harry Styles. I know that he's English and under 35, but we're going to change the Constitution to make it possible, because that's how much we love Harry Styles in 2020. So when we last left George W. Bush, his approval rating was dropping to the lowest number in President of the United States approval rating history. And the U.S. was facing what turned out to be the second worst economic crisis in the past 150 years. A crisis that remains unnamed because we're kind of still in it. But I'd like to propose a couple names. The Wall Street Wamboozle, the financial fart storm. However, knowing historians, they will inevitably call it, like, the major recession of 2008 to 2012. Boo! So what caused the financial fart storm that began in late 2008? Well, it was a mixture of public and private activities that tilted towards short-term economic thinking, speculation, and irresponsible spending. First, there was the Federal Reserve's policies of keeping interest rates freakishly low in response to the 2001-2002 recession. Now, this worked, but the recession ended and interest rates stayed low. And this, combined with unscrupulous mortgage lenders, encouraged people to buy houses that they could not afford. In the early 2000s, many millions of Americans, including certain Crash Course U.S. history hosts, bought real estate assuming that its value would increase rapidly and forever, so that when you were unable to make payments, you'd just sell it, pay off the mortgage, and make a tidy profit. It turns out this was essentially a pyramid scheme, and my friends, I was not at the top of the pyramid. So back then, you could buy a house with a so-called ninja loan, which sadly did not involve Mutant Ninja Turtles or pizza. Ninja stands for no income, no job, and no assets. Traditionally, people in this situation can't borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars, but in the early 2000s, these loans were given the benign-sounding designation subprime. So it's important to understand that it wasn't just like big Wall Street banks financing huge deals with debt. Regular people were doing it, like me. All this, of course, created a classic housing bubble, which was doomed to burst. Also, with the interest on government treasury bills effectively zero, investors had to look elsewhere for better returns, which led to the idea of issuing securities, these bond-like instruments, that were backed by mortgages. The thinking was that the interest people paid on their mortgages would supply the underlying value of the security, the way that, like, tax revenues are the source of the value of a government bond. Now, of course, there'd be a minority of people who'd fail to pay off their securitized mortgages, but most people would pay because, you know, they want to keep their houses. But it turns out that if you haven't paid any money to own your house, you don't feel that invested in it. Now, there were even more reasons why these securities were terrible ideas, but the important thing is that when the mortgages turned bad, these securities became toxic assets. Basically, the people who held them suddenly didn't know what they were worth, if anything, and banks overreacted to this uncertainty, as banks like to do, by not lending out any money. And that's called a credit freeze, which is very bad. So that's how a housing bubble turned into a full-fledged financial crisis. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. When banks stop lending, business can't function. So the stock market collapsed, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropping from above 14,000 to around 8,000, which wiped out $7 trillion of shareholder wealth. And a majority of Americans had money invested in the stock market, much of it in the form of retirement funds. With it being harder to borrow money, Americans finally cut back on their spending, which resulted in many businesses failing. And by the end of 2008, 2.5 million jobs had been lost, many of which were in manufacturing and construction. And because those were both male-dominated fields, it led to another change. By mid-2009, more women than men held paying jobs for the first time in American history. In the last 3 months of 2008 and the first 3 months of 2009, our GDP dropped 6%, and world trade cratered, and that led to unemployment and misery worldwide. The event that triggered the chaos was the failure of the investment bank Lehman Brothers in September, just 2 months before the presidential election. The Bush administration tried to stop the damage by getting Congress to pass the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or TARP, which was basically a $700 billion bailout for banks like Citigroup and Bank of America, insurance companies like AIG, and mortgage insurers like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Regular individuals also received TARPs, but they had to buy them, and they weren't as cool. Anyway, these bailouts were probably probably necessary to stop a complete failure of the financial system, but they were very unpopular. Most of the banks that received a rescue from the taxpayers didn't help the homeowners facing foreclosure, and despite receiving millions of federal dollars, AIG famously continued to pay huge bonuses to its top executives. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So, the end of the Bush years looked a lot like the end of the Hoover years. After a decade of Americans spending more money than they had, government taking a backseat to business interests, and deregulation of industries going hand in hand with increasing corruption, Barack Obama was faced with America's biggest economic challenge since the Great Depression. Oh, by the way, we got a new president, Barack Obama, who 50 years before his election couldn't have sat in the front of a bus in Alabama. So I know all the green parts of not America are mad at us for causing the great financial meltdown and whatever, and fair enough, but we do make some progress now and again. Barack Obama was young, he was relatively new on the national scene, and he represented change. He appealed to young people and minorities, and he harnessed the power of social media to communicate with supporters and get out the vote, and also raise tons of money. Also, he was on the cover of Us Weekly. You didn't see Martin Van Buren on the cover of Us Weekly. What's that? It didn't exist? Of course it existed. In 2008, Obama's election seemed like a political watershed, and not just because he was the first African-American president. He appeared to break Republicans' solid hold on the South. He won Virginia and North Carolina and Florida, and his supporters represented a coalition of African-Americans and Hispanics and white liberals, and especially young people. Oh, it's time for the open letter. I hope it's from that Us Weekly profile. The rules here are simple, he said for the final time. I'll tell you one thing that's going to change here at Crash Course. No more shock pens. I guess the author of the mystery document. If I'm wrong, I get shocked. All right, let's see what we got here today. For everywhere we look, there is work to be done. The state of our economy calls for action, bold and swift, and we will act, not only to create new jobs, but to lay a new foundation for growth. We will build the roads and bridges, the electric grids and digital lines that feed our commerce and bind us together. We'll restore science to its rightful place and wield technology's wonders to raise healthcare's quality and lower its cost. We will harness the sun and the winds and the soil to fuel our cars and run our factories. And we will transform our schools and colleges and universities to meet the demands of a new age. All this we can do, all this we will do. Speaking of things that we will do, I will get this right. It's Barack Obama's first inaugural. Ba-bam! No more shocks. The getting shocked part of my life has come to an end. Hopefully in Crash Course Literature, when I get things right, I'll get a puppy, and when I get things wrong, I'll get a rainbow. Stan says that my only reward is not being punished. So Obama promised to change the culture of Washington. He would end partisan squabbling. Sorry, I couldn't even get through that sentence. To be fair, he did end the squabbling. It became full-blown yelling. He also wanted a foreign policy based on diplomacy. He wanted to reduce inequality and increase access to healthcare. He wanted to curb greed and irresponsibility that had helped bring on the economic crisis, and he wanted to end the Bush tax cuts. He also wanted to end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and, as critics mocked, reverse global warming. It's a tall order. So how is he done? Not bad. Well, some would say not great either. For instance, he launched diplomatic outreach to the Muslim world, but a lot of this was more rhetoric than action, as in his verbal support for the revolution that overthrew Hosni Mubarak in Egypt. And he did keep some of his campaign promises. For instance, he signed into law the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, which made it easier for women to sue when they'd been systemically underpaid. And he also reversed an earlier executive order that limited women's reproductive rights. And speaking of women, he appointed two of them to the Supreme Court, Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor, the court's first Hispanic member. He also followed through on his promise to end the war in Iraq, although to be fair, the Bush administration had really set him up for success there. And he increased the number of U.S. troops in Afghanistan as part of a longer-term plan to end the war there, which has sort of worked. He also authorized a successful military operation that killed Osama bin Laden on May 2nd, 2011. I was in Amsterdam at the time, and the Dutch media came to my house to ask me how Americans felt about this, and I said, good. On the other hand, Obama has been criticized internationally for backing off his promise to close the Guantanamo Bay detention camp, and he has largely followed the Bush administration's policies with the war on terror. But the Obama administration has deployed far more unmanned drones to kill suspected militants around the world. Despite provoking outrage on the left and the right, Americans generally appear to support the use of drones and also extralegal assassinations of accused terrorists. Obama also kept in place Bush's executive power. In fact, he expanded it in some ways with the NSA's PRISM program. What about that financial mess he inherited? did? Well, Obama was fortunate to have a Democratic Congress for his first term in office, so he could push through a lot of legislation. This included a sweeping stimulus package with nearly $800 billion in new spending, most of it on infrastructure, that was signed into law on February 17, 2009, just 28 days into Obama's presidency. In the end, the Recovery Act cost $787 billion, more than the government had spent on a package of programs ever, like more than the Great Society, more than the New Deal. Did it work? Well, it depends on who you ask. Among 9 large studies, 6 found that the stimulus did have a positive effect on growth and employment. 3 found that it had little or no effect, and economists are equally divided. The stimulus is estimated to have saved about 3 million jobs, but it also increased the deficit quite a bit. So liberal economists see America's current 7% unemployment rate as evidence that the stimulus's Keynesian policies should have gone further, while conservatives say that the stimulus exploded the federal deficit and debt. Regardless, the recovery for the past few years has been steady, but quite slow. Lastly, let's turn to Obama's signature policy proposal, the Affordable Care Act, better known as Obamacare. The Affordable Care Act is arguably the most significant piece of social legislation since Medicare, and it seeks to move the United States into the ranks of countries with universal health care, a list that includes every industrialized nation on Earth. We're number 1 among countries that don't have universal health care. So Obamacare aims to reduce the number of Americans without health insurance by making it easier and less expensive for the uninsured to buy it privately. It's not a government insurance plan, but the government will subsidize those who can't afford insurance. That's going to be expensive, but fortunately, our healthcare system is so astonishingly inefficient that there are lots of places to save money, and the Congressional Budget Office at least thinks that it's going to be a wash. But controversially, the Act's insurance mandate means that if you don't have insurance from your employer, you must buy it, or else you have to pay a penalty. In 2012, the core of the law was upheld by the Supreme Court when they ruled that this was a constitutional use of the government's taxing power. As for Obama's success at ending partisan politics, not one congressional Republican voted for Obamacare, and many used it to campaign against Democrats in the 2010 midterm elections. And while the success of the Affordable Care Act won't be able to be determined for many years, there was a huge backlash against both Obama and his policies on Facebook and Twitter, and also the mysterious world of not the internet. One of these responses was the Tea Party, a reference to the Boston Tea Party and an acronym for Taxed Enough Already. For the record, I just want to say that the vast majority of Americans' taxes are lower now than they have been at any point in the last 100 years. But the Tea Party is also very concerned